the rover is landing and approaching and coming through the atmosphere. And so hopefully they're not going to have real live an image exactly at the nanosecond it's taken, but they're going to set up this this configuration, and they're going to point to
orbiter. They watch the drop, dude. They watch the drop,
and they're going to.
It's too long-winded.
And they're gonna take images. Then this is what I'm saying verbatim. They're gonna take images, and then maybe 2 days from now, maybe next week, maybe a bunch of days from now, they're gonna release those, and we'll actually see it. So of course,
he doesn't care about this. He cares about what we're arguing about.
It's idiotic that there's gonna be a live video of it landing.
No, bro. It looked exactly like the last one where the little pod fucking fell down.
Why would it look different? Why would it look different? What?
Chronic.
Answer why it would look different.
Point is focus. We're not talking about
exactly the same. Therefore, it's BS.
The point is, we knew it would look exactly the same.
Who cares?
So I said, hey, man, we can expect exactly the same thing.
I look at the moon every night. It looks exactly the same.
Chronic. This is where you're fucking up here. When the conversation happened, we're agreeing. I said we expect it to look exactly the same. I bet you there won't be nothing different. You casually took the challenge, acted like you understood what my terms of differential were. Then, when the time came, went right back and sent the same thing that looked the same, that I agreed would look the same, that had nothing to do with our bet, and acted like you won, and you're still doing it.
So what is the argument about it looking the same? I've never heard this. This is new.
There's no argument about it, Chronic. There was me challenging that I would have a horizontal shot looking different, and I would have an approach shot before the orbiter got into orbit, when it's getting up into Mars. And you don't care about that, but you keep acting like you care about
it. But you're not being descriptive about what you want. You want a horizontal
shot
of what? What?
Wait, can I ask a question real quick?
I don't think you're gonna get past Don's bullshit detector. It's too strong. Chronic.
I don't know, man.
I don't think you can do it, man. It's solid.
I don't know. I'm not remembering a lot of the stuff.
Describe the Mars reconnaissance thing again. Can you describe how they do that?
Give me a second. I'll give you the actual
afterwards. Why? So they actually taped it live, or they filmed it live.
Yep.
But then they processed it and send the stuff, and it's like an orbiter that happened to catch the real thing.
It didn't happen. It didn't just happen miraculously. They coordinated all this stuff before.
Oh, they pointed the camera. Whoop-de-fucking do. Dude, point the other camera.
Was already orbiting Mars, right? Supposedly. Yep. And then the thing landed. They showed us an animation of it landing. Didn't tell us it was an animation, just let people accept it as an animation, even if they knew it was an animation. But they didn't specifically say this is not really the Mars rover landing. It's an animation of it. But people could believe it's a real thing if they wanted to accept it. And then they also got real footage of it that they didn't really release to anyone, except for if you found it, like you were able to, and see that it was a process thing. I'd like to see that footage, by the way.
I didn't
it's supposed to be the real Mars lander.
Yeah,
the real thing.
You can't see shit. It's so great. Like, Chronic, you are an undercover stoner, bro. Come on.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know, man. Yeah, you guys are making me do work now.
So does it look a lot different than the animation?
Does that make you Chronic Silent Bob?
It does look different. It does look different because the animation is much more colorful and clean and smooth. Like the supposed real thing is more like army surveillance footage.
Yeah,
the animation's also got external shots that are tracking with a landing probe, which I don't think anybody in their right mind would think, well, they've actually sent 2 missions out there, one to do it, one to film it.
Now,
I mean, they do have the word animations right there in the title.
But Riding, if you would bear with me, could you have some consideration, Riding, to the fact of, when the little car lands on Mars and it kind of turns its selfie camera on, and it looks at itself and the hills and the horizon? Do you understand that shot?
Yeah.
Okay. What I said to Chronic when this thing first came out, the thing still doesn't get through his head, is that I would turn that camera on while it was falling and descending, and I would look at that. Okay. And I said to him,
Good thing you're not the engineering lead.
Chronic goes casually. He casually says you can look at it in gems. Oh, they'll have that. Because he wasn't paying attention.
Don, find it. Find it, Don.
I literally challenge you to find it. Trust me, Chronic. Why? I love you, brother.
You're literally an idiot. You're literally an idiot. No, seriously.
You don't hear the emotion. You don't hear the reference, the exact fucking reference to everything. And you don't
surely if a probe's going through an atmosphere and you've got delicate equipment on it, like cameras, and you pop out a camera to take a video, wouldn't that put the instrument at extreme risk?
Foolish. Just stop. You absolutely cannot try to be logical with Don in this situation.
Bullshit, bro.
No,
you just don't remember. I knew that it wouldn't be there. I knew when you said it would be there that it was absolutely ridiculous that you're saying they're going to have this. You just thought I meant something different. You casually fucking agreed. Even when it came out and you sent me the thing, I did this exact thing I'm doing right now, specified it with you, and you're still trying to use this as a reference of me moving the goalpost, trying to call out me a pattern of having standards. You out of line, bro. You out of line.
Don, straight up right here, right now, I challenge you to find it. Find that. Go and actually find it instead of just talking the talk.
Trust me.
No, why would I ever trust you? Go and find it.
Why would I ever trust you?
Don, go and find it.
Dude, he offered you $1,000 if you find it. Just
exactly. Exactly.
Are you kidding me? You're going to go watch Jim's clips for
find it. You want money? You want money?
I don't need $1,000.
Exactly.
I just left 100 G's on the table.
So everyone listening to a challenge he's running away from, instead of is just using blah 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 words.
There's no blah blah blah, bro. I'm telling you the exact situation. That door wouldn't open for me. Chronic. The door wouldn't even be open, bro.
I'm ignoring Don because he's scared. Here, perspective. Here's some walk.
Childish bullshit, bro. Do you remember how we agreed that it looked exactly like the first one?
You go in the text chat right there. Do those two look identical? Do they look identical in every way to you? Not to me.
They're bullshit.
Sure, you can call them whatever you want, but I'm walking the walk. I'm walking the walk.
Fuck you, dude. Straight up, fuck you. No, you want to call names and say baby this and think motherfucker.
Just to you, Don, not to anyone else.
No, I'm throwing 200 in the clown's ass. Go find it for the 1,000. I'll give you an extra 200.
Do it, anyone. Okay.
You're fucking clowning.
I'll tell you guys how you can do it. You can go find when the Perseverance Mars lander landed.
No, your integrity is dishonest, bro.
Don, I'm trying to tell people how to win you money.
You don't listen. You're not friendly. I'm telling you this happened. You act like there's zero chance of it happened. You have no humility, no humbleness, bro. Man up. Man up.
He's too scared.
Well, wait, I think the evidence is more interesting though, right?
Yeah. It's way more interesting than just.
No, you went through 1,000 hours of video, Chronic, and prove.
The perspective, it's way more interesting.
I don't have to look for it. This little parachute is interesting. Fuck your parachute.
Can you stop over talking people? It's getting, it was amusing for a second. You've made your fucking point, but can you wind your neck in and let people have a conversation?
When he gets beat, he turns into this.
No. And also, don't provoke him. All right?
Yeah, claiming victory's not going to happen right now.
Don, stop taking the fucking bait. Sorry,
perspective. Yeah. So what I'm not claiming that anyone takes any of this as reliable, believable evidence of anything. All I'm doing is backing up my words and my arguments. I'm walking the walk, so to speak. I'm not just talking and being disingenuous and saying he says this, straw man this, blah 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 that. I'm simply providing what's being asked. That's all.
At the time you were disingenuous.
Are you saying that the little black box thing is what the Mars reconnaissance orbiter?
Yeah, sure. If you want to hear what
frames, or is there more? Is there actual video?
Yeah. So if you want to if you want me to describe it, sure. And I'm not saying you have to believe any of the words coming out of my mouth.
Well, I won't.
Yeah, of course not. But I'll speak since you're asking me the questions anyway. The top image, so both images, the first and the second, they are from MRO, the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter. The first image is from 2021, when the Perseverance Mars rover was approaching Mars and deployed its parachutes to land the rover on the Martian surface. And the second image is of the what was that one called? Curiosity rover. Yes, the Mars rover. Curiosity, the one that came before Perseverance. And that is after its main parachute was deployed as well. So both of these were coordinated efforts from the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter. There are many, many images. You can stitch them together if you want to make a video. I don't personally know if a 1080p 60 frames a second video a video is just images stitched together anyway. But
Don's saying that they're the same, like what it gave us before, it looks a little bit more blurry or something, and you're saying it's better now.
Well, Don's also, Don can correct me if I'm wrong, Don, feel free. But what Don wants basically is in this moment that these images were taken from around this moment, Don would like, if he was the head engineer running the whole rovers, forgive me for laughing. What he would do is he would somehow, so the entire orbiter is still shrouded by the entire rover is at this point is still shrouded by a shield to protect it. But what Don,
I'd like to have a sideways shield camera that looked at the horizon. Yes. So, and I'd also like Chronic to remember
he wants a camera to be enabled right now to look sideways
like a clown. They're the Discord user, bro.
Go ahead,
bro. Person who we don't spend time teaming on league and kick some ass, bro. I need you to know this as a friend. You may not have been paying full attention, but when this started, Chronic, I promise you, I knew the parachute thing was in discussion. We anticipated, trust me, at that beginning that I wanted the thing you're laughing about.
Was that unacceptable?
Well, unacceptable to you? Yeah, I let it be known that that you could still, man, understand if there's a shield, there could be a camera poking out the shield, whatever, dude. Okay, but the thing is I let this be known, and I'm telling you as a friend, you casually said, Don, that's going to be there, or promise you that's going to be there. I knew that you may at the time not really understand because you wouldn't be saying that's going to be there because it's something that you would laugh at.
Do you like money, Don? Do you like money?
Chronic.
Do you like money?
Chronic, stop. You're being childish. I'm trying to talk to you adult to adult.
I got money waiting on
Chronic. Have a little bit of humility, bro. This happened. Then guess what happened next, Chronic?
Dinero.
Guess what happened next?
It doesn't matter what happened next because it didn't exist.
Guess what happened next, Chronic? Guess what? When the shit came out a week later, whenever, I tapped on your shoulder in the room again. I said, Chronic, the thing that I wanted wasn't there, and you did the same thing that you're doing right now and pretended. And I explained to you then. I said, well, Chronic, I wanted to let you know that this is the thing I wanted, and we went through this whole thing again then, and you're doing it again now, dude.
As your friend now, in response, as your friend, instead of just absolutely laughing my ass off straight in your face, I let someone like Foolish waste his time and try to explain to you the logistics of why what you're I almost said the D word. Why what you're asking for is ludicrous. I let him describe it so I can continue laughing. Does that get through to your head?
It's serious, bro? That's exactly what I'm saying. You did not hear it at the beginning. You casually said it would be there. Now,
Don, do you understand what the term impasse means?
Yeah,
No, an impasse is where you have two parties. I know you're going on the wrong direction, so sorry for interrupting.
Foolish, I disagree.
You've got two parties that fundamentally disagree. So, Chronic has given you a method to remedy this impasse if you want to go and do it.
Exactly.
You talk about humility, so maybe you should be humble as well and say, hey, maybe I was wrong too. If you want to have that humility to be on both sides.
Don.
This kid does not remember.
Don, here's
He
what
didn't
you could
remember
do.
the second
Don,
time. He doesn't remember the third time, or he's playing stupid. And Chronic, you offering money
Don,
saying it's possible, you should at least be able to say, and when you find it, I'll have humility then, which means you should have it to start with. Like, you're not even thinking, bro.
Don, listen. You know me well enough. You know me well enough. Think critically about this. Think about it critically. You actually think that I would say to your inquiry, to your request.
You were not listening. You were being dishonest. You were being disrespectful. You did say it. I told you, you really don't mean it. You fucking insisted, bro, because you were fucking hand waving me. Are you paying attention?
Find it.
Holy shit, brother.
Find it.
I mean,
anyway, if I ever say, God, I wish Don would find this, dude. I wish so hard he would find it.
Dude, you're only out as you were being sarcastic, bro. But the fact that when I came back with it, you played like you had amnesia. That's what's killing me, Chronic. When I came back with it, you didn't go, yeah, I was trolling you. Of course they're not going to have it. You acted like you had amnesia, bro.
Okay.
And now you're doing it again. You're acting like you don't remember me teaching this to you the second time. You're going back to the W. Oh, I showed you an evidence. You said it's an evidence.
All right.
You don't even know what the point is, bro.
All I can do at this point is just.
The point is your fucking amnesia.
Leave the challenge there, and we'll see.
Fuck your amnesia, bro. Wake up.
Yeah.
So I think we're at an impasse. Can we move on because this is getting a bit repetitive?
Yeah. Definitely. Yeah. The challenge will remain.
Strong.
We can move on. Challenge 1K, by the way, USD.
I don't need your 1K, bro.
But anyways, perspective. Yeah,
that's a charity you like then.
Exactly. Yeah. Anyways, that's the.
It's hundreds of hours. Like, what are you talking about, man?
We're moving on. Perspective. That's the sort of external evidence from a different instrument showing the approach and the landing and the parachuting. I'm not claiming it proves anything, obviously. But
do you find like the way
looks quite different?
The way they cheer, like when it happens, when the animation, it's like they're watching the animation, but obviously they're not watching that because it's an animation. It's not
obviously
it's
an
real. So the way they react, it's so staged and phony, and you have to agree, it's like it's weird.
No,
right?
I don't agree. No, not at all.
I think the fact that when you look at the video and it says, blah, 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 animation from NASA Jet Propulsion, wherever it was, which was the video. I mean, they're being as plain as they can be on it.
Yeah. I don't think any of
it's really poorly acted out. Like the way it's like so overacted and so like.
Perspective. If you want my opinion, from sort of a skeptic's point of view, someone who might be prone to conspiracy theories and things like this, then yeah, you can form a obscured version of reality that seems like these are paid actors, false flag, yada yada yada, shills. Just as easily as you can do that, I can also claim these are hardworking, legitimate engineers who have spent years of their career, a decade or whatever, 10 years, working on a huge instrument that's finally successfully making its way to its final, landing place and all of this stuff. I can qualify it the same way. Of course, they're going to be that elated and they're going to be cheering and celebrating and as much as you might not.
I guess it's just maybe it's because I think it's fake that I'm seeing it that way. I guess it's possible.
Yes, it's possible both ways, obviously.
I'm surprised, even for people that believe it landed, that they think that the reactions are.
I mean, you want someone who spent 10 years of their life to just be straight faced and have a
no. It's almost like I could tell that it doesn't. I could tell that it's like it. I guess it's hard to explain to someone that actually totally buys it. Maybe
I think it looks disingenuous, like it's like a rap, like it's like they're getting
like 3, 2, 1, react, and then like like
no
so
I don't not understand it. I don't not understand it. I understand exactly what you're saying. It's just it just it's just the likelihood of that being true is, god damn, there's so many zeros in front of the
You think
0.01.
the likelihood of it being faked is less than the likelihood of them actually landing a rover on Mars like that?
Yeah, way less.
It's kind of like it'd be easier to fake the moon land. It'd be easier to actually land somebody on the moon than fake landing it on the moon. Do you go with that one too?
It'd be easier to land someone on the moon than fake land them on the moon?
Yeah.
You're talking about the claim from like back in the 60s when they did it, like the
I've
cost
heard
of the production
callers claim that it would be easier to actually do it than to fake it.
Oh, I personally, I have no idea. I don't know. I don't claim to lean to one of those conclusions. Conclusions over the other.
Just on a surface level, come on, you know it'd be easier to fake it than to actually do it.
I have no idea. Why I don't. So I'm anti Dunning-Kruger, believe it or not. Like I don't want to make a claim if I have zero understanding of it. I have extremely little understanding of the actual logistics, the cost profits, ratios of how much the production it would be in 1967 versus the cost of the Apollo. I just don't know. Yeah, so I'm not going to claim one would be easier than the other if I don't have enough, if I just don't have sufficient information on either one.
There's a lot of variables. There is a whole stack of variables that go into how do you fake it, right? Like, could you get somebody on a soundstage? Sure, but that's not much of the evidence. It's also people shooting retroreflectors or other competing agencies. There's a lot of work that goes into faking it. There would be so many different ways to crunch those stats to say it's easier to do one or the other.
Yeah, it's
there was something recently that got brought up.
Sorry, go ahead.
There was a comedian that was talking about spending the night, spending a whole night with Elon Musk. Did you see that clip?
No.
I could repost it if you want. But he claims, it's a pretty bold claim if it's not true, that he hung out with Elon Musk the whole night, and Elon Musk told him that the moon landing never happened. Of course, the subterfuge in it is that he said it'd be easier to land on Mars than the moon. And they also said that the reason you know that the moon landing was fake is because the gravity is supposed to be 1/6 of the gravity on Earth, and that when they were jumping around, they would have been jumping way higher if it was actually the atmosphere that they claimed, the amount of gravity. That was the claim of the comedian that was talking about spending the whole night. I'll put the thing in the chat if it interests you.
Sure. Yeah, I have no idea.
Yeah, but it's pretty crazy to claim that he said that too.
Not really. No, it's not.
Maybe not.
I don't think it's crazy to claim anything.
Well, I mean,
you could claim whatever, right?
It was in a public forum. It was like somebody it was like a presentation. It was like a official presentation. He was on a stage in front of people claiming that.
I feel like I would have heard that then.
Okay, I'll post it.
Elon Musk on stage at a presentation saying,
No. Somebody claiming he spent the whole night with Elon Musk. Saying that
do you believe that claim to be true though, Dave?
No, I think the whole thing's made up, and I think Elon Musk knows about it, and I think the moon landing was fake.
Wait.
I mean, this person claiming to spend the night with Elon Musk. Do you believe that claim?
Just that claim specifically.
That's not. I mean, well, I think that could be true, but the fact that he was saying it was probably not out of. If it was true, I think that he was saying it on purpose to cause that he hung out with Elon Musk. I think that it could be true. I think that's the more interesting part of it is probably that the claim is there to throw people off because they know how fake the moon landing looks, and they think that most people have figured that out if they look into it. So it's like, oh, well, we're going to say that, yeah, we faked the moon landing, but that Mars would be a better option. So it gets them out of having to repeat the moon thing, which would be easier. That doesn't matter if the claim's true. It's more about the subterfuge.
Crackpot claims that something because it gets them clout, or maybe
it doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter. I'm saying the whole thing's made up, regardless if it's true, because it's all about we can land on Mars. It's all about like reinforcing space travel, but doing it by giving like admitting to a white lie so you can get away with a bigger lie. You know what I'm saying? It's subterfuge.
What? I mean, a lot of the time when they say that, where you're like they're getting caught on purpose, it sounds to me like a convenient way to look at strong evidence and claim that it's weak.
Here's a good example, like Bush joking about weapons of mass destruction, at the White House press conference. Like obviously everyone figured out that the weapons of mass destruction thing was bullshit, right? But the admitting to that, or at least letting people know that was bullshit, is like covering up the bigger crime of the war and 9/11 and all that being bullshit. You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, well, we figured out, we busted them, we caught them on the weapons master. They really got caught on that one. But that wasn't what it was about. That was the small lie that they allow themselves to feel like they're caught red-handed with, because the bigger lie has already gotten away with. You understand?
No, I don't. It's not that I don't understand you. It's just that I'm saying this runs a risk of becoming a self-reinforcing cycle where good evidence is good evidence and bad evidence is they're doing it on purpose. There's intentionally bad evidence, and that will only ever lead to an escalation of beliefs in increasingly improbable things.
That's just my interpretation of it, my honest interpretation.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting it's dishonest. I'm just suggesting it is a style of thinking that will only ever lead to more conspiracy thinking and never have a way to downregulate
that. Conspiracy thinking.
Is this not thoughts about a conspiracy?
Oh, come on,
Dave. If you didn't believe the Earth was flat, wait, Dave. I have a question. If you didn't believe
it's flat.
Okay,
I don't believe the Earth is flat.
If you didn't believe that, okay, if you didn't believe that Earth wasn't a ball, and you didn't believe that the moon landings were fake, and this, that, and the third, would you have given any credence or importance to this claim of somebody having spent the night with Elon Musk?
No, it wasn't about me believing this guy. That's not what the whole thing's about. I was just asking if you guys had seen that claim. It doesn't matter whether I believe the claim or not, because I think the whole thing's bullshit. What he's saying is bullshit, regardless if he actually spent the night with Elon Musk or not, because they're talking about going to Mars, which is also bullshit, in my opinion.
So how do you personally gauge the validity or reliability of just some spurious claim, whether you believe it or not?
Oh man, there's a lot of nuances to that. You have to, be alive long enough and see, hear enough stories and, corroborate a lot of different stories that either add up or don't add up. And, it's not like there's some standard you can go by. You have to like, go by everything that adds up to that, and then judge each claim based on a lot of factors, just too many factors. It's called the bullshit detector, right?
So it's sure. So it's not analytical in any way. It's more of a feeling type of thing. Is kind of what you're saying.
Oh no, there's a lot more to it. The analytical is part of it for sure. Absolutely.
So that
I don't think you can categorize.
Sure. So how do you
how do you want to, but I don't think you can. I don't think you're going to get me to say exactly how it's done either. It's more about how interesting it is that there's I think subterfuge is interesting. Do you know what subterfuge is?
Yeah, of course. So how would you analyze? Well, hold on. Let me just. I'm curious about your thought process on this one claim from the comedian. Mm-hmm. How do you go about analyzing that claim relative to, let's say, a claim about a false pretense to start a war in Iraq about WMDs? Like, what is the difference in your, analysis of those two different claims that have nothing to do with each other? Which one is either more reliable than the other?
Why don't we watch the clip first and then we'll talk about it? It's in the live stream. If Eggshells, you want to play it? It's in the live stream. Just put it in there. Comedian talking about spending the night, and we could all kind of see if we believe it, because we'll probably all not believe it but for different reasons, right?
I don't know about.
I don't know about is on stage.
I think a good amount of us might not believe it for the same reason, not different reasons. Sorry, go ahead. Fuck, I forgot your EPR. I forgot your name. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to confirm. So this comedian is on stage joking about spending the night with Elon Musk, or is he saying this in front of people in the clip?
He's saying it in all seriousness, but he is a comedian, and it's said in a way that I guess you could interpret it as him just saying it. But it's a pretty weird claim to make as something that's like, just to be funny, because he's talking about, like, I don't know. Let's watch it and see what we all think. That'd be interesting.
Yeah. Put it up.
I'm trying to. It's not playing.
From BitChute?
Is it South by Southwest? Does this look right? The right thing? Oh, here we go.
I just see Kerbal face for him.
There it is. You may have to turn the sound down. Probably rewind it. I'm not getting sound. Is anyone else getting sound?
I can hear it.
The shit's not playing for me.
Hey, keep quiet, guys.
I can't hear anything. Maybe I have to
trap.
Oh, okay. He paused it.
Thingy, but this is obviously it's a clip taken from here, so it's just fine.
It was playing though.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh yeah, I have to rewind it all the way I think because I played it from that point. I think you have to go back to the beginning of it.
No. Okay, I can hear it now. I can hear it.
Right. Things 1 hour. Ain't no way we're going to the beginning.
Are you able to hear it now?
Yeah, it's just fine.
No, you have to go back to the beginning. This is past that point, I think. I think it's from the very beginning.
Fuck his mic.
Go back to the beginning. I think that's where he talks about it anyway.
What do you mean the beginning?
Well, you can see the red bar. Isn't that the very beginning?
No. He went to the full video. It's where
1
you.
hour long. Yeah.
I thought the red line was showing where it was starting from. Yeah, terrible audio. I can't even hear it right now.
I can hear it perfectly.
Weird.
That did not sound serious. That sounds so made up. This was clearly a joke. He stole someone else's joke even. Shame on him.
It wasn't even it's not even an original joke.
Yeah, he stole it. The fuck?
I think the moon landing thing is over.
Yeah.
All right. Do I have any thoughts about it? Yeah.
Yeah, this isn't serious.
He's trying to pretend that he's.
I think it was I think he was trying to be funny, but it was falling flat. Yeah, it was falling flat. I'm not sure. It's a little uncomfortable to watch.
Yeah, I don't know, Dave. That was just weird to watch, man.
Did he get to the part about gravity yet?
Yeah, he said we can't get to the moon for some sort of gravitational pull.
Yeah.
It doesn't I can't even tell if this guy's like if this is a bit or a.
Yeah, he goes on about that. Oh, you didn't play it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about this Tony guy. Seems like a nice guy, but
I might have missed it. Did they is he still playing?
I don't know. She started telling a story then.
Oh yeah, no, he goes back and he says, you know why? You know why it's fake? He goes on after that too. Because the gravity.
So if he said something logical, for the why it was faked, it would have a little more sort of validity to it. But
yeah, that's what we didn't play it long enough, but that's what.
No, I think I watched it.
He's back into it now. All he said was gravitational pull initially.
No.
Yeah.
Then at the end he goes into like the whole thing about what Elon said.
Do you have a timestamp on that?
I don't know. How long is it? So what's your take on why he's telling that story?
To try to be funny and
Yeah, he stole a joke from someone else. That was someone else's joke even.
Well then here you go. It's at go to 5 minutes in. Or 4:43. 4:43.
Of the one you sent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking terrible bit rate or no servers in Australia or something. I'll get there.
Why is the bit rate? Why is the one you sent so trash for Dave?
What do you mean?
It's on some Odyssey sharing site, which I think is like, hey, we'll allow you to upload white supremacist content and return for not really being able to watch it.
Okay. There's an issue with the there's an issue with the video player.
Yeah, the interface stuff. Right?
Yeah.
It wasn't doing this for me though when I tried to play it.
Yeah, it depends where they keep the information for popular YouTube videos. They'll keep them on servers around the world, but like they'll keep them in regions. So Spanish stuff will be in Spanish-speaking places.
You might have to let it load a little bit.
Okay, time to start making this week's episode.
Yeah, I don't even know who this guy is. Tony? Anybody heard of him before?
Kill Tony. I've heard of the Kill Tony podcast. I've heard a few people recommending it, and then I don't remember what they said about it, but I just remember thinking, yeah, it doesn't sound like it's for me. And hearing the guy's voice, I'm like, yeah, I don't think it's
He's got a name and a reputation to protect. If he's going to try to say this about Elon, that's something to consider.
Sure, but a name as a comedian.
Right, but making up a story about Elon saying that they faked the moon landing is kind of, you know, could be seen as a big deal, especially to people that are sensitive about it.
You reckon?
Some people are really sensitive about talking about the moon landing being faked.
So, yeah,
especially if it's Elon Musk.
My take on this thing about the moon gravity, I don't understand it. So, okay, actually, I understand it. It's very weak to me. Okay, jump height. So because jump height is not what we expected it to be or something like that, then everything's a sham. We live in the Truman Show. Nothing's real.
Yeah, it's a terrible reason. That's why it's a terrible reason to say it's fake. I mean,
because you'd need to know more than just the gravity. You'd need
Yeah.
to know the articulation of the joints and the weight of the suit with the pack on.
Yeah,
there's a lot of
ridiculous. There's so many things to tear apart.
Jump very high, because I imagine not wanting to jump.
I'm pretty sure they train to do like a shuffle, not jumps. So
plus, isn't the excuse that they're weighted down or something anyway?
Yeah, I thought
yeah, there's many factors.
Like trained by engineers or something about how to walk, and yeah, something like they were encouraged to shuffle or something like this. And then when they got to the moon, they were immediately like, that doesn't work. And they spend a whole bunch of time trying to figure it out and falling over. And then they're eventually the most efficient way was just to sort of bounce by boinging off your toes or something.
Yeah,
I'll play this bit now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's Dave. It's pretty weak. In my opinion, at best, it's pretty weak.
I'm not claiming anything. I'm saying it's all bullshit.
Yeah.
There's so many things to take. There's so many things about the moon landing that are so obviously fake, in my opinion. This would be a terrible thing to like claim that we know it's fake because they didn't jump high enough. Like, no, how about like all the shadows and how about like the green screen looking thing in the background, and how about like the the no crater underneath where the jet was supposedly landing, and then no dust anywhere, and the thing looked like it was on a stage. And I mean, there's tons of it.
So in your opinion, there's a dozen or more legitimate inconsistencies that he could have pointed out instead of just jump height. Yeah.
Right.
In my opinion, he just used a random week. He workshopped this string of jokes about moon landing being fake. He like workshopped it in the green room backstage before he went on, and kind of that's like the best that he had in his brain bank.
And he's just making up a story about spending the time healing.
And that was the best he could do. I mean, he's a comedian. He's trying his best to be a funny guy, you know.
So, I would say that it could be put out there as a way of like Elon getting credibility by admitting that the moon landing's fake, and giving credibility to the idea that space travel is real, but we all know the moon landing was fake. You know, kind of like people would justify like, oh yeah, they faked the moon landing because they wanted to win the space race, but then they really went to the moon after that, right? You've heard that before, maybe some people.
Yeah.
That was a halfway position I went into after I thought that the moon
yeah, you did that too, right?
Retro reflectors being real.
Right.
I was like, well, okay, maybe they did eventually go, but they faked it as well.
Right.
Yeah, it's like a middle ground after the sort of, it's the same as like 9/11. There are the MyHops and the weaker position for people starting to come out of that.
Yeah. I'm extremely curious, and I have not gotten. I know you're not a true flat earther, Dave. I want to sit down with a true flat earther.
What's the true flat earther?
I don't know. Someone who's like full on flat, like full. You know,
the flattest person you've ever met.
Yes.
I don't think there are any true flat earthers then.
All right. Well, I actually want to have a one-on-one convo with someone who's far enough on the flat side, let's just say.
But that would be like a fake flat earther.
What do you mean?
Because flat Earth isn't about the Earth being flat.
I don't know. I've heard.
Not.
I don't know.
I've been in this.
Would you call that your opinion?
Not about,
is that your opinion, Dave, or is that?
That's my opinion because I think that I've seen. I've heard straw man of you think the entire Earth is flat, which is no true flat earther, quote unquote true flat earther, whatever that means, would even try to make that claim, because it's not about it. That I think flat Earth in general, in my opinion, is about not making claims. Okay, that's the reason that we're in this situation, making claims that you have no evidence for.
Yeah, fair point. Let me rephrase. Okay, I want to have a one-on-one. Yeah, Jerry, maybe with Jin. Jin's hard to have a coherent conversation with, but no offense to him. But I want to have a one-on-one conversation, Dave, with a devout non-glober. How about I put it that way? So
I'm a devout non-glober.
All right. Okay, I'll have it with you then. So so where will your stance be in X number of years? I'm not going to put a number on it, okay? It could be anywhere from 5 to 50. Who knows what the number is? But let's just follow me on the path, okay? Whether or not you believe it's actually going to happen or not. But where does your stance change in X number of years when human commercial spaceflight is cheap enough, safe enough, efficient enough for
dreaming,
for almost Oh, Don's back from his search on the old VCs. Did you find anything? I didn't think so. All right, let me finish my conversation real quick. So Dave, when that time comes, however far it is, if you're still around, hopefully we're all still around. And let's say some pretty strong non-globers get the opportunity. I'm not going to name any names, any big time non-globers. I'm not going to put any names on whoever these leaders are. But let's just say, they start to have the opportunity to take these trips, a couple orbits around, some Earth that seems to be spherical. And they come back, and so this landscape starts kind of shifting in this some sort of direction. So give me your take on that potential future. And it could be 100% the other way.
Are you asking would I believe it, or what are you asking?
I'm asking where does your stance on the different conceptions you have on the shape and the characteristics of what we live on and all
would
that
it change my mind? Is that what you're saying?
Basically, yeah. But I want a little more substance than just yes or no. It won't change your mind. So if no,
it wouldn't change. It wouldn't change the laws of physics, right?
Of course not. No. But if it wouldn't change your mind,
the laws of thermodynamics.
No, of course not. I'm talking about people getting the opportunity, and of those people that include
believing them or not.
But that includes skeptics, and one day maybe eventually you. That's what the ultimate goal I'm trying to get to. That's the ultimate goal.
If I were able to go there.
Yeah. So are you in the bandwagon?
First of all, I wouldn't go there. I wouldn't go there.
Of course. But are you? What do you think about the group of globe skeptics who say, even if I do that, there's no way I can trust my eyes because it might be a LED screen that is being projected in front of me of a spherical Earth.
The moon landing guys, the guys that said that their simulation would have been hard to differentiate between the real thing and the simulation. Did you hear that?
I'm sure at some point I did.
That's going to be when one
into it. So they can have simulation.
Gene Kranz, you talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. Right? Are you talking about the brainwashing, whatever that word was?
Well, he said that the simulations were so realistic that it would have been hard to tell the real thing from the simulation.
Chronic's lost. Forgive him.
I want to get your.
Okay, let me just retort with the recent things, the recent antics with Captain Kirk going up, and Bezos, and some of the the claims, the recent ones with.
But they're shills and they're paid off. But they're globe shills though. We don't trust anything.
Did you buy those though? Did you buy those?
No.
Okay, those you thought were fake.
They're globe shills. They're famous cabal. They're part of the Illuminati. They are part of the.
Now you're strawmanning.
No, what? No.
No, you're acting like that's what I would think.
No, that is not what you would think, Dave. What I'm
saying
what
you think?
No, what I'm saying is possible. It's plausible. That's not what I think, but it's plausible that they're part of the fakery, and they're the ones pulling the wool over all of our faces.
Well, so Chronic, what are you mostly? Are you trying to say that if commercial flight travel was free available, and then thousands of people that either don't think the Earth is a globe and or think it's a flat planar stationary surface, if they were all to be going up there and seeing this big beautiful ball that's spinning or whatever in a vacuum, and then if they came back and started saying that, are you asking what other people's opinions would be of that?
I'm basically jumping to not wasting the years between now and then, and just understanding how the deflection will happen once you are literally able to see it with your eyes. So I'm kind of skipping all the wasted years in between while we're developing, the capability of getting regular citizens there and just seeing,
Right, but this is all completely and totally theoretical. I mean, you haven't seen it with your eyes either, so this would be a little bit like.
Of course, I have not been in orbit. Yeah.
Right. So the whole thing is just like just sort of a story. But I mean,
what does it take for you to believe it rather than know it? Right.
I prefaced it, Dave, with let's theory craft this with me, whether you believe me, anything I'm saying or not. Like, follow me along this hypothetical path.
Right. I understand.
Yeah, of course. So, of course, yeah.
It's kind of like setting up for it doesn't matter what a flat earther. It kind of gets to the point where you're saying, a flat earther, a staunch flat earther, or a staunch non-glober like me or whatever, then would be. It doesn't matter what. Even if they went up, they wouldn't believe it. Is what you're getting to, right?
Yes, thank you. That's exactly what I'm trying to. No, that's exactly. Don is still a little sore. Forgive him.
No, but let's just check the categorization. Am I a staunch? What staunch am I?
Don, you're a staunch interrupter of people talking.
Would I believe it? Would I believe
it? So, Dave.
Let's check. Let's check. Would I believe it? Would New Perspective believe it?
Let me get the last sentence out.
Don't categorize everybody. Please show us your character reading abilities.
Jesus Christ! All right, that's exactly what I want. I want to know.
Call out everybody you're talking to, and when they tell you you're wrong about them, right, and everyone in the room tells you're wrong, let's see who knows what the truth is then.
Well, I think it's more of a gauge. I think what you're trying to gauge is, or you're maybe trying to categorize what a quote unquote true believer or true non-believer of the globe would what would it take? And I think that what you're actually gauging is somebody that is still on the fence, that thinks that maybe it's possible, and they're looking for more evidence, and they'd believe it if they had this piece of evidence or this, better Mars rover landing shots or whatever. Then they might be in the category that, okay, if I went up, then I would believe it.
Oh,
but then there's other people that are on wait, there's so many that the preponderance of evidence that we're not on a globe is beyond the point of returning to now that I'm on a ship, everything that I've learned would now be completely thrown out.
Yeah. So, Dave, I agree with almost everything you're saying. Is that despite what Don is saying, I'm not ignorant to knowing. I understand and acknowledge that it's a spectrum. This type of evidence that leads a skeptic to realization is different than the level of evidences that are needed or requested by people is different. I'm not.
What I think you're mostly missing is flat Earth is questioning. It's not a spectrum of evidence. It's a spectrum of knowing. It's not just a line. Boom! I know now.
That's your opinion.
I mean, what is you talking about?
You're speaking your opinion. You're allowed to have it. That's fine.
It's what everybody be telling you. Hey, man. You got this overconfident position, Mr. Anti-Dunning-Kruger. You think that there's a spot where you just, it. If you want to keep validating things as evidence and categorizing them as such evidence, and be careful to say that you're not claiming proof of something.
Don.
Well, why be so confident with this knowing position?
You have an opinion? I have an opinion.
Answer the question. Why?
Everyone has an opinion.
Say knowing. Why do you? You know it now.
We're talking about opinion.
You know it.
I think the answer is probably similar to what Perspective said. I think that many would initially say they're being put in a very complex
simulation. Yeah.
Simulation. Yeah.
I don't argue against that. Sure, I can. Yeah. I mean, the level of yeah. I mean, that would be a nuke to your entire belief system. That'd be, you know.
I will say this though, when you were talking with Don earlier, when I was just listening to your conversation about the Mars rover landing and all that, I think that the animations, the line between animation and reality is being smudged already, but I think that they're gonna make it look a lot more real here pretty soon, and it's probably gonna keep people. The people that are already convinced, more convinced, but then the people that are maybe on the fence, decide that it was real or whatever. Or I don't know. I mean, I think the graphics are going to get so good that it's going to look like the movie Gravity.
Okay. So, right. Yeah. So you're okay. I'm following. So, again, completely speculative. This is a hypothesis, and I'm a random theory that you can let's just say wild speculation that that a non-glober, skeptic, whatever, can be launched into orbit very far away from the Earth, so you see a significant fraction of a spherical object that you were launched from. Let's say you're allowed to do a space walk. So you're allowed to exit the capsule that you're in with your spacesuit on. So with your own eyes, you're outside your capsule, you're in the vacuum of space, the near vacuum, and you're looking at a spherical Earth from very far away. There's a possibility that your visor, the clear visor that you're looking through, is actually projecting everything that you think you're seeing in reality. That's a possibility to you? I think it is. I think it is a possibility. Is it probable? Absolutely not.
No, it ain't probable. Hey, let me reverse the question. What are you going to do in 20 years and we still ain't went back to the moon?
I'll embrace if the mountains of evidence are gathered for flat Earth and big conspiracy that the global elites faked everything, and the evidence just piles and piles up to be larger than Earth, then I'll completely embrace.
That ain't the question. And if they ain't been back to the moon, then what?
Then I'll embrace the whole conspiracy. Everything flat Earth was right the whole time.
Focus on the topic.
Really?
So if they ain't been back to the moon, you're gonna embrace flat Earth.
Oh, if they don't, if the only thing is that they don't make it back to the moon in 20 years, of course not. No, of course not.
That was the question, brother.
Wait, hold on, wait. Let's not worry about that. I have a better question for you, real quick.
What's important is the broader picture. So go ahead.
Wait, Product. I have a better question for you. How many men died trying to get a man to on the moon?
That's a better question, in your opinion?
How many men died and all the attempts that it took? It's a crazy feat that they were able to do it, right? But how many attempts were failed, and how many men died in the first attempts to try to do that?
You want me to look it up? A dozen? I don't know.
A dozen?
I don't know.
A dozen men. Well, you would think at least, right? Because it's such a crazy feat that many men must have died, and then finally they were able to succeed, right?
Was pretty low.
I'll say
a couple of test pilots.
Yeah. My answer. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure why an exact number matters, Dave. Right now, maybe you'll enlighten me. But I'll guess.
People died trying to get to the Titanic, trying to go down and look in the Titanic.
What is the number?
Dave, since you're looking for a number,
I might be wrong, but I think the number is 0.
Since you're looking for a number, I will guess between 0 and 12,000. So what does the actual number?
That's a terrible guess.
What is the number? That's my point.
Saying, are you surprised? Are you surprised that it's 0?
I'm not surprised that it's any number. I don't understand the context.
Bro, he's not gonna. He's not gonna talk to you like a real person. Like he's not even gonna give. Listen. He won't.
It's a setup for next question.
He won't even see things from your perspective.
Ignore your
for an hour.
So eggshells.
I'm getting to my point though.
It sounds like eggshells.
I've never heard a conversation
during a pre-launch test.
Yeah, pre-launch test. Gus Grissom. Yeah, Why would you put pure oxygen in a test flight? Is that what they? Is that what they took to the moon? Did they take? Did they fill their capsule with pure oxygen? Eggshell.
Oh, no. Before, but I don't quite get it.
Or did he hang a lemon? Did he hang a lemon on the? Did you see him hang the lemon on that? On the module?
Eggshells. This is how you don't win, eggshells. You don't give them something to grasp at.
I'm not looking for a win. I just want to ask a follow-up question.
Wait, hold on.
It's just food for thought, real quick, and I'll be done.
He's intentionally. Look, this guy's not. He's intentionally. This guy's intentionally not giving an inch. Talking about. In other words, he won't relate. He won't even try to relate with you. I've been listening for like an hour. I had to join. Yeah, this dude won't even try to even fucking be a man and just relate to you on
a man. I have a $1,000 offer on the table right now.
I'm entertaining his questions. He's entertaining mine. I'm not worried about whether he's being honest or not honest.
Y'all have not reached. Listen, I've never heard a conversation going for an hour without one single common ground being reached. It's.
Right.
I mean, I never.
Well, I'm getting there though.
Dave and I have agreed on a half a dozen things in the past hour.
I think that this is the common ground. This is the offer of the common ground. Okay, now, so if we get to that point you're talking about in the future where there's just regular humans buying tickets to go into space, right?
Sure.
What do you think? Like, okay, so like say like 7 people go up and they're just regular civilians and they paid their ticket and then they blow up and they die, right? Mm-hmm. Would that kill the industry, or do you think they would just try to say, well, it's just that was just a little mistake? Do you think that there'd be many people going after that?
How in the living F would I? Okay. Thank you for using that S word. Say it one more time.
That's what we're doing, speculating.
Oh, right? Okay. We're not being real. Okay.
Well, how would you? Like, I'm not saying. How would you know that? How would I expect that you would know?
Exactly.
That?
Now you're getting. Now we're okay.
I'm just getting it. I mean, you weren't asking me to speculate about if I could go to space.
No. I did, but there are arguments.
Conversations about speculating.
No. Of course it is, but I'm hearing some arguments from the peanut gallery about being disingenuous. Anyway, since we're speculating. Would it destroy the entire industry? No, that's the cost of human advancement, human ingenuity.
That's so you think people would be like okay with like, okay, so these people went and they paid all this money and they blew up, but I'm still gonna go up.
Oh yeah. Do airplanes still crash?
Yeah, shit happens.
Not very many.
Does quantifying the number matter?
Yeah, it does, because the ratio of people that fly. Like, think about it. Like, say you have 40 people go up to space, right? And 7 of them die. That's a pretty high percentage out of 40.
Okay.
Right? Now, there's millions of people that fly every year. And if one plane crashes, it's not that high a percentage. So it's not the same thing.
Dave, in the early days of commercial airplanes, did more planes crash than they do now? Yes. Come on, man.
Let's be honest right now. Hold on. As it stands right now, check this out. As it stands right now, the safest mode of travel is the moon landing. No, it's the moon landing. And second would be airplanes, and then driving.
There you go. That's my point. That's my point.
Because safety of safeness of travel is usually measured in deaths per mile, and I think you're kind of cheating when in a space program the deadliest miles are before you get started, and up to like a minute after launch. And once you've survived that, you've pretty much survived the rest of it. You get to travel 1 million kilometers in the meantime.
Okay, let me just round out my point though. Let me just round out my point though. When I first asked you how many men died in their first attempts to go to the moon, right? You didn't know, first of all, but then you might have guessed like a few dozen or something like that.
Right,
so we would all
right. He guessed from 0 to 12,000, dude. That's what I meant.
Yeah.
Dude, anything he says is going to be fucking chicken shit.
But the point is that we would all assume that that defeat was so miraculous that there must have been some failed attempts where they got up there, they couldn't find their way, they floated off into space, they never got there because they didn't really have the, they had a speak and spell RAM on the computer, and they couldn't do the whatever, the orbit around the moon. The guy never picked them back up, and they were stranded there, and they died of starvation. There's all these things that you could imagine might go wrong.
Okay.
But nothing went wrong, right? It was perfect.
Okay.
The first and only time.
Every single time, except that one time, it got a little scary. They let us think it got a little scary.
Yeah, they didn't never make it, and they made a movie about it. But they came back safe and sound still, right? So attempts to go to the moon, 0 deaths.
No,
I don't know about that.
I've just posted
Really?
In the
Except for the guy they killed that hung a lemon on it.
over talking me.
Ooh, Eggshell's getting mad. Go ahead.
I know, he's triggered.
Fuck, man. I've posted an image in the chat. I've tried to say this about 6 times now, where apparently on one of the moon landings they put a memorial to the fallen astronaut where they have a list of names of people who've died in the space.
Oh, Eggshell's doing
right?
actual research. You're better than me, Eggshells. You're better than me. I don't even do that.
I would love to hear those guys'
Look in the
stories.
text chat, Dave. Text chat,
Dave. Ed White, Gus Grissom, and what you call it, man.
Dave, it's in
They've
the text.
they've thought of my thing, and they've made up some stories. Maybe, who knows?
And guess what? The guy who's doing the hold on. I wonder if they
listen to this motherfucker though. He's sitting there talking about how he doesn't take shit seriously. You hear him repetitively not paying attention. Chronic, I've heard you plenty of times before talk about how this is just entertainment to you. I mean, it's hilarious how much respect you expect in this environment.
Harry.
Hilarious, bro.
Real quick, though,
Harry.
The three astronauts who died during the program. That's the ones with the memorial. But look, I wonder if they put the guy who was doing. Hold on. I'm talking about the 3 people during the lunar program that acknowledged died. Okay, they had a fucking representative from our federal government to do the investigation. I wonder if they put a memorial for him because he died he got hit by a fucking train. Him and his family. On fucking a NASA train at that on
Harry,
NASA ground. He got hit by a train and they never found the fucking report. It was about fucking a page as thick as a fucking dictionary.
Harry,
they never found it.
I got a quick question. Eggshells.
You don't care.
Does it make so after doing the actual research yourself, looking it up, posting the evidence, the articles, the links? Is it depressing? Is it depressing at all? Is it let me finish my.
Wait, you're skipping over? Where do you think that report went?
I have no idea. Brian. But
you don't care either. You don't care. Why would you care?
When someone Eggshells, when
because he was doing an investigation on Ed. He was doing an investigation on Ed White.
Did the pizza delivery guys get a memorial too if they trip over on the way down the stairs?
No, dude. If they get hit by a fucking, if they're
at the Pentagon, is it
calm down, dude. Calm down, bro.
Sometimes write a chit of paper they wrote a CIA agent's name on it. Now they get a memorial. It's a dumb question.
Calm down, bro. Calm down. Listen, he got hit by a train while investigating. Okay, or after the investigation, right before he turns it in, he gets hit by a train at Canaveral. A fucking train, a NASA fucking train, bro. And I'm just asking, does anybody know what happened to, want to take a gander what happened to the report? Because listen, in that report, he's wondering like, why did they fucking simulate? Why were they doing a simulation with pure oxygen? Why would they even do that?
Anyone else notice?
Pure oxygen in the train or where?
Anyway, he was investigating NASA. He dies on their fucking site, gets hit by a train, their train.
Oxygen though. Train story.
That's how Gus Grissom died. Gus Grissom and Ed White.
So a different guy died in a different event that involved pure oxygen.
No, he was investigating it, bro.
He died in a train crash.
You're getting all loud, and you obviously don't know nothing about this. Let me explain it real quick. Give you the short version, okay? Ed fucking White and Gus Grissom and the third guy. Listen, they fucking Gus Grissom was speaking publicly, and he fucking said out loud during public that how are we gonna go to the moon when we can't even communicate between two buildings? And then he hangs a lemon, okay, during a press release. He hangs a lemon from a coat hanger on the fucking lunar rover, okay. So the next so they're doing a fucking routine fucking thing, except they put pure oxygen in the capsule. And they fried. I mean, you could hear it. He's like, it's hot, it's hot. I mean, they lasted a few seconds, man. Even with their suits, they fried. And
Brian, you know what's crazy?
Here's the whole point. They sent a guy to investigate, to do an investigation to see if there was funny business, because Gus Grissom's wife is still fucking was trying to sue and shit, man. She knew it. They killed him because they already tried to drown him one time. His fucking the damn fucking the hatch wouldn't fucking open when they were doing a drop test and shit. But so he spoke out on that. He was voicey, man, and he was an honest man. He was an honest man. His wife, and here's the whole point: is they send a man to do an investigation. That guy winds up dead, hit by a fucking train, and where's the report?
That was the short version he claimed. Oh my god!
Is it possible? This is a short question. Is it possible for somebody to die while doing something and that death not be related to the thing they're doing?
No, it's not. Not if you're killed by not if you're killed by the fucking people you're investigating, and then your whole investigation typed up and fucking and ready to be turned in comes up missing.
Practice skepticism.
Bro, let me say this again. If the people you're investigating,
Brian, we've heard you.
I'm gonna do because you didn't hear me, bro. You did not hear me.
We've heard it.
Bro, you're fucking. You'd cry, dude. You defend NASA with your fucking life. What if it was your family member? What if it was your mom or dad or your son who was investigating NASA, doing an investigation, and then died,
But she was like a little babushka doll.
Hold on, dude.
What if it killed my dog?
How do you stall on a fucking train track and not get out, dude? How can a grown man? How can a grown fucking man stall on a train track and not get out of the fucking car? You talking about fucking skeptic? If you die investigating the fucking people and that's where you die, and then the fucking investigation comes up missing, it doesn't take fucking. It's not rocket science, bro. It's obvious common fucking sense, bro, which you're lacking. I'm sorry.
What is it possible to be doing something?
No.
And you say no.
No, if they had the report, no, it's not possible for a grown man to let his family die because his car broke down on a fucking train track.
Do you think ever in the history of the universe,
never,
a criminal investigator has been investigating a gang and then happens?
What are you talking about, a gang? Whoa! Why are you talking about gangs, bro?
By that gang without it actually being related to their investigation.
So now NASA's a gang?
Brian, come down to his level a little bit.
If you're worried about people not answering questions and not engaging reasonably in conversation,
dude, he's freaking out, bro.
Yourself and interrupting like you are right now.
But Brian, he's asking
other people to demonstrate.
He's trying to ask you a logical question, Brian.
I know, but
you're picking up. But you're picking up
NASA to a gang, bro. I mean,
but again,
listen. Until he admits, dude, he's getting so upset. Listen, he's getting so upset. He doesn't know if I'm related to the motherfucker who fucking died investigating him. He don't know any of that, dude. He doesn't care that the motherfucker died by a fucking train. Him and his wife and one of his children. Only one of the kids survived. You don't stall on a fucking train track, bro, and fucking let your family die. And I'm gonna say no, it's never fucking happened. A man in his right mind. A man in his
list and then photocopy that list like 400 times, and then I'll get the.
Yeah, you defend them with your life, pal. Defend them with your life. It upsets you, fucking dude. When they're convicted of foul play, dude, you're fucking. Dude, you're so upset. It's fucking not even funny, bro. You're fucking screaming hot. When do you get screaming mad, bro? You don't want us fucking breaking open the truth.
Guys, let's tone it down a little.
Yeah.
Let's let each other finish each other's statements. Come on, I mean,
Harry, the one.
Dude, there's no way for it not to get emotional when we're.
I understand.
When we're accusing NASA of something, Eggshell's gonna freak out every time, dude.
I understand, but it's hard for if there is an audience. It's hard for anyone to know what anyone's saying. If
I want to ask a quick question, Eggshells. The links in the evidence that you sent when that was requested of you earlier. Correct me if I heard wrong, but was the first response to what you sent that it could be made up, unquote?
Well, there's only 3 men that have died past the Kármán line. There was no men that ever died trying to land on the moon, ever.
Dave, do you understand how that sounds from our side? Your only response, your only response is could be made up.
Bro, nobody died going to the moon. Nobody died going to the moon.
Nobody ever died going to the moon.
Jesus Christ. Eggshells has actually done the work and given you links.
Right, I've got the links. I'm looking at them. I'm studying them.
They show
and there's only three cosmonauts, no Americans. There's only 3 people that they claim have ever died past the Kármán line.
So look. So he's providing you direct contradiction, contrast to what you're saying. But
no, there's never been a man that's died trying to land on the moon.
Let him recite it then. Let him recite it. Let him recite which Apollo mission.
It wasn't
which Apollo mission. Which Apollo mission did people die on? Please?
It wasn't an Apollo mission.
Here's where you're, but Dave, here's you're repeating what's unnecessary. Here's where it doesn't matter.
Oh, when I said it might be fake, that was not only to trigger you, but also my initial speculation, because I do not believe people can go to space.
Okay, that's fine. Anyone can believe whatever. I think the point that you're missing, though, maybe I'm missing the point. I could easily be missing the point. I probably am. But the point that I think you're missing, the point that I think you're missing is that Eggshells actually did the work to show a result that is in contrast with what you say, and your only response was could be made up, bro. You gotta give something a little better than that.
Right, but the thing is I don't think people can go to space, so it would have to be made up, right?
So then why even make the argument?
But I wasn't making an argument. I asked you how many men died going to the moon.
The whole point is you can bring up anybody. You can put Mad Mike Hughes.
And the number was 0.
He could claim Mad Mike Hughes was trying to go to the moon and put him in. The point is nobody died on the way to the fucking moon during the Apollo missions. Nobody died. Nobody got hurt. On the way to the moon.
And they had a perfect
fucking. They had a fucking damn near 100% success rate, right?
Okay.
Oh my God.
If I found you something else that 7 people had managed to successfully do that was very difficult, but 7 people had done it without any of them dying, would that imply to you that thing wasn't real?
That wasn't even the point. That wasn't even the point.
What is it? So
you're missing the point altogether. The point was we all assumed that there'd be several attempts and several mishaps.
Why?
There'd be so many mishaps because the feat is miraculous. To use analog spacecraft equipment and not have anything more than the RAM of a speak and spell to work with to get to the moon.
Subjective.
Right? And going there on theory.
Wait a minute, why is that subjective?
It's theoretical.
That's what they claim, right?
What would they have aside from analog instruments?
Well, no, I'm saying it's an amazing, we all have to agree, it's an amazing feat, right?
Subjective.
Yeah, I don't think anybody should.
Dude, just look at the footage, bro. Anybody who looks at that footage and thinks that's real is a moron, bro.
It'd be like the most incredible thing ever done.
All right, for the purpose, continue.
You don't think that
no, go ahead.
Even now, that would be an incredible feat. Even today's technology or whatever else, if that actually happened,
Eggshells asked
my mind would be blown that it could happen, right?
Okay,
and then my mind would be blown beyond that, and we all have to agree that it would seem that there'd be so many attempts at that happening that there'd be several men at least that have died with all of the mishaps that could have happened, right? Like think of all the little things that could have gone wrong. Like can you name all the little things? Like name just off the top of your head, 5 things that could have made it
I'll give a name. I'll give a name. Richard Nixon. Richard Nixon and these fucking clowns fucking put together a fucking clown show and show the public and fucking, you know, if they did go to the moon, if it's a ball or a rock, whatever, that ain't it, okay? The Nixon puts together a clown show and show, dude, that's a fucking insult to anybody's intelligence who fucking looks at it with open eyes.
Okay, I'm sorry for being so upset.
Right, but you know what? The way it was done was it.
New perspective?
Okay, wait. Let me just make my point real quick before I answer that. The reason I asked that question is it made me. This was in a television show that I happened to be watching. It was called it was a show, the OA. Have you ever seen that show before? Anyway, it was kind of a random thing where the guy where the guy that they're going after, the guy that's going after the main dude at the end, which is totally not important, but the guy catches up to him and he's got like lawyers to back up his defense, so he's not worried about being caught whatsoever, even though he's like red-handed or whatever, right? But he starts to go into this little spiel to the guy, and he asks the guy, I don't know why I remember it, but he's Mr. Washington, how many men were killed in attempting to land a man on the moon? And Mr. Washington doesn't answer. He just says, that's not the point, right? But the whole subterfuge, again, to use that word, of the reason that it was brought up and why it's so interesting is that you would assume there'd be many men, right, that might have died because of the feat being so miraculous, right? But it was done perfectly. And there's so many things that we could all list that just the tiniest bit of this going that way or this way would have cost those men that were successful at it, you know, their lives very easily. We could all agree, right? Just one little thing might have gone wrong. It had to be perfect, or it wouldn't have happened, right? And then 7 times or 6 times, or however many times they say they did it, there was no deaths, right? It's a perfect record of people going to the moon and coming back, which is amazing. I'm not saying it's not true. It's not saying no, it's not the point. I'm not even gotten to my point yet. I'm sorry, but let me get to my point.
Off, fuck, man. Let a motherfucker finish his fucking shit, man.
Eggshells. It's not about how many men. It's not about how many men died, because the point the guy makes is that it changed the world. Right? It changed the way everyone saw everything. And the way I see it is that they did it in the way they did it to tip their hat to the intelligent man that can see that it's fake and not have to believe it, and let the common man go ahead and believe it because that's what they needed. And the success of landing on the moon wasn't actually going there. It was making everyone think they went there.
Bro, you gotta have common sense to see that, to be able to recognize that. You have to have common sense and ability. And that's what a lot of flat earthers or globe skeptics have, man. They have fucking, you know, we're investigative types, man. We see through bullshit. You know, poker players, fucking, you know, fucking detectives, shit like that, man. That's the skill. We obtained it. And we think everybody should see through the bullshit, dude, Burr, but the fact of the matter is they just don't.
Yeah, we're just too stupid.
You have displayed your stupidity.
All right, Don. Wait, you got money waiting for you, brother.
You sound like a fucking idiot.
If that'll be okay.
Me, W, U, L. Go ahead, actually.
You're wrong, and you want to give away money for it, and you want people to waste hundreds of hours of time. What a fucking idiot.
Don, did you not hear writing? Come on, man. Go, Harry.
Writing's on tilt, man. Back off. Writing's on tilt. Writing's on tilt, dude.
Come on, Brian, please.
Children. Brian, you're not able. You're getting triggered.
I'm laughing, bro. You're on tilt, bro. You fucking defending NASA, man. You're on full tilt, but I'll shut up.
I'm just challenging the things you're saying, and you don't have good answers to them. So
funny
I have a question for new perspective.
I'm being
quiet. The question
is,
what are you basing the number of people that should have died on? What is your usually? What do you call it? A p-value or something? You were talking about it the other day, the probability matrix, right, Chronic? Which you need. You need to start with known events. So what are those known events you start with that you say here's
5%
for determining for determining how many people should die on a new venture.
I say about 5% should have made it. They should have had about a 5% success rate. You compare it to the San Andreas Fault, or the compare it to the Marianas Trench or whatever at the bottom of the ocean.
You go arbitrary value out of
you might die, dude.
So where's the 5% come from? Because I don't.
It's
people have died.
Because you're gonna have a lot of people fail if it's something you've never done and it's something that's fucking, that crazy. Okay, and everybody knows they're risking their life. Everybody knows going into a fucking differential pressure like that and riding on a rocket, all this shit is some people are probably going to die,
How many people are going down the Mariana Trench?
I don't know. I'm just comparing it to that. I don't think nobody's been down there because they can't.
So as an important question, if that number's 0, what does that mean?
You don't think anybody's died trying to go to the Mariana Trench?
No. Listen to the question. If that number's 0, what does that mean?
Then nobody's tried it.
Oh.
Right. So anything people try that's difficult, they die.
No.
So you better contact the Wright brothers.
He's on fucking tilt, bro. Anything anybody tries and they don't do it, they die. He's comparing NASA to a gang.
People die when they do new things. How do we know this? I don't know. Brian made it up.
Let's see. Riding on a rocket. That's let's say it's a 90%. Let's see. What was their success rate in the rockets that they even launched without people on them? Must be I don't know. Let's say 85, 95. Bro, you're talking about riding on a rocket. Wouldn't you call that dangerous? Slow down. Wouldn't you call that dangerous?
I wouldn't put a percentage on it.
See, this is what I'm saying. See, this man won't even admit that riding on a rocket is dangerous. He's a fucking coward.
All the rockets blow up here on Earth.
Dude, I gotta go, man. We're talking to fucking cowards, bro. I gotta go. This is stupid.
All right, run away, Brian.
You won't even admit that riding on a rocket is dangerous, dude.
Brian, run away, Brian. Yeah.
Run away.
Blow up on Earth, but all the space rockets made it.
Eggshells. I'll give you an honest answer. Eggshells that he wouldn't give you. 5% is an arbitrary, random value he just randomly came up with at the top of his head. And he demonstrated that.
It was sarcastic, bro. Do you know what sarcasm is? This is what I meant by people who detect bullshit. You can't even detect
disingenuous, Chronic.
Bro, he can't even detect sarcasm. What my point was is he's comparing shit that doesn't make sense. The reason I brought up the Marianas Trench is because it's something that's fucking dangerous, and I don't think anybody's done it. I might be wrong, okay? But I don't think anybody's been to the bottom of the Marianas Trench, okay? What I did is brought that up. Then I asked him, is riding on a rocket dangerous, okay? He wouldn't fucking he won't even admit that riding on a rocket's dangerous.
Yes,
He's like, I
wouldn't
say it's dangerous.
You hear how you do that? Might be wrong. You hear how it's done?
I think riding on a rocket is dangerous. If you weren't like having a conniption and nearly having a heart attack from shouting all the time, you would have heard me say that.
Bro, you're on full-blown tilt, bro. You're talking about me, dude.
Is probably quite dangerous. I wouldn't give it an arbitrary value of 5% of those people must die, otherwise it's fake, because that sounds fucking stupid. Unless I had a good heuristic for going.
I was being sarcastic, and I said,
and 4.5% of rockets explode on the launch.
It was an opinion. It was an opinion question, bro.
Actually crunched some stats and then went, here's why I came up with 5%. Then it would be meaningful.
All right,
but going
calm down.
It's fake.
No, he asked me for an opinion, bro.
You've got no idea where that percent comes from.
Go back and listen to the question. You asked for an opinion. Like, what would you expect? That was the question. What would you expect the percentage to be? You weren't even asking me, bro. I just cut in. You were asking him. You said, what would you expect the percentage to be? Okay, so whatever I say, it's a fucking opinion, bro. So, so calm down, bro. You're telling me you're on full-blown tilt, bro, defending NASA and telling me,
Sorry, I'm sorry that your my frustration makes you shout. But it's an important question. If you go, this is ridiculous because X should have happened, you need to, I think, back up why X is a meaningful number.
Okay, and I'll say this. I'll back it up. Okay.
How many launch pad failures there are, and stack a few of those together, and you should be fine. Like, it doesn't seem.
I'll back it up. I'll back it up with this. Riding on a rocket would be dangerous. Okay, now.
Nobody disagrees with that.
Now, what you need to do is quit getting so emotional defending NASA, man. That's your. You never get on, dude. You never get emotional, bro, unless you're defending NASA. You know that, right?
Can you guys? Okay.
NASA. I'm not even defending
NASA. Writing. Can you at least say it's amazing that no one's ever died going to the moon and coming back?
I mean, yeah, I think that is pretty amazing.
It's amazing, right?
The very low numbers of spaceflight deaths are like really fucking thankful.
Got a bunch of bumbling fucking idiots on wires hopping around.
I just listened back.
I would say unbelievable.
I listened back to the live stream. Eggshells. I just rewinded the live stream on your and Brian's. So you said, all right. This is verbatim. Anyone can go back and listen to it verbatim. I just I typed down the transcript. You said, if the number of people who have gone down to the Marianas Trench, if the number of deaths is 0, what does that mean? Brian's answer.
Response was nothing.
No, Brian's answer.
My answer was then nobody's probably tried it.
Haven't been there.
No,
nobody. My answer was nobody's tried it then.
No, I have the transcript, Brian. You didn't use the P word.
Then he said he could be wrong, dude.
No. Transcript.
Yes, he did.
Go ahead, say it, dude. I don't need. Listen, I'm a humble man. Say whatever it is. Say whatever it is, and I'm gonna say how it was responded to.
Yes. So your answer was, then nobody's done it. DUNNIT.
Right.
Yeah.
So now let me ask you: has anybody been to the bottom of the Marianas Trench? No. Now my turn.
Of course.
A straight question: has anybody been to the bottom of the Marianas Trench?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And that makes me wrong.
All right. You're a man for taking that L. Don would never in his life ever do that.
Fuck you, Chronic. He said even 20 minutes ago he could be wrong. He said he could be wrong, bro. Something you do not know how to do. The only reason I'm heated, bro, because you here trolling, bro. You not fucking honest. You disingenuous. You've admitted plenty of times you hear just for entertainment. People ask you direct questions. You fucking straw man. You do not trust people who are friendly to you. You're not friendly in return. You not at all said, I could be wrong, Don. Fuck you. You talk about a petty fucking $1,000 for people to go work for 100 hours. Fuck you, bro.
You're eating it up so much, man.
No, but you're trolling, and people need to know this. You are trolling, bro.
If you say so, you can have your opinion. You can have your opinion. That's fine.
Bro, when I asked it, look, I just went back and asked. I just went back and watched, and it said it was riding on a rocket dangerous. And he starts off with, well, not if you look at the blah, blah, blah. I'm like, dude, how could you? And then he got interrupted. How could you even start with that? The answer is yes. Riding on a rocket would be dangerous. It's that simple, dude.
Look, I'm really sorry, Brian, if you interrupted the answer and therefore didn't hear it and are now confused at the answer you didn't hear. But I've never said, and I would never say, that riding on a rocket isn't dangerous, because that's a dumb thing. It's attempting to put me in a corner that I'm not in. Your statement was pretty clear that nobody's ever done it, and we found that
it's a simple question, bro.
Has anybody?
Yeah, let's see.
He admitted.
Prove the two people who've been there.
Brian did admit. He did admit he was wrong. So we've established that.
To tie this back to the whole.
So now admit you were wrong that it is. So he just admitted he's wrong, but in a little sideway fucking fashion that he was wrong about. Yes, it's dangerous. It's dangerous riding on a rocket. There's no if, ands, or buts or little or conclusions.
Rocket is not dangerous.
You want me to post? You want me to make a video out of it?
You might need not a video. You might just need to timestamp the live stream.
Yeah. Go back and listen. Just go back and listen, bro. You're like, well, not if the blah, 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 dude. Not if shit.
But
the
Brian,
answer is yes, bro.
Brian, I listened.
You're not humble, bro. You're not humble, because if you were, you'd say fucking flat out, like, yeah, well, I should have said yeah, dude. I should have said yeah, because riding on a rocket is obviously dangerous.
You were wrong about me being wrong, and that means that evidently I need to be humble and admit that you were wrong.
This is hilarious. Yeah.
Funny.
I'm sorry that you aren't able to listen and let people finish their thoughts.
Anyway, things are hard. Things are not impossible. People do hard stuff without dying. These things happen. Like, it's kind of a silly argument, but
you don't think it's crazy that a deep space rocket never blew up, but ones right here on Earth steadily do?
There.
No, that doesn't.
I mean, it makes sense they're going to fail.
Dangerous, but this is the point I made before. The point at which you've got the most explosive, the most moving parts, the issues with the atmosphere and other variables to contend with are at launch. Every other point is incrementally safer. The moment you fire those first rockets and you don't immediately explode, you're a lot safer, which is why you get a lot of deaths right on the launch pad before anybody's gone anywhere. Then as you're going through the staging, as you go up into the atmosphere, there's more and more problems that can occur. Once you're out of the atmosphere, you're not under propulsion anymore until you have to slow down to enter the moon's orbit. So next million miles, you're just a lump of shit.
Boo. You're being logical. Boo for being logical.
Moon.
It's like
land in the moon. Coming back in.
Takeoff and landing.
You can't be logical here, Eggshells. Come on now. A fun conversation needs.
But you still have 3 other places. It's only like 25% of the landing and taking off. You got 75% on the other way. Then you got, farther away, unknown territory. I mean, it's just weird that no people have died out in space. It's pretty weird.
If that territory changed, like if there was sort of, I don't know, like you went up and it suddenly became soupy or suddenly became really acidic or there was an asteroid field to go through, then I would agree.
1/6 gravity.
Yeah, but I mean that doesn't.
Sudden change. Sudden change. 1/6 gravity. Oh,
when does the 1/6 gravity start? Like right, it's slowly ticking up. The tides on the Earth are affected by it. So as that slowly ticks up
at the Lagrange point.
Okay, Don. Okay.
Sudden change.
All right. We're just making them random stuff.
Point on the way to the moon?
No, you don't. You don't.
What's clownery? This is what you guys disrespect. Okay. The Lagrange point is a scientific milestone. It would be a sudden change. You are pulled X percentage from the Earth, and then all of a sudden, boop, it changes the other direction. Like that is something worth evidencing, documenting, observing, like whatever the fuck you can do, bro. And you guys need to respect this shit. You think it's a joke.
Don.
Giant satellite with a telescope in the Lagrange point isn't enough to test it. What would be?
Yeah. Also, what Lagrange point do you pass on your way to the moon? I'm curious.
Who knows? The one to the moon with the solar Parker probe.
I know.
You have them with your solar Parker probe, and you didn't want to fucking show that one. You got the L1 and the L2, and you just put a number on it, act like it's a thing, but it's just a story. That's all it is. A story.
All right. We're in conspiracy hour, I guess. Yeah.
I don't think you could have I don't fully understand it, but I don't think you could have a Lagrange point between the Earth and the moon at any point because the moon is orbiting around the Earth, so it's going to be changing the gravitational potential or the
you cannot
all the way.
Yes, you cannot. Mathematically,
when the sudden change from you being sucked to the moon to you being sucked to the Earth, how about that sudden fucking change? Okay.
Again,
but the sudden change of a Lagrange point, like to me, they look like lines on a topographic map, right? And the lines get like further apart, and then it's like you're on a kind of plateau. It's not like you're sort of going up a cliff and then suddenly it's flat. It's just a bit of like gravitational equipotential or something, I guess you'd probably call it, where you're getting pulled in all different directions at the same time, so you kind of sit there for a bit.
Yeah, well, they know the moon landing had to be real because they were able to make a computer simulation and simulate the whole thing. So that's how logically a scientist would know that it had to be real.
Yeah, it could be.
No, not could be.
Could be, would
be.
If
you listen to the NASA TED Talk, they'll tell you that's how they know it has to be real because they're geniuses and they know how to use the English language and confidence levels honestly.
Could be, would
fucking be. Clowns.
Yes, anything could be real. Yes.
Yeah. No, they know it's real because they made a simulation. Now they know it's the proof that it happened because they made a simulation. Go ahead and watch the fucking talk. Go ahead and watch. Your side, your fucking team. Clowns. Don't know how to put 2 slices of pizza in their hand and fucking serve 2 slices of pizza at once. Fucking yeah, that's the team you want to be on, bro.
I like pizza.
You got listening problems, man. I'm telling you. You can keep trolling, or you could just take the friendly advice.
I'll keep my money where my mouth is, but whether you call it trolling or not, it's sitting there.
Chronic, you just owe me $1,000. Period. Not bet me if it happened in life. Not if I go find it. Bet me if it happened, you gonna give me $1,000. What happened was I specifically, when this shit opened, told your ass sideways, horizontal, horizon, space, land as the craft is falling. You just casually said it's gonna be there. Wasn't there. Brought it back up when it happened. You acted like that. What I said in the beginning, you was cool. I don't remember. Oh no, this is what I'm showing. No, look, this parachute thingy. You're a fucking clown. You want to keep owing me? You're a clown. You're a fucking dishonest clown, or you're an idiot clown. Either way, you're a fucking clown.
The challenge sits. Attack my character, call me clown, call me liar. I forget this, I forgot that.
It's tried to tell you nicely hundreds of times, Chronic. 100 times. You still acting like you don't remember this. Why do you think I'm emotional about it? You think this is fake right now? Dude,
what? I remember.
You should be able to read the situation enough to know my confidence level is precisely placed, and you are the mistaken one here.
Huh, that's weird. Your confidence level is that high, yet you have zero evidence and you don't want to claim.
I have all the evidence. I lived through it, genius. You're a fucking stoner, bro. You're a stoner.
Claim the money then.
See, that's what I'm saying. I could casually go, Chronic, I'll bet you $1 million if you're wrong. That's a fucking poser. I'm giving you real shit right now. I'm specifically saying the specific lines we said to each other, specifically going over all the checkpoints beforehand, all the prerequisites. We know this is going to be everything, giving you everything, and you still act like you don't believe it. You're a clown.
The conversation obviously happened. What you're claiming I said is what the challenge is. Whether you take it or leave it, that's your choice. You can attack me all you want, but the money's there, man. Just take it or leave it. If you don't want to take the time, however strongly you believe whatever I said exists in recording somewhere, whatever. If you simply are just too lazy or don't want to go find it, that's fine. That doesn't mean you lose. That just means that you don't win the challenge. You don't claim the money, and that's all. Of course we had the conversation. I would never in my life ever say that it's guaranteed you're going to get a sideways camera horizontal view on a rover parachuting to Mars. You know me. Why ever would I say or claim that? Like, we got to be realistic here. But the challenge is there. Anyways, I'm still confused. I'm still trying to understand the thing about something being dangerous and undertaking a dangerous thing like the invention of the airplane. Am I not connecting, or is the other side not connecting? Way more people died in the early years of the airplane. It was an extremely dangerous vehicle, extremely dangerous thing to do. Yeah, and I would guess, now again, I'm not claiming this is truth. I'm an anti Dunning-Kruger, but I would assume that the safety standards, the standards of protocols on testing, flight testing, unmanned flight testing before you put a human life in danger, like I would assume all of those levels of standards were way lower than they are today. That's an assumption. But if that is a correct assumption, then that lends credibility to my argument. There's so many different factors that I just.
It's one of these. I mean, I remember first reading it and thinking that's ridiculous, and then keep on bumping into it, which is a conspiracy belief that is mutually exclusive yet still held. Like Gus Grissom died and this other dude was murdered to keep it secret is utterly incompatible with nobody died.
Yeah, I mean that's just
They
crazy.
need to move the goalpost to be like, oh, he didn't die specifically on the moon.
I mean, Brian's answer about the I had to go on deafen just because it was so it burned my brain cells hearing him say that someone who's doing an activity can die of for a reason, yeah, for an unrelated reason to that activity. He said that's impossible.
He was trying
even
to
Don knows. Even Don knows.
He was but he was trying to be extreme case specific, and then with the Mirage French connection. I give you that. Look, I didn't mean to run away. My shit froze up a second ago, but he did give you in the middle of that. Look, he gave you though. He could be wrong in that shit, Chronic. Right?
Sure,
now,
but
the impasse you are having, Chronic, please, real quick, bro. This impasse that me and you are having, bro. You're in the middle of acknowledging the conversation, but then saying how you wouldn't agree to the one thing. We gotta resolve it. You know that we should not be.
Don, look, before you ran away, I'm just kidding. You didn't run away. Before your your stuff froze or whatever, I gave you, and as I've been giving you, I acknowledged that the conversation happened.
Okay, I heard all that. I just couldn't respond. I heard it all.
I remember we had the conversation.
Right, but here's the deal.
You know me well enough.
And I've acknowledged that you wouldn't admit it, bro. Here's what you need to listen.
I wouldn't even ever entertain that.
Listen, please. This is what was happening, Chronic. I was trying to tell you what I wanted and what I knew wouldn't be there and say it would be the same repetitive, right? You were trying to tell me that there's going to be evidence there.
False.
Right? You confidently were saying, look, there's going to be the evidence.
Actually, true.
Right. And I was saying there's not going to be this specific evidence, right? And you were laughing me off. Like, of course there's not going to be, right? Sure. But you're telling me, but you were like, what I'm trying to say is you were trying to appease me by like, just trust me, Don, just trust me. It's going to be there. But when you said it, you meant what your version of it was. Then the next week later, Chronic, what happened was it was like you got amnesia and you presented your normal the parachute thing. And I was like, or I kind of actually came in bringing it up. And then you're like, no, look, the parachute thing right there, Don. I said, no, Chronic, remember, I wanted to see the horizontal. And you played like you didn't remember at all that I said that shit the week before.
Sure. Okay, I disagree. You claim whatever you want to claim. If you can find it and prove me wrong, that's fine. Okay, we have to, the only way to get past this impasse
you can trust this. This sounds way more reasonable.
Just listen. We're going to agree to disagree. I did not claim that and then claim amnesia. If you want to find that and prove me wrong, you're happy to. We had the conversation.
You're talking to three people. You're talking to Scott Beach. I'm low priority on your shit. You were just like blibbity blibbity bloop. We're gonna have the parachute.
Sure. Don, that you're talking about.
I'm not gonna claim that you said that they're gonna have the horizontal. I'm
exactly because I didn't.
You never did, dude. I get it, but you were not paying fucking attention.
Okay. I hand waved you away. Sure. I hand waved you away and wasn't paying attention. When after the evidence was released, I came back and I backed up my from that original conversation. You keep saying the
Yeah,
and the but let me finish.
Sure.
The was simply evidence of any kind. Period. Okay,
dude, and I'm not. Of course, and we knew that it was gonna be there beforehand. This is what's killing me. Is I know that you was gonna bring
go
that, no. Okay, yeah, Chronic. Here's what's killing me. The main point is that you claiming that I move goalposts. That's the number one thing killing me, bro. That's what the whole topic is on.
Don, you move goalposts 80 times a day.
You're on crack.
You mad, bro? You could tell I'm trolling, obviously. So
none of that. You have no evidence of moving the motherfucker. Even this, I'm getting more specific. Like we're clarifying. We're being specific. It ain't no moving the fucking goalpost, bro. This is what kills me. You think that there's a goal in y'all's mind. Y'all don't have no fucking goal of I hit the checkpoint 80 out of 100 points. I believe it now. You should constantly be in a state of semi-believing everything. It's the more healthy way to be.
Sure, if that's your opinion, sure, you say whatever you want to say. Your shit. Speak your shit, Don.
How can a person with a philosophy like that be moving goalposts?
Don, now here again.
Put some logic behind this.
Listen, try to see my smile when I'm saying this. You move the goalpost 150 times every day on Discord.
Now it's 150.
So maybe you're starting to understand.
Hilarious.
Now you might be understanding. I'm only partially trolling, okay? I'm only partially trolling. So we're never gonna come to an agreement unless you find the proof, and then I pay you money. But I don't suspect
you are too mainstream, dude. Like you're too, too mainstream. It's like
I'm on Flat Earth Discords, but I'm too mainstream. Come on,
dude. Dude, people ask you direct questions, and you be putting in these whole straw man conclusions. Like it's crazy, bro. It's crazy.
However much you think I straw man, anyone could straw man me 10 times harder, and I'd brush it off my shoulder like I don't even care.
How corny do you think it is that they have a camera? Okay, that's that. Oh, but it can track the parachute and take some pictures. But you have a camera, but you don't want a better one. You don't want more. You got it. It doesn't really do anything.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, but then a person wants some more cameras that might not do that much, and you hate, and it's so ridiculous.
No, I mean, it does a lot of things. It does a lot of things.
Come on.
But Don, it doesn't matter enough to me to raise concern or raise my voice about. I'm satisfied with all of the data, all of the evidence, all of the video, images, helicopter, literal drone flying on Mars. Yeah, you laugh and you get your eyeballs just bulge out of your head in anger because it's not good enough. It's not good enough for you. But for me, I'm perfect. I'm satisfied. I got my hands behind my head. I'm relaxed back. This is more than enough.
Are you ready to get back like Chris Rock, bro, with your hands behind your back?
Behind my head, behind my head, like in a relaxing pose, you know.
Dude, you don't have kids or nothing?
Of course not, man.
Riding, you got kids?
I'm like half your age, Don. You old fucking boomer.
None that I know.
See, I think there's something about that, man. I see little patterns here, man. You know, I see little patterns.
Come up with a new thing. People without kids are stupid. Yeah, that's a new one.
You're just different. It's not. Not stupid.
Oh, I learned that in first grade. We're all different from each other. Okay.
It's like you got this innocence going on. I don't even know, bro. You just believe.
All right. What do you want on the?
Were you not a bad kid?
Don. Of course I was. I stayed out past curfew. Anyway, what do you want? Give me your list. Maybe in DM whenever. Take your time. Send me a DM. Give me your list. Give me your list of requests for the next Mars rover and what you want to see.
Mo cameras. Do you think that the rover could look up at the sky and like and we could see the same like comet, same shooters? We could see that. Like, why is it look like?
This might already. This might already exist. Nope. So Don, can you
sell me, bro? Sell me.
All right. So specify a little bit more. You want this is gonna be great. This is gonna be great. So,
all the stuff.
So you want an image or data or anything from the rover that's on the surface of Mars that's showing what a similar part of the sky that is also being looked at from the surface of Earth. Something along those lines, yes or no?
You know how we look. We can like look up and take like amateur video of the sky, and it looks like
so
like cheap cell phone shit.
Before I do any actual work, Don, I need you to take a big ass sledgehammer and hammer these posts of your goalpost into the ground so they're impossible to move. Okay.
See, this is what I don't understand.
You need to hammer them.
Why is there a goal though? I don't get it.
You don't understand the point of. You don't understand. Do you know the moving the goalpost definition, right? Argument, right?
Yeah, but that's on making. Isn't that when you make claims of something?
No. Now my understand my definition of it might be slightly different. Okay, but it is when one party, aka Don, is asking something of another party.
Me. You asked. See, this is what I'm saying. This is your goal, buddy. You're asking me what I want, bro.
Yeah, and then what are you doing in response?
But I'm saying, listen. Just if I have a list of 1,000 things, and you hear only one of the 1,000 things, and then you go, okay, here's one, and I go, okay, here's number 2 and number 3. You don't get to say you're moving the goalpost. That goalpost has been there from the beginning.
No, I agree. I agree with you. I agree.
Thank you.
So you have a checkbox list of things. So each one has a box. Okay, you
cut out, but and writing, you're very low.
As in my morals?
Chronic, you're disco. Yeah, right. No, your volume writing is very quiet, very, very quiet tonight.
People keep telling me that, but I did turn off the adaptive stuff because other people are also saying that it's changing too much. Hang on, I'll turn up the gain. How's that?
The morals is a hard thing. Witsa was in here with the morals, dude. He entertained it, man, a little bit, man. It's kind of interesting.
The morals?
Yeah, the good and evil moral stuff and all this, and I don't know.
I just think that people, a reliable way for me, I think, to spot people doing really immoral shit is they're doing it in the name of morality.
Hey,
Worse stuff. They'll be like, but I have to. This is the only way to keep my family pure. Then I smashed her clitoris off with a rock.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I just don't find people who are like, well, I'm not sure how to behave.
That's why I get
genocide.
Yes, sir. And that's why I get skeptical of even the good aligned religions. Sometimes not that I've judged, but I just want to eliminate my biases. I've always said, I'm like, hey man, they're saying they're good. They're saying be nice and do commandments. How do I know that it's not a spell, that it's not, the more anyway. Yeah.
Plus, have you looked at the commandments? Like I know the one like thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife. And like we all remember those standard ones where you're like, those are good things. Yeah. Forgetting that every religion says them. But like of the 12 commandments, which I think are basically the same as the 10, a chunk of them are just like, I'm the Lord thou God, thou shalt not have any gods before me is number 1. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord of God in vain is number 2. Thou shalt keep the Sabbath holy. That's number 3. Like the first 3 are like, you must like me, but you shouldn't just like me. You're going to like me more than you like anybody else. But when you like me, don't say my name wrong. Like this just doesn't strike me as the behavior of an all-powerful creator. The other ones are pretty good. Coveting the neighbor's wife, covet thy neighbor's goods, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
The first 3 to be, you've got to believe in me.
I understand both points, and I agree. I'm always just sensitive. It's like you hear the stories of the king in the Bible being able to take his neighbor's wife, right? Just say, give me, right? And so it's weird. It's like, oh, there's a double standard here. Kings do this thing that the commandments tell the people not to do. But it's a bad king. Oh, he was bad for doing that. Okay, I get it. You're not going to like it. But maybe that's what motivates people to be kings, and that we need a king. You know what I mean? Like I get this capitalistic view that comes in on. You know what I mean? I'm like,
and also, I also wonder if back then, because like more I'm learning or reading about what they claimed the ancient world was like. My understanding is a lot of kings were basically like deities. Like in the Romans, that many of them would get literally turned into gods after their death. So I wonder if there was almost a sense of like, but the rules are for mortals, not for them. These sort of gods who walk the earth.
A lot of trickery. I see Chronic Reset it, Chronic.
Yeah, my internet must have pooped out or whatever. But not to beat a dead horse. I won't continue it. You guys are on a different conversation. I took a W tonight.
Get the fuck out. No, you tell me how you gonna agree with having a checklist is moving goalposts.
Again, that's the point is that it's ridiculous to claim W's and L's, but I know it gets a rise out of you, so I do it anyway. Oh, the running away thing too. Yeah, my bad. I ran away a few minutes ago, but I gathered the courage to come back.
Well, that's what's important.
Yeah. Anyways, it's a checklist, and me delivering evidence of data and all this stuff to you is checking off one by one the checklist. That's all I was saying, basically. So
yeah, well, stop talking this moving the goalpost fucking bullshit. It's ridiculous.
You move the goalpost. We all do. We all do.
The goalposts are on a different reference frame, so they just keep moving.
It's all relevant. I see.
Got him. Yeah.
Which one's affected by Coriolis?
I was hella mad at him a week after when this shit come out and he did what I'm telling y'all. I was so mad at him. I'm like, how are you just being an airhead? He was like,
you did what I go back and check this.
Yeah.
You need to like get in
your
own private chat, record it, and then go back and check it together and come back.
Don is claiming I did what I did, unsubstantiated.
You just didn't care enough to even pay me. That's all it was, Chronic. You're just like,
I'm sorry I didn't care about you enough in that moment. I'm sorry. I didn't know it was a big enough deal to you. You would hold such a grudge on it. My bad.
Well, the thing is, we could call out the pattern, and it's just like, why are you looking straight up? You remember when the parachute thing with the code on it? That's the newest one, right? And wasn't it looking straight up, like first into the thing that dropped it off?
Honestly, I don't remember. I think what you're talking about is, there was a shield on it, right? Even when that parachute deployed, right?
I guess, but they had camera looking straight up at. I believe there was a craft above it at one point, and then the parachute.
Yeah. From what I remember, there was the first thing that happened was a big parachute. One of the first things. There might have been other smaller things. A big parachute deployed. And when that parachute deployed, that's when the orbiter took those images so that you see the parachute deployed. Like one of the next steps was that the shield on the bottom, because there was like a sandwich shield. There was a shield on top and a shield on bottom, something like this. That bottom shield jettisoned, like they shot it off. And then there was like that sky crane thing. So the crane that lowered the rover had like some cameras on it. I remember a camera looking down, a camera like looking up from the rover at the helicopter crane thing. Yeah, I remember all that stuff.
But so no sideways camera.
Yeah, no sideways. So therefore, it was all fake.
Therefore, it was all fake. Yeah. Oh my god. Oh, therefore, it's so much. It's easier to be fake.
Smile.
I mean, everything that isn't a live stream is fake and tampered with.
Big smiles.
And even most of the live streams too.
Yeah. Anyway, I think they're doing the next one in like 5 years, right? I forget what it's called. Mars 20 something. I forget.
How they did it?
They're taking samples. No, they're doing samples next, Don. There's a.
You mean bringing them back, right?
Yeah, bringing them. Yeah, there's like a scooper on the next rover. It's gonna scoop samples into vials, like cylindrical,
Uh,
tubes. Yeah, and then there's gonna be.
Think we're getting them back? You think we're getting them back from Mars?
That's the plan.
Get the fuck out of
here. And that's super difficult because you've got to get all the way to a planet, not that similar to Earth, but like that has an atmosphere and a fairly big gravitational pull with staging, like whatever they needed the first time to send it there, that much rocket fuel and boosters and everything on top of 10 times that much rocket fuel and boosters to send it back. I get, okay, so sending a tiny little one back.
Yeah, it's called the Mars Sample Return Mission. Yeah.
That's why they need to bring samples to Mars, like Fighter Data was talking about. Bring the water, bring the fire, bring a plant. Let's plant a seed on Mars. Okay. What I don't know what the problem is.
There's no nutrients in the soil. I'm pretty sure. Like it's
and the atmosphere is all fucked up.
Get irradiated and
you know what the beautiful part is, Don. The beautiful part is you can propose whatever you want. Now, if people think it's a good enough idea, it might get some traction. You're just saying,
can I get you guys to support? If we find the water on Mars, we could get the water plant. It doesn't need a lot of nutrients.
Okay? I don't know.
Where do you get the oxygen and the carbon dioxide?
I'm gonna need a 10-page proposal, a budget that's appropriated for each of the different, sections of the mission. I'll need, some details. You can't just yell from Discord this idea.
Okay, what about the water and the fire then? What about the water and the fire?
That's a silly idea. I mean, terraforming would literally take hundreds of years. Like that's an optimistic thing. I think I remember hearing something where they were like, with the current technology we have and the plans that exist, I think they were saying in the orders of thousands of years, even if you got started today.
It seems reasonable to me.
Because you got a plant, and the plant needs CO2, but CO2 is produced by life. So although we look at plants as if they eat rocks, they don't. They eat the excreta of other living things. So I think you've actually got to start with a basic bacteria or something. But even still, you probably need other competition or something to have them. I don't know.
Some places
water
inside.
How can you have fire there? There's no oxygen to burn and nothing to burn. But
wait a minute. They can burn. I thought that they could and even if not, they could bring a little tank of something.
But what do you do with the little tank of something?
Well, they watch how it disperses in the atmosphere, the fire.
Well, okay, then what do you do with that knowledge? Oh shit!
It's better than playing golf on the moon. I mean, what about the water? What about
Here's a recent development. Whether you believe it or not, Don, come on, just have an open mind. I know you're an open-minded guy.
Pretty much.
An experimental device on the Perseverance rover that is on Mars in 2021, in spring 2021. This device split carbon dioxide molecules that were in the atmosphere into their component parts. So oxygen, right? This created enough breathable oxygen to sustain a person for about 10 minutes.
Wow, that is pretty cool.
That is cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought water was a bigger problem than oxygen.
It probably is. I think this is just a demonstration. I put the link in the chat. This is just a demonstration instrument, basically, like oxygenation instrument.
And is it a
how much carbon dioxide
I think there is subterranean water, isn't there? Sorry, Mailman, you're coming in through kind of muffled for me.
Oh, sorry. Okay, it's better.
Yeah,
much better.
Yeah. So how much carbon dioxide does the atmosphere contain there?
I have no idea. Maybe 12. It says in this article. Yeah, it could be 12. It might be 21 also.
It's sort of same.
Yeah, no units on that.
You just need to pick the units. And it will be correct, provided you get the right units.
Any unit that it's okay.
Yeah.
So it takes in air. What does this thing do? It takes in air.
Not air. It doesn't take in air, so to speak. It appears that it takes in CO2 from the atmosphere.
Only CO2?
There's an abundance of CO2 in the Martian atmosphere.
How does it take in only CO2?
Let's see.
Yeah, let's see about this.
You got me doing research here, Don. God damn.
Yeah, because you're in over your head just a little bit,
There's an inlet. There's an inlet at the top of the instrument. And there are several different valves. One is called the CO exhaust. So that's carbon monoxide that it exhausts, so it doesn't keep it.
Yeah, let's focus on where we're at, which is the intake part.
Well, I'm saying as part of the upper part of the entire upper structure.
Intake though.
Yeah. Okay, was I not clear enough? The intake.
You're talking about exhaust.
Yeah. Okay, the intake takes in all constituent components of the atmosphere.
So, like I said, it sucks in air.
It sucks in the
Martian. You want to say no to that? Does it separate it first or suck in the air altogether? I wasn't trying to make the claim. I was asking a question. But I'm glad we're on the same page.
Well, Okay, let him say airmail, man. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, why can't it be air? What the hell? Atmosphere?
Just be a little more. The Martian atmosphere is what it captures.
Well,
Sure.
what the fuck?
Okay. It captures all everything in the Martian atmosphere that it wants. So that includes everything. Okay.
And then it separates.
There are
CO2.
yes, exactly.
And then it busts the CO2.
There are chambers where what's it called? Electrophotolysis or whatever happens. So it can separate the constituents that make up that atmosphere. The constituents being there's CO monoxide, there's AR and N2, so there's argon, there's nitrogen, there's different elements, and they're being separated at near the top, just after the intake of the instrument. I gave you a link, man. You could learn about this.
Cool. That's cool. Yeah, but the links are, I mean, you scare me, man.
I'm just reading through the link to gain an education on it. It's no different than what you could do. I'm not an authority here. I didn't work on this damn rover. I'm just reading.
You trust it is the point. This is on the rover.
Of course.
Yeah, I think that stuff's probably there.
And then it tells you how many bing bing, and it's got sensors, and we're full, and we did it, and then we're gonna send the signal back. You can send all these signals, all this nonsense, man.
Yep, and it produced enough oxygen, breathable oxygen, for a human to sustain for 10 minutes.
And you don't think everybody in America should get to drive the rover for 5 minutes, remote control?
Of course not. Of course not. Your hands on the control of that rover, it'd be sideways in less than a minute. You'd be trying to do donuts and shit.
We all should get to do a jump with it.
I will be quite interested if space mining takes off in our lifetime to hear about the first lunar murder.
Ooh, that could be a movie. That actually that has been a movie. It's been a movie,
especially if it's a very small team where you're like, look, we kind of want to, put him to court and do all of this stuff, but the next return rocket isn't going for another 6 months, and we still need somebody to drive the dozer. So you just continue working with a murderer for the next couple of months.
Yep. This little instrument can make 10 grams of oxygen per hour. I don't know if that's a lot or a little. I have no idea. Oh, a scaled up version, however, could run nonstop for 26 months before the astronauts arrive. I wonder how much that would.
Oh, that could build them.
Imagine turning up and it's stinky.
At least it's breathable.
What if there's a planet that we can live on, and we'd have to escape Earth, but it stinks like hell? People just keep vomiting.
This reminded me of the question I was asking the other day when Piss Jesus was in here, which is supposing it's true, we were talking about maybe eating poo is the secret to immortality, because he thinks he's immortal because he drinks his own piss.
What?
You haven't met Piss Jesus? Oh, he'll
there's a lot of piss drinkers, but I don't know which one is Piss Jesus.
He's in here every now and then. He's always under a new name. He just
it's that guy who says, "I'm going by the book, sir. Going by the book, sir."
Probably yes. Yeah, I think so. But
he was in jail.
About imagine you were immortal, but it required eating poo, and whether that would be really a good life, or that would just be perpetual horror.
Yeah,
please
it's they're just eating shit. I wonder. It's like the meme with the silica gel. It says don't eat, and then when they eat it, it's like, yeah, you escaped the Matrix. The first one to eat it.
He's the first one to break the bonds. Yeah, the government tells people not to eat silica gel.
Yeah.
The establishment is very clearly against it.
It's the way out of the Matrix. Road to Utopia, silica gel.
Have you read there's a book series about terraforming Mars. Red Mars, Blue Mars, Green Mars. It's a trilogy. Pretty good.
Red, blue, green.
Yeah, red, blue, green. I think it's in that order.
It should be red, blue, and white.
White?
America.
Okay.
No, red, white, and blue. I don't know the order for the. you say it in America.
All right, I'm gonna head off. I'll claim I'm running away to bed now. But
Chronic, I got a question before you go. Just 1 second. I'm making something up in Photoshop for you.
All right, sure.
Real
Take
quick.
your time. Just to make Dawn happy, I'll admit I'm running away. But
the stars are going down, so Chronic's not around.
Sure. All right, this guy's making. What are you making for me in Photoshop? You can't make it in Paint?
Dick pic.
Oh.
Why would I use Paint when I could use Photoshop?
Fair question, I guess. Fair question.
Why would you use
Photoshop? I'm almost done here. Just 2 more minutes. Just got to email it to myself.
All right.
Is it the landing site?
To say that you're gonna email it to yourself.
reminds me of I forget who it was. I was talking to somebody about, and I was like, "Do you really reckon people can be tricked? Like, you could build a rover and then be tricked into thinking, somebody who didn't build the rover is now sending you back stuff." And I was saying, "Do you reckon we could trick Chronic into believing in a, exoplanet or something by coming up with the right
trick
data?"
me into you could trick me into. I mean, scientists get tricked all the time. It's just in the form of. It's not in the form that you would think. No, it's not. It's not in the form that you would think. It's like in degenerate multiple ambiguous solutions to the same data set, basically. So that's kind of a way of getting tricked, but it's like you have multiple different models or models that give an answer that describe this data equally well, but
equation.
No, it's not equations, but
it's through equation, and they forget reality. That's what Tesla said.
No.
Yeah.
It's a little bit like I wouldn't call it tricked. I would call it. I mean, what we actually call it scientifically. No, what we scientifically call it, what we report is an ambiguous solution or degenerate solutions. So it's multiple.
Yeah, like your Harvard.
They're all
like
degenerate.
His chairman, the guy who thinks the alien rocket is the asteroid. Like, you got your head guy telling you it's alien cigar, and you still don't.
You think our head guy is Avi Loeb?
Yeah, he tells you. He tells you that it's an alien cigar, and you just laugh at him, and you say, "Oh well, he's old and crazy."
He's the cuckoo Oumuamua object was an alien, like from years ago, and he
proved it to you. He proved it that it had to. He proved it.
I see what you're doing. I'm not gonna bite.
All right, well.
Dang it, man! You made me lose my train of thought. But
that's kind of what you were saying, though. There's multiple people having different conclusions from the same data. He's got the same data as everyone else. He's got a crazy conclusion.
Sure.
A little bit in love.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it. It's like the only similar scenario to being. I mean, vaguely similar. It's not even that close to like being tricked about what your interpretation of something is, basically.
Yeah, that's not quite trick. That's sort of interpreting it wrong. I mean, like, somebody is like in their field doing their main thing, and you give them data that makes them reach a totally wrong conclusion. Like not they tricked themselves or misread their own data. Like, could you, like, essentially from the stuff you do with your lensing stuff, could somebody give you data or readouts from that would fool you into being like, "Yep, we found a Jovian planet"?
Again, the question is a slightly. I mean, I guess the answer is possibly. The answer is that yes, there is that potential. What more realistically or more probable is that, well, what I described is that just given the data that we observe, that we take in reality, the for a multitude of reasons that are way too sophisticated to get into right now, but for many different reasons, we have a few different interpretations that can describe the data exactly the same. Yeah. Like maybe it's a planet the radius of Jupiter, or orbiting at some distance, but also there's an equally likely interpretation that is a Neptune-sized planet that's orbiting, 10 times further away than the other solution, like stuff like that. Yeah. Is this Photoshop almost done, Dave?
Yeah, almost. I'm emailing it to myself right now.
It's got to be about something we discussed earlier, of course.
No, it's not actually.
Oh, okay.
It's related in a way. I think it's interesting because it seems like we're all on either side. We're questioning each other's incredulity, but in opposite ways, right?
Well, we're
both
going to claim that neither of us are incredulous about anything.
You think we're incredulous to believe, to not believe some of the claims, right? And we think you're incredulous that we think you're incredulous to not, I don't know the way I want to word this. Like the idea that there could be that many men that went to the moon and back and no one died actually in that attempt,
in the attempt
makes you incredulous or makes you, I don't want to say gullible, but I want to say we're incredulous not to believe that. But then it's like, we think that you should be more critical, I guess, at the same time. I don't know what it is.
I think Eggshell is more relevant to this than, I don't think I was in that conversation, really, was I?
Yeah, and also
about men dying,
it sounds like it's sort of misrepresenting a position that I held, not Chronic. But my view was not that there should or shouldn't be a certain number of people died. It was, how do you come up with that number? Like, if you've got a reliable, robust metric where you go, typically when we undertake feats, and use some other analogous thing, this is how many people die, then that is meaningful. But if when I say, how do you come up with that number, it's like 5%. Where did that come from? It's just 5%. Then it's not a.
Oh, I'm not talking.
There's nothing to sink my teeth into. There's no way for me to know if 5% is too high or too low. Whether it's like out by 1% or out by multiple orders of magnitude, it's just not a meaningful claim unless there is some rationale to back up the number.
Yeah, maybe he's referring.
I wasn't saying 5%. That was Brian. I'm just saying it. I think you have to at least admit it's amazing. And maybe going a step further, unbelievable. That's, I mean, if that's true, unbelievable,
that 14
right?
people
in that
died
way. That no one died going to and from the moon. Like, they didn't have any failed attempts, right?
I don't think that's true.
Yeah, incredible.
You keep repeating it, Dave. I don't think it is, though.
What do you mean?
The claim that nobody died in the attempt is suggesting that a test flight beforehand on a fully functioning rocket in a fully functioning capsule where people died isn't part of the program. Like, it seems like it ends up having to split down to hairs to go, no, it's got to be on an actual Apollo mission.
Yeah, we might need to define
that's fine. If you want to include that, I'm saying that you would think that.
Okay, then you're wrong.
If they got into space with all the things that could go wrong once you're in space, and then orbiting the moon, and then rendezvousing, and then all the little tiny things that could, like, just the tiniest thing could throw it all off, right? It had to be perfect every single time, right? Because that the smallest thing could make men die. Right?
I think you're being an extremist.
Delta V, so they can eyeball their. My understanding is they had to basically eyeball their return to the orbiter, but they had a chunk of Delta V such that they deorbited all but one of them. That leftover Delta V, that leftover fuel, is there for sloppiness on the landing or ascent. It doesn't have to be perfect. Apollo 13 is a great movie about something going wrong, but it being right. And the other main thing is a fair chunk of the weight they had to haul up there, at least to my understanding, was in redundancy and having two systems that produce air, having multiple navigation methods for navigation. Like, it's not that everything. That's
okay. You don't need to justify. I'm not even claiming that it couldn't have happened. I'm not even saying that you shouldn't believe it. I'm just saying, if it is true, you have to be almost like just like, oh my God, that is amazing. Now the other thing, this is the Photoshop I just put in the live stream voice text. If you want to open that up, Chronic,
you could have done that. You could have done that in Paint, easy. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I don't use Paint. Anyway, so on the left in all of these pictures, on the left is Neil Armstrong, and on the right is Yuri Gagarin, right? The first cosmonaut in space, and then on the left is Neil Armstrong. Now, I'm not claiming they're the same person. I'm just saying that it's amazing how much they look alike, and it's also amazing that it hasn't really been pointed out very much. Or it's also it's incredible that the first man on the moon happens to look so much like the first man supposedly in space. And I just think that's the reaction I'm hoping from you you get, at least I'm wondering what I might get, is that just like, oh, coincidence? So that's not a big deal, or just what do you think of this?
Different hairline. Totally.
I respect Don. You're being too logical, Don. You're doing that thing that Eggshell was doing earlier. I respect the time that you took to Photoshop Photoshop this, and you put some effort into it. So I'd try to give you at least a full sentence answer.
Did you know about this already?
Of course, yeah. So
what is his personality?
So my full sentence answer is so what with a question mark. I can also elaborate if you want. I can be specific like Don, their hairlines look nothing alike, et cetera, et cetera. I can be logical and give, logical evidences. But at the end of the day, even with those, the hairlines are nowhere even nearly remotely similar. Like even with all of that, I still come back to the so what? So what?
Oh, I'm not even making a point. It's more the reaction, like the fact that you're saying so what is the best answer you could give for what I'd expect, right?
Well, it's kind of
like you saying, if you were put into space, and would you believe it then? And of course, you're expecting me to say no because I wouldn't believe it. But this isn't even amazing. Like, I'm not even saying they're the same person. In fact, it's crazier if they're not the same person and they happen to look so much alike, and they happen to be the first men to do the things in space. Now, that's a crazy coincidence that the two men that are the first one on the moon and the first one in space, totally not related, totally not the same person, but happen to look almost exactly alike. Now, that is amazing, right?
Yeah. This is also a prime example of like I mean,
no, I'm just asking, isn't it amazing? I'm not even saying it's a conspiracy. I'm just saying you have to agree it's amazing, right?
It's not. Of course it's not amazing that two men appear to look similar. Why does that qualify as amazing?
Two men instead of the two men that happen to be pioneers in space. In fact, the first of their kind in both categories from separate countries.
I happen to be
pretty crazy coincidence. That's all I'm saying. You have to at least agree it's a pretty crazy coincidence.
For the purpose of me trying to get to bed sooner, yes, mind-boggling. I'll ignore the eyebrows, the chin, the hairline. I'll ignore the stuff that says it's not the same person.
No, I'm not saying it is. I think it's more amazing if they're not the same person. That's the point. If they're separate men and they happen to look that much alike, then it's even more amazing. Right?
Okay, I got it. I'm gonna flip it on you. I'm dying to hear your response. To me, it actually appears like it is the same exact person. They're not different people. I'm gonna go with the thought process.
And that's probably more likely than them just happen to look exactly.
I'm gonna come to the conclusion it's the same exact person.
It could be. I'd almost believe that than to believe that it's coincident they happen to look alike.
What next?
Like almost identical without being related even. Like maybe they're clones from the same person. I don't know.
There's got to be something next if it's the same guy. Please, at least give me like global conspiracy. At least give me something.
I'm not saying there is a conspiracy.
Russia and America were working together.
No matter how you look at it, it's crazy.
So you gave me nothing. So you photoshopped this.
I don't have a theory. I don't have anything. I'm just looking to see if at least you'll acknowledge that's pretty crazy. Regardless of why it's that way, it has to be at least acknowledged that that's pretty crazy.
On my way home from work, today, Dave, on my way home from work, I was at a stop sign. A car pulled up next to me. It was the same exact car model as mine. That's amazing.
See, now the fact that you reduce it down to that shows that you want to belittle it, and that it might have some significance.
It's not belittling. It's this could have,
would have. It's not the same as a car.
It's this could have.
These are the first two men to be in space.
Let me finish, dude. It's the could have, would have-ism of all of your arguments that you do. It could be this. Could be this miraculous thing. Maybe this is all made up. Coulda, woulda this. Coulda, woulda that. It doesn't.
This isn't even a coulda, woulda. We know that they are separate men.
It's along the same line of logic.
Even if they are the separate men, the fact that they look alike is pretty crazy coincidence. That's all I'm saying. We all have to agree that that's a pretty crazy coincidence. I'm not saying it's a conspiracy, but it is amazing that they happen to look alike. You can at least agree to that, right?
So the thing is, sure, for the sake of it, sure. The thing again is that if you speculate on everything in your life and you think there is a huge everything is a conspiracy, everyone is conspiring secretly.
That's straw man. I never did say everyone.
I know. It's a acknowledged straw man. I don't understand where it goes. It doesn't go anywhere, right?
This isn't even a conspiracy. I'm just saying it's a crazy coincidence. At the very least, it's a crazy coincidence. That's all.
Okay, what do you think about the hairlines?
Like I said, if they're different people, that's
you gotta give me something more than
on the hairlines.
Yeah, you dig a little bit below the surface level of this iceberg. Yeah, well, what are your specific thoughts on the hairlines there?
The hairlines, that they're both balding.
Okay, the shapes of the hairlines, anything?
Like maybe Neil Armstrong's a little older, so he is more bald. That would make sense, right?
I guess. Does this mean anything? Yes, no? Probably
it doesn't
not.
Mean anything.
Probably not.
I'm just saying this is one of those things like, so if no men went to the moon, if no men died going to the moon ever, that may be the truth. But it's still amazing that that's the case, right?
For the sake of sure.
It's not like, a red car is next to me and I'm in a red car. It's not like on that level of amazing. This is a little bit more amazing than that. Come on.
Well, I don't know. If you ask me my opinion, it makes total sense. The Apollo program wasn't a instant success. Whether or not you believe it, there were astronauts and humans who died in the process of getting humans to the moon. You can believe in
but you want to make it like a technicality. There was nothing that went wrong once they went into space that made anyone die.
Eggshells has been trying to give you the specifics of why this makes sense. That's the case.
I don't care what the statistics are. If there was a test that never got off the ground and they died, that's different.
I didn't say statistics. I'm just saying trying to understand logically where the most dangerous parts are of this type of endeavor, and these things like
you know that if, like, everything had to be perfect for it to work, right?
That's untrue.
Right?
No, that is
a lot of things had to go right.
Dave,
a lot of things could have gone wrong. You could admit that, right?
I am telling you straight up, that is objectively untrue what you're saying. Everything had to go
perfect. It's easy to go to the moon and back. I don't know. Maybe it's easy to go and back.
And I'm the one straw manning? Come on, man. We both got you can even laugh to that. We both got to be genuine here. Is that you're being, in my opinion, this could be a straw man again. In my opinion, I think you are being too extremist when you say that perfectionism at the ultimate scale of perfectness for every single flip that was switched and every maneuver and inch that was made needed to happen for this to be a success. I fundamentally disagree. That is extremist, in my opinion. There were
a lot of leeway.
I never said there was a lot of leeway.
I'm straw manning you back. Hey man, I think it's good you guys believe it. If you really believe it, and you really think that people can go to space, that's a good thing, because I don't think people can handle flat Earth. Most people just can't handle it. It's probably better that most people keep believing it, to be honest.
Sure. I mean, we can spout
I'm not one of those
opinions
flat
here and there.
earthers or anti-globers that thinks, oh, it's going to change the world if everyone figures it out. No, if everyone figures it out, it's because that's what they wanted, and they're going to use it against us.
Yeah, believe it or not, I agree 100% with you. The only reason I asked that question earlier, the one that's like it gets a different answer, because there's a spectrum of like evidences that globe skeptics and non-globers will take to even remotely begin to change their minds. The only reason I ask that is not that I think it's actually like life mind changing for whoever audience we're talking about. It's that I like seeing the rationale in the answer. So your answer earlier tells me that there will always be a barrier, however you want to describe the barrier, whether it's some projection, illusion, brainwashing thing, whatever, however you want to describe it, that will always exist. So the truth of reality won't be obtained or achieved in the far future. Well, this will still be a thing, in your opinion. Yeah, basically. I said that like too many words.
I think there's too many things. I mean, like, I guess maybe it's that when you realize that you're on a stationary Earth, it's hard to ever imagine convincing yourself that you're spinning and it's curving and all those crazy things that you never really actualized or literally thought to begin with.
Sure.
But then once you realize that that's kind of what you were taught to think, even though you never really thought about it that way, you could never really, if you were to go back after that, then you'd have to like think about it as that, and that would be like crazier than figuring out that we're not moving.
I guess the thing,
impossible for me to ever think that again.
Yeah, I guess the thing that I've been searching for a while, that I'm hoping someone will enlighten me on eventually, maybe, is what it will take. So I'm admitting I'm being very extremist. I'm going to the way other end of like, okay, it's in the future, 20 however many years we're in the future, commercial space flight is cheap, you can go. Like, suspend your belief of what reality is just for the sake of this conversation, please, and just get me, like, take me to your perspective of reality. You do this, you travel far away, you look back with your own eyes, you're able to go outside the capsule, whatever qualifications you want to achieve, where, like, that's still not good enough. I want to be enlightened on what is good enough, and it seems so far that I've been in this realm that that's impossible. It's nothing.
You know what? You know what's crazier than that? I think, and this is probably something that you're never going to believe is going to happen, but I think there's a chance, and maybe the reason that they rolled out flat Earth, and that the reason people think flat Earth is a psyop, is because it's partly a psyop, but it's based on the truth that they're eventually going to tell us, and they're going to destroy the whole system and rebuild it with the pronouncement that the Earth is not a spinning ball, and they're going to use the outer ponders as the outer planets and make it an immediate threat, and say that the UFOs were always our ancient ancestors, and that's where they came from, and they're just more advanced, technologically advanced societies outside our own. And now we have real-time gods that we can threaten the people with UFOs and directed energy weapons and all the displays that they have at hand, and no one will be able to prove it wrong, because even flat earthers might believe that. And they're going to change the paradigm up on you, and you're going to be out of work.
Oh, no, I won't be out of work. I will be the first to flip and be enlightened and get a job on the other side.
There you go. Well, then you'll be out of your old
what you just said. Yeah, if all my old job, which is not the reality anymore, according to what you just described. So,
and you would embrace that?
Oh, with the exact specifics of everything you just described, I welcome with open arms. I will be the most enlightened person of this new, more truer reality of where we live. Of course, I would love.
But doesn't that seem like an impossibility?
No, nothing is an impossibility. No,
well, then that means you're not really that confident that space is real.
I'm quite confident. I don't think that says anything about my confidence level.
It kind of does. Because
I don't know.
If the Earth being flat is an impossibility in your mind, then you would never think that would even be
I never
a paradigm that we could reach.
No, I don't know how often we've talked, but I'm not an absolutist or an extremist.
Okay.
Yeah. So everything is confidence levels to me, basically. So
I gotcha.
I'm extremely confident that the Earth is a.
You're not somebody that's so like, so beyond that you're not a true believer in the sense that you don't think that it could have. You think it could be being faked, at least.
Yes, the probability of that, the probability is mind-bogglingly small right now. Now maybe some newer evidence will come and update our understanding and that probability. But right now it's just incredibly small. But again, I'm not an absolutist, like proving things via science and stuff like that. Doesn't exist. But a
lot of people that like Rumpus, or it's an impossibility for all these reasons in their mind, because of the mathematics have to be true, and there's no doubt in their mind that the space missions are real, and all of these things. I mean, for what I'm saying to be the case,
but
it would wreck them. It would wreck them in ways that they would never recover.
Yeah, sure. If you strip it down to the raw fundamental level, I even think they would agree with what I'm saying, is that the way that some of the people you mentioned come across, I think, at least from my experience, is like for all practical purposes, they yada yada yada, etc. All this stuff. We know the Earth to be this shape for all practical purposes, etc., etc. But like I said, if you strip it all the way down to its fundamental, philosophical level, it's all
well, we can at least agree they rolled out flat Earth, right? Like Obama mentioning.
Yeah, Dave.
We don't have time for flat Earth.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. Why do you think, quote unquote, they rolled it out, and who rolled it out, and what is that rollout in your opinion?
I think that they at least introduced the controversy of it on purpose, with Obama saying we don't have time for a flat Earth society and mentioning it over and over again, and then the NBA players mentioning it.
You don't think that was just a reactionary thing, meaning that people were talking a lot about it, and so by Obama putting it in his speech, it's like a mass ridicule event where everybody giggles and laughs at it?
It could have been a secret message.
My opinion is they have to laugh. They wouldn't even be aware of it if he didn't say anything about it. They would never. They might have not have ever even thought about it unless it was mentioned several times in the media on purpose.
I'm sure there's a psyop conspiracy about when he mentioned that stuff. It was really an under the table, hand signal to let the truthers understand that we're all being lied to, by big government.
I think it's just a ridicule.
Well, it's politicized.
Well, you can't prove that I'm wrong, though, Gio. That's the point. Is that
it politicized it, though, because people that didn't like Obama might look into it as like, oh, well, if he says it, then maybe it's true. Maybe it's the opposite of what he says.
They also had that written into his speech before 2015. There was like times back before that, well, because that's when Obama was president as well.
But it's like bad news is good news. Like bad press is good press, because at least people are paying attention to the topic overall. Like, maybe a lot of these things wouldn't have even come to light if it hadn't been mentioned, even in negative ways.
Yeah, maybe. All right, I'm gonna run. Thanks for that Photoshop though, Dave. It was a good talk.
It's a good save. It's amazing that they look alike, regardless.
It is.
They are the same person. It's an amazing coincidence. That's all I'm saying.
We should dig into that deeper in the future. Let's dig into that deeper. All right.
All right.
I'll catch you guys later. See you
later. What's your take, Gio? Do you think the Yuri and Neil are the same, or it's just an amazing coincidence?
Who?
Yuri Gagarin and Neil Armstrong. The Photoshop thing I put in the live stream.
Oh.
On the left is Neil Armstrong, and on the right in all those pictures is Yuri Gagarin. The first man to be in orbit in space, happens to look a lot like almost exactly like the first man on the moon. Just an amazing coincidence. I think it's more amazing if they aren't the same person, that they happen to look so much alike.
Okay. I haven't seen that.
You haven't seen that? Pretty crazy. You see that? You see the Photoshop there? Just happens to be that they look like almost identical.
Oh, I scrolled up here. Okay. Yeah, I see what you mean. They do look similar.
Like very, very similar. And we all know about the whole thing with like the Germans coming over here and being part of our space program. So, it could be like this whole international thing going on. And, they use some of the same people and that kind of thing.
Yeah. I haven't looked into it enough, I guess. So I guess I can't really comment.
There's a video I'll post about it that goes into it.
Okay.
But yeah, back to the rollout thing. I'm not saying I rolled it out as a psyop because it's not true. I think that they at least have been using it for the divide and conquer type goal. At the very least, they've been using it in that way. Wouldn't you agree with that at least?
Say it again. In what way?
The divide and conquer, just putting people at odds with each other.
Okay. You're saying like that they put it in the news and things to purposely get people in tension with each other?
Yeah, either to take one side or the other about the topic in general. Yeah, to gaslight us, at the very least. Or was it just like happens to be something that, that they mention? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, well, I guess we'd have to, in terms of what in particular, because, yeah, I mean, I know there's been various different news clips and things, but I think on one level, they kind of have to cover it just because people are talking about it. So they have to kind of put in a little bit of their own programming, their own little twist on it.
But wouldn't it have remained as just like this kind of internet, like the little corner of the internet, people talking about it? Like it wouldn't have ever gone into the mainstream if they hadn't mentioned it, even if it was in a negative way. They could have just like kept it as like, oh, there's crazy people talking about flat Earth on the internet. Like, why would they pay attention to it? But since it got mentioned and they had all the NBA players starting to talk about it, even say that they thought the moon landing was fake, and then the commercials, like the Matthew McConaughey commercial where he's talking about space, the final frontier, and then he's in a hot air balloon, and then he says, "No, we need to worry about what's here on Earth." Like, you don't think that they're playing at it at least? I mean, the Simpsons commercial with the shattering of the firmament. Hillary Clinton saying something about the glass ceiling. I mean, there's all these mentions of it. They're at least gaslighting us. right? I mean, there's been several mentions of the moon landings being faked in commercials and cartoons and even flat Earth now, like several different times. I don't think it was just because there was a small corner of the internet talking about it that they had to do that. It's like they're using it for whatever reason, at least to divide and conquer, and maybe to use it as some kind of paradigm shift, some kind of destructive, switching the script on everybody and using it to, like we talked about, it could be worse if they try to embrace it and use it against us and make everybody like fearing God and they know what God wants now and all that kind of shit. I don't know. I mean, that's just the interesting part about it. Why is it being used at all if they don't eventually want to, because it's an obvious truth once you look into it. So if they didn't want it to come out, they could have done a lot better job. Even if it's bad press, they should have just never mentioned it. Like if people weren't arguing with us, this wouldn't be a thing. Like if people just ignored the small group of people that were talking about it, it never would have become what it is.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, yeah, and I hear what you're saying. There's different ideas on all that, but I mean, I think like for a lot of people that have a perspective, like when they were children, they were told that the idea of a flat Earth is ridiculous, and then the globe Earth is this great thing. So I think that they just kind of want to always cover all the bases, and so they want to keep that kind of like vibe of ridicule and kind of that thing going. So I think if they do put it in the media and to some extent, it could be kind of just to keep that going so that when somebody hears about it now, they might quickly jump in their mind to, that laugh and ridicule rather than, actually looking into it or actually thinking, oh my gosh, it could be something to it. You know what I mean? So they always kind of try to keep like the certain level of programming in the news and all that. So I think that could be part of it, but yeah, no, it's all interesting to think about. It's hard to know for sure.
And then like the ISS stuff, like it's so poorly done. Like it's hard to believe that they're even like trying to pass it off. Like that could be like gaslighting as well. Like they don't have to show us the mistakes, but they show too many of them. And it's either gaslighting or eventually they plan on just like using it. Like maybe there's like a new generation of Illuminati men, like the baton's going to be passed and they've got their own paradigm that they're going to build on, and it's going to be the new world with this new paradigm, and it's going to be destroying the old one by showing the truth about the old one and then saying, oh, now we're it's a new world and we're going to tell you the truth about everything, even though they're lying still. I'm just putting it out there, hopefully so it won't happen that way. Because they must have thought about it or considered that as a way of going about it, like if they had to, even if it was all natural, they must be thinking of like plans on either using it or, I mean, they could have gotten rid of it. Like I was saying earlier, like they could have done like some kind of flat earther that goes and shoots up a school or does something like really crazy. And then like, it would be like, like the insurrection, or whatever, like the QAnon people now have got such a bad name because it's associated with Trump and the thing that happened on January 6th and all that, like the associations of people of flat earth, even though they've done some, hit pieces, it hasn't been like, bury it 6 feet under type pieces. Anyway, it's just interesting. It's just what could they do, and why are they doing what they're doing, and is it being done poorly on purpose? Is the interesting part about it. We have to consider that, seeing that there's so many mistakes that are leaked that it seems impossible for it to just be mistakes. or like, you know, like I've mentioned before, like the emperor wears no clothes, you know.
Headphones on.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, a lot of people believe it, so clearly it's working to convince a lot of people. So even though there's the mistakes that many of us see, it's apparently good enough to convince a lot of people, and even people that defend it. So I guess on that level, it seems to be effective as a deception. Doesn't seem like they're really doing anything on purpose in that way because people believe it.
Well, yeah, but what would you say, like, out of 10 people that are being completely honest with themselves and looking at it critically, out of how many out of 10 are going to believe it after they really look critically at it? I would say maybe 2 out of 10 would still believe it after they really took a critical eye and looked at it, in my opinion. Or would you say more? Can you hear me still? I switched headphones.
I can, yeah, but I'm just about to jump off. So I just not really able to engage too much. Who is that, Mailman?
Yeah, I just said it.
Gio, doesn't it seem like a very high percentage of people would not believe it after they look at it critically? If they look at all the evidence critically, don't you think a higher percentage of people would not believe it?
I don't know. It's a hard question to answer.
Maybe I can answer. I'm a Glober, so.
I don't know if
I think it's just it's a tough question to answer, because if people were not already pre-programmed with Globe and NASA and government as authority and all that stuff, you know, they're going off of all that and then assuming it and then going on that it's real. So that's different than if like they were just shown it out of the blue, you know, like if you just raised somebody in a society that was not all the Globe programming and stuff, and then you just you know, gave them a presentation on, oh, here's men landing on the moon and here's men in space and here's this cartoon ball you live on. Like if you did it in that case, then yeah, I would say like 98% would not believe it. But when you preload it all with everything they've loaded, it's almost the other way around, where like 90-something% believe it.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I have to say, I'm surprised that there's that many people that would look at it critically and still believe it. You know, if these guys are being honest, if there's a high percentage of people in here arguing with us that actually believe it, that surprises me. You know,
but
so I can't make it wrong.
What do you mean with a critical view?
Yeah, like we showed, like you know, somebody in here the other day, that the harnesses on the ISS and some of the fading, a lot of that stuff's just very, you know, in our minds, like obvious. But it seemed like, you know, there was a huge amount of cognitive dissonance, and even being able to see that it was a harness or acknowledge that it might be a harness, and they were just like making excuses that it didn't seem like it. It was like almost like they couldn't see it because it would wreck their paradigm. Now, most people, I don't think, are as dedicated to the idea of the space travel being real. Like, they don't think about it. They're just regular people. So I think those regular people that were like, you know, asked to take their most critical, you know, view of it and choose whether they think it's real or not, I would say the majority wouldn't believe it because it's so shoddy in so many areas.
Yeah, but then there's still the areas where it's not shoddy and it just seems to work, like 1 hour full live video with no cuts and zero gravity.
But they know that. But I mean, people in this day and age, they know that movie magic is perfectly easy to pull off.
Sure, but then again, why would they question it? Because if you go that way, then everything can be faked, and you should just deny everything. Like, let's say going to the bottom of the ocean, that can be fake, right?
Well, yeah, but see, even trying to make those straw men makes your case worse because it's not the same thing, you know.
Yeah, it's different thing.
Why would they have a reason to fake going to the bottom of the ocean?
No, but there's what?
Well, if they were getting $60 million a day funding to go to the bottom of the ocean, then that might be different.
So the money is the issue.
That's part of it. And it's
okay,
like
so
the whole
everything,
thing, the paradigm,
the US
the money.
Well, then I could say that U.S. military gets quite a lot of money, so everything they give us is fake. They get much more than
a straw man. It doesn't really help you because it makes it look like you're just trying to make a straw man to win the argument rather than actually look at it critically.
No, I'm looking at critically. I'm looking everything critically, not just the ISS. I'm looking everything critically. Every footage that I ever get from anything, I look critically. And if they can fake it in the ISS, if I contrast it with movies that they can make, then they can do anything. Any footage of anything can be faked.
That's not the point.
Yeah, but your point is that we should look everything critically, right?
No, it's not my point. It's not my
What's
point.
Your point?
It's about if they're faking the whole space thing, which a lot of people already have question about, and they're getting funding for that. You know, I mean, I think they could be using that funding for things that we don't know that are actually good things. Who knows? I'm not even saying that they shouldn't get funding. Whatever. It's not my business, really.
Sure, but
I'm not one of those that's like they should put the funding. I don't have anything to do. They could take that money. They don't have to show us anything. They could take that money and say it's for some secret program, and not worry about wherever that is. So it's not about that. It's more about it's obvious. There's so many people that at least doubt the moon landing already, right?
Sure.
And then they may think space is real, but they know enough that the moon landing's got enough people that question whether we did it. And they may have their excuses, and they may say, well, it was because they wanted to win the space race. But there's already doubt about that in people's minds. So just saying, well, they could fake anything, so you might as well not believe anything. It's just a straw man that doesn't make it seem like you're arguing from a point of, you know, trying to look at what the information on both sides of this argument are.
But you're appealing to majority now. Like you're saying that there's enough people wondering if this is true, and it has nothing to do with whether it is true or not.
Oh, we're talking about like the paradigm, right? Faking going to the bottom of the ocean is going to change anybody's paradigm.
Sure, and faking going to space doesn't do that either. So...
Yeah, it does. If you think you're in space, if you think you're a planet in an infinite swarm of other planets and stars in a meaningless universe, as opposed to being on a flat Earth, it's totally different paradigm.
Hold on, there's no meaningless universe to every people because Kent Hovind is a creationist and he has a lot of meaning in the universe and he's a glober.
Well, you're right. You're right. I'm not saying you can't have meaning and think about it as a planet.
Yeah.
But you know the paradigm. You know the paradigm I'm talking about.
Well, no, actually, because I'm a glober and I think that there's a big universe out there, but I know that in my lifetime I will never leave this earth.
Right.
So whether the earth is a globe or flat, it doesn't matter. I will never leave. So.
Is it about whether you'll leave or not? Is that really what it's about? Or is it about our origins, where we came from?
No, I'm wondering. Well, whether you're saying that we came from God, right?
No, not necessarily.
Well, and creator.
Not necessarily. Whatever. I'm not even saying that. I'm just saying that the philosophy of the materialist globe mentality is different than you might have with the philosophy of, you know, whatever it might lead you to have if you give up that idea, you know.
I'm saying it's one or the other. Answer it, then I'll be right back. Yeah, I'm getting a phone call. I'll be right back.
Okay. It's definitely the most interesting topic you could ever look into. And that's one thing that I think that most people that look into this find out. Not only because of the shape of the Earth or the all of that goes into that, but just that the deception could be so huge, and all the other things you might find out or look into because of this realization. It opens up a whole world of things to look into. And whether you judge the deception as evil or bad or good or justified or whatever else, that's not even so much the point as looking at deconstructing the metascript, and like a lot of the things that we see in the media and how they're used in coordinates with each other, and whether the war's fake or not fake, or how much of it's fake, and what are the real consequences. All these things, you just don't take anything at face value any longer, which is liberating. Frustrating, but liberating. And a lot of the mysticism and things that you kind of wrote off, with the idea that everything's materialistic and atomistic and all these other things, that mentality, a lot of these other things on a spiritual level you reconsider, which is the most fascinating parts about it. Is anyone else here? Does anyone else want to join in on this besides Geo and me?
It's interesting. Yeah, it's interesting. I don't have a ton to add. I'm kind of not religious.
I'm not religious either.
Spirituality, I'm more spiritual, yeah.
Yeah, it's spiritual. Yeah, that's religion's the control of man's spirituality, right? It's the usurping of man's spirituality, in my opinion.
That's pretty much it. Yeah. I like a lot of that law of attraction. That's pretty interesting. Some of their points.
Yeah. Like what? Your intent.
Well, the basic principle is that like thoughts and stuff attract each other. And that leads you to kind of trying to make you more aware that you should be more of an emotional match for what you want. Have you ever looked into law of attraction or watched any of the?
Yeah. Yeah, I have. I know what you're saying.
People, there's only a handful or more.
Really? I thought it was kind of big.
Yeah, I meant to say, I don't know, that I listen to kind of thing.
Oh, who do you recommend?
Well, I mean, I just kind of got used to watching that one woman, Esther Hicks. I like her a little bit.
Not familiar with her. Esther Hicks. Who else?
Well, there's like websites and forums and stuff.
Have you used it and applied it, the methods, and had it work for you?
I did some of the exercises in her book. She wrote a book, and there's 22 kind of little exercises that you can do. It's pretty interesting. You can tell they are based on some old stuff that someone must have used in the past. Pretty basic, like One is just like pivoting. Like if you're really having a problem, you think of the opposite of what you want to do. That's just one small example. This is something, you got to look into to kind of, I don't know. It's hard to explain.
No, I have a bit. Not familiar with Esther Hicks. I was just interested in hear what you have to say about it.
How about you? What's your take?
You look in the opposite. Let me understand what you were just saying about it. You look into the opposite of what you would do.
Pivoting is just one of the quick things you can do. Like if you're really stuck, you pretty much try to pivot, try to think of what would bring you to, what you're trying to do, your desire, your emotional match. That's all that is. That's that's the simplest one I think they have.
What'd you say about the opposite?
I don't know if pivoting is always the opposite.
Oh, did you mean like I thought you meant like you figure out what the opposite of what you would want, and then you don't do that, or
law of attraction says you're not supposed to even like think like that. If you say like, I don't want wasps in the house. Well, you're thinking about wasps and you're giving energy, even though it's so tiny and residual, supposedly, your desires, obviously your desires have to do with the way you walk away from the, little tiny, it's law of attraction. I don't,
Right. We manifest our reality to some degree, even if it's small. Right. I agree. Yeah. There's a lot of these things, and it kind of, a lot of times people group these into like a new age category with like, a lot of that, like the secret and
there's some opinions. Esther Hicks came out and said a few things about that one, The Secret. She comes out and she talks against
Celestine Prophecy.
What's that?
Celestine Prophecy.
Oh,
remember that?
Yeah, I didn't get into that. I only heard about that.
It's along the same way of thinking in a way. It's kind of like it kind of deals a little bit more with like the fine line between manifest destiny and like if you were supposed to be there, you would be there. Like you almost like you have no like things are out of your control, but in your control at the same time. Like if it's your turn to talk, you'll know it, you'll feel it, right? That kind of thing. But if you don't talk, then you're choosing not to talk. But then, how would you ever get to that place? It's kind of a mind fuck, like how would you ever be in that place if you were making all your own decisions, right? Like how is anything supposed to be anything, right? But yeah, it's one of those things that you have to, have a little give and take with, and grain of salt. And same with what you're talking about with your power of intention and your law of attraction.
What do you think of the placebo effect?
It's an interesting one. You talking about something specific or just placebo effect in general?
Yeah, totally general. Like I noticed like there is an effect. We obviously can have an effect, but it's like always small.
What do you mean?
If we can use the placebo effect, how come we can't cure ourselves? Just take the placebo and just
right. And then there's a whole idea of like, if you knew you were taking the placebo, then it wouldn't work, right? You have to be a true believer. It's like ignorance is only bliss if you're truly ignorant. You can't just choose to be ignorant.
I think a lot of people know about flat Earth, but they don't want to admit it.
True. Are you a globe proponent, or I don't know why I don't know that already.
No, I'm
you're, oh, Jay. Yeah, you're FE. What am I talking about? You're not JJ though, right? Are you?
I don't think so. No.
Okay. I don't know if we've talked before. Have we? Yeah, I think a lot of people don't want to know. That's what I found.
Yeah, that's true too.
But how long can that last, right?
What do you mean? Ignorance can last a lifetime, can it?
Like I said, you can't just choose to be ignorant. You can only be ignorant if you're truly ignorant. You know, and there's enough flat earthers now that, I mean, I guess I could be wrong, because I'm amazed that the friends that I've told this about have kept their curiosity at bay for this long. You know, like if I had a friend that I thought was crazy, I'd want to know why he's crazy. I wouldn't just assume he's crazy or choose to think he's crazy. I would actually look into why he thinks what he thinks and try to figure out how to help him, right? You know, with very specific reasons. I wouldn't just write that friend off and just decide that, you know. So how long can that last? It just to choose that, you know, and not be curious enough to look into it to figure out why it is someone that you know, that you've respected your whole life and also admired for their intelligence, all of a sudden decides that this is, you know, the case. That my curiosity would get the best of me. I would want to look into it. That's what I'm amazed.
Yeah, the implications of what you're saying are scary.
I guess, but then you get used to it eventually, and you're like, well, I want to know this. I can't just, like, it's too big a thing to just keep on, you know, the ignoring of, right? You know, it's like if someone, I don't know, like say you lived in a house and it was, you know, and there was, your roommate claims that there's, you know, people living upstairs, you know, in the attic, and you're like, oh, that's crazy. There's nobody living in the attic. And then, like, you know, you could even hear like people, like, you know, there's like bumps up there and things toppling over, but you just choose like, no, there's nothing up there. There's nothing up there. How long could you live with that, right? You'd go and look.
How did we wake up? I mean, the indoctrination here was pretty severe. It was no game, the indoctrination.
I guess, but it's just like the overwhelming power of realizing that the reason you don't feel like you're spinning is because you're not spinning. It seems so obvious in your face when you think about it. Even if you're, before you realize it, just when you think about it, that thought alone must make you curious enough to find out, I would think. Just that statement alone. The reason you don't feel like you're spinning is because you're not. How could that not make someone figure out if that's the case? It's not the case. I'd want to know if that's the case or not the case. You would think it's almost like it would be across the board human nature to want to know if that is really the reason that you don't feel it. But yeah, you're right. The implications and all the things that go with it.
Yeah, I mean, how do you have air pressure next to a vacuum? That's another wonder.
And all the different layers, the ionosphere, the magnetosphere. I mean, all these different layers that are keeping their little layerness without a container, even, you know. The sky is only blue because of the gas that turns that appears to be that color, because it's trapped inside somewhere. It's not just slowly dissipating, you would think. You think it'd be much more inconsistent if it just happened to be like, you know, this gas that's at the top of this, you know, area. And once you realize and once you learn that that's the reason the sky looks blue, then you have to also think, okay, well, there's all these layers in this around this rock, and they're all keeping their layerness as well as not being contained. But then we're supposed to believe that the gases are also dissipating slowly into the space that's a vacuum, versus they're somehow keeping their consistency. What? I mean, even if you believe it, you have to be amazed. Again, it's amazing beyond belief. Even if you believe it, it's beyond belief.
Yeah.
I mean, if there were really people, if there was really a rover on Mars, we should all just be like constantly at awe with that being the case, you know? Like, that is fucking incredible. We should all just be glued to the TV watching every single second of it going, oh my God.
I know, one day they had Mars on the TV. And I was like, really? People are going to believe Mars on the they're just going to put Mars on the television?
Right.
I just...
And it just happens to look like Devon Island, and, you know, like all those things. Like, it's amazing that it happens to be a place in Devon Island.
More people
just like what they're doing.
Would break off when they saw Mars. I really thought, oh, okay, they did something dumb. And then I go around talking like, oh yeah, we went to Mars. Yeah.
Right.
Oh,
yeah. Right. Yeah. I mean, I guess the regular people don't really think about it much because it's kind of presented in that way that it's kind of like, I don't know, if it were really happening, I think the presentation would be totally different. Don't you think? It would be like, breaking news, you know, like interrupting your regularly scheduled broadcast to show you this amazing thing that mankind has achieved, right? It's just like, oh, if you click this link, you can watch the thing on Mars. It's kind of like, we're doing this, but we're not going to put it in your face to the point where you have to, you know. They did that with the moon landing, I think, but that was the only time they did it. After that, it's just like people just assumed they were doing it. Or assumed it was fake, I guess.
That's interesting.
Yeah, like that's a good point, though. I think that if it were really happening, we would all be we would know. There would be no question. Again, and if we were really on a spinning ball without a container, there would be so many ways we would know. We wouldn't have to like theorize, and you know, there would be so many ways we would know it.
Do you think there's any hidden land?
Absolutely. Why wouldn't there be? I mean, how could there not be? Like, so this is the only place that exists.
Yep.
Right. I'm a big outer ponder proponent. I think there's probably it's the only thing that makes sense. And like I was just saying, I think that they may end up going with that scenario. And even if there are outer ponds, they may fake the outer ponds as a way of controlling us. They've got the blue screen, green screen technology, the blue beam, green screen technology, and all the.
Why would they draw our attention to hidden land?
Because they could use it as a way of controlling us and say that the aliens are the outer ponders. And then that's where the UFOs have come from. And then if the UFOs are here, the extraterrestrials.
You think there's aliens?
Well, no, just extraterrestrials, right? From the terrestrial outer ponders, right? From the outer ponds, our ancient ancestors. They're not aliens. They're just aliens to this land, like foreign aliens, right? Like not from space, just from the other lands.
Okay, yeah. I don't know, yeah.
I mean, they could use that scenario and they could meld the UFO conspiracy with the flat Earth and say this is the truth, and then use it by giving us that truth, sell us a bunch more lies. And because you and I, you know, will even ponder that there's outer ponds, or consider, or even think that there must be, how would we know if they're lying? For sure, right?
One thing that comes up is it's a lot of land if it's flat instead of spherical.
Yeah, infinite, in my opinion, until proven otherwise. It almost has to be.
Do you hold with the gas pressure argument? How can you have gas pressure without a container?
How can you have all these different layers that are held like in layers without a container?
So you do believe in a container, but you also believe in infinite.
No, I just think that there has to be something that holds the gas in, right? I don't know if it's I don't know what the container is made of, but it seems like some kind of containment of some sort. I'm not claiming I know what it is, but how could there not?
Right, but that's, at least unless I'm missing something, is fundamentally incompatible with infinite. Can I have infinite and a container, because otherwise it's not contained, right? It is uncontained. It is infinite.
Well, this area could be contained, but there could be other areas that are also contained on the infinite plane.
Right.
Think of like bubble wrap. Think of bubble wrap.
Okay.
Could be like that. I mean, it's all speculation, obviously, but I think that if it's a ball, there's even more reason for a container. You know, because like you could think about like a layer cake, right? If it's flat, it could be a layer cake type thing, where there's just heavier layers, and you know somehow the density works out so that it seems like it's contained, but it's not really contained. But if it's a ball flying through space and then they're holding those layers all in their perfect little spaces, while flying through space in several different directions, that is just beyond impossible in my mind.
I mean, I guess if you define container as something that helps keep things contained, sure. But if it's a thing with a wall, no.
Yeah, it depends on if you think about it as just a ceiling. Maybe it's an event plane with a layer cake instead of like walls, like a dome, like that comes to the ground. I don't know, but there seems to be a lot of indication that there's a firmament that supposedly they've even identified it. Supposedly there's reports of them describing it, saying what it is.
So it's gravity that holds the gases to Earth?
It certainly offers a compelling explanation. I think it's I mean, I'm not saying it is the case, but it's certainly the most reasonable one yet that I've heard of.
Okay. How about other forces? Are there any additional forces? Forces is a bad word. Let me stop, because forces, I can't use that word. Is there any other, things that hold the atmosphere down?
Possibly.
How about, is there a magnetic field up there, you think? Does that help hold the atmosphere?
It could, but what I would expect to find is that you would have different amounts of atmosphere. So there are points at which at least to my understanding, magnetic field of the Earth is pretty much negligible. At a place like that, I would expect there to be virtually no atmosphere, but it seems like it is a fairly steady relationship with just one thing, and that is distance from the sea level. And magnetism changes all over. There's weird magnetic maps of Earth, and you don't find similar changes in atmosphere, so that would lead me to less confidence in a idea like that.
So the gas is denser here on Earth, and as you go higher, the gas becomes less dense, and it gets near space, and the gas gets too cold, and it loses its intrinsic kinetic energy, and then it gets too far away to be affected by, or I mean, the gravity brings it back in at that point.
Yes, I guess. I mean, if that's what the sort of physicists say, I might lend some credence to it. I certainly think that isn't it that in gases, temperature is the velocity of the particles, or they're fundamentally entwined, or something like that. But yeah, generally everything's falling towards the Earth. There is an acceleration towards Earth. Yeah, most just keep falling back down. Best description I've heard that my mate said that I thought was pretty useful for me to comprehend it was, it's like just releasing a room full of bouncy balls, and you're going to find a constant downward bias, but they'll not just be bouncing off the surfaces, they'll be bouncing off one another. And so you'll find most of them at the bottom, but a rarefied few at the top.
We're losing.
Seem incompatible with things. Like, if you look up, you can see, as IB was saying the other day, there's a bunch of reasons to think that Jupiter is a ball and probably gaseous. And gravity does a lot to explain a lot about Jupiter. Why it's got little balls floating around it, why it's ball-shaped, why it appears to have, that sort of red spot tornado thing, which could well be swirling gases. Like, does that seem sort of internally inconsistent to you, or
what now?
Does the idea of that seem in any way internally inconsistent to you?
The idea of about the gases?
About gravity being a sufficient explanation.
It's amazing.
Yeah, it leaves me speechless.
Right, but I mean, that's the reason I asked the question about being an infinite plane and also contained, because the two are internally inconsistent. You cannot have both. I mean,
I don't.
Response to it is.
I don't think he meant anything like that. No,
I'm aware of that. Yeah, you were saying finite containers within a possibly infinite realm, but there are many infinite planers who think both container and infinite container, and what they are proposing when they say that is, at least to my view, internally inconsistent. The view is not even consistent with itself,
unless they're finite containers within an infinite plane.
Yeah, that doesn't. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's a separate issue. That's a different thing. But infinite and contained, infinite and singularly contained, is fundamentally inconsistent.
Right. It would have to be separate.
The one argument you're using to invoke
unless
it's one argument that's violated by the very next postulate. So that's what I'm saying is it's internally inconsistent. Do you see any internal.
Yeah,
or
right. I agree. And unless it was a layer cake of some sort, unless it was a layer cake that works.
Yeah.
In
clear,
a way.
Your explanation is yeah, it isn't internally inconsistent. There's nothing.
I think anybody that thinks it's an infinite plane thinks about it that way. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I thought most people would think that, but more on a philosophical level, as far as infinite it goes, whether it's even if it's space, how could it not be infinite? Is my question. Because how could there be an end to reality? Like, how would you? What would the end of that look like? Right? What would be on the other side of that? A non-reality.
I agree with you. I don't think that it makes sense to suggest that reality ends, because then there is, exactly as you say, there's non-reality. It's
a paradox. Yeah.
Turtles all the way down.
Imagine it. Why would we assume? Yeah, there you go. Why would we assume it exists if we can't even imagine what it would be? You know, or how it could be. And I think the same thing about the beginning and the end to time or existence itself. You know, like the whole idea of a creator or creation. I mean, how could there be just like flat earthers often argue, how could something come from nothing? Isn't it the same thing if you say that God created us from nothing?
Yes. Yeah, that absolutely. That's one of the main internal inconsistencies, I think, with that. What do they call it? The ontological argument, which is like it sets up in one postulate, it says something can't come from nothing, and the very next postulate is therefore there must be an uncaused cause, and it's like you only had one rule that you had to follow, and your very next thing you broke the rule. So yeah,
and the first law of thermodynamics, right? Because you can't, if matter or energy can't be created or destroyed, that means it was always here and always will be, in one form or another.
Yes. Yes, there must have either been a significant amount of energy or a significant amount of matter.
And I've heard other flat earthers say that to be an atheist is to believe that the earth created itself, or that the world created itself. And I don't think that's true either. I don't think that necessarily means, I mean, if the essence of everything is that intelligence, and it can't come from nothing, then that essence of everything always did exist and always will exist in one form or another. And it could be God within everything and amongst everything, but it doesn't have to be this God outside of us, creating us and looking down on us from a separate area. I think God is everything, in my opinion, if I had to guess. The bad, the good, the light, the dark, all of it is God.
Like a consciousness, alive and aware, like all the time on. I mean, you don't think he maybe transpermeated and then he maybe took off or something like that?
Well, that's a story, but it wouldn't make any sense with what we know. I mean, the essence of everything has that intelligence, right? So if God is within everything, why is it so important to see it as like a separate being that started us and has an intent for us, and then there's an ending for us and a place for us to go after this life and all that?
Could we have
why
more
can't
than
we
one?
see it as more holistic? Or we could have more than one. I mean, there's all these possibilities, but why is it so important to see it as one creator and one intent for all of creation, with an ending and a beginning and all that kind of thing, that story wrapped up in that way, for you to be, a spiritual person, or to have that identity with God or whatever that force may be? I think it makes more sense if it's the essence of everything is God, that, you could even call it the ether, whatever it is, the thing that permeates everything, that essence of intelligence.
Maybe the ether's
not
just
to say that it's all good or all bad, even,
Maybe ether's just the machine that keeps everything going.
Or yeah, maybe the lifeblood or whatever, yeah, something like that. The essence.
Are you there, Eggshells? What do you think of ether?
Sounds to me like dark matter. Sounds like a sort of placeholder for the unexplained. Not even the unexplained, if I were to be less charitable, I would say it seems like a placeholder fill-in explanation for stuff that has got pretty good explanations. But it doesn't seem to have any explanatory or predictive power that I've seen yet.
Well, you kind of just agreed with me that nothing can't exist, right? There can't be a nothing, right?
No, in a fixed time, I wouldn't agree with that. No, in a fixed time and a fixed place, I think you can have a absence of things. You know, in order for things to move into a place, they require that something already isn't in it.
But doesn't it have to have a medium to move into or move within to move from one place to another? I mean, it can't move through an absence. I mean, are you saying that there's a non-reality?
No,
within this reality?
Non-reality, but just sort of space in terms of Euclidean sense. There is a sort of XYZ.
But
well,
another
what would that be?
Another thing. So I'm not fully on board with like the whole space-time is actually nothingness, because of the fact that there is vacuum energy. Like there is anywhere in space you go, there is a vacuum energy or dark energy as they call it. And how could nothing have an energy to it?
Right.
And so my opinion is that saying that space-time is nothingness is going too far, and saying that it's like ether, which is an actual medium, is actually also going too far. I look at it as it's energy that's stretched out. So it's essentially space. What they call space-time is just essentially a field of energy. It is energy that can't all be in one place, and therefore it spreads out. And that's how I look at it. Because saying nothingness or saying that space-time is nothingness is just like a background nothingness, just isn't really that cohesive in my opinion.
Yeah.
And so therefore saying that it's energy instead, yeah.
Yeah, I also think that like the ether idea, I think like the core of it was, at least to my understanding, the old idea that light, if it is a wave, must be a wave that propagates through something.
Yeah.
If it's able to propagate through an absolute vacuum, or its propagation isn't affected by the closer we get to a vacuum, I guess is probably a more accurate way to say it, then it seems reasonable to postulate there is some sort of substrate or medium or something like that. But the suggestion that therefore it has the effect of, spinning a gyro compass to make it appear that the Earth's turning is the bit that I don't so much fuck with when it
well, yeah. So luminous, whatever the word freaking is, ether is like. I think
luminiferous.
Yeah.
Luminiferous.
So
I think it is. Yeah.
So the whole thing of that was, I mean, the whole thing that Michelson Morley experiment tried to just prove or disprove or show or whatever that it ended up showing is that the ether wouldn't be traveling in any direction. It was trying to see that if the ether is traveling in some direction, they call the ether drift, well then light must travel faster in one direction over others. And that's what they showed isn't true. And to me, all that shows is that this background medium, whatever we want to call it, whether you want to call it space-time, whether you want to call it like an energy field like I want to, or ether, it's not moving based on that kind of experiment. And of course, Michelson Morley isn't the only experiment that has shown that, but that's like the famous one. So I don't believe that, like if you want to call it ether, I don't believe that it's the kind of ether that moves, because that's not consistent with the experimentation that has been done.
Yeah, I don't even know much about the Michelson-Morley one.
So
isn't it a two-way speed of light or something?
No, well, the whole basic thing is just if you shine light in a specific direction, testing how fast it moves, and if the actual background medium that light travels through is moving in one direction, well, then that means that that direction must have a faster speed.
Ether drift, right?
Exactly.
That's what I was trying to ask you. How do you know that?
How do I know what part?
That the light speed would be affected by the ether.
Because if it is the medium in which it travels, then if that medium travels, then it would be.
There's a lot of things about light we don't know, though.
I don't quite agree with that, but okay.
Is there any other medium the light could be traveling in?
What are you
an energetic
postulating?
medium? Yeah.
Like, it sounds like you hinting at something.
Yeah, something's not.
So it's like I've said, is I don't believe that it's some sort of medium in which ether.
I'm asking the other guy.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just. It's not quite right. I'm just trying to tease out something. Something's not right there.
What's not right?
What? How does he know this medium affects the light, or what light the medium even travels in?
Yeah, to be honest, I kind of with that on Gummy Bear, because my understanding is the speed of light is constant, and that if you move the medium that it's traveling through, like if you sort of shine it through a fish tank in a train that's going thousands of kilometers an hour, it still moves at light speed, and that.
And even stuff like that, we don't know.
And that's also. I mean, it does move slower in water, for example.
But my understanding is it doesn't. It propagates. It appears to move slower, but it's still propagating at light speed. But then it's got a okay. So to drop water, then if you had air moving at relativistic speeds, it still moves at the same speed. So that seems to suggest that. I guess what.
Yeah, but that seems to suggest that it isn't traveling through air. Air isn't the medium.
Okay. I see where you're at now.
Yeah. And so that's why I believe that the medium air or light is traveling through is the energetic field, the electromagnetic field that permeates space. So I don't believe that it's nothingness, but it is an energy.
Yeah. So, would you be able to manipulate the light then with electromagnetics?
What do you mean by manipulate? Because that can kind of mean different things depending on who says it.
So you're saying the light is traveling through this, I won't say that. The energetic medium?
Yeah.
So can we make it stronger and weaker and make the light bend and stuff?
Yeah. I mean, that's what we do every day when we do things with lasers and light and all of these things.
And that's the same. That's the same. You're manipulating the space-time.
Well, no. You're essentially what you're doing is. So the way I look at it is that even matter itself is an energy. So when you put, for example, let's say you put a prism. Well, now what you have there is you have the energy of the background, but you also have the energy of the prism, which is of course arranged in a special manner. And so now when you shine light through that, it will act as if it's got both of them, because of course it does have both of them. Both energies will be affecting the light as it travels through that region. It doesn't make the background region disappear, but it adds more energy on top, and so it will be affected differently as a totality because there's more things happening. There's more things there. And that's why I believe like space-time curving, what people say space-time curving, I think is actually just the fact that since matter is energy, having such a huge amount of energy there is actually making the energy field curve. So it's the accumulation of energy at a spot that makes what they call space-time curve. It has the same effect at the end, but it's not mass curving space-time. It's energy curving space-time, which is actually what Einstein also says is energy curves space-time. Because when you move fast, you also curve space-time more. So it's also energy. It's not mass alone. That's why I don't like I don't really like calling it mass creating space, curving space-time, or mass attracting mass. It's energy attracting energy. It's energy curving space-time, and then energy moves within this field, and that attracts.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
No, this still only comforts with a globe.
It's just a lot of the gymnastics, man.
Okay, no, so can you point out any gymnastics that were made there?
No, the thing is that if light is curving and it's doing all these things because of energy, then that would explain why the Eratosthenes thing doesn't work on a flat Earth with 3 observers or celestial navigation, because all those things require parallel straight lines of light. But if it's curving, then you could, construct a model of light to explain all of this on a flat Earth.
But so the problem with a flat Earth isn't just these individual experiments, it's the accumulation of many. Like, sure, you can explain Eratosthenes' experiment away with bending light. You can explain celestial navigation away with bending light. But we get the radius of Earth as a part of so many different experiments that it is just ridiculous to say that no, maybe that's like just the curving of light, when it shows up in so many experiments that some don't even incur or use light.
Okay, what's one that doesn't?
Propagation of seismic activity.
Okay, how does that work?
So when you go an epicenter of an earthquake of some sort, you're able to measure the time that it reaches certain locations, and if you map that out on a map, you see that it appears like the exact distances mapped to that of a globe. It appears to go in this circular pattern moving around a globe. And that doesn't have anything to do with light, and yet it still shows the fact that it's a spherical surface with a specific distance between points, and shows you a sphere. That's why I don't believe that any of this, like any kind of bendy light, actually fixes a flat Earth model, because there are problems that you have that aren't explainable with bendy light.
So these seismic activities happen, and then they're mapped onto a globe, and you're saying that's the proof?
Yeah, so they happen. We have seismic meters in many places on the world. They see what time the seismic activity reaches them, and if you map out the time and distances of all of those places, it is only fits to a globe surface. Otherwise, you would require teleporting like seismic activity, which I mean, if you ask me, it's a bit taking a bit too far. It's a bit more fantasy than science.
And how was the surface determined before you got the seismic activity?
What do you mean, how was it determined?
Well, how do you know what kind of shape to map it on if you didn't already have one in mind?
Well, it is not that you use a specific shape. It's that if you see the times it takes for it to travel to all the different places, you know the relative distances between all places. And if you map that out, it only works on a globe. Because you can only have, for example, on a flat Earth, Australia and South America are incredibly far away, but on a globe, they're quite close. And so if you got a seismic activity that happens between those two places, and you see that it doesn't take a huge amount of time, it takes a very short amount of time for it to travel, well, then that shows that those two places are close, which doesn't work on a flat Earth, but it does on a globe.
Seems kind of contrived, lengthy. I mean, I can't go and immediately verify that. Even you have to believe what someone told you, and on and on.
Okay, but that the thing is, I'm not the kind of person who believes that hundreds and thousands of people are constantly lying day in and day out. I don't think that such a lie could be upkept.
Please get back to the topic.
Okay, what's the topic then?
So, I mean, I was just wondering how you map out the size. I mean, it must have...
So if you look at just the relative times it takes for the seismic waves to arrive, you can map out that it is in fact a globe. But the size of the globe depends on the speed of the seismic waves. And then when you do experiments to figure out the speed that seismic waves take to travel, well, now you've got a radius through that measurement, and it comports with all the other measurements of a globe through other means. The fact that we keep getting this number, this measurement of a globe with a certain radius from so many different methods, so many different experiments with completely different, like for example, some that don't use light, some that do use light, some that look outside into space, some that look onto Earth, it keeps coming up. And I think that's because it is. It's not some illusion. It's because it is.
Do these seismic waves propagate through the same type of matter all throughout, or is there a different type of shit that it's going through? And my point there is like that would mess with the speed and the direction.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. But it's taken into account. So the difference would mainly be whether it's traveling over an ocean or on land. And that is taken into account when you look at the actual testing of speeds of seismic activity. And essentially the fact that even though it travels on the surface on the ocean, it also does travel on the ocean floor, which is still land, or it's Earth material, or whatever you want to call it. So yeah, that is taken into account, and it still doesn't save it, so to speak.
How far, like, how deep does it go? Because we don't know what's at certain levels down below, right?
Well, yeah, I'm not talking about looking beyond talking about the Marianas Trench or whatever, where we don't know how deep it actually goes. But most of the ocean, we do know how deep it goes. And even if you look at the parts where you've got partly on the land, partly on, or like right by the coast, the speed it travels there, like you try this in the different directions and on the different surfaces, and you see what kind of effect it has. Like, it's taken into account.
But there could be, to defend the flat Earth, competing theories that explain it. It's just that I think a lot of the competing theories to explain such things are fall into a category I would say as they appear that they are like, oh, this is the way, like the star trails, for example. This is the Earth appearing for all the world to look like a globe. This is a flat Earth. They're doing a very good impression of a spherical one.
Yeah, well, so that's the thing is, what the flat earthers do is they think of another way to explain the same phenomena, and which is fine logically speaking. It's not that they have any logical contradiction. It's that they can't see this empirically working out. Like for example,
empirically, what do you mean?
No, it's based on what you. It's based on what you empirically see. You see something, and then you build a model off of that, and then it's up to you to say, okay, well, that works for me.
I agree with Jerry. It seems like the FE people try to do things more zetetically, absolutely, not less. So I don't understand what you said, Gummy Bear.
So, for example, with the celestial navigation, so we get our 69 miles per degree from the globe, from the fact that it's a spherical surface with a certain radius. You guys get it from a measurement. Okay, fine. But then when you guys want to explain that measurement, you say it's because light bends. Okay, we test light bending. Okay, it doesn't bend like that. It is empirically shown to not be that such. So the model, sure, 69 miles per degree, you got it. It is a true model, but the reason why it happens, which you explained would be bending of light, is not empirically validated.
Yeah, I think that one's a solid one. Because, 69 miles per degree makes if you go degrees on your x-axis and distance on your y, it creates a straight line, which what you can do is go past 0. Right, you can go, what happens at minus 10 degrees? And that's a big problem, because that means you can get all the way around to 360 degrees, and you can say, as ridiculous as it sounds, I know where Polaris is when I'm standing on the South Pole, and it is 90 degrees under my feet.
Straight below you, yeah.
And that geometrically only comports with one view. I mean, I think I see the point that Jerry's raising about the earthquakes, which is if you try to map it, if you start with a globe mindset and try to map it, could you sort of be miscounting ripples or something? I don't know much about that. So.
But the answer to that is no, because you don't even have to start with a globe. You just look at the relative distances between places. And like I said, on a flat Earth, South Africa or South America and Australia are necessarily far apart, while on a globe they are necessarily closer. And when you see their relative distances, well, it's a globe because they're close, not far.
Yeah, I mean, and I think for a few things, like, the I forget when it was, but when I was trying to do a Star Trails thing one time, and I was doing one of my things, when I draw on Jamboard, and I like draw this and draw that, and I was drawing it all for them, and we got to a certain point where I was like, what we'd essentially come up with during their drawings was very similar to a sphere.
Yeah.
I was like, do you not think this gets simpler at a certain point?
Like but like I said, I don't think the flat earthers are like dumb or anything like that, because they're not coming up with models. But there's some on both. Yeah. There's always some on both sides. But for example, they come up with ideas or explanations that are logically consistent. So it's not like they've come up with dumb ideas or whatever you want to call it. The problem.
SE's thing about the. I mean, no
offense. Oh, I know, but
I don't know. Is it
there's dumb ideas.
Is it as logical? Is it as logical as spherical triangles having 180 degrees?
Oh yeah, and then
well, that's not a good sign. That's not a good sign then.
The problem I'll get to it in a second. But the problem appears with the empirical thing, and because flat earthers have a bigger distrust of other people doing measurements for you, I get why they wouldn't trust those empirical measurements.
Blah 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 blah.
Well, okay, then I'm not going to give you any more credence, and I'm going to just say that you're dumb then.
Yeah, no, I think the double hump drop is dumb, but I don't think. No, I've said it a few times. When I first started trying to find flat Earth Discord rooms or where I could talk to flat Earthers, I was like, I don't know what I expect, but somewhere in my head I was like, I expect people to be dribbling retards, and then I was like, actually, there's some pretty smart people here.
Yeah, and for the most part, I mean, you made so much shit up just now in that little speech you made. I don't even know where to begin.
It was hard to fucking sit here.
I don't think I even want to spend my time. I don't even want to spend the time going over it with you and getting excited because everyone's going to want to jump in and shit. It's obnoxious.
I said two things. I said two things. I said, one, flat Earth ideas are logically consistent internally, which is a good thing. That's not an insult. I'm not sure if you want to debate me on that part. And then the second one I said is the reason I think they don't bear in reality is because of the empirical evidence. But I get why you guys don't trust the empirical evidence, because it's other people getting it for you.
It's not empirical. The shit you said about light bending empirically, light doesn't empirically bend like that. Like, you just said so much shit wrong since I've started listening to you this morning. It's obnoxious.
Yeah, because
you're not able to. So you say I'm saying so much wrong things, but you're not able to point out a single thing.
Yeah, you said light doesn't empirically bend like that. Show me.
you even know that? Where'd you just make shit up, dude? You made shit up yesterday. You're making shit up now. You're gonna make shit up tomorrow.
Do we think? Well, I can try and take it down a notch. Do you think like you've seen like the standard Mirage stuff, right, Jeremy, on a hot highway?
You know, empirically, light bends towards the denser medium.
But
that's
listen,
not what's required.
There's nothing empirical about the path light takes.
And that's why I'm saying that the part we disagree on is the empiricism of it, because of the fact that I believe the tests other people have made, you guys do not. And that's where it fundamentally comes down to.
Okay, so what test have you done to confirm the path light takes from Polaris? 0.
But that's irrelevant to the result.
What result?
So depends.
J-Dog used the word before zeticism, and that's a great description of it, which is, do you know, does everybody know what J-Dog means by zeticism? Explain it, J-Dog.
Okay.
Or anybody. That's it. It's this idea of I cannot trust somebody else's senses. I must check for myself. And I think this is aesthetic with some things, right? Like if somebody said, you know, like your car's blowing white smoke, you get out of your car and check for yourself. You're just going to go, is it? Okay, better go and get those gaskets changed. You know? So we are to a point, but yeah, the point you're making is like hardcore zeticism is like I virtually, at least to my understanding of it, I flat will not trust something unless I did it myself.
Yeah, and I find that to not be conducive to a society, because if everyone has to do these things themselves, then...
I'm not saying that you're incorrect to assume the path of light. I'm just saying you could model it however you want.
Sure. Would you say it's a more consistent, like to assume light travels roughly straight, like we'll give it a bend of a couple of arc seconds or something, arc minutes, sorry. Would you say that's a relatively safe assumption to make, that it matches most other experiences we have?
Yeah. Depending on what you're talking about.
Yeah, like we go, wow, there's pools and stuff, but we don't think we're staring into a pool because we don't get the convergence and divergence, right? We don't have the stars sort of turning away from one another, which is what we see in a pool, right? The glass-sided pool, the girl's head goes together or comes apart. It's got to be a girl because nobody wants to watch a man swimming. Not even girls. Titties. What were we talking about?
Zeticism, or however you pronounce it.
I think it's zeticism, yeah.
Yeah, and my opinion is that too much of that means a society doesn't work, because if everyone has to do everything themselves and confirm everything themselves, then you're not really like living in a society. You're kind of all living as hermits alone, like not trusting anything anyone else says.
Wasn't that the whole premise of relativity?
No.
Frames of reference, superpositions, and
predictable frames of reference.
It's why in epistemology it's actually given the name of what's called the genetic fallacy. Because when you're trying to use it as a counter argument to say, well, you haven't done that yourself, but we have loads of evidence and examples to show that this is a reasonable piece of conjecture, then that... Go on.
No, you go. You don't speak much here. I do.
Which is why, it's always good to have some doubt. And, and I think this goes back into, what I call the argument of absolutes. Where, we want the truth. You can't handle the truth. Well, actually, no one has the fucking truth. What we have is knowledge, which is our closest, best interpretation of what the truth might be.
So you take the I forget which view of knowledge it is, which is, I know it might be wrong, but I call it knowledge anyway.
Right? You listen to Jem too much about his special belief and special knowledge and nonsense shit Jem goes on about.
But the thing,
don't you Druss?
Yeah.
This idea of like, because I think you hold a similar view to me, where I try really hard, and I would encourage anybody here to catch me when I do, to speak in to not speak in absolute. So I'll try not to say I know X. I always fall into doing it. Particularly, this is an interesting correlate I've noticed. I slip into
to say I know
when
it's
I'm in
true is what I avoid.
Yeah, Druss operates on the bucket of shit model of epistemology.
What's the bucket of shit model?
You know, he has a huge.
I'll do it quickly. So there's the tiny bucket of shit of stuff that I know, and then there's the absolutely massive bucket of shit that I don't know. And to have humility, you've always got to remember that everything in the bucket of shit you don't know can actually invalidate anything in the bucket of shit that you do know.
Yes. My girlfriend, yes, I've heard this idea from you in the past, and it resonated with me. I don't know if I shared this last time, but I heard a similar idea from my girlfriend, where she said, it's not that we don't know, it's that the questions are broken. Oh, sorry, this is my change of it, where she's like, it's just what they were claiming to know. Like, it was just a standard idea in all medicine, most Western medicine, until the like 1700s, that it was all about, no, maybe not 1700s, but something like really recently, that it was all just about humours. And Dross will know way more about this than I will, which is like the phlegm and the fire and the fuck and the whatever. But think about the pitched battles that doctors would have been having, where it's like, you're wrong, it's that she hasn't been inhaling enough campfire smoke. And somebody else is like, no, they need more henbane. You know, like, and because of her fire signal is too high, and I saw a snake in a tree. And like, they would have been both having an argument, thinking the other's wrong, while being both themselves being so fucking far from the truth that the question they were asking just flat wouldn't make sense to us. I reckon if we could listen to those conversations, we would just go, what the fuck are you guys actually talking about? Like, none of this is why you get a cold. You get a cold because your family member had a cold and they snotted on their hand and touched a doorknob. Like, if you wash your hands, we know this happens less. Like, this is one of the major problems that militaries have around the world, is wash your fucking hands, because they lose too many men for dysentery. Like, not dead, but they can't fight when they're pooping themselves.
Yeah, but then they would have called you a witch.
Exactly. The closest.
What do you believe? What do you believe in? You believe in small organisms? You believe in small organisms? You fucking nut job.
That are controlling our body. We all know it's God gave me this thing.
Germs, huh? Oh, this guy's fucking crazy. He thinks little organisms are crawling on your hand, dickhead.
Exactly.
But that was the revelation of the microscope, and when we could actually start to see bacteria.
Yeah.
And then we started to culture bacteria, and we thought, oh, weird thing is every time we find this bacteria, someone gets really, really ill. And that you know, and a lot of waterborne epidemics, that's one of the things that allowed us to sort of control that. I mean, I forget if it's typhoid or cholera, I can't remember which one it was. But it was all traced down to one particular free water source in London that was causing a mass epidemic.
Yeah,
because it was free.
There's Typhoid Mary as well, isn't there? Where they were like, you are giving, and the idea that once they'd started to clock the idea that something about sick people made other people sick, there was Typhoid Mary, typhoid.
Well, she was asymptomatic, so that was why Typhoid Mary was so famous.
And she didn't believe it. No, she was like, "What do you mean I'm sick? I don't feel sick." And she'd but after a while, they think it became clear that she did know she was killing people, because she was specifically going to become a cook again and again. Just the whole family would die, and then she'd change her name and go do it again. You're like, oh, now you sound like a serial killer.
Can I have a reference? Well, that's problematic.
Yeah. Oh, they were dead pleased with what I cooked for them.
The good one was when the doctors used to practice. There was a hospital, and there was two different sides to it. One side, the doctors would give birth. Well, not the doctors would take do the birth thing, and then there was another one where the midwives did it, right? And they were on different sides of the hospital. and the midwife one, they had a lower mortality rate, and the doctors couldn't figure out why. They finally figured out, like, they were fucking with the cadavers and then getting the germs on with the during the childbirth. So they figured that one out.
Yes, yeah. Samuel Edelweiss, wasn't he? Hang on, let me pull him up. Semmelweis, Doctor. You mean the guy? Yeah, he's Edelweiss. QE told me this person's name. I knew the story, but he knew their name. But yes, he was like, wash your hands and stop wearing ties, which is why a lot of surgeons wear bow ties, apparently, because you constantly have to adjust your tie. It gets over your shoulder or in your food or something, and you've got to pull it out, so you end up with it on your tie. So we can figure this stuff out. Would you agree?
I know that Mount Zion Hospital in America was founded in 1852.
You know that. I think that's quite probably true, but I wouldn't know. Would you agree that how close you are to correct about something will increase your performance almost always, and being incorrect about something will damage your performance almost always? Would most people agree with that? Like, if you think it's the wrong day of the week, that is almost always going to be a disadvantage. And if you know that it's the right day of the week, like if you're correct about which day of the week it is, you're more likely to be effective.
Funny enough,
go ahead.
Go on, Gabby.
I was just gonna say, like, I agree in that example, but I'm not sure if that's always true.
It's not, because I was maybe almost, yeah. I was gonna say I was a stay-at-home dad for a while, and I would totally lose track of days, and it didn't even matter. But yeah, usually.
Yes, it doesn't matter much, and I think it's like you engineer your life such that your weaknesses aren't that weak, so you never go into an area that you're weak in. You capitalize on your strengths. But that's why I'm fascinated by skepticism, because if your view about the shape of the world is correct, or if your idea of how gyro compasses work is correct, or something, anything like that, you're more likely to be able to build or use gyro compasses. Do you get what I mean?
It depends on the sphere you're working in. I mean, the calendar thing was definitely funny today, because we had a bank holiday yesterday, so nobody was working on Monday. And 3 people today said, "Oh yeah, tomorrow Tuesday." Yeah, and I said, "No, it's Tuesday today." And they go, "Oh shit," because I live my life by my diary. Yeah. So to be wrong in my diary means I would be missing meetings, I would be missing deadlines, and that would directly impact my performance.
Yeah, and I regularly forget which day of the week it is, and I regularly wake up to my phone ringing, going, "Where are you, Harry?" I'm like, "Oh fuck, I forgot something." I'm meant to be. This is multiple times this has happened. Only like 3 over the past 5 years, where I'm meant to be doing a training session and somebody calls and we're all set up, and I'm like, oh my fucking God. But thankfully it's all online now, so I'm like, yep, I'll be there, and it's literally 10 minutes and the session's switched on.
I think working from home, definitely reinforced the fact that having, I'm really sad when it comes to my diary. So my diary is actually color coded depending on the type of activity I'm doing. So I have 12 different categories that go into my diary. So
Nerd.
Red is
color coding diary.
Yeah, but for me, green stuff is stuff that's really important. So green is anything to do with customers.
Hey, do you have anything in your diary like Jeremy really got me today? I was in the Discord.
No. I only put important things in my diary for work.
Ooh.
Not that Jeremy is
SC Montreal really carried me today. I have to work on mine.
By not understanding,
I don't honestly think that's ever happened, to be honest, LSA. With SC. Jeremy has actually come up with some really good points that have made me think. I can't say SC's ever done that for me.
Wait, so your double skateboard experiment?
Yo, how about this?
Profound?
Found Discord today. It seems really interesting.
No, my personal shit I kind of manage ad hoc. My work shit, the stuff that pays my bills, that's the stuff that I manage.
Side note, I really hate Jeremy.
You have to remind yourself
good.
sometimes.
East is good. There's lots of fun people. So yeah, Jeremy did want to bring it up before, and Gummy, I still don't get it, and I don't agree with you, and I feel like you're wrong. If I go due south from 90 degrees north, hey, that's one thing I keep thinking. If I was standing bang on the North Pole, how do I know I'm heading south to Australia? Do you know what I mean? Like all of it's south from me. Therefore, my right and left, regardless of which way I'm turning, is now east and west. How do I hit Australia? Anyway, if
you need to know what latitude you're on. No, sorry, longitude.
The surface of the Earth. Right. Okay. Yeah, I know the hour angle. Right. Follow the sun, of course. Yes, exactly. I should know that. Okay. Sorry. Then I head to the equator, and I get to the equator somewhere in India, so it's nice, so you can speak some Hindi to people because you love showing off. And then you went along the equator, and then you went back up to the North Pole. I would have taken 3 90-degree turns. And I would have
Lumbo jelly pudding.
I would have traveled in a straight line connecting 3 points. But those internal angles of those points would not add up to 180 degrees, I'm pretty sure. They would add up to more than that by...
It's one of the few things I know how to say in Indian, and I'm not sure if it's Hindi or Urdu.
Say it again?
Lumbo jelly pudding.
Lumbo jelly pudding.
It means you are tall and stupid.
Lumbe, you are tall and stupid. And say the last bit again. Lumba is tall. Hey, lumba wala. They'd come up to me and say that on the train.
Kati pudding.
Kati pudding.
It could be much ruder than that because I was quite young, and they may have been nice.
Yeah, it could be something like, some rude word or something. Yeah, they swear a lot. Like benchot is one of their funniest words. They'll be like "Teri ben ki chaudi laudi," and they'll always say ben, and benchot means like sister fucker. Ben means sister, and chut, chutia, chud, chord.
I hear that a lot in the Indian scammer videos.
Yes,
Benchot.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think my reply in English would be, I don't know. It depends how cute your sister is.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Thanks.
What did you say about my sister, you fucking guy? I know your home address.
You bloody fucker.
They would...
Fuck you, bloody fucker.
Yeah. But I mean, you know what? I don't feel that bad about the scammers because I'm like, we used them as a sweatshop for years and we upskilled them and they are really, really fucking good at learning.
The problem with them is that they don't just scam randomly, they scam elderly.
No. They scam everybody. Only elderly fall for it.
Well,
you get emails that say, "Oh, we've got your tax file number," and you go, "It falls for that shit," and you put it in junk, right?
Yeah. Did you ever see?
Fall for it.
Did you guys ever see when Timmy? I don't know if you guys even know who Timmy Osmond is. He was trolling the scammers with Flat Earth and Patricia. Patricia's Steer. He's like, I've got a potato on my computer. And he's like, he's totally anti-flat, like just hilarious, really. But he used to like trick the Indian scammers. So he has a whole video. I wonder if he still got it up. But he's like on the phone with them, like, yeah, I can't get like, dude, he's brilliant, and he trolls the scammers. It's so good.
I used to get so many calls saying, "Hi, I'm calling from Microsoft Technical Support. We've noticed there's some problems with your computer."
So how the fuck would you know?
And well, obviously I know that part of it. So oh gosh, that sounds really serious. Which one?
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about? That's the first search result that came up.
Hold on, let me see if you got it out. I can't. Hold on. Wait a minute. Maybe.
Oh
yeah,
my God,
Tim Osmond. Yeah. Tim Osmond shit. But yeah, Trolls vs. Trolls probably took one of the clips. I haven't watched that one. But Tim used to do it by himself, and it's got like Patricia Steer, and he's like, the Indian scammers don't get it. It's brilliant, really. But yeah, that would be one of them probably.
I've got a friend that's literally hacked into one of the scammer call centers and done lots of
seen one.
Stuff.
Jim Browning is a great one. Who's done a lot of that, like hacking into them and like looking at their cameras.
I think I've seen that guy. He's brilliant.
While talking to them, he's on the camera. Like he describes how they look like, and they're like, "What the fuck? How do you know?" Or like telling them, like seeing that they play games while working. They're like, "Oh, how's it going on Tetris?" And they're like, "What the fuck?"
I was actually going to let a scammer get into one of my virtual machines, and I was going to rename sysprep.exe to something else, and then put another exe in that would then just come up with a lot of sweary language.
Nice. Yeah, I should do some actually. That would be fun to talk to Indian scammers in Hindi. I could make some good videos out of that. Actually, that's cheap content, isn't it?
And it tends to be quite funny. I mean, I think again, you know, the thing is a lot of the people that work in these call centers, they're not, you know, they're not poor Indians. You know, they're not people who are stricken by poverty. They've got a reasonable amount of education. And have the ability to do better work. There are actually some really, you know, I mean, I work with Tata as a good example. You know, if you get to be a consultant in Tata, you get very well paid.
I worked for Tata. The father. Who is he? He had a 1-year-old's birthday, and I was working a wedding job in London. Is it Tata or? Yeah, I think it is. Is that the one that's fully run by South Indian people?
Yeah. They make everything from cars to air conditioning to doing outsourcing and IT consulting and.
Sorry, wrong one. No. Tata's absolutely huge. This guy was pretty fucking huge, but Tata is like a god among men. He's a trillionaire probably. It's just crazy wealthy. Yeah,
one of the largest companies in the world.
By the way, we can talk about the angle thing whenever you want.
Yeah, am I still wrong about this? Because it doesn't make sense to me. Because
no, so it is very. Yeah, I'll yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I'll just tell you and you pick apart where it's wrong. If the surface of a sphere, if spherical geometry is such that we look at a sphere as 2D, so a straight line forwards is in fact a curved line in when you unspherical that shape, for the purposes of spherical geometry, that straight line is a straight line, even though it meets back with itself, which is a sort of violation of Euclid's postulates. And then you can make 3 lines with 3 points where I travel in straight lines, ignoring the angles so far, and those will join up. So what I've created is 3 points joined with three straight lines, which to me definitionally fits the form of a triangle. But if I were to, while doing that, record a 90-degree turn each time, that's not, so tell me where I'm wrong.
So how are you recording a 90-degree turn? So how are you defining the angle? Aren't you doing that by
and next by compass, gyro
okay
compass, let's say.
But so for example, like you said before, if you're on the North Pole, how do you know whether heading south will be 90 degrees or
longitude? So let's go down 0 Greenwich Mean Time. I had a straight path across the Earth's surface from the North Pole towards London, England.
Well, so essentially what I'm saying is way less profound than maybe I made it out to be. But essentially, if you think about your longitude, latitude as your coordinates, so you got your x, which say longitude, and y, which is latitude. And then you put points at like 0, 0, which let's say that's
North Pole.
The North Pole, yeah. And then you want to go, or no, let's say that's on the equator. So, well, 0, 0. So let's say, just like how longitude, latitude is defined by the 0 meridian, right by the Greenwich, whatever, Greenwich. So the equator and Greenwich, like right there, 0, 0. And then think about going along the Greenwich line straight up to the North Pole. So you'll go from 0, 0 to 0, 90. Right? Just a straight line from 0, 0 to 0, 90.
Yep.
And then you go.
Hang on, let me open this in Google Earth. Let me share that screen.
Yeah.
Okay, so change windows, bang. Bang, go live. So I need to go from 0 degrees, 0 degrees.
Yeah.
Right? So 0, 0. That should be kind of, yeah. 0, 0 north, 0, 0 east. Oh my God, what's going on? What's going on?
Yeah, you're going on a trip.
0 degrees north, 0 degrees east. It's definitely not, that's 9 degrees, isn't it? Right?
What?
0 degrees on the
Yeah,
equator. It just does this sometimes.
What is happening?
I don't know. It's done this the last few times I've opened it up. That's Antarctica.
It's trying to show you that it's not a wall. It's a continent.
What are we doing? What are we doing? It's got to be on Greenwich Mean Time.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't have to be exactly. It's just as a point of reference.
Yep. Prime meridian. Oh, that's the main time. That's in England. Okay. So the point at which that reaches the equator. So I just go, yeah, so it's Algeria, something like that, right?
Yeah.
Mali.
And so that would be 0, 0.
I'll be going through there. Maybe not Mali. Mali's a fucking shithole all day. Yep. Okay.
And you draw one line from 0, 0 to 0, 90. So just straight up to the North Pole. That's going 90 degrees.
Yep. Sorry, it's just going to take me a second, and then I'll be able to draw lines and stuff. Is why. New project. Come on. Oh, for fuck's sake. Why is this spinning around so much? Why is it spinning? Why is it doing this? Fuck it. Okay. So yeah, I go from the equator, from Kindal, Mali to where?
Okay. How about wait? So
to the North Pole. Yep. Kindal.
1 second. So look at my screen.
Yep.
You can of course redo whatever you want in your, but this is all I'm saying. Okay. So you're looking. It's just got some easy paint, whatever. So so here, so this is just an XY axis, you know. So we got here some beautiful paint. Get that a bit smaller, just so you know what the axes are. Okay. So if you go just the longitude, latitude, and then let's draw a nice little sphere. And then let's just make sure that you can see that it's definitely spherical.
Yep, nicely done.
Okay. So let's say that you start at 0, 0. So that's right here. Let me use a different color so we can distinguish. So 0, 0 is right here. So let's say that is, let's say right here is the prime meridian. And so you start here at 0, 0, and you walk up, you make one line. Let me make that a bit better.
Nice.
Whatever.
Yep.
You make one straight line to 0, 90. So you've gone from 0, 0 to 0, 90, which is up here. So just a straight line. Then let's draw another line just for simplicity's sake from 0, 0 to say, let's say this is 0, 90. So it's 90 degrees longitudinally.
Yep. Yep.
So that would be over here.
I would have gone the other way, but this works too.
That is fair. Okay.
Yeah.
So as you can see, we've got two straight lines within latitude, longitude, and of course they become arcs here. Now we want to connect this last line, which goes from, we can either say it's going from, so this would be 0, no wait, this would be 90,
0, 90, yeah.
90, 0. So it would be the other way around. So it would be over here, and it would go all the way up. So it only changes in latitude, so it only goes straight up. And so what do we have here? Oh wait, we only have two 90 degrees.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Jeremy, what do you think? Because he's headed due south, he's gone along, and then he's headed due north, and it's not a, I don't know.
And so this is, of course, because now you've done the most extreme, this is when you get, you don't even meet these. These don't meet whenever, ever. But if you do this in a smaller, like just in the middle here,
anything smaller, yeah,
then these
anything
will,
sub 90.
yeah, because then these will be less than 90, so they won't be parallel.
Yeah.
So this example shows the most extreme case. Yeah. And so that's why I'm saying this is much less profound than I probably shouldn't even brought it up, because it's not that profound. All it's saying is that within these coordinates, of course it'll make 90 because we're just drawing it coordinates on an axis. Of course, in reality, when we're talking about the angles, we don't talk about the angles these necessarily make. We're talking about the angles they make on the surface here.
Right.
And so that's why I also why I said, well, how do you define an angle? Well, is it this angle? Or is it necessarily the angle that they make? Because they don't even make an angle right now.
I think you made a compelling case for, I think I kind of get it, but I'm now getting that I don't get it. Whereas you explained, you've sufficiently blown the back of my brain out in terms of, those lines don't meet.
And of course, if you even want to make it, of course, this wouldn't actually be accurate, but if you do that, or if you connect that, well, now you also have a 90-degree triangle, even though this isn't the line it's taking, because this would be like this is changing longitude as well. So that would be like
it'd be heading north. I mean, you can see
it would almost do it like that.
It'd be heading northwest.
Exactly, yeah.
Bearing would be wrong. You'd have to know it's.
Which means it would have to go like that, because if you keep traveling north or northeast or whatever.
Why do people on the flat Earth side think we use the looking at this, and this is triangles, and the Haversine formula is triangles? Why would we use the Haversine formula to figure out our distance from somebody else? Why would we make it that much more different when longitude and latitude is basic arithmetic? If you want to know easily where somebody else is, the most efficient way is longitude and latitude on a flat surface, right?
Yeah, but then the thing is, if I give if we say I'm here, and you're right here, so the 0 and the 90, if you see it,
yeah.
Well, you're 90 degrees away, but do you want the distance in degrees? No, we want it to be in an actual distance. And so all the Haversine does is it explains, well, what is this in just meters or miles or whatever formula or whatever unit you use?
No, that's not my understanding of it. My understanding of the Haversine is you wouldn't use it if you're on the same lat or the same long. You wouldn't use it. Just go times degrees.
Exactly.
It's a formula to get you the great circle thing.
Exactly. But this is like the most simple. You don't even have to use the formula because you know it's already an easy great circle. But if you want to go from, say, here to here, well, how do you know what the great circle route is? Well, that's why you use the Haversine to know if it goes like that or whatever the hell.
What bearing does it go on? Sorry.
Yeah. Or however the hell. So that's all. It's just making this into more of a, you're going from this latitude to this latitude. Well, how do you do so with a great circle route? Like, is it like that, or is it like that, or is it like that, which of course we know it's not. But that's
So
all that does.
So it makes sense to me, because I was on your side, Jeremy. I was like, that doesn't sound like it's true. I'm on a sphere. I'm doing a spherical triangle.
I don't. So it makes sense that spherical triangles only have 180 degrees.
In the sense that we are talking about, they still have 90 degrees, 3 times 90, but that's not looking at them the right way. And if you put them on the X and Y graph, if you flatten them out such that there is no Z axis, then what you end up with isn't actually a triangle.
That's why I'm telling you that it's just a pure math thing. Like, how do you define an angle within the coordinate space of longitude, latitude? And it's like the only reason why we would say it's got 390 degrees is because we define it from what we see on the sphere.
No. We know how to define an angle. It's how many degrees are in between two lines. I don't know why. So you're saying you flatten the lines out, and then you don't have a triangle anymore, and that has 180 degrees. What are you saying?
We're flattening the sphere out to make flat maps. You flatten the sphere out, right? And you
right off the rip. Let me stop you there. Hold on.
Please let me finish. You can stand at a bearing. You can pick a line of longitude. You can put stakes in the ground. You can turn 90 degrees on the Earth's surface. And what this is saying is, if you treat that like a plane, you'll end up in the wrong spot, which is why you need these transformations that explain why you can have a circle that has 3 90-degree triangles, which is what we see on the Earth. You can see this in maps of Australia. You can see that the line of due south isn't straight for everybody. So the states on the west lean west and the states on the east lean east, because we're pointing at a pole. So if those lines of south are parallel, like, are they parallel in your model? South? Is south parallel?
Does any of this have to do with a spherical triangle having 180 degrees? I don't understand. First of all, if you take a spherical triangle and flatten it out, you no longer have a spherical triangle.
That's exactly what I'm telling you.
That's what he's saying.
That's the point of what I'm saying.
That's goofy, though. No one's talking about that. We were talking about spherical triangles. I don't know why you're laughing. We were talking about spherical triangles having more than 180 degrees. You said no, they have 180 degrees.
I don't think it's
and now you're telling me, hold on, guys. Yo, hello.
Go. Sorry.
Telling me, oh, we take a spherical triangle and flatten it out. Well, that's not a spherical triangle anymore. So it's nonsense. You lost.
But yeah, I think that's the point. That's at least what I understand of it now. Is like, if you're treating a sphere as a 2D surface, then triangles and shit don't make sense. You can only make sense of them if you transform them into a sphere, and then you go, now I understand why when I look south in Australia in Perth versus when I look south in Australia in Sydney aren't parallel. We're looking inwards. The souths converge. We're looking towards a single point, not out from a single point. So we know that our due south is 180 degrees, right? South is always 180 degrees. But when we're looking 180 degrees, those 180 degrees aren't parallel. So we need something to snap that back into shape. And a south pole spherical geometry does it. But it does it by creating triangles that if we drew them on the surface, you are absolutely right. If we drew them on the surface, they would have more than 180 degrees. But if you drew them in if you treat them as if they're 2D by doing maps and 90 degrees turns across the Earth's surface, they won't make sense.
Yeah, I would say if you do it in coordinate,
not apply to those triangles.
If you try to do it in coordinate space, it is what I would call it.
Yeah, you've got to turn degrees into a linear distance, and degrees into a linear distance only fits on a sphere. So it's
okay.
The only two shapes that are used in geometry, really.
The whole
triangle's a bit too, I think.
All right. The whole point of the thing was a spherical triangle is 180 degrees. So that
cut out for me.
Yeah.
Once you get off the surface of a sphere, you no longer have a spherical triangle, and whatever you're talking about is just nonsense. So is that what you were talking about yesterday? Were you talking about nonsense yesterday, Gummy?
Sure. If that's how you want to define nonsense, sure.
Yeah, well, if you're talking about a spherical triangle, it's on the surface of a sphere. If you're talking about flattening it out now, that's nonsense. You no longer have a spherical triangle.
But what I'm saying is, within spherical geometry, it is flattened out. It's only when you look at it in Euclidean that it isn't flat.
It's not flattened out in spherical geometry. It's on the surface of a sphere curving. That's dumb.
Yeah.
More nonsense. More nonsense, bro.
Do you see my problem, writing?
Yeah, you have a problem. You're trying to do spherical geometry on a flat surface. Spherical geometry doesn't happen on a flat surface. It happens on the surface of a sphere. Definitely not flat.
Is it he won't look beyond the fact that he's looking at a sphere from a Euclidean perspective, from the outside?
A sphere, looking at a sphere from the outside is a sphere.
Admittedly, it also
curving, not flat. You're talking nonsense, dude.
So do you get the point that I'm trying to make, Jeremy? Because I was in your camp yesterday, and even until I asked this question, but the idea which it snaps into place for me is, if you're treating the surface of a sphere as 2D, it cannot curve in the z direction axis, because it's only x and y, so the z axis doesn't exist. So on the surface, you can make things that, if you treated them as Euclidean 2D, don't make sense.
Okay, listen to me. You can't.
It's not you take a triangle from here and you transform it to there, and like I don't get where that bit keeps coming from. It's just that if you essentially it says, if you treat the surface of the Earth as if it's 2D, you'll get lost. So here's this thing, and now you'll get found, and it works.
Okay, listen to me. The spherical geometry that happens on the surface of a sphere. It's curving. And it's spherical. It's not flattened out. I don't know what you guys are talking about. It's nonsense.
But that's the thing is the fundamental disagreement we have is that to me the surface of a sphere is 2-dimensional, but to you it's 3-dimensional. That's the difference.
So you think you can put a surface of a sphere on a okay? First of all, you think you can put a surface of a sphere on a 2D plane?
No.
Okay, so you can't.
Not without distortions.
Not without distortions.
So it's definitely going to be curving.
Fixes. Huh?
Okay, so it's definitely
in which space.
So if you can't, you can't put it on a 2D plane. So it's definitely going to be curving then, right? And it's definitely going to be in 2D plane. It's definitely going to be in 3D.
Space. You can put it in. You can hold on.
On a 2D plane, you can.
Yeah, you can put it in 2D space. But if you want to put it on the 2D plane, then you need distortions. You can still do it, but you need distortions.
Yeah. So it's not going to be a sphere anymore. So it's not going to be a sphere anymore.
Correct. It's a surface.
So
it's a 2D space.
So we're not dealing with spherical geometry anymore, because you no longer have the surface of a sphere.
That just sounds like you're using the words to go, but it doesn't sound like what I think it should be. It's not responding to the substance of what Gummy Bear is saying about the 2D space. Like, how do you get...
Listen, hold on a second. I'm getting my kid on the bus, and I can't deal with both of you at the same time. So after I get my kid on the bus, I'll deal with one of you guys. Okay?
Okay. I say you go ahead, writing, because you're probably closer to him. Because he's very hostile with me right now.
Yeah, but he's been getting a couple of times recently. Why does this fucking thing keep spinning? He's been a bit pent up lately, poor Jeremy. I mean, saying that while he can't respond is certainly not going to help the issue, I suddenly realized. I get pent up too, though, sometimes. How can I make it stop spinning? Fuck it, I'm just going to go back to editing. I'm not doing the sphere anymore.
Yeah, that's also why I do say that when I said that, it was a purely math descriptive thing, and therefore we can kind of just ignore it because they don't care about the math, which is fair for them, but they don't care about the math. They care about what they see in real life, and in real life you'll see it Euclidean. You're not going to become a 2D creature. You're not going to become a spherical creature.
That's a funny thought. It's not you suddenly... There is a sense of that word reification I first heard from flat earthers, but I do hear a lot of that but maps are flat. It's like, yeah, we don't live on a fucking map. What a dumb thing to say, but maps are flat. Your thing is a reification fallacy. There is nothing more of a reification saying maps are flat. In fact, if you look up reification fallacy, it says people who think maps are real.
Yeah.
Mistaking the map for the territory, I think, is on the Wikipedia for it. Come on, guys. Well, yeah, sorry.
Well, what about WSG84 then?
WGS84 just seems useful, right? All of the people who I think should need to use it, like IB Hunter, are like, yeah, that shit's useful. It's not like you set up a rule and then break it or something.
Oh, well, right, but it's like also it's just a model. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But models are good, right? If you've, I mean, so models. But
I
if
agree.
You've got a model
I
for
agree.
This building, you can, like, what's the first thing Bruce Willis does when he kicks in a motherfucking door? Pulls a fire escape picture off the wall. Oh no, Jason Bourne does it as well, don't they? They straight away get a floor plan. Right? If you've got a map, if you've got a model that works, you are more effective than someone who doesn't. That's my view. That's what I was saying before.
But
like,
I
if
agree
your
with
view
you.
of reality is closer to correct, then that is almost always an advantage and almost never a disadvantage.
Yeah.
So
The only problem with that
is pretty good.
Yeah, the only problem with that, of course, is how do you determine what's closer to reality? That's not always so easily to figure out, but at least as an objective rule, sure, yeah.
Yeah. I don't mean this is a way to figure out what is right. I mean, I do think it is somewhat that, which is look at the people who should have this skill and do they have this skill? Like, so you can use it for that, but yeah, not to test within yourself. I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, I think. I mean, yeah, you're right. I just think, like, I actually, I think the globe, even the way we teach it, is a good way to understand, like, our understanding of the stars and relationships around it. But I just think there is a disconnect somewhere along the route. Like we can agree on. The map is not the terrain.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, but it's a good way to get around the terrain. It can help for sure.
But I mean, it's often the same. We often don't really do fully correct things. Only the so, for example, anytime you show someone the solar system, of course, if you believe it is what it is, but if you show a kid the solar system, you're not going to put things at a scale, distance, and size and whatever, because that won't fit in a classroom. Instead, you put them all close and nicely together and show them all nicely, like
see, but that's what I think.
Perfect spheres and.
That's what I think the globe model is, though. I think it's an attempt to explain to people who just want to know.
Yeah, but exactly,
the almost inexplainable. You know what I mean? That's what
I want to like interrogate all the ideas and be like, is this right? Does this work? How does it work?
Well, I mean, just like, or does
it? I think that's all.
You read. I really like that. You taught me that, Issa.
I think that's all the average human needs is just, okay, sure, we're on this little ball with the sun. Okay, fine. You don't need to really know about like the scale distances and sizes and all of these things. Like it's useful for the people that will eventually go on to work specifically within that field, but for everyone else, just we condense it down, simplify it, and say, this is it, go on and play.
Well, right. And that's why I think at the heights of cosmology and the rest of it, they're like, hey, we don't know what the fuck this is. But the political group is like, hey, we can't have that. We can't have that be like we're dealing with that naive child who needs to know. And I almost wonder, that's where I think, on a sophisticated level, not just on like the gravity isn't real and you're lying. Like, you know what I mean? Not like that. I'm just saying, like, on a real level, like, it's so profound that they almost couldn't let the psyche not have an answer for it.
Yeah, we can't not know. Like, we had other stories before these about how Flat Earth was one before this, right? And there were other people who were flat earthers, but they still fundamentally believed that the sun revolved around a flat Earth. Like when it went into Joss said this before, that it went into the underworld.
Right, and for a certain time that was agreeable. And like, and I just think because we've moved into such a industrial mechanical kind of a phase, we had to have an update in our cosmology to match that mechanical process. And
what about if it's the back to front? What about if you it sounds like what you're saying is now we've advanced so much we need a mechanical explanation. What if by becoming better at these mechanical explanations, like by sending satellites out, you now have GPS, it now makes sense to let your daughter stay out past 8, right? Because she can call you and can know exactly where she is. So what if by becoming better at this stuff, by reaching out and doing amazing things and touching the heavens, you can make people safer and more comfortable and
I mean I agree.
Be able to get real punk rock. Everybody's punk rock these days. I think the real punk rock isn't believing in some shit in the Bible. I think the real punk rock is like being skeptical and like really scientifically minded, but not falling in with the stupid PC or censoring bullshit. I think like it's walking the line between the two. It's going,
I think nowadays
because the science is cool and NASA does amazing shit.
The most punk rock thing nowadays is just being a traditional person. You know what I mean? That's the weird thing to me. It's like,
I mean, trashing on traditional people is definitely a thing.
Well, right? And I just think but that idea of like those old traditional kind of ways is the most punk rock shit right now, because like punk rock has almost become the mainstream. To the point where, you know what I mean, where the most punk rock thing you could be is like a Christian conservative at this point. Like, I just at the
doesn't
same
make it true though, does it?
No, of course. But I've always fought for the notion that the Bible was written by wisdom, if you will, for allegorical purposes for mankind to develop. Like I think, like for instance, like the story.
I very much agree with that.
I've always thought like the story of like the virgin birth is like it's to cue the intelligent man, and that you're talking about allegory, because there's no such thing as a virgin birth that we know of. Therefore, it doesn't compute with our senses.
Nod and a wink.
Yes, it's a nod and a wink to wake up to the fact that this is a story about your own psychological rebirth or some kind of shit like that, right?
I really like that.
And like and that the ancients knew this, but then there's literalists. And this is what I think has happened now, even, is that like there's literalists to what the preachers preach. And back then it was the virgin birth. And it was, well, if you don't believe that Jesus was of a virgin birth, we're going to fucking kill you. And then, like, you know what I mean? Like, and you're like, hey, look, I have a farm. I've never seen it before. I'm just trying to say, guys, that there might be an allegory. And they're like, get them. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? So like, now you have like
thing that leads to this always,
right? And but here's the
one thing, and many people lie about it.
Right, and well, this is what gets you now. Is it's like I used to argue the point that it's like, the scientists who estimated the weight of Polaris, their document is probably written as such that it's like, we have evidence to suggest that it seems like that Polaris could possibly, you know what I mean, weigh, like, you know what I mean? It's so distant from like we fucking know what it is. But then you get somebody who's read that document come into like a Discord and they're like, we know the weight of Polaris.
Yes.
And so now you're dealing with this, you're dealing with a religious fundamentalist who thinks he's not a religious fundamentalist.
Yeah.
But most people, when challenged on it, will agree that actually it's not like this one known figure. It's an estimate with an error margin,
right, but now you
and
sound
that
like
can be
a
proven
heretic.
wrong.
Now you
How?
sound like a heretic to the believer, though. And this is what's unfortunate.
Yeah.
You and I, and what's unfortunate, what's crazy is you and I may disagree on the minutia, but we're going to get lumped into the same group of people that need to get burned at the stake, dude.
He's kind of right? There is a lot of truth to what he's saying, isn't there, Gummy?
I mean, yeah. I just don't think that there's
you and I could argue,
many people like that.
Right. Well, I've met tons. I mean, and like, out here, even especially, and like,
Oh yeah.
like like you and I, like this is why I like, it's like I
think
like
it's.
them.
I don't think it's people like that. So, sorry, I'm going to jump in. I don't think it's people like that, Gummy. I think it is we are all people like that when we get in a fight. You know who the one person who isn't like that? Issa, never like that. Out of all of these conversations, he just doesn't. I don't hear him go in ham on people. He like plays the facilitator and stuff. Whereas you and I both do, where we suddenly switch into a mode of certainty, and that's exactly what Issa's talking about. Now, it's not that there are some people who are fundamentalists. There are some things and people and styles and frustration, dissonance awakes in us the fundamentalists. That's my view.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, sometimes I do speak in absolutes and all of that. Yeah, and definitely, if I was challenged on it, I probably would like take a step back and be like, yeah, maybe I shouldn't be talking absolute. But often, yeah, you're right. It does happen that I start speaking in absolute, especially when I'm in an argument with someone who are like, yeah.
Well, right. You get into the, I mean, shoot, I used to argue, or I don't know. I've always had the position of no position in a certain sense. And I think that's, you know what I mean? But then again, when someone else starts defining like who you are, like, oh, well, you're a stupid baller, maybe, then now all of a sudden you're in a fucking attack mode too, where you're a fucking dumb flat earther, you just can't understand gravity. You know what I mean? Or what it becomes that because we're in this for a little bit of a tussle too. But it's
and you know how you can wake somebody up off, like, we all know this dissonance works because we know we can wake somebody up off mute. Like, you see their mute there and you know that there's a certain line you can throw out. Like, if I start talking about spherical triangles again, Jeremy Hook's going to come off mute and be like, you fucking wait.
Oh, dude, I try to hold my thumb back. Like
bring reference frames back up.
Last night they were talking about law, and I hopped in for a little bit, and I was like, relax. I was like, I don't have to jump in. This is not my problem. I was like, I don't need to discuss anything. I was like, just shut the fuck up.
We need to discuss that too. We need to have a chat about your law views.
Why?
Wait, who? Issa's?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Well, I mean, for example, one thing that's often said in this circle is that laws are not equations. Like
equations.
Yeah, physics laws are not equations, which isn't true. They are.
Are they? How does that become a law? This is something I've never heard a satisfying answer to.
So a law in physics is something that is testably repeatable in the sense that it's for example, every time you push something, it pushes back on you. That's a law. That's a law of motion.
Right.
That's something that's just demonstrably testable. If you like, anyone who's ever tried to not do that, as in anyone who's ever tried to push something without getting pushed back, they fail because it doesn't happen, and therefore it's a law. It's been tested so many times, and it shows that anytime you do this will happen. It just will. It's demonstrable.
Which is why
but
Superman
then
doesn't make sense, because he can't resist more mass than he is unless he changes in mass. So
yeah.
If he gets hit by this, he gets smashed down the street.
Yeah. And so that's like a law, but then like a theory is more just like, oh, we think this should happen based on this logic and these axioms. And then you can try it, and then you see, oh, okay, this is how it works. Or like, does this work out or not? And it's like, that's like the big difference between a theory and a law. Is like, a theory is like an equation or like a relationship that you think beforehand might be true, and then you test it. Or a law is something that is testable. You get it from the test rather than from a theory. You get what I mean?
Right.
So like, a theory is you think of an idea and then you test it. A law is you test something and then you get the law from what happens in the test.
But surely it's not how it's come up with. Surely it's got something to do with whether it's been violated. Does it?
Well, no, because laws can be violated.
What, can they? It doesn't sound like very law-y law.
So, for example, the law of conservation of energy is violated in an open system, for example.
But that's not really a violation, is it? It's an open system.
but that is a violation, is it not? I mean, it doesn't happen all the. What it's saying is this law doesn't appear all the time because I mean sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it's.
But an open system is saying if I pretend that there's a closed system, like my understanding is there is no such thing as a closed system.
Okay.
Just talk about like a pure vacuum. It's a sort of theoretically it makes sense, but it doesn't actually exist. So conservation of momentum is what you're saying gas escape from planets? Is that? I don't understand. Are there any other laws? Because yeah, to me, a law would be inviolable. Otherwise just don't call it a law anymore and be like a.
But it's a law within its restrictions. So for example, Newton's law of universal gravity. It is a law, but we know its restrictions. It is a law within, for example, when anything you do on Earth pretty much will obey this law. But then you know that at some scale, like speed and size, it doesn't work anymore. Now it's being violated. But we know that this law doesn't work at that scale. We know that those are situations
Could
where
I give an example?
it doesn't adhere. Yeah.
Or an idea of like the way to think about it, because it just made me think of it, is like the idea is like, from what I understand, is like law means like you can interchangeably use the terms law and contract. So like anytime you see the word law, you could put contract. And it's funny because you just made me think like this is a contract with physics in the sense that we find this to be the case at every turn. Right.
Contracts one of the key concepts of contracts is that they're voluntary, isn't it? So it's like it's your agreement with physics.
Well, yes, in the sense that like you're, and it's almost inescapable, kind of like a thing. Like at a certain agreed upon temperature, this boils. You know what I mean? Or like and so like but it's an agreement that we have that this is the way we discuss it through Fahrenheit or Celsius. And then bring up one of your laws. I would just think it's like an agreement with nature that we understand we have that you can't violate almost. Do you know what I mean? Like it's something like that. It just made me think of like laws of physics are like an agreement with reality, like the corporeal world.
Yeah. Don't suddenly make things way different or it'll really fuck shit up.
Well, no. Okay. Well, it's like it's like we have to have oxygen. That's a law. In a way, right? Could be said in the sense like we have an agreement with creation that we need oxygen to survive, or whatever this chemical makeup of air to survive. Right? That's the way I look at
it. But the thing is, like, essentially, like, I would say that a law in physics is more like, given these circumstances, it is going to happen. So, like, for example, given that it's a closed system, the law of conservation of energy is going to be fulfilled, always. Or, for example, like, I mean, like any law usually has like a breaking point. Like Hooke's law, like the amount of force a spring will make. Well, if you push on a spring too much, it will break. It's not obeying Hooke's law anymore. If you like is Newton's second law of acceleration or of motion is like F equals ma. Like, well, yeah, but at huge speeds, that's not true anymore. F doesn't equal ma. And it's like they are a description of what will happen.
That last one sounds better. The broken spring. I was like, no, that's just a broken spring.
Okay.
That doesn't sound to me like a violation of a physical law. But
they are
speeds might maybe.
They are a description of what will happen, but they do have some caveats to them. Okay. They're not always like, oh, this will always happen, because, well, sometimes the circumstances are just so extreme that it's not true anymore.
Well, that would be like, it would have a caveat then. It doesn't mean laws are immune from caveat either.
Exactly. So that's why they are a law, because that is what will happen. But it does also have some caveats, like as long as you haven't like freaking exploded the system into 500 million part. I don't know, just you know what I mean. Like
what do
as
you
long
think
as
about
they
what
are.
Branch has said? Laws predict what's going to happen. Theory is why.
Yeah, that's kind of the same. Yeah, the law.
Yeah,
So
similar to
because
what
the
you're
thing
saying.
is, laws are gotten from doing something and seeing what does happen. So it's a direct consequence of what did happen. But theories are thought up and then tested. So that's why I'm trying to say, like, for a law, experiment comes first and then you get the law. For theory comes first and then you test the theory.
Fucking wrong, dude. You don't. There's no experiment. Show me the experiment for the second law of thermodynamics or something. You can't do an experiment on a law. If you could, it would be a theory.
Well, you can't test laws, is what you're saying, Jeremy. That sounds different.
You can't do a scientific experiment on them with a hypothesis and all that. Show me the hypothesis. What's the hypothesis for the second law of thermodynamics?
I don't even know. I don't know enough about it. The second law of the thermodynamics, any of it. It's the hot goes to cold. Is that the one?
No, it's that the entropy of an isolated system never decreases.
Sorry, my internet cut out. Did you really just give me a hypothesis?
I don't think either of us did that. I said I don't know. I said I don't know what an experiment is, or thermodynamics really are, or what the second law really means.
The law is the most basic information you can get. It's just what happens, and that's it. What's going to happen? What happens? It's a description of what happens.
So how do you know
the
what
theory
happens?
is why? That's when you get your experiment, and it tells you. The theory is when you get your experiment, and now you know why it happened. I mean, how you know what's going to happen? We can see it.
Yeah, but when you say we can see it, that's by doing tests, right? Experiments. That's how we see it happen.
Yeah, I don't think you could.
So
you have a very different version of what an experiment is than me. I believe in order to do a scientific experiment, you need a hypothesis, an observed phenomena.
Yeah, which is different than all of science.
All that. You guys think you can do an experiment just by dropping something. So I mean, we have very different versions of what an experiment is.
Laws are gotten inductively from experiments. Theories are thought of deductively. That's another way of differentiating the two. One is inductive logic, the other is deductive logic.
Inductive is kind of guessworky, isn't it? I thought inductive is one that can lead you to hasty but often incorrect conclusions. Is that the one?
Yeah. But it's the kind of thing where if something keeps happening over and over and over again, of course it's going to keep happening. Like the fact that the sun will rise tomorrow, that's inductive logic. It's constantly been rising before. Of course, it's going to rise again. There's no reason it's not going to. It's inductive logic. And of course, we know that there are circumstances where it wouldn't happen, the same way that we know there are circumstances when a law doesn't happen. Like the sun wouldn't rise tomorrow if Earth stopped moving. There's caveat.
I don't get that being a law as well.
Well, it's kind of just how science has defined. The problem is science used the word law when maybe it shouldn't have, because people will always use the like colloquial way of using the word law, not the scientific way of using the word law.
Right, but law is just an agreement, and agreements can change. Contracts
Yeah,
are
but
dynamic.
that's not true in reality.
Well, I mean, you could say, it takes this long for water to boil at this room temperature, or
At this pressure.
Right, at this pressure, unless you're in a freezer. You know what I mean? Like, I just feel like, there could be caveat that would be.
Oh yeah, well yeah, but I would say that caveats are different than changing the law.
Right, but it's just an agreement between, like, I can't, or I don't know, like, I'd like to see you guys think of it in light of the idea that it's just an agreement between the parties. Do you know what I mean? Like,
the thing is, the problem then is that makes it seem like if I just think, okay, well, I don't agree on gravity, so I'm just gonna fly. Like, it doesn't quite work that way. Like, that's kind of what that implies when you call it an agreement.
Well, right, no, it doesn't mean that you don't believe in gravity, but you know how to overcome it through like aerodynamics and force.
Okay. Yeah.
Right.
And also,
so it's like, how about this? Like in the normal circuit, like, so it's like you can't just not believe in gravity while you're standing on the ground. However, you know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to think of, like, there's a caveat, right? You can't fly unless you are in an airplane that's got a velocity of this and of this. You know what I mean? Like, there's caveat. I don't know. It's just an agreement between the situation and the two parties involved. And, like, everything changes in a vacuum, for instance.
Also, writing.
It's just an agreement.
You still agreement. Sorry, Isa.
I'm still here. Yeah. So can you?
No, I asked if writing was still here, but I accidentally interrupted you. That's why I said sorry.
No, you're good. I was just curious with your idea on the kind of idea of agreement and laws of physics. That's all. But I'd like to hear eggshells too.
He seems to have gone AFK or something, but yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, no, I've been listening and responding. I was muted. I like the idea of that it's an agreement, but yes, I think that it's probably more likely it just is the case and it doesn't care much about me.
Yeah. But so writing here's like
notion, like almost like the quantum idea of like things that thrum on a certain channel are affected by gravity, and then maybe there's, I don't know, something that didn't thrum that way or make that agreement.
So here's the definition, is that a scientific law is a statement that's based on repeated experiments and observations that describe or predict a natural phenomena.
Yeah, that sounds.
And it says, okay. So it says laws are developed from data and can be further developed through mathematics. In all cases, they are directly or indirectly based on empirical evidence. They are not. They are discovered rather than invented. Yeah.
So Jeremy, that sounds like the opposite of what you were saying. By like quite a way. It sounds like fair 180 degrees away.
Yeah.
Spherical.
And that's how the field of science uses it.
We're gonna need an example.
Okay, yeah, an example would be good. What was the first law that they coined? Was it something like conservation of momentum? That seems like a basic one. Thermodynamics does that. The first science.
I mean, Newton's laws of motion were some of the very first. I'm trying to think. I'm gonna have to look this up to see if there's any that are considered earlier. Because of course we've kind of had the idea, but the also question is, when did we even start using the terminology and all of these things?
Okay, I see. Copy image. I've got a Venn diagram that's come up on the wiki. I like that. Here it is. Explains why phenomena occur, describes what phenomena happen, and repeated successful predictions. That sounds again like it is saying specifically that it is subject to being tested.
Yeah.
Because to me, if it's inviolable, that means you can throw any test at it and it will never fail. You can throw any falsifiable experiment, and because it's not really subject to many caveats, like it'll happen in the cold, in the dark, in the vacuum, in the up the butt. So true, universal, simple, absolute, stable, all-encompassing, generally conservative of quantity. I don't know what that means. Often expressions of existing homogeneity, symmetry of space and time, typically theoretically reversible in time, if non-quantum, although time itself is irreversible. Broad in physics laws. Okay. True universal symbol stable. Reversible broad. So yeah, what's an example of a test? The first, okay.
Yeah, how do you test Newton's first law without assuming it in the first place?
Okay, so how do we test
Okay.
test of Newton's third law?
First law.
Okay, there's a difference
First
between
law.
just doing something and seeing something happen. There's a big difference between doing something and seeing something happen than doing an actual scientific test on it, an experiment. Big fucking difference.
So let me explain. The top of the wiki is scientific laws or laws of science are statements based on repeated experiments or observations that describe or predict a range of natural phenomena. All of the quotes so far, if you go anywhere that says scientific law, I've also put the Venn diagram one in the chat, it says the opposite of what you just said, Jeremy, and like in very strong terms.
Right.
It says
that's cool. Give me an
it
experiment.
Repeatedly tested. Bull. Okay, so let's pick
no
one.
doubt.
Which one do we want to test? First law?
Let's have an experiment. No, not just a regular test. We're talking about a scientific experiment, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a difference between me dropping something and seeing if it drops every time. I can test that to see if it drops every time. There's a difference between doing that and then an actual experiment where you have a hypothesis, independent, dependent variables.
Sure. How many do you want? I've got Newton's first law, and I'm like, whoa, there's quite a few. It's inertia experiment, so it's pretty easy, right? You can fire, you can say things like, in fact, Mythbusted tested this conservation of momentum one. The first law they've tested where they said, if we fire a bowling ball backwards out of a car and we clock how fast that is and we can get that at a very reliable speed, we can match that speed in the other direction with a car and the ball should fall to the ground. And that's a variable you can fuddle with by increasing the velocity or changing the car's speed. So it fits all of your things: hypothesis, observed phenomena, all that shit.
Yeah, what's the hypothesis?
And it is
we're doing conservation of momentum experiments.
Yeah. So the hypothesis is if the ball's going 60 backwards, but I'm going 60 forwards, it will come out with a net velocity of 0 and fall straight to the ground. And that's exactly what they show.
Sorry. Yeah, what's the independent variable?
How fast you shoot out of the car.
We're looking. That's the why something.
There's multiple variables you can fuddle with.
Yeah, that's the cause. The independent variable. Yeah, that's why I know you don't. That's why you're telling me there's an experiment for this.
There's countless. Just Google this, Jeremy. There's like the first page, everything that you're saying about you can't do experiments on them. Every time you Google anything about scientific law, it says exactly what Gummy says, which is it requires experiments. So unless you know more than Wiki on this, than the Indianapolis Public Library, than Science Sparks on YouTube, actually they're not a very big channel, don't trust them, education.com, then it can be tested. In fact, it's my main problem is finding like rigorous journal experiments you can do on it, because almost all of this is experiments you can do in the classroom. So they're very accessible. If you want any
when you figure out what an independent variable is, let me know.
Okay, you tell me which one would be the dependent, which one would be the independent. If I'm shooting it out of a car going backwards, I'm making a hypothesis that if this cancels that out, the net will be 0. I can change the speed of the car, I can change what object I'm using, I can change how fast it comes out of the gun, and I will suspect that regardless of the object, if it comes backwards at 60 while driving forwards at 60, it will fall straight down. And that means that it is not dependent on whether it's a boot. I can do it in the rain and say it's not dependent on whether it's rain. I can change as many fucking variables as you want to test this one phenomena.
Cool. If you have experiments on it, then there would. If you have experiments on it, then what's the theory?
But so what's the dependent and independent variable? You tell me what that
means.
No. I've given you all of these variables we could change. Tell me which one's which.
What's the theory for Newton's first law or whatever you're doing here? There must be a theory on it. If you have all these experiments, there should be a theory, and we would know why it happens.
Law of conservation of momentum. Probably
happens. Yeah, what's the theory of it?
Physical. But the question I asked you, you said what's your dependent and independent variable. I described to you 1,000 variables we could test.
Do you have a theory for this? No.
The question is, which one of those?
No,
is
the question
which
is, do you have a theory for this? The question is, do you have a theory for this? Because if you have all these experiments, there'd surely be a theory.
It just feels a little bit like you're trying to switch the subject. You said what is your dependent and independent variable? I'm willing to give you a lot of variables. Yeah. Could you tell me which of those are dependent or independent?
We can skip all that, and you can just give me the theory. They have all these experiments. They have all these.
You do want to skip all that.
They have all these experiments. They have all these experiments. What's the theory?
That if the ball is going out the back at 60 and I'm going forward at 60, those two will cancel one another out and it will fall straight down. That's the theory.
Yeah, post me the scientific theory for Newton's law, first law of motion.
I mean, it depends. You're going to be doing a different experiment, so it's going to be a different theory each time. Like you're testing the law, but I mean, everything says it's wrong. The first line is scientific law or laws of science are statements based on repeated experiments or observations that describe or predict a range of natural phenomena. When I say scientific law, that's what I mean. Do you mean the same thing? That's the definition of the words scientific law. Do you agree with the definition or not?
Not if they're saying they're doing scientific experiments. No,
okay, so
I don't agree
with the definition. Okay. So you're using a different. So what do you mean when you say scientific law? Is this something you made up that Wikipedia and the rest of the world doesn't agree with? Is that
no? They added on a whole bunch of extra shit. They added on a whole bunch of extra shit, and they fucking lied to you because if there was all these experiments and stuff for them, there would be a theory. They don't have a theory. They fucking lied to you. Sorry, bro.
What theory for what? You don't? Scientific law doesn't require
when you do experiments and shit. If you can do an experiment on something, you'll have a theory in the end.
But read the Venn diagram, man. It's just 24 minutes past the hour. It shows that a scientific theory and a scientific law aren't the same thing. The crossover between them is repeated successful predictions. Repeated successful predictions. Another word for that is test. Another word for that is experiment. So just like if you can give me a reason why you've got this different definition and that it doesn't involve experiments, because I've satisfied every requirement you've thrown at me thus far. I've given you experiments. I've told you about MythBusters ones, and you seem like
you haven't given me an
experiment. Where are the dependent and independent variable? But you don't know what they are. It's clear that you don't know what they are because I invited you to just label them, and you couldn't. Nor can I. I'm not faulting you for that, but it's clear.
I labeled them, dude. Why are you making all this shit up?
Okay,
I'm done with you, dude. I'm done with you. You can't stop talking for one and let me get in ever, and B, you're just making shit up now. Okay, I clearly defined them.
Which is the dependent? Which is the independent?
No, dude, it's not my experiment. It's your supposed experiment. You tell me what it is. I'm not making up your experiment. I'm not making up your fake experiment for you. That's your job.
I'm not able to label them. I don't know what they mean, really.
I know you don't because you still think there's an experiment where there's not, and I know you don't know what they are.
No, I'm happy to use your definition of experiment. I just need you to label which one's the independent, which one's the dependent variable.
There's no experiment there. You label your shit. If you think there's an experiment there, you label them and you tell me what they are.
You just said you had labeled them, though, Jeremy. Now you're telling me I need to label them. Did you label them or not?
No, I told you what a law and a theory is. You're just sitting here telling me now there's an experiment for this thing, and you want me to make up your experiment for you. That doesn't even make sense, dude.
You the experiment.
I'm getting very excited right now because you're being like ridiculous.
I told you the experiment. It's shooting a bowling ball out the back of a truck. I just wanted you to label the variables. And yet it's weird, man. You demanded that I label the variables, refused to label them, claimed you already labeled them. I invited you to label them again, and now you're having another weird thing.
No, I didn't label well, maybe there was a miscommunication. I didn't label your variables. I didn't label your variables. I labeled what a law and a theory is. Now you're telling me there's an experiment here, and you want me to make up your experiment for you.
I've told you the experiment.
What is it? What's your independent and dependent variable?
You tell me. I don't know what those words mean. I can change variables.
No experiment there too. What the fuck? I can't. Eggshells. Yeah, I can't because you're. I can't because you're. No, I'm saying I can't do this because you're being absolutely ridiculous right now. You're telling me there's an experiment here, and then you're telling me you don't know what an independent and dependent variable is, and you can't label them, And you want me to make up your experience? You want me to make up the thing that I'm telling you doesn't exist?
Does that sound to anybody else like what's happening? I guess I'll go on mute because you're right, Jeremy. I've been speaking quite a lot. But
no, you're fine. You can keep talking. I just can't do it with you because you're being insane.
You just need to play back this tape some other time. But I don't think it's a bad thing to not get this whole bullshit QE dependent, independent variable, There's a specific idea for it. But I can label for you thousands of experiments. I don't know them. I didn't even know the definition of scientific law, but having Googled it and found what the actual definition is, it clearly says it's based on repeated experiments. And when I've tried to Google just Newton's first law, I get page after page after page after page of Google on how science experiment, 4 kids, Newton's first law. And you're saying it's not an experiment. You can't do an experiment. You don't want to look at these experiments. You want to know what the dependent and independent variable is. But even when I lay out a variety of different variables, you're not able to tell me which one's which.
No, you're not able to tell me which
one's necessary and you can define it, or it's not that important.
No, you're not able to tell me which one's which. I'm telling you, there's no experiment here. This experiment doesn't exist. You're saying, yes, it does exist. And then when I ask you for the independent and dependent variable, you're unable to name them, which is a prereq. You're going to need those for an experiment.
Yeah, probably somebody who does science is. I'm not a scientist. I don't know how to do science. I don't fully understand words. I get things wrong all the time.
I know.
So that they need it, you might be right, but I'm not able to interrogate them and tell you whether they've got them. If those things are important, you should be able to see from the outside that is or that is not an independent or a dependent variable. Otherwise, they could make them up. That wouldn't be very scientific. So you should be able to label from the outside what is a dependent or an independent variable. You need to be able to say that. Otherwise, you won't be able to tell. If I label things as dependent and independent variables, you will not be able to say no. So pick it. Are you able to pick them, or can I make them up?
If you're telling me there's an experiment here, you tell me the independent and dependent variables. I don't need to make them up. I'm telling you there is no experiment here.
Sure. So
it doesn't make sense that I would make them up. It doesn't make sense that I would make them up when I'm telling you it doesn't exist. That's like me saying unicorns don't exist, and then you're making me tell you how long is a unicorn horn.
That doesn't make any sense, Jeremy. That's not at all similar to what we're talking about. Doesn't make any sense.
That's exactly what you're doing.
That doesn't make any sense to me.
What you're doing doesn't make any sense.
I don't know which one is which, but here's this. I'm going to shoot both a bowling ball and a boot out of the back of the car. Now, one of those variables is going to change, but it's not going to change the result. So if I get that boot going backwards 60, it's going to do the same thing a bowling ball does, which is drop straight down. That's one of your variables. Pick which one it is. I don't understand them. Your second variable is how fast I drive the car versus how fast I shoot the cannon. And if those numbers match, the ball drops straight down. That's your other variable. I can fuddle with both of those variables and shows boot or ball does not matter. Speed of car versus speed of gun does matter. Whichever of the two fucking bullshit QE nonsense it is, I have satisfied both of those requirements, and you are not able to even name or label the importance of them. So,
dude, you can end this out. You can end this like that if you want and to make yourself look good. But you've already stated you don't even know what an independent and dependent variable is, and you can't name them. Don't try to put this off on me like I don't know what I'm doing for your made-up experiment.
I think we both don't know what we're doing. I don't think you and
I absolutely know what I'm doing.
Okay, which is the independent? Which is the dependent? I've told
there's
you
no experiment here. You don't have one. There's no experiment here
because there's no independent or dependent variable. Is that why it's not an experiment?
Can you name the independent and dependent variable?
No, I cannot.
Then there's no experiment.
Okay. So are they, in order to be an experiment, are they required to be labeled, or are they just required to be there?
Sorry, can you repeat that? I got a text message. Can you repeat that? I got a text message.
In order to be an experiment, do I need to label them the dependent and independent variable, or do I need to have the independent and the dependent variable?
Yes, you would label them. You would label them before you even did the experiment because they would be in your hypothesis.
Let me ask the question really clearly again. If you have to pick one, is it the requirement that I label them or that I have them? Could I have them and label them wrong, but still get a meaningful result because I know that boot versus ball doesn't matter, speed of car does?
The requirement is that before you even do an experiment, you have them labeled and you know what they are, so because that's what your experiment. That's what your experiment is. It's a hypothesis test.
So the label is the more important part than having them. What if
you need to have them and label them? Of course you have to have them. You need to label them and then have them to do them.
Okay, what happens if I label them wrong? What happens if I call one Schlafenflitz and the other one My Little Titty Muncher? Does it matter? If I said my Schlafenflitz didn't seem to alter whether the ball dropped vertically, but My Little Titty Muncher, wow, that seemed to really affect whether the ball dropped vertically. By labeling them wrong, have I invalidated my results by having My Little Titty Muncher and Schlafenflitz in the results, or is it just required that I have them? And in order to say which is which from the outside, in order to invalidate somebody else's experiment, the point still remains, you would need to be able to label them from the outside, and you clearly can't.
Dude, you can change the name. I'm not talking about labeling the name of the independent and dependent variable. You can change the name of those. You need to have them and know what they are before you even go into this.
Okay, let me find out. I'll Google it now. So an independent variable is a variable you manipulate or vary in an experimental study to explore its effects. It's called the independent because it is not influenced by other variables in the study. Independent variables will also call explanatory variables. So I'll call that the speed of the car. Predictor variables, right-hand side variables. What the hell? Dependent. Well, I want dependent. Dependent variable would be blood pressure. Oh, you're testing this one with that one. So it's the movement of the ball, really. Yeah, you're testing this one with that one. Low dose of the new medication, no change in blood pressure, I see. High dose of the new medication, blood pressure is lowered.
Just saying, you got it. That's also what I wrote in chat before, but I assume you didn't read that.
Sorry, I missed that. I
No, it's fine.
Too many other windows open.
But yes, you came to the same conclusion.
Okay. Yeah,
of what the independent
dependent was. Am I right though in saying actually what I was talking about was independent variables, boot and speed, and both of those were independent variables. The dependent variable is how far does the ball roll after it hits the ground?
Yeah.
Okay. Done. So it's got both of those things. It satisfies them both. Now I've labeled them, Jeremy. Is it an experiment? I've satisfied now all of the requirements you've given thus far, even the ones you couldn't satisfy yourself. Despite having the information to be able to do so. Had you known what those two things were, which I didn't, you would have been able to label them and explain that and pick them and say, yes, that is a successful experiment because how far the ball rolls and how fast the car's moving are both your dependent and independent variables. Kind of important point, mate.
Evening, boys.
G'day, man. Should be going to bed and then Bandy gets on. And I'm absolutely baked.
How are you been putting in some overtime? Have you writing?
Yeah.
On the flag.
He just explained the scientific experiment. He's not getting any response on it, so
I think it should have given Jeremy rise to have a think. I don't mean that as an army way.
No, I'm not having to think about this. I'm working.
Okay. So did you hear my explanation of what dependent and independent variables are, and B, that my experiment that I described had both of them?
All right, let's hear it.
Sure. So should I explain what dependent versus independent is, or should you?
You should.
I know what they are.
Okay, I'll do.
I want to hear the ones in your. We don't need the definitions. You're bringing it back to grade school. Tell me what your independent and dependent variables are in your experiment.
In honesty, Jeremy, I needed to get the definition because, like you don't, I didn't know which one was which. I had them wrong, as Gummy pointed out in the chat, but I didn't read. I got the definition off the internet, and it is independent variable is the one you vary to test the outcome on the dependent variable. So the speed of the car in the Mythbusters experiment is the independent variable. That's the one you alter to see does the ball roll. The dependent variable is what is the effect of that, the altering the independent variable, and that is how far does a ball roll once it hits the ground. So my experiment did have both of those things, did satisfy both of those conditions. Did A affect B, essentially?
Okay, so this is Newton's first law?
Yep. Would you like a different experiment for it?
No, this will work. So, what causes it? What causes Newton's first law?
Conservation of momentum.
Yeah, conservation of momentum. What causes it?
That's not what it's seeking to answer. If you have a question for that, then that's great. That sounds like a why question, which I'm not sure.
That's what an experiment answers, a why question, dude.
Sure. If you've got an
it's
experiment,
cause and effect.
Great.
Why?
That's not what this experiment's trying to explore. If that's what you want to talk about, that's great. But that's not what we're trying to answer when we ask this question.
Dude, experiments. That's what experiments do. Your dependent variable is the effect. Your independent variable is the cause of the effect, aka why. Why did this happen? We'll know why once we wiggle our independent variable. We'll be able to see why it happened.
Oh, because then why is, I guess, the speed of the car? Why? Because the car was going at exactly the speed forward that the cannon was shooting backwards.
So conservation of momentum happens because the speed of cars?
I don't know. Mate, it sounds like every time I say something that makes sense, it comes back out of your mouth like mangled and nonsensical.
Yeah, I know.
I satisfied your requirements again and again and again and again and again. It's at a certain point, you just go, oh, okay, I guess I had the wrong idea about what a scientific law is.
Yeah, if we wanted to figure out why it happens, then this would be different. This wouldn't be a law that we're testing. It would be a theory we're testing. Right now, we're just testing the law.
No shit, because experiments, that's what I've been saying all fucking morning, because experiments give you the why.
Not getting it, Jeremy. Sorry, mate.
No.
No, see,
I said
Newton's
no
laws, what Newton is doing is
Terry.
just, I'm sorry, man. I just got to say, like, he's just, like, describing what he sees or what he saw. He's not, testing anything. He's not looking for a cause or anything. Is that right?
Probably. I mean, I do wonder about if ever laws get downgraded where they're like, oh, this is a law, and they're like, actually, it's not. So it's like, I'm sorry.
Well, no. So a law doesn't ever stop being a law because it has been observed. The thing that could happen, though, is that you could figure out that, oh, wait, this has more caveats than we originally expected. Like this, it doesn't apply in this scenario, for example. Like Newton's law of gravitation, it works for everything until we started trying to model planets. Then we had some problems. But everything under that works, yeah, no problem.
Okay, yeah.
Really, it works. It works at the quantum level. Does it work at the quantum level? Come on, man. Are you just making shit up nonstop all fucking day?
So the one I searched for one that's on the edges, and it's about, does life come from non-life? And Louis Pasteur, that was his claim. So it seems that, like, do people pick it up, and do people test it and therefore fail to violate it, that it becomes kind of their thing? But it was, this idea of biogenesis, no life only comes from other life, and debate about whether that's a law.
And we have theories of why, for example, conservation momentum is a thing, but that's not relevant to Newton's law, because one's a theory, one's a law. One is why it happened, and one is what happens. Newton's law is just what happens. It doesn't care about why it happens.
Yeah, that seemed like a weird question to ask. We're just trying to say, does the ball go backwards? Why it happens is a different experiment, different question. Not even an experiment. Like, it sounds almost philosophical. Sorry, Jerry, what were you saying?
No, I was just agreeing. That's exactly what I was talking about. Yeah, but see, like, philosophically, though, there is, like, Newton himself said that, like, there is no such thing as a fixed point or, a body at rest. So his first one goes out the window, because when he says an object at rest stays at rest, it was never at rest in the first place, according to him.
But that matches with the next one, which is all motion is relative, isn't it? Which is, nothing's ever been at rest, but provided relative to itself it's at rest, then you can treat it as if it is.
Right. It's
So,
just
yeah,
a big
but I see what you're saying. It
mishmash.
kind of requires both at the same time. No, I haven't fully understood you. Otherwise, you would have said yes. What did you mean? Say it again.
No, you got it. Like he said that there's no such thing as a fixed point in absolute space. There is no rest as far as bodies. So when he says an object at rest will stay at rest, like you just said that there's no bodies at rest.
Yeah. No media. Oh, ow. I don't know how this popped up on my feed, but at least I got the ball rolling. That sailing trip sounds interesting. Sea voyage across the bottom of the world from Argentina to New Zealand along the west coast of Antarctica. How can Antarctica have a west coast?
Yeah, but with them all the coast of Antarctica is the north coast. What do you mean?
Yeah, it comes up on the west coast if you're in Australia, if you're coming up the Australian side.
No. It's the north coast of Australia, or Antarctica.
South. Yeah, that's true.
It's always the north coast.
Yeah, it's quite a good line though. That's better than plane almost, I think. Because even though there could be, you could play a whole game of Ice World or Outer Ponders, you are saying Argentina is that close in that many sailing days to New Zealand.
Yeah, so and the amount of time, they sail along the wall or the ice coast, I guess would be the word, is definitely. If this takes many hundreds and hundreds of days, then maybe it's flat. But if it doesn't take that much, then it's quite interesting.
My staunch position is too long doesn't mean anything, right? Because you can get lost or not have favorable winds. But too short does. There is a maximum speed a yacht can travel.
Yeah.
I don't know how it'd match up yet, though. Like how long they'd take, or what the winds are like, or how hard they're sailing. How are you, Bandy? Oh, he's gone muted. Nobody bit on the Antarctic sea voyage. Bait.
What's the dependent independent variable?
Yeah. That was, I don't know, what was your impression of that conversation, Gummy? Because that felt like a slam dunk to me.
Yeah. Well, it is the common quantum eraser bullshit, where even if you were to go and follow through and name the independent dependent variable, it's just dismissed with no real reason. I feel like an outside perspective listening in, definitely there is a so-called winner in that conversation. But yeah.
I just felt like it was required to be a bunch of different things in a very short stretch of time. And it did all of those things.
But that's the thing with that kind of line of questioning, is it's designed to be a gotcha. So if you actually follow through with it, well then where do you go from now? It's no longer a gotcha. Now you're kind of stuck in normal arguing again. And so that's what you did, is essentially you followed through with it, and now it can't be a gotcha anymore, so now you have to give up. Or not you, but yeah. That's why no one really takes that line of argument for serious.
I was like,
well, you did, but that's only because you were put there.
I do feel that was a...
But that's why no one really takes that line of argument seriously, because everyone kind of has it sussed out now. We all know why it's what the purpose of it is.
Yeah, that wasn't a slam dunk. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? That wasn't shit. He didn't fucking give me a hypothesis, his independent variable, dependent variable, nothing. You guys are fucking delusional.
Who wants to see my first ever time I took off with my autonomous drone?
Autonomous drone? Would it really be you taking off if it's autonomous?
This thing's amazing. It flies itself.
I like it. So that was your first time trying to lift off? Eggshell?
So we've established, Gummy, that there is a distinct difference between a triangle and a spherical triangle?
Oh yeah, riding is on my side.
Writing's got no idea when it comes to triangles, obviously. Absolutely zero idea if he's on your side.
Oh, so if he's on my side, he has no idea?
If you said Kosho was on your side or something, that would hold a little more weight.
Oh yeah,
But
Kosho's on my side too.
yeah, let's hear it.
Oh, there's a big clue, right? There's a big clue in the word and the words. One's triangle, and the other, two words, spherical triangle. Big clues.
Damn, you got me. Gonna have to concede now.
Well, exactly. So I presume you're trying to still win your argument within mathematics, Gummy. I've got a gut feeling that's what you're trying to do.
Well, that's because that's where it's correct, yeah.
Oh, well, that still wouldn't be correct, would it? Even in mathematics. What happens if you flatten out a triangle?
What happens
if
you
go
down pizza?
Does it end
But
up
what
having
if
straight lines, or does it end up having curved lines when you flatten out your spherical triangle?
so if you take a spherical triangle and you flatten it out, then now it's a straight normal triangle, yeah?
Okay, cool. So it's a triangle, right? So
yeah.
so now your spherical triangle, right, doesn't have curved sides to it. It has straight sides.
Yep.
Okay then. So we have three straight lines and three angles that equal 180 degrees.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So that'd be a triangle, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So it's not a spherical triangle, it's a triangle.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool.
No, I don't think that would be the case, would it? Because I mean, if you made a spherical triangle and it's over 180 degrees, wouldn't the lines change to be concave?
No. Depends on. So it depends. I mean, what are you keeping constant? The distances, the angles, what are you keeping constant? The area. Because of course, clearly you can't do it without distortion.
So it will get distorted. So
there
it wouldn't be.
See, Elbow? See where they're going?
Well, yeah. How do you take something curved and put it flat without distorting it? That's the question. I know you're laughing, but that's literally the problem with this whole thing.
Well, you can take a cylinder and put it flat without distorting it. That's why a cylinder is a developable surface and a sphere isn't.
Jeremy, I didn't hear anything then.
I said you can take a cylinder and flatten it out with no distortion. That's why a cylinder is a developable surface and a sphere isn't.
Okay. So how do you keep the angles to be the same? Because clearly the angles are distorted. Clearly. Out of all the properties of the cylinder, you have the length, the width, the breadth, the everything, but the one thing that you can't keep constant are the angles when you put it down flat. What about now, Riding? Can you hear?
Yeah, now I can.
All right. Have you heard any of the past bit?
No.
Okay, well, Jeremy came in at one point, challenged you on the whole thing again. Then Bansok came back. We did some back and forth shittery with triangles, and that's kind of where we are now.
Okay.
But Jeremy came back and said that you didn't do any kind of slam to him, that you didn't give him an dependent variable. Essentially saying that you did.
And the rolling of the ball.
Yeah, but he came back and said that you didn't do that. Said that you didn't give him any.
Okay. Is he now aware that I did the speed of the car and the rolling of the ball?
I don't know if he's still
Okay,
here.
so the speed of the car. Hold on, I'm on a delivery right now. I can't even. You guys.
That's okay. Take your time. We're not in a rush.
Yeah, I don't mean to rush you. I got a night of editing ahead of me. I'll probably be up a little while.
So what's the topic of the day been? Riding.
We just then we had an experiment discussion about whether laws are things. Like what a scientific law is. I think Jeremy is under the impression you can't test them. Before that, what did we talk about? Issa had a.
You can test them. You can't do an experiment on them.
We've described a couple. I can show you some more. It's a law, so it would be easy to test in every sort of which way because it's inviolable. So you'll keep finding it. You don't have to be too careful about variables, boot or ball. If you get the speeds right, the boot they will drop straight down. So it has the requirements that you set out. It sounds like Jeremy has this dependent and independent variable. I didn't know what they were, but now we do, which is useful.
It's probably not fair to refer to him if he can't talk.
Fair enough. He's like, but he comes in hot and like starts up at a bit.
Oh, yeah, I know
and then it's totally silent.
Because you fucking trigger him, he's got to fucking respond. So
well, he gets triggered by plenty of people. So I think we take responsibility to what we do to ourselves, myself included.
But
I mean, I trigger you when I talk about spherical triangles not being spherical. That requires a response.
They're not spherical.
Yeah, we had a good one on that. Scummy explain it to me. I didn't agree with him, but now I get what he's saying about it, and it makes sense.
It doesn't make sense. A triangle's a triangle, and a spherical triangle is a spherical triangle. They are two completely different things. That's why they have two different names. Right? It's in the naming on them.
But Bansa, I've said so many times, the reason for that is because we live in Euclidean. We live in Euclidean. If you were a spherical,
I warn you ahead of time, Gummy. I can hear from that smile. He's got no investment in this. If this was water, he would be up for you, but you can hear him already giggling.
But Bansa, you're not a spherical creature, so why would you call it anything else? If you were a spherical creature, you would call it just a normal triangle.
Actually, I'm not anymore. I went on a diet about 8 months ago, so I'm not spherical anymore.
Well, I'm still one, so that's why I'm arguing with you.
Oh, Gummy, you don't sound like it, actually. Now you just put a picture in my head of a spherical Gummy. Damn.
I'm actually not that spherical. I'm maybe a little bit overweight, but nah. I'm more of a square. I'm a squircle, okay? I'm a squircle.
But you're an oblate spheroid.
A square circle.
You're an oblate spheroid. You're pear shaped.
Ah, yes, perfect. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Nicely done. That was a good joke.
You would agree, though, Riding, right? There is a triangle, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there is a spherical triangle, right? You would agree on that, right?
Yes. And can I add a third thing that is not like fancy wordy, definitive, but I will define it for you, and that is a triangle on a sphere. So we've got three things. We've got a spherical triangle, we've got a triangle, and we've got a triangle on a sphere.
The triangle on the sphere is called a spherical triangle. You said the same thing twice.
That's what I thought. That's what I used to think. Now I don't.
Why?
Well,
That's what a spherical triangle is. It's a triangle on a sphere.
The way Gummy explained it, I think, was compelling enough for me to go, okay, I still am uncomfortable about the word, but I want to create another way to encapsulate the fundamental difference, because that's the importance that Gummy points out. There is a fundamental difference here, and that is if you treat the Earth that you're on as 2D, so you don't give it a z-axis, then the path you're on cannot be curving away from you, can it? It cannot be curving away from you on the z-axis if the z-axis doesn't exist. So if you're treating the surface of a sphere like a 2D shape, it's x and y, but no z. So
yes, and that's when you would have the, listen, the whole reason.
Let me finish. Just let me finish. Right. Super quick. Sorry. If you then try to go, well, I went left, I went east, and then I went north. It doesn't line up anymore. So you don't. What he shows is once it goes to 2D, it's not that it's a triangle with more than 100 or less than 180 degrees. It's if those degrees are 90, it's not even a triangle. It's a totally different shape, because it is what I would now state it is a spherical triangle. It explains the difference between an actual triangle and a triangle on a sphere, which is why I wanted the third explanation.
Yeah, righty. It is very clear, right? What defines a spherical triangle, right? It's very clear, right? And it is a triangle formed by three arcs of a great circle on the surface of a sphere. It's very clear. There's no ambiguity whatsoever.
Mm-hmm. But do you, just to be clear, do you agree that this is viewing it from a three-dimensional Euclidean perspective? Because that's what we live in. So that's why we define the word as such. Within mathematics, that's not true.
We're talking about what it is. Right?
So are you saying you don't have any spherical excess measurements, and all those spherical excess measurements are bullshit?
Quite the opposite.
So there are
is essentially saying how wrong is planar geometry? How much should it be sphericalized by?
I don't know how much longer I can do this for. You guys are driving me batty.
With respect, Jeremy, it's because you're not understanding us. I think I showed that last bit. Like it's not that you're proving us wrong. It's that you're just going, well, that's just wrong for, that's just bullshit. That's all you keep saying.
Well, the definition is very clear. There's no ambiguity whatsoever.
It is, I didn't realize before. I thought the same as you. The spherical triangle was a triangle on a sphere, and I was like, I'm going to talk to Gummy about that, because I think he's wrong, but he also sounds like a mathematician, or like he's studying this. So I'm probably wrong, but I don't get it. Why? So then I argued with him over it, and now I think his explanation makes sense.
So now you want to put a spherical triangle in something that's not spherical.
Yeah, which is why
it's literally the definition of a spherical triangle is a triangle drawn on the surface of a sphere. That's why it has more. This is insane.
Jeremy, you need to have some cornflakes. Get some breakfast into you, buddy. They're getting to you.
I can draw it again, or you can explain it again, Gummy, because you explained it to me once. You explained it with that XY sphere thing. I was just like,
I can't draw right now.
All right.
So I can in 15-20 minutes maybe, but not right now.
It's basically teach me spherical geometry now.
So if you don't have
sorry, Jeremy.
You don't have the z-axis curving down, you won't have a spherical triangle. You'll just have a regular triangle, and it'll be 180 degrees. The whole reason it's called a spherical triangle is because you have the z-axis curving down, which gives it that curve, which gives it more than 180 degrees. No matter which way you look at it from, they have excess measurements on Earth of more than 180 degrees. Where are we viewing it from? A Euclidean perspective? This doesn't even make it's totally ridiculous. Totally ridiculous.
Wait. Do you not agree that we always exist within Euclidean space, within three-dimensional Euclidean space?
That's right. And we measure spherical triangles with more than 180 degrees from the Euclidean space.
Exactly. From the Euclidean space. You don't become a two-dimensional creature and then measure it. You measure it from three-dimensional Euclidean space.
We can measure it from Euclidean space and see that it has more than 180 degrees because it's on the surface of a sphere.
Right,
This argument is fucking ridiculous.
Right, the very act of measuring the angles in a horizontal plane, which is what you're doing with the azimuths in the first place, is doing that measurement in a Euclidean space. And that's why they come up to more than 180 degrees.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. No, you're saying it doesn't have more than 180 degrees. What do you mean exactly yes? What the fuck?
No, that is exactly what I'm saying.
I'm done. I didn't even have breakfast yet. I'm fucking.
That's what I told you. That's what I said. Have some cornflakes, Jeremy. Have some cornflakes.
I think the problem is you're trying to debunk it rather than understand what it is that you're debunking.
Right. It's not trying to debunk anything.
It is complex. It is complex.
Right.
Like it's a very confusing idea, but I think the simple thing is in normal, like Euclid's, one of the main things on the Wikipedia page there I scrolled down to is how it violates Euclid's postulates, which is exactly what Jeremy's flipping out about and doesn't make sense, which is a triangle's a triangle's a triangle. And Euclid's postulates require triangles to exist and have these qualities. And spherical geometry definitively violates a bunch of Euclid's postulates, and we just cut off a discussion about
to be clear, just to be clear, Euclid has 5 postulates. For Euclidean space, 5 of them apply. For spherical space, 4 of them apply. Only the last one of non-parallelism, essentially to do with parallel lines. That's the only postulate that doesn't exist in non-Euclidean. And also non-Euclidean was created by Euclid as well.
Sheer delusion. Jeremy, I hear your frustration, bro. Don't let these guys get to you. They're just making shit up, bro.
Go on. We've been on about this for 3 days, whereas Gummy, right, thinks that a triangle and a spherical triangle are the same thing. He reckons they're the same thing.
Delusion, dialetheism.
I know.
Have I ever said that they are the exact same thing always with no extra caveats whatsoever? Or are you ignoring a bit of context when you say that I say they're the same thing?
We've had a long
conversation. They are either the same thing or they're not.
Exactly.
If you have to put a caveat on anything, it's not the same thing. Right? By definition, you've already changed it by definition.
So
you can acknowledge that things that are not the same thing share properties and have similar properties. So things that are not the same thing can still have the same properties as one another.
White eggs and brown eggs are both eggs.
Cannot.
We don't call them different things.
Negative. An apple is an apple, an orange is an orange.
Yes,
Negative.
and a green apple is an apple. A red apple is also an apple, even though they have some different properties.
They're both apples. Though. They're both
they're both apples.
He was just trying to take a cheap shot of the way past. That's got stuck on this part.
Yeah, thanks for the contribution, SE, as always.
He's a poor chap. Don't wake him up.
So, I don't know why you've jumped on this losing bandwagon here, writing.
It just makes sense to me enough that I think I should be able to say I don't understand spherical triangle enough, except through the lens of creating this third option, which I call a triangle on a sphere. I propose you could all call it that, where I took 90-degree turns. That if I looked at like it was flat, I could. But it would mean I took 3 90-degree turns to make a triangle, which means I didn't go do something that was flat because this triangle on a sphere doesn't comport with that.
You can't have. What the hell?
If you look at have you looked at that map of the original states of Australia as they were proposed, and a very interesting quality pops up about them.
Oh. The original map of I don't know what you're referring to. So
let me find it. Let me find it for you.
Before I jump all over you.
What it shows is converging lines of south. So where is it? Very, very old one here. So this was 1700s or something like that. 1838, sorry. A little bit out, but still quite a while ago. Notice how the distance at the top of the proposed Tasmania to the top of the proposed Carpentaria is actually further apart than the bottom of Nuitslands and the bottom of Flindersland.
Flindersland.
Flindersland. That's what we'd probably call it, wouldn't we? Flindersland. Queensland.
What is that?
Some great names.
Is that where Victoria was over in Western Australia?
They had the names before they had the places. That's silly.
Anyway. So anyway, these diverging, converging lines, what about them?
Well, from any of those, you could take a 90-degree turn and you can drive those distances, right? I've driven that line that's under Cooksland. I have driven that personally on my motorbike and back down to where it says Guelphia and shit. So I can go out to there and I can find due south using the stars or a gyro compass or something that finds due south. And I will be looking down that line. I will propose to you, I could keep drawing the line across Carpentaria and Tasmania to get to the end of that and find due south. And then if I wanted to test other distances, like through the bight versus over the top end, I would find those distances are further apart at the top end. So due south, if you looked at these south as plumb lines, they are diverging. That is what spherical geometry explains, how they can all be 90 degrees, but the 90 degrees is somehow looking inwards, and that's because we treat it as if it's 2D.
So who's saying that when you're on your motorbike or in your car or riding a bicycle, that if you're heading in one direction, right, you can't go, I want to now head 90 degrees. Who's saying that you can't do that?
Nobody? That'd be ridiculous.
Okay then, cool. Okay, so
like that out there.
Okay then, so what's the
no issue? That's my point. Okay. You could go to any of those state border proposed borders, and some of the ones that do exist, in fact, because those lines are similar to Western Australian stuff, where surveyors went out with these big ball things, and they built them these surveyors' stones that are, I guess, like datum or something. We could go test them, right, and go, is south really due south from there? Could they bolt that in the ground? And I think we'd both agree they could. We would then know that across the top end, the distance between two lines of south, between the bottom end and two lines of south, is wrong. Because if it's spherical, we've got 90 degrees everywhere, but 90 degrees should mean that all three of these lines are parallel. If all three of these lines are parallel, definitionally the inner parts of them need to be 90-degree angles, but they aren't. They're not parallel, but they are 90-degree triangles.
You can't walk. You can't have a triangle, that has three angles of 90 degrees. That's impossible for starters.
On a sphere, is it possible? A triangle on a sphere, could it do that?
On a triangle on a sphere, there's spherical triangles you're talking about now.
Yeah, I don't understand those ones.
Okay then, so now if we're talking spherical geometry, right? Okay, that angle writing is only at the point at which those lines meet, right? And that angle has to be determined by two straight lines, right? It's impossible to have angles, right, of 90 degrees all the way along, right? It won't work.
Yeah, but we're talking about a line that doesn't deviate from the left to the right. It's just going in one direction. It's just the surface is curved.
Yeah,
if we have 3 dimensions,
we definitionally can violate Euclid's postulates. So that map, what that tells us is this map is incorrect, or we live on a sphere.
That 90-degree angle, right, in your spherical degree angle is only at that point.
Yeah.
And that angle is determined by straight lines, right, of a triangle.
Yeah. That have internal angles that add up to too much. As I've shown you by the old state of Australia, those angles aren't what they should be. We agree, right? If the lines are east, west, and north, south, then they definitionally are all right angles.
And by definition,
definition,
a triangle and a spherical triangle are two completely different things. By definition.
Yeah, I don't fully get that.
But they share properties, don't they, Bansor? You know, they've both got 3 sides. You know, they're both composed of 3 straight lines.
I would say, yeah. I would say that a flat triangle and a spherical triangle are both triangles. Yeah, I would say that.
They are two completely different things. One's a spherical triangle and one is a triangle. I don't know why you guys want to dig your heels in the sand.
Well, a spherical triangle,
because we use them.
A spherical triangle and a flat triangle are different things, but they're still both triangles.
But they are different.
Yeah, they're different forms of triangles, but they're both triangles. Yeah.
Yeah, they're different.
I've got another way to show it to you, Bandy. By telling how high the South Celestial Pole is in the sky, you can know exactly what latitude you're on. You can also test whether those lines of latitude curve, or can you find your line of latitude and go across Australia at exactly 30 degrees to Perth and know that you're at 30 degrees, but also know that you are turning a circle.
So now you want to put curved lines into a triangle and turn it into a spherical triangle.
No, I mean set off across Australia and check how high the Southern Cross is and continually find that line curves. That straight line you're drawing in the desert in your car is a curved line. But you stare down it and you're like, that's straight.
Not to complicate things, but I was just curious, have you ever seen how, like, have you ever heard the argument, Eggs, that, like, you know, the sun rising on the equinox, like, proves the globe? Because everyone can look due east.
Well, you can't.
Well, hold on, Bandy. I'm just curious if they've heard this argument.
No, I haven't heard it. It sounds interesting. I'm not sure if
So like the sun, if it were rising on the equator, right, and everyone was looking upon a line of longitude due east, which would be like a 90-degree heading from, or like everyone would see the sun. But the point is that like that also works on 2 different models, because like 90 degrees, like, you know, if you put it into like I'm just trying to think of like the way you're talking about angles and how, like, you know, it's like a false positive to me about using spherical triangles with lights in the sky, let's say. And I don't know if I'm maybe mistaken or whatever, but if you don't know about it, it's like if you make a 90-degree heading from, like, take Google Earth, 90-degree heading from any one point along the line of longitude, all of those points are going to come to the, you know, like observably come to the equator, even though they're looking at a 90-degree you know, heading.
I'll give you a nice thing on the equinox that I don't think you can say it demonstrates the Earth's globe. What you can say is something, you know, if we're going to put it into the modus tollens, you know, if the sun was small and local, therefore everyone would have a different angle to that sun. Therefore, the fact that the sun rises at the equinox with everyone looking due east means that the sun cannot be small and local. I think that's a good logical deduction.
Well,
I do think,
but,
yeah, okay. Now, yeah,
but I think if you plot that 90-degree view over both maps, it'll work because it just takes your line of sight to the equator. So it could work on both models, essentially.
Not on the typical flat Earth model. Not on the typical like AE projection. That wouldn't work there.
You'll have to make it really bendy light to get that to work.
Yeah, that's why I think saying that it really the fact that we can all, let's say if we can all look due east on the equinox and we all see the sunrise, then that does cause a problem with the claim that the sun is small and local. 3,000 miles away and 30 miles across.
Well, that's what gets me is that the apparent, like, if the way that you're looking, if you were to draw those headings off of one line of longitude due east, all of those headings on both maps, if I'm not mistaken, just wind up at the equator. So, like, let's say if you were looking at
that's lines of longitude that would do that, not lines of latitude.
That's what I said, though.
It's a line of latitude.
Right. But I said if you were to pick a point along any line of longitude and make a heading due east, it's going to come. Your line of sight is going to arrive at the equator on either model. Is my point. So, like, but I was wondering how those angles.
I'm not sure how.
Okay. Well,
I can draw.
If you take let's say you take if you take the globe Earth, right, and you just pick or take what's the fucking Google Earth, and you fucking just pick a line of whatever and draw a heading 90 degrees. It starts off and it becomes an obtuse angle from where you started, if I'm not mistaken, because of the way that your line of sight just takes you to the equator.
All great circles starting at a 90-degree heading will end up at the equator. That is correct on the globe.
Well, right, and you could say it on a flat model, at least on the northern hemisphere. You know what I mean? Like, from what I gather, all lines of sight would bring you to the equator.
Right, not south of the equator, though.
Well, I wonder. I don't I haven't taken a map and done that exactly, but I think in a way it kind of would work there too. And a question I've asked years ago, but when I've got the guys below the equator. Like, how, like, in the north, like, when you make a house or something, right, you position your entry to the house facing south so that you capture the most sun. I don't know if anyone's heard that. And I was curious if below the equator it was to set the entry of your house to the north or something like that,
Absolutely right. Yeah. You set your house to the north to catch the
right,
sun, particularly in the winter. And when you position your dishes, you also point them north in the south and the north, and up in the middle, because that's
right on. Yep.
That's the equator is the.
I've always thought that
all
cool.
The things orbiting, including most of the satellites.
Sorry.
Across the ecliptic.
Yeah, how cool! Because I learned that camping when I was a kid, and it's just always one of the questions and I've heard that that's the case, but that's cool to hear it again. I was thinking about it recently.
Yeah.
But yeah, my curiosity was just taking me with that idea of looking 90 degrees from any point of longitude to the equator. How would that fit into your grand triangle versus spherical triangle?
I don't understand why you'd have any diverging anything, because on a flat surface, even a circular one, X and Y does plenty. You don't need degrees, right? Because if it's just a distance, just do the distance. If it's just flat and straight, you just go in that direction, that number. Whereas,
but can you see how, like, the correct
sphere is things like the state borders will, I bet, if Bandy goes there, all he needs to do is trust that the distance between the top of the state borders is known well enough as the bottom of the state borders, and that is very well, which I will say I have a high confidence in, because planes travel. Australia has the busiest air corridors in the world.
So but what are we testing for, though, riding with that?
The distance at the bottom, that bottom question mark is shorter than the top question mark. And what I will say to you, what I will suggest is this says that what we're testing here is this spherical or is this not? If those are all 90 degrees, but the bottom distance is shorter, we are in non-Euclidean. Something about our geometry is non-Euclidean.
So we're testing to see whether or not the distance between point A and point B on one line is shorter than the distance from point C to B on another line.
Yeah, and if you know it's due north between them, because we can check that at time of day. If you want to do it with the sun, is probably the easiest. When it gets to its zenith, you mark south.
Right. So, and how are we going to travel in a straight line?
You don't need to travel in a straight line. You just need to know where you are and where south is. And then you just need to trust the distances between them. I would say, given people drive that, given trains cross that, given that surveyors went out and did this in the 1800s, and given it's a busy air corridor, I would say we would know, because the discrepancy would be significant enough that we would know.
I don't know if that actually confirms or denies anything that you're trying to confirm.
Sounds like you don't want to even like. Well, the problem is, if the difference between north and south and east is like, if the points of the compass are 90 degrees apart, then those distances have to be the same. If we're in Euclidean space. So the choices you have are: we don't know the distances, we don't know how to find south. That's about it.
I think the choices should be that you should take some measurements, right? Some direct measurements of curvy, bendy water, right? That'd be a better measurement.
A different topic. Okay, fair enough.
To be doing, right? Because until now you're just being very ambiguous.
No, I'm not. I'm saying a 90-degree turn is a 90-degree turn. If we're traveling across the surface, we would be in Euclidean space, and all of Euclid's rules would apply. Seemingly, with this spherical business, we've got these weird 90 degrees that add up to more than 90 degrees. You know.
What scares you guys so much about testing to see whether or not water is bendy and curvy, right?
Because the Indian Pacific.
You're making this claim that the water is curvy and bending.
Yeah. Right? The Indian
Pacific
travels that.
No one's scared of it. It's been done like thousands of times. It's called bathymetry. It's a whole field of study that measures the topology and shape of the ocean. Like thousands of people have done it. I have a ex-girlfriend who used to do that. She used to spend times on ships measuring large portions of the ocean.
But JH, there's an important question that comes along that. Was your ex-girlfriend hot?
You're talking about the mapping of the ocean floor there,
She was.
JH, and the topography of the ocean floor.
Yes.
Hunter talked about that too.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, you still haven't measured the surface of the water yet, though.
You don't.
But what do you think means? Hold on a sec. What do you think
the
means?
Ocean makes a sphere. Like it's undeniable.
Of the measuring of the surface of the water to show that it does curve. From one
look up the field of bathymetry. It's not my job to do that for you.
I think I don't know whether it's you or someone else in this chat. They actually do it. I don't know if it was you, JAce, but I think there's someone in this.
Hunter described it to me in detail the other night on a live stream. I'm happy to give you a rundown. He builds, or he also designs some equipment like ROVs and stuff that go down into deep trenches that have on board with them gyro compasses trying to find due north at the bottom because they're trying to lay subsea cables or something. He wasn't even in teams that did that. He would get flown out to these ships when their submersible had got stuck, or something had gone wrong and they weren't receiving a GPS signal or something, and he would help them do it. So he would have submersibles that were getting a GPS signal underwater. He said, I don't understand how that's possible, but
I know,
but that seemed weird.
And like, it's really cool that you're concentrating on the shape of the sea floor, right? And then They are amazing images, and the mapping that goes alongside it, absolutely amazing. Right?
It shoots down
What
the.
do you think is the most important thing to know if you are going to go underwater? Would it be where you're going underwater, what you're bringing, how deep you're going,
how deep?
what season you are? How deep? It's going to be how deep, isn't it? So in order to know how deep you're going, what do you have to know? Surface of the water.
Yeah.
So if we know where
Yeah,
the bottom is,
it
we
makes
can
no
only
sense
do that
to say.
we're knowing where the top is. That's where
It makes no sense to say that the sea floor is spherical, but the surface is flat. That's an obvious contradiction. It doesn't make any sense.
The sea floor is spherical now.
Yes, the maps of the
Damn.
sea floor are spherical.
Damn,
They
you've
form a
measured it to
globe.
be a
They form
sphere.
a globe. It's undeniable, man.
I would have thought you were measuring elevation changes.
They're
On the
mapping the sea floor,
right?
the shape of the sea floor.
That's what you've done. You've mapped elevation changes all over the place, right?
So you reckon he does this stuff?
This just sounds like a denial attempt.
You've got trenches.
Dude, they make maps of the sea floor, the shape of it.
Have you not mapped elevation changes at all? Is that not what you've done?
Sure, they've mapped elevation changes.
Okay, then cool. Well,
They
we're
also
in
map the
agreement.
shape
We're
of
in
it.
agreement, right?
So it doesn't
We're in
make any
agreement,
sense
right?
to say
We've
that
mapped
the shape of the sea floor is spherical, but the surface is flat. That doesn't make any sense, man.
Really? No.
No.
You've mapped elevation changes. You just said you've mapped elevation changes.
Yeah, but you're being dishonest and trying to say that's the only thing I said they do. I also said they map the shape of it.
They have to know the shape of it, right? You have to know exactly what I just said to you. If these guys know this to within a centimeter, then what I was describing to you about right angle triangles adding up to more dependent on latitude would be even more important in this, right? Even if it's a small amount on land for planes, for this guy's bathymetry to join up these like incredibly detailed maps of the undersea floor, he can't have overlapping bits or missing bits, can he? So how could you deform something that is Euclidean into something spherical unless it was spherical?
Well, you must have been able to measure that surface riding, right? So you have a reference point, right? And that surface also too of that water has to be spherical. So show me where you have measured the surface of the water to show it's spherical.
What do you think they have on their ship? If they've got this ROV full of, like, he was sending them down with gyro compasses in the ROVs. Do you think he's got nothing on his ship, or he's also got a gyro compass and 14 different GLONASS and GPS setups and multi-band something that I don't even understand? You know, like, are you seriously suggesting that he's accurately mapping the bottom of the ocean, but he has no idea where he is on the top?
Are you seriously suggesting that a gyro compass measures depth and the surface of water?
No.
Let me clear it up. It wasn't me.
Compass. He's got a GPS. He's got sextants and charts, and probably uses all sorts of sonar and radar. Probably joins on wherever he left off in scanning the ocean floor using those soundy things that go down. I imagine
multiple simultaneous data sources.
Yeah.
Because he needs to know where the edge of that trench is and where to pull up the rover and the rover's underneath him. How is it really your suggestion that he's doing all of that and he doesn't know where the boat is?
Well,
let me clear it up quick. It's not me who did this. Right? This was an ex-girlfriend of mine who used to do this for a living. Not me personally.
That'd be interesting to see where they've taken a direct measurement of the surface of the water to establish that it's spherical.
Well, there's some interesting things that we can use, which, you know, I'm not going to sort of bring up the obvious thing of we've got pictures from space that show the shape of the Earth, but
well, you just did, even though you're not going to bring it up, you just did.
I know. You know me, passive aggressive. But you know, for me, it would be interesting to do sort of like, you know, here's an interesting experiment. The height of your radar on a boat determines your horizon that you can see with that radar for surface objects, yeah? And then we could compare that to, say, a 3-point with a reasonable distance between those points Eratosthenes experiment. And then we could compare that to, say, an Alberuni type observation taken, 1,000 feet, 1,000 meters up, above the surface of the Earth.
You're going to
And
bring
what we could do,
so you're going to bring up apparent horizons now to
yeah.
determine things.
Well, no. All I'm saying is we can compare all three of those. Yeah, and we can compare all three of those and see if we have concordance. Now, if all three of those numbers kind of fairly much align with each other, wouldn't you say that?
For some strange reason, I don't know why you guys run from it. Like, you run from it all the time.
Because water's considered to be level with the forces acting upon it, yeah, i.e. the force of gravity in the standard model that we have for the Earth. So these are three ways. These are three ways. One, using the radar to directly measure that horizon to the water, and then affirming whether that with other observations showing curvature. If all three of those things agree with each other, then that kind of makes a fairly good case for me that we've got a curve.
Well, not when you keep on bringing up points that are very ambiguous, right, and very questionable.
It's the ambiguous. That's not ambiguous.
And 100% is ambiguous, right?
Not according to standard science, which is why I said according to the standard model of the globe, gravity is a thing. Yeah, it's only, shall we say, the fringe that kind of have a problem with that as some of the reasoning that we use. For me, whether you call it. Sorry, go on.
No. Sorry, I cut you off. Finish. Sorry. Yeah,
I know. We're all polite. Yeah, that's what I like about it. But whether you want to sort of say it's I mean, for me, I just look at gravity as a very simple thing. It's an observed acceleration towards the Earth that seems to affect anything with mass.
Yep, and you said, you used the word fringe, right? This is what I love about science, right? Fringe science is the best, right? That's the cutting edge fringe science, right? And fringe views. Like, this is where advancements are made. Foolish, right? You don't want to get stuck amongst the middle of a flock of sheep. You're not going to learn anything there, right? You want to be on the cutting edge. You want to be on the fringe, so to speak, right? That's where you're going to improve and develop your thinking and your understanding. So to invoke what's in the middle of a flock of sheep, you're just going to get lost amongst the weeds there, foolish, and
well,
really
I think
not advance.
The fact that we give a label to that acceleration towards the ground of gravity, let's call it small g and not big G, is immaterial to the fact that is an observation. So then we have a theory that we seek to explain it with. Now that theory might be wrong, but that acceleration is a fact.
Yeah. So we have this theory of things fall down. No dramas. Things do seem to fall down. Service, obviously when you look at things like helium balloons, right? But let's just put that to one side, because I'm a majority.
No, because they're still being pulled down towards the Earth. It's just there is denser shit around it that's being pulled down more strongly, so that denser shit is displacing it. It's the same way as if I use a buoyancy balloon underwater to lift something.
So
that stuff is still, if I let that balloon go, that object's still going to drop back down to the bottom, so that effect, that I'm having to counteract something to make something happen.
So explain to me the mechanism of the little Spider-Man webs shooting up from Earth, latching onto the helium and pulling it down. Explain to me the mechanism that actually makes this reality.
So you're saying that once there is nothing denser above that helium, that it won't settle at that point.
So now you're talking about denser things being on top and applying a pressure, pushing things down.
Yeah, buoyancy.
Okay, which is a pressure being applied by something that
a displacement.
Denser, right? It's pressure, right? This is what's happening. Pressure, right?
Displacement.
This is what is creating the movement. Pressure, right? Not displacement. Pressure.
So if I whether you call it pressure or displacement, that's fine. I call it displacement because that's the term that I'm
wrong.
Well, no, I mean displacement is the exact term that you use when you're talking about buoyancy. You can call it, yeah, it really is. I'm not
quick.
It's really pressure.
I mean,
Sorry,
if we think
really
of pressure,
quick, Foolish or Dross, if he wants to look at it in terms of pressure, that's quite okay, because the pressure of any fluid is greater at the bottom than it is at the top, which is that difference in pressure is what's
the
causing the
acceleration.
buoyant force to cause something to have an upward vector on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, which I
if he uses pressure if he wants to, but then we have to discuss the fact that the fluid, that means the air, the water, anything, has a greater pressure at the bottom, which causes it to go up.
So, I mean, I could ask you the silly, I'm going to call it a silly spiderweb question. So I could ask you the silly spiderweb question, and say, why is everything being pulled down towards the ground by silly spiderwebs and not just floating off to the left or right or up? Why is down in the particular direction the vector that we see it in?
Why would they? Is there any pressure pushing it left or right?
Again, why down?
It would be equal left and right, which is why it doesn't go anywhere.
No, I'm just talking with the whole thing. Buoyancy is an effect, and the vector, the acceleration downwards, is what we label as gravity. Yeah.
Well,
So I'm trying.
So it doesn't always fall exactly straight down.
I'm not saying it's going to fall exactly straight down. There are other forces acting upon it. Come on, we're not being silly here. We're just talking, in a fairly kind of thought experimenty kind of way.
The pressure acting upon.
So again, we have this nice simple model. Things accelerate towards the ground. Everything is accelerating towards the ground. That's what's creating your pressure. That's what's giving you the less dense items to float up, because they're being displaced by the greater amount of acceleration being applied to more massive things per volume. That's it. It's not any more complicated than that.
Right. In any fluid, in any medium that you can put something in, the pressure is greater at the bottom. So when things go down, they're going down against that upward force of buoyancy. There's still a downward vector involved, and that's gravitation.
Whether you want to call it gravitation, dropity, whatever. That's the label that we've given to that observed acceleration downwards. And
you've given a label to something that you think is a force, independent of anything else.
No, it's a label given to an observation.
Right.
No, your gravity is a force.
Is it?
Gravity doesn't necessarily need to be defined as a force in order to cause a force, because the English language.
Has to be a force.
No. Gravity can cause a force and not itself be a force. For instance, I can say the color of the water, or the water is color. One of those statements is incorrect, obviously.
No. And if you're going to say that in your model that gravity isn't a force, you're being disingenuous.
No, I'm saying weight is a force, and weight is caused by gravity. That's not being disingenuous.
Yeah,
I like to consider it, just again, because I don't need to worry about fucking cosmic kind of levels and near light speed environment type stuff. I'm dealing on a local level, the stuff I can touch, taste, see, feel. I don't mind considering it to be a force of some sort.
It has
to
be.
For me, it's about concentrations of energy. It's kind of how I like to think of it. And mass and energy are pretty much the same thing. They're interchangeable in a lot of physics formulas. So, where you've got a lot of stuff, you've got a lot of energy, and therefore that has an effect on other stuff around it.
If you're going to invoke that gravity is a thing where mass will attract mass, that there is an attractive power there, right? In your definition, it has to be a force.
It will produce a force.
Can it behave like a force? Why does it have to be one?
Attraction
gravity
is
can cause a force without being a force.
Well, if there was, sorry, Jerry, jump in.
No, I was going to say that an attraction is a force.
Sure. Yeah. I'd call it a force. I wouldn't see much of a problem with it. Like colloquially, outside these discussions, most of us would. I dare say it's only like flat Earth debates and actual physicists who become pedantic about it.
Oh. Now, what's the mechanism of this force?
Well, what's the mechanism? What's the mechanism of why things go down?
Yeah,
that's the question, isn't it, Bandy?
Well, you're saying that it is this force of gravity. So what's the mechanism of it?
I don't know the mechanism. That's mysterious. But what I can do, which is one step better than the density and buoyancy stuff, is give you a vector and a reason for it.
A vector
So,
is a
again,
force.
I'll give you my cause. No, I'm happy to give a cause here. I'm happy to give a cause. For me, the simple connection seems to be is the more shit you have in one place, the more effect we seem to observe. So without having a lot of energy or a lot of mass in one particular place, we don't seem to have much of this stuff that wants to drag more stuff towards it.
And it seems to work to explain the moons of Jupiter, which you can see with a backyard telescope.
Let's talk here. Because all of a sudden now you've got to invoke over the head type of stuff to go.
It's all
Oh my
neat.
God!
It all fits together. It's got explanatory
no.
power.
Explain it here on Earth and get it to work here on Earth before you start even going anywhere else.
So
get it to work here on Earth? Obviously, it's gotten to work.
That's what you want to do.
All
right, but we've obviously gotten it to work here on Earth.
Really?
The Spitfires needed to have fuel-injected engines, or rotary engines, sorry, I think it was in the end. It was because they didn't take into account the vector of gravity. The vector of gravity is important to have, and if you turn a carburetor upside down, as some of you will know, the float bowl goes to the top, chokes out the engine, and goes plop, 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 which meant that what do they call Spitfires doing loop-the-loops, or sorry, barrel rolls would choke out their engines, so they
really
install their engines.
Gravity is responsible for Spitfires going when the Spitfire is upside down.
I'll give you a really simple example of how we proved it, which is suspension bridges.
Suspension.
You know the vector.
Suspension bridges.
A force being attracted to another force is a suspension bridge.
No. You wanted a demonstration of how we understand and utilize it. And the suspension bridge is a really good example.
No, I didn't want an example of a suspension bridge at all. I wanted
when
a
that suspension bridge collapses, it's the amount of force that we can calculate due to the known point of acceleration of all the mass that's sitting on there. We can calculate the amount of force that it will have depending on the distance it drops and how it hits the Earth.
A vector of something is not the mechanism of how
so
it is being
in your model, what causes stuff to go down? Do you have an answer for that?
Me, myself? Oh, what could I invoke to do it?
It's not just that things go down, it's that weight is a measurable quantity. Something that relative density cannot provide.
Well, yeah, weight is definitely pressure. I'll give you that, Doofus. It is definitely pressure.
What is it
force,
result
but, okay.
of, Ben? What's the
Sorry?
what is the why do you have pressure? There's something causing that pressure.
Well, it might be the mass of that object that is resting on that scale, applying that pressure.
The amount of stuff in a volume, which is pretty much exactly what I just said, and you disagree with
the weight and mass of something you can measure its weight, you can measure its mass, and you can measure the pressure that it's giving. All three of those things are going to be different. So it's clearly not pressure. Most of the situations you were talking about before, what you're really talking about is change of momentum over time. You're not talking about pressure. Because as I just said, you could take pressure measurements of these things. You can take mass measurements, and take weight measurements, and they're going to be different. So they're not the same thing.
Well, I didn't invoke time at all. For number one, I mentioned nothing about time. So don't tell me what I do
Yeah,
or don't
you
think
just
with
didn't
time.
realize the things you were describing is
No.
actually change of momentum.
Really? So when you put something
Yeah.
on a scale to
Really.
determine its weight, that something is applying a pressure.
No, I'm talking about the
to
situation
that scale. All
This
right?
is a
Gives you the
new
weight.
situation. That's a new situation. I was talking about the things you were talking about before were situations of momentum, not pressure.
Oh, so when you're dropping something and it's acceleration or a speed or anything like that over a period of time, is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, and buoyancy, the helium, the gas molecules are momentum between each other. They're not pressure.
So now we're working out its speed or its acceleration. No problems there whatsoever. All right. So where's gravity here? Where's gravity in this?
What do you mean? Where's gravity in this?
Well, if I'm measuring something's speed or acceleration, right? Where is gravity?
Oh, something has to cause the change of momentum. Obviously,
Really?
objects don't just start moving on their own.
Okay.
It's not magic.
So we can apply a 9.8 meters per second squared figure to things to predict at what something will move at or accelerate at. Yes?
Sure.
Okay then, cool. Right, so I don't need gravity for that at all.
That's what is defined. Gravity.
No.
Doesn't matter if you say you need it or not. That's what you're doing.
No, I don't need gravity for that at all. You can use for gravity.
The 9.81 meters per second squared. That's the definition of the gravitational acceleration in the Earth's weak field limit. The average value of it.
That is the definition of things falling at an average speed in
the medium of air.
I mean, you're not going to change the definition of things, man. The people who do this stuff, that's what they've decided is the definition.
Would that 9.8? If I change the medium, would that 9.8 be the same?
Definitely.
It wouldn't. It would actually be different, right? Because if I put it in, let's say, a rock in a medium of water, would that 9.8 be the same?
Because we know buoyancy and drag are
yes,
we do to mention that buoyancy and drag are also forces.
So the reason
to gravitation, there are additional forces.
There it is. So the reason why,
because there are other forces, gravitation doesn't exist. That's a useless argument.
Yeah, just because things are pulled down doesn't mean they can't also go up. That's a very silly idea, mate.
Yeah. So the thing is, the reason why things fall in the medium of air in that speed is because the things are denser than the medium of air. Now, things that are not as dense, so not because there are not as dense, things like helium, they go up.
Less dense than air.
It's not, but it does. Why? That's a red herring.
Isn't the thing? Obviously, it's a balancing of forces.
That's a red
So
herring.
if you've got enough upward force, you can stay up there, regardless of how dense you are. Well, depending.
It's not really, because if I can order helium by the pound, obviously helium has a downward weight. But the problem then becomes, if we have more than one force involved, we can't say that one of those forces is not there just because there's more than one force.
Helium has a downward weight. How do you work out that downward weight of helium, doofus? How do you
I don't know. Why
work it
can't
out?
I order it by the pound? Why am I allowed to order it by its weight?
How do you work out, right, that downward force of helium? How do you work it out?
You put it in a tank.
Why am I allowed to order it by its weight if it doesn't have weight?
Doofus, how do you work out the downward force of helium?
It obviously has one. I can order it by pounds, right?
Doofus, how
He didn't
do
ask.
you
Can I order
work
it by a
out
pound, yes or
the
no?
downward force of helium? How do you work it out?
Can I order it by the pound, yes or no?
How do you work it out? How do you work it out, Doofus?
You measure it.
How? How?
You can put more helium into a container. If you want to play around with the word container, you're allowed to. But if you want to put more into it, the weight increases. The more helium I have, the heavier it gets. So, why am I allowed to order helium by the pound if it doesn't have a downward weight?
Yeah, when you compress it into a small container, what happens when you open that container? It hauls ass upwards.
Yeah, it doesn't make it. It doesn't mean
Thanks for
anything.
not addressing the question, Rakia.
Why does it go up?
Why am I allowed to order helium by the pound, which is a downward force? Why am I allowed to order helium by the pound, which is a why am I allowed to order helium by the pound, which is a downward? Jesus Christ, Rakia, you don't have to be here if you don't want me to talk. It's fine. If you don't want to hear me talking, you can leave the conversation. You can leave the conversation, Rakia.
Yeah, when you ask a question 10 times and someone answers it 10
Nobody's
times,
going to allow me to get the whole question out, are they, Rakia?
Oh, let me tell you your whole question. You said it 10 times.
Everyone.
I would love to repeat his question.
Just a moment ago, Bansal.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Right until Doofus got excited when that guy said that you don't need gravity. He got his panties in a wad. I told him to calm his voice down. Yeah, don't tell me to chill when that guy takes over and repeats his question over and over again.
See, this is less pleasant, though. That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah, I understand. Tell Doofus that. How can we order helium by the pound was his question. We heard it 10 times. I answered it 10 times because they compress.
Thanks, Rocky.
That's because you were talking, you didn't hear it. That's why.
Well, yep. I mean,
I asked the question.
Coming in very quiet for me, though.
Answer Bansal's question.
Yes, the more helium you add, the heavier something gets in a fixed volume.
That's not the question Bansal asked you.
Yes, that's exactly the question I was asked. How do we work it out? We put more helium into something and we measure the weight.
So you have to put it in a container. You have to put the helium in a container.
Yep, and the more helium I add, the more weight I get. Even if you want to open the container and release it all, doesn't change the fact that when I add something, that something I'm adding is increasing the weight.
You've contained it, right?
Okay.
And now what
you're making
in that container, you're making it denser and denser and denser.
Well,
so of course, it's going to add some weight to it. But to say that helium, right, has a downward force when the only way you can even possibly try and demonstrate it, right, is by containing it, making it denser, so it adds pressure to a scale, is just completely and utterly superfluous. It really is.
Let's make it really simple then. Let's make it super simple.
Wait,
if I have an unknown, material.
I had to go to simple question.
How was trying to get in?
Yeah, how do you weigh 5 gallons of water?
Exactly.
You put it in
something.
Put it in a container. Yeah. And the same thing. You take a gas cylinder designed to contain pressurized gas, and you put it on the scale and you weigh it, and then you fill it up with helium to 2,000 psi or whatever, and then you weigh the cylinder. And the difference in those two weights is the weight of the gas.
I'll tell you the difference in that, if I may.
Go.
Sounds good.
Gas has to be contained to be weighed, right? But you can take a scale and put a little bit of water on it, right? If it doesn't fall off the edge, you can still weigh it. That's the difference. Feel it?
Brilliant.
Still contained by the scale.
You like that one, no? I knew you would.
I just koans. That's what it was like. What are they? Korean koans. Just pearl drops of wisdom.
Right.
Well,
Bansal, let me just make it let me make it a super simple situation. So if I have an unknown material and I add it to a scale, that unknown material causes the weight to go up. It is safe to say that the unknown thing that I added has weight, correct?
Yes, but you can't say that it has a downward force. That's the whole argument here.
That's what weight is.
Why not? If it's increasing the weight, why would it not be a downward force?
Because when you put it on a weight, it goes up and it doesn't register anything. Hello? Whereas water, you can put a few drops of water on a scale, a sensitive scale, and you can weigh it without a container.
So if an unknown substance is added and the weight goes up.
Doofus wants to invoke this. Let's put helium in a container, right? So let's put helium in a container, SE, right? Let's go with this, right? Because now Doofus is saying that helium in a container will show a downward force, right? So let's put a scale on the roof, put a helium in a balloon, and let that balloon float to the ceiling and press against the scale. So now all of a sudden does it have an upward force?
It's called a buoyant.
I've said that before. Very well said, bro. That's right. Yep.
Right. It's
very
if you
well
want to
said.
change the situation because you can't address it. If you want to change the situation, that's fine. But you're still leaving the one that I mentioned left unaddressed, which is
it was pretty smart.
if I take an unknown substance. Why do I not get to finish?
Because I didn't change the situation. That's why I put your
Yes, you did. You changed the situation to make the volume variable. I'm not doing that.
What, you can't vary the volume in a container?
Yes, the balloon varies its volume. Don't get silly with me now.
Oh, so when you put the helium, right, in your other container, where now you're compressing the helium, right? So it weighs more, right? You're not changing the situation.
What? I'm trying not to vary the volume in my situation. I'm using a fixed container.
Why would changing the volume change the weight?
The changing the volume changes the density.
Right, but like a sponge, if I had a dry but still pliable sponge and I crushed it down versus let it fluff out, I can't conceive of any way that sponge could weigh any different.
Right. But it does in a small amount relative to the air because of the buoyant force. It's imperceptible basically on any sponge because the sponge is already pretty light.
It's crushed some air out of it, so now it's density and it's going down a little bit in air maybe.
Right. As its volume decreases, the buoyant force also goes down a little bit.
Right, because there's less force. Maybe if you crushed it in your hand, so that wasn't like it. I don't know.
So depending on the elasticity of that container, will give that exact same experiment two completely different readings.
Right. So remove one of the variables. Remove one of the variables that you're not controlling and control it by making the volume the same.
Well, then you haven't demonstrated any attractive force, then, have you? Right. If you can have
let's
the same,
try this one last time.
If you can have the same amount of helium in two completely different containers, you haven't proved a downward force or at all, right?
Right.
No
So if
downward attraction.
So if I'm adding an unknown substance to something and the weight, which is a downward force, increases, you're saying that it matters what that unknown substance is in order for your argument to make sense.
Sorry, I was distracted. Can you repeat?
It's fine.
If it was a question, I missed it.
Well, what you're saying then to me is if you're adding an unknown substance to something and the weight goes up, weight is a downward force, of course. If that unknown substance is helium, you're suddenly saying it's not adding a downward force.
What I'm saying.
No, what he's telling you is this: when you change, you have the same amount of helium. You change the container. In one instance, it goes down. It registers weight, and in the other instance, it goes up. That's what I believe.
What is the difference?
Randy is telling you.
What is the difference? Insert more variables, SC. That's the opposite of what a scientist does. Thank you.
You can keep the volume
what
the
are you
same.
talking
You
about?
can have a heavy metal container. Hold on a second. You can have a heavy metal container that has the same volume as a balloon, and one of them you're going to put on a scale and it's going to go down and register weight, and another one it's going to go up. Same volume,
Exactly.
same exact volume.
That's what I'm saying.
Exactly that.
Different weight.
What happened to the gravity?
Different weight of the container
gravity
might
changed?
also be a factor.
Well, it counted each other out, didn't it? There, SC.
Uh-huh.
Well, the different weight of the container could be a factor. Yeah.
Yeah,
Not only
you got
could
a
it
big
be, it
steel
is a
cylinder
factor.
versus a lightweight
So
balloon.
then what we do.
Okay then. Okay then.
So then what we do is then we don't
hold
change the container. We keep
Yeah.
it fixed.
Hold on.
We remove as many variables as possible, which is to keep the container the same. Stop changing the container.
Hold on then. All right. So then let's put the containers on the scales, all right, and we'll tar them out. All right. So now it reads 0. Right. So now the containers aren't even into consideration because they're reading 0 on the scales. And let's now put the same amount of helium in that metal container, right? And then put the same amount of helium in that balloon where the scales fixed to the roof, and then see what the readings are.
For what purpose exactly? You
Well,
already know the containers have a different weight because before you added helium, you measured them to have different weights.
Well, you've tarred them out, so now the containers on the scales are going to read 0, aren't they? All right.
That doesn't change the fact that by tearing the scale doesn't make the containers not weigh anything. Obviously, you know that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you haven't changed the situation sufficiently. You've just teared the scales.
Haven't changed them sufficiently because we're trying to prove this downward force.
A tear is just a subtraction, isn't it? So you could do that
of course
before or after, right?
Right. The containers still have different weights.
Right.
Well,
that's the whole point. That's our whole point.
Right.
Tar them out.
The point that I'm trying to get to is reduce the number of things you are changing. If you change only one thing, you're doing what scientists are supposed to be doing. When
Which
you
thing
add
do you
more
suggest we
helium,
change?
when
Which
you
thing,
add more
Doofus?
helium, yeah, thanks, Essie. When you add more helium, you are changing one variable. You're not changing the volume. You're not changing the weight of the container. You're not changing anything else. You're just adding helium.
No one is disputing the fact that if you put more helium, you're going to get weight. That's not the issue. The issue is the downward force of this helium. That's the issue.
Right. So the problem that you keep doing, SE, is you keep introducing changes to other variables. I'm asking you, what happens when we only change one variable, which is the introduction of helium?
Okay, what happens when we only change one What happens when we only change one variable, and that's the container?
Then the containers weigh different, obviously.
Yeah, and then when we only change the container, one of the times it has weight, and other times it doesn't. It goes up.
Right. So then the solution would be to not change the container and just add helium.
Okay, but doesn't science want to? Wouldn't science want to manipulate as many variables as possible, like the container?
So why can't we keep the helium as the constant?
Because you're changing the container, right? What you're changing is the downward vector and in opposition to the buoyant force in the atmosphere. That's what you're changing.
See, you have to change something, right? You have to change something, Doofus, right? Because both of these containers, right, when they don't have the helium in them, right, will be on the ground. Both of them, they'll be on the ground. Right? And empty.
Right? And if there's nothing in the balloon, it won't have the same volume.
An empty scuba tank, right, and an empty balloon, right? They'll both be on the ground, won't they?
Right, they won't have the same volume.
Okay, and your point being?
We're changing too many variables again. If the
Oh,
question is,
Eddie,
does
right?
helium have a downward vector? The only way that we should go about changing, or the only way we should go about testing whether or not helium has a downward vector is to change the helium. If we keep changing the container over and over again, it doesn't address the question that we should be asking.
No, because doing
No.
it your way suits your narrative. All right. It
Doesn't
suits your
suit
narrative.
my narrative. If I want to test if
100%
helium
it
has
does.
weight, I change the helium.
100% it does, because if you keep the helium a constant and change the actual container, it blows your narrative out of the water. It blows it out of the water.
Baby.
It
Yes,
doesn't
does.
really, because if I'm checking to see if helium has weight, the sensible thing to do is to have more or less helium. The unsensible thing to do, the thing that makes no sense at all, is to have so many other different variables, changing volumes, changing containers, all of these other variables, when we should be testing the helium, not the container.
No,
How do you
sorry.
suggest we do that, Doofus? How?
Yeah, now you've changed the experiment all of a sudden. Now you've changed the
I have
experiment.
not. I
Yes, you
started
have.
this thing with more or less
No.
helium. That's how I started this thing.
No. Now you have changed what you are trying to show, because at first you were trying to show a downward force, this attractive force of gravity, and
That's the
now
weight.
all you're trying to show, all of a sudden you've changed it, and you want to show the weight of helium.
Hey, Bandsaw,
What
I got
is
it.
a downward vector?
How do you weigh a pound of flies? You put a pound of flies on a scale and they all just fly away, right? So how do you weigh a pound of flies? You put them in a container. That's all Doofus is saying.
Well, no, you'd
You
have
know?
to kill them. You'd have to kill them.
No, you don't have to. You just put them in a container. That's
Well,
all.
no, you'd have to kill them.
No, you just put them in a container. And now you can
Yeah,
weigh the flies,
it's not
right?
absolutely required to kill them.
Well, if they're flying around, they wouldn't be doing anything if they're just flying around.
Yeah, they
If
wouldn't
it's a
weigh anything.
sealed container, their active flying will have a downward force anyway, because they're pushing on the air, which pushes on the bottom.
Well, okay, then we'll show that, first of all.
I mean, it only logically makes sense that in a sealed container you would still get. Never mind. So we have this thing that we're adding more helium to, and the force, red on the scale, goes up. And you're saying that the weight of the helium is not a downward vector.
Yeah, because that force will register up when it's in a balloon.
It doesn't.
That depended on the container. That's not
Right.
to do with
You're changing more variables again. If I want to find out if helium has weight, I change the helium. That's the one variable I change.
No, my
You keep putting it into other containers.
My dependent variable is the helium. That's my dependent variable. My
Right. So
independent
add
variable
more of it.
is the container.
You keep changing the container though. If I want to test my independent variable, I change the amount of helium I have, not what container it's in.
Yeah, because I want
Yeah,
to
if
see
your variables are the
being
helium,
attracted.
if your variables are the helium in the container, you can't then say anything about weight or mass. You can only say things about helium in the container, the variables you tested.
Right. So if I fill a balloon with helium, right, and stick a scale on the ceiling, right, when that balloon hits that scale, it is going to register a weight.
That's because you're using a container that is lighter weight than the buoyant force.
This is all off, man. Because you're saying that your independent variable is the gas, and your dependent variable is the container.
No.
That's what
When you add gas, the thing that changes is the weight.
So your independent. So the control is the container.
You're controlling the container. You're controlling its volume.
Yeah.
So when I keep adding my independent variable, which is the helium, the dependent variable, the weight, keeps going up. My only conclusion that I can logically draw is that helium has weight. Now I can take that same concept and apply it to air, and I can add air to a container, find out that it also has weight, but interestingly, more weight per unit of gas that I add. So that explains why helium goes up in air, because air is heavier and it's trying to go down.
So now all you're trying to do is find out the weight of something. You're not trying to find out this this attractive force of gravity, which is initially what you were trying to demonstrate with your example. So now you've completely changed and you backflipped on yourself, Doofus.
Not really. What I was asked to produce was whether or not helium has a downward force vector, which we've demonstrated.
We were talking about mass. Sorry, Howard. You're really low, Howard. You're really low, buddy.
How about that?
Yeah, that's better, mate. That's better. Sorry, mate, for chopping.
Yeah, I had my mic away. Yeah, I mean, we were talking about the downward vector, and then the helium came up because it, you know, was less dense in the atmosphere and it floated, and then we got off into the weeds on helium.
Yeah, well, we were talking about mass attracting mass. That's
Right.
what we were talking about. This, all right, and then in that discussion, Doofus has jumped in, obviously to defend the globe side, and then brought in the helium in the container, to demonstrate this mass attracting mass. All right.
We can rewind to see who brought up helium, if you would prefer.
Rewind it. Right. Rewind it.
Right. Yes. When somebody asks, why does a helium balloon go up? Then I jump in and say, but it goes down if you contain it.
Of course,
and you add more of it, the weight goes up.
Of course, helium will go down, especially if that's the only gas in there, because it has nothing to be less dense against, right? So the reason why helium goes up in the medium of air is because the air is less dense than medium of air. The helium gas is less dense than the medium of air.
Right, but then we then have the question whether or not air and helium both have downward vectors, which we can address by just simply adding more helium, which causes us to register an increased downward vector.
Which you are only doing with the medium of gas. So it's, of course, it has anything by itself will have a downward vector. In a medium, there's nothing there but itself. It will encompass the whole area.
That's right. I mean, I'm cool with that because helium has a downward vector.
Helium has a vector of everywhere. Gas has a vector of everywhere, not just down.
It has a vector of everywhere, but more downward than upward.
Gas has a vector of every direction.
Yep,
especially because you're containing it. That's the only reason why it stays in the direction that you're measuring the weight with.
Right. So it has a more general direction downward than in any other direction. Sure, it can expand in every direction, but it does not do so equally.
If you put liquid helium.
What? Citation for that, please.
Obviously, that's the case. When you're adding helium and you register a downward force, the helium does not expand in all directions equally, or else you wouldn't have an increase in weight.
But if you add the helium to it that's extremely cold, then you'll be able to get more helium molecules into it, and you would be able to increase its weight.
Okay.
Okay, we're adding more helium. What's the problem?
Well, I guess eventually it's going to reach equilibrium, and then the more helium you can get into that container, eventually it'll overcome and start going down because there's so many molecules in there, but the container hasn't changed, no variables have changed, but you've just added more helium because helium is the only variable. So we can get more helium into the container by making it colder and colder and colder, changing the pressure. Naturally, you would have to add more pressure to that to get that and push it inside the container. So eventually it will become heavy.
Okay. Adding more helium makes it more heavy. Got it.
No, but eventually it would, because you can't expand anymore. So naturally, under colder conditions, you're going to get more and more compactness in there, and then eventually it'll overcome it. But it's an impossible situation because we don't have materials that can do that.
Yeah, obviously the helium's still trying to get up. You've just contained it under high pressure and changed its state. It's becoming a lot colder and under higher pressure. Of course it's going to act differently. You've changed it by putting it under pressure.
Where are we going?
It's still a gas,
Rakia. Yeah, and it's still trying to go up.
It's trying to go everywhere, actually.
Right.
Yeah, but mostly
So
up. Helium.
the problem is, if it was trying to go everywhere in equally in all directions, the weight would not increase.
Bullshit. Put the same amount of gas that has a heavier, more dense. It will weigh more than helium.
Yeah. So when you put the superfluid of helium into the container, because you are using helium, then what will happen is it'll just leak out the container.
What superfluid of helium? Who has some? Can you show me some?
Helium under high pressure changes, right? It becomes less of a gas and more of a liquid. Right, doofus?
It has to make a phase change.
Right,
it
doofus?
doesn't become just more like a liquid. It has to actually change phases.
Yeah, but in between that, it becomes more like a liquid. Right, doofus?
Right. To say your incorrect thing again, that won't change that it's still
I know.
incorrect.
You want to change one word?
Either liquid or gas. I mean,
No, it's
It's a liquid or it's a gas, Rocky.
You have all types of in between. You know that. Nice try, bro.
The amount of mass is still the same, right? Like a pound of ice is the same as a pound of water after it melts. The weight's the same.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Yeah, the ice will actually.
Regardless of what state the helium is in, even though typically in any helium cylinder you will find zero liquid helium anyway, no matter what state it's in, when you add more helium, it gets heavier, and it's still a gas.
Put more stuff in, it gets heavier.
Doesn't change the fact that it goes up. When you open the valve, it goes up. It doesn't go down. You can't
Take
change
the pressure off, and the weight changes, right, doofus? The weight goes up.
Right. Take away the helium, and the weight goes down. That's a huge benefit to the conversation. Thank you so much.
Take away the pressure. You twisted my words like a dick.
Right. Well, when you take away the pressure, you're releasing the helium, which is the thing that was giving us the weight in the first place.
No, you can take away the pressure. Just open the container, the helium will go up, right?
To remove the helium out of the container, yes.
How did you get the
we
helium
know that
into
when
the
we
container?
remove helium, we're removing mass, which changes the weight. Thank you.
How did you get the helium into the container? How do you get helium anyway? Out of its natural state.
Christ.
Yeah, right.
Does anybody else actually want to carry the conversation forward? Rocky is not cutting it.
You'll have to contact Matheson Gas or somebody like that to explain the process of it.
Like air gas, like the people I've worked for before.
Yeah, air
how do you
gas.
fracture? Yeah,
Why don't you
fracture
call
it,
them and ask
fracture
them, Rocky?
I don't have to call them, left lane. That's how I know what I'm talking about. You need to call them. Air gas.
No, I don't. You're the one in
air
question.
gas. No, I'm
You're the
not
one
in question. I know.
Oh, so why don't you explain it?
I know.
How do we get helium? How do we get helium, Rocky?
You
That
frack
was
it.
your question.
It's refraction. It's just like everything else. How do we get diesel or anything else or different unleaded gases? You frack them. Put them under pressure and heat, sir. What are you laughing
Nice answer there. Why are you laughing?
Significance of the question.
Why are you laughing?
That's how you get it.
Yeah, what's the significance of your question? You're like, what
He
is
just
it?
explained you something you didn't
explained
know,
you. How do you
left
do it?
lane. That's
Yeah,
what the
This is the
significance
scenario
is.
that I put forward.
Yeah, I'll take it for it.
So
I
you
don't
learned
believe
something, left lane. You learned something new from Rakia right now, right?
Nice
That
try
you
telling
didn't
me
know
I need to
before,
call
right?
somebody.
Well, you asked how it was done, and he told you how it was done, and then the response was
Then he
laughter.
giggled.
Right.
Then
Yeah.
he giggled
Right.
like a little girl.
Yeah. I believe if you probably contacted Matheson Gas or Air Gas and asked that question, they wouldn't
I've
just say, you
worked
just
with
heat it
them.
up.
Okay,
Work
hold on.
with them.
Okay, then,
Refractory. You know what a refractory is? We have thousands of them here in Louisiana. Refractories, pressure, heat.
Google it, left lane. Google it. You learned something new today from Rakia.
None of which changes the situation that I put forward.
Do you have?
It doesn't matter.
Well, do you have something to the contrary? How they get it, Howard?
No, I don't. But I know that more than just pressure or heat, there's probably something more specific than that in refining gas.
Especially heat. Yeah, you don't want a high pressure and high heat at the same time.
Well, I didn't hear Rakia giving any. There's this much heat and this much pressure. Right. So what now are you trying to pin him down on exactly how much pressure and exactly how much heat? Do you want like the exact details of how it's
exactly molecules having known nothing before, having been taught what it is by Rakia, now they're gonna act freaking smart. That's what they do. It's disgusting behavior, man.
This has nothing to do with the conversation, is my point.
Right.
Oh, really? After you asking him, not knowing him explaining it to you has nothing to do with the conversation, right? You can't be humble and say, thank you, Rakia. I just learned something new today. Thanks, bro.
It was actually Rakia's question.
As much as they can, they turn these volatile gases, whichever gases are byproducts of this refractory, they turn them into different states, and they try and turn them into liquid so they can haul them, and they're less volatile. But some air gases that are byproducts of their refractory work, they just ship them by pipe to other refineries to use as fuel or whatever, or to turn into pellets or whatever they may do with it. But the point is, a lot of the gases they can change and make them less volatile in a different state to transport. They put them under pressure, right? And it changes their state.
Okay.
Thank you, brother. I learned something new today. Much appreciated, Rakia. Much appreciated, bro.
Right. It doesn't change the fact that they're not making liquid helium there.
What does that have to do with anything that we just said right now? Why didn't you just say, thanks, Rakia? Thanks for the fucking info, bro. Why can't you say that?
Right. What I can say, what does this have to do with anything, is the exact same thing we should say to Rakia when we're discussing the weight of helium. Since that has nothing, since the fracking process has nothing to do, since that process has nothing to do with the weight of helium, we can just say, nah, thanks, but we don't really need it for this conversation.
You don't have a humble bone in you, do you, man? Huh? Not one.
Like, seriously, a question was asked, an answer was given.
Rakia asked it. The problem is Rakia asked his own question, then answered it.
No. The question was posed to him, like, do you know how it's done? And he gave the answer. And now when he's given the answer, you want to try and pull apart the answer and turn it into insignificance, and then all of a sudden now just go, oh yeah, you know what? How we've dismissed all that even after the question and move on to something else.
Exactly.
Right. Could you explain why Rakia's information addressed helium having weight?
He was asked the question and he answered it. Plain and simple.
He asked his own question and then answered his own question. Thanks.
No, negative. Somebody asked him, so do you know Rakia? And he said, yes, as a matter of fact, I do. I work with these people. I've been to these factories. I've seen how it's done.
Helium. Rakia asked.
Don't let me finish my sentence. Huh? It's devastating to you, right? You got to speak right through me, right?
Come on, calm down.
Let me get it out. You're gonna hear it, doofus.
Don't just overtalk someone, right? You get your chance at the end of sentences.
Let me finish my sentence, doofus. Thank you. You were wrong. Rakia was asked a question. He answered it very methodically, through experience, explained how there's many plants and he works with them directly, probably on a daily basis. That's what happened.
I used to own a.
He asked that question. Did he also ask the room that same question?
That's not the issue. Was he asked the question?
No, it's not the issue.
Yeah, it's not the issue. Was he asked the question?
Yeah, you're trying to avoid the realistic answer that was given, no matter who answered it, who asked it. But I used to own a pipe fabrication company, and we made the pipe for all the high pressure lines, and you would have to insulate them to keep them at a certain temperature and that sort of thing, because they wanted to keep their whatever it was, gas, fluid, oil, whatever it was at a certain
Are
temperature.
you listening, Doofus? He owned the company that did that. Are you listening?
So are you?
That doesn't
So are you
change the conversation that came before all of that.
Are you saying they make it using heat? Is that what you said?
Heat and pressure, or the opposite. You know, sometimes they cool things down, but it's always pressure and temperature.
Oh, okay. So I don't know. It sounds contradictory to me. I'm not sure that you
So what?
understand. They make helium.
Make helium. They don't make helium. They can
Or how they
capture
extract
helium.
and refine.
Yeah. Okay. All types of byproducts come off of these factories. It doesn't mean it's just helium or it is helium at all. So, okay, Left Lane, how do they get helium?
Oh, for God's sakes.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
a
not
good
sure.
question. Either answer it or say I don't know.
I'm going to just take a wild guess that it's either a condensate process or freezing gases. I'm not sure.
So temperature and pressure then, right? Go ahead. It's okay. You can say it. Yeah, you're right.
I fully admit that I don't know.
But your guess was, your guess was temperature and pressure though, right?
Freezing, cold temperature.
Yeah, temperature and pressure, right?
There's a difference between hot and cold, right?
Y'all just can't. Y'all can't. Yeah, it's temperature. Temperature change. That's why
you guys are really turning into something really.
Like, seriously, like now you're trying to split
What
hairs
the
at
frick,
whether
man?
Rocky has said hot temperature or cold temperature. Why are you going down this path?
I never even.
That's because it's Rakia talking. Anything he says, they're going to go against it.
A lot of the plants, refractories, are high temperature because that's how you frack down certain like oils and stuff. But other plants are very, very cold temperatures. The hydrogen and helium plants, their tanks are freezing. Their trucks have to vent the very cold gases that are produced while they're going down the road. Called air gas. It's one of the huge companies around here.
Okay.
Rakia,
Now
sorry
that we're
to
done with
interrupt.
that.
Sorry to interrupt. Rakia, I've been Googling and searching these words you're using, like refractories and whatnot. I'm not finding anything about separation of gases. Are you referring to fractionation?
Yeah, refineries use refractory work. Like these are big precipitators, and you insulate the outside, and you introduce temperature changes on the inside, and you capture different things, or you scrub, like they're called scrubbers. You take out certain elements you don't want going into the environment, or things that you're trying to capture. You scrub them out, you refract them out. And these refineries use fractory. It's refraction. I used to build them. I used to insulate the outsides of them. I've seen a guy stick a pin straight through his hand, insulating the outside of a refractory unit in a paper mill in Savannah, Georgia. One of the hottest summers I've ever spent. It's all temperature and pressure. They're refracting things down or up. That's a layman's term. That would be a crude way to say it, but they're changing the states of these things and separating things, taking the impurities out of things with temperature and pressure. And those byproducts can be different gases or different. They'll come out in solids sometimes. But they can turn these things into pellet, like plastic. Oil can be turned into plastic pellets and used, shipped easily. Instead of shipping, liquid oil, they'll turn them into pellets, plastic pellets, and ship it that way because it's easier.
How many of you knew that here? Raise your hand. I didn't.
No,
How
not
many
at all.
of you guys knew that?
I'm learning.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Most things are oil based. So when you take in crude oil, it's going to be in a different variety. So how many times you have to frack it down to get whatever gas or oil you're trying to get out of it, the byproducts. You turn some things into diesel. You know, it depends on how much money you want to put into it, because the more you have to refine it in a refinery, the more it costs you to produce.
And whoever said they didn't find it, I Googled it really quick and found a refractor dryouts. Specializes in direct gas fire. It's from Gulf Coast Combustion.
Yeah, I saw that too. It was all refractory is referred to like fire furnaces, heat resistant materials, and stuff like that. I was wondering if he meant fractionation, because that's like a term used in distilleries, for instance, for distilling and separating, fractioning. The lightest, more volatile gases are at the top, the heavier ones near the bottom.
Thing. Yeah, you're taking the impurities out of the liquor so you can drink it.
Exactly.
You're fracking it down, just like they do with oil or other gases. Where are the smart guys? Left lane, doofus. Teach us something, buddy.
I
mean, I can.
That said, I know.
Who do I need to call? Left lane again? Jesus, man.
Okay. Anyway, that's all well and good, and that's an interesting topic. However, the question that I had raised before all of that distraction was, if we're adding more helium to a fixed volume...
It wasn't a distraction. I take offense in that. I learned from that. Don't say it was a distraction.
Thanks for barging in. That's
demean what Rakia just did. No, you prick.
Great,
I won't let you get away with it.
You're just trying to be a jerk.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
You can't help yourself.
What I raised was that, Jesus Christ, you really are a child. You really are a child. You can't handle it. You can't handle it when I'm talking.
Helium to a tank.
He doesn't want me to talk. He refuses to allow me to speak.
Helium to a tank. Why
He really refuses to allow me to speak in this room.
We've heard you like 20 times.
Condescending. You're being condescending. That's what you're being, doofus, right? And you couldn't have gone, thank you. That was really cool information. You couldn't have given any positive comments whatsoever.
I did actually say that. Thanks. Yes. Rewind the stream. Do it again. Do it. Lie to me again.
Lower your voice.
To me again.
Yeah, you said, oh, thanks. Now, let's get back to the question. You're a condescending prick, man. We heard your question. When you add helium to a tank under pressure, why does it weigh more? Because you're changing it.
Changing it into what, Rakia? If it was a gas before I added more helium, what did it change into when I added more helium?
To whatever it is under higher pressure. It's not the same anymore because you introduced a higher pressure.
All right, so what is it, Rakia? If it's not a gas, what is it?
I would say helium, when you add it under pressure, it becomes less of a gas and more of a liquid.
What is it under pressure? What is it?
Depends on what pressure it's under.
Right. Show me what it is. Is it something other than a gas? What is it?
You want me to take a picture of it?
Okay. Right. What is it, Rakia? You're saying under pressure it's something else. What is that something else?
I've already explained it. If we're talking about helium, I would say under higher pressure, it becomes more of a liquid. I didn't say it becomes a liquid yet. I said it's beginning to take the qualifications of a liquid more. And
I'd be incorrect. Under pressure, helium is still a gas.
Yeah, I didn't say it wasn't a gas. I said it was going towards. Are you freaking stupid? Or are you just being a prick?
No, that's all he does, this fucking asshole. That's all he does. Piss off.
What state is it in under pressure? Is it a liquid or a gas?
Fucking jerk. You didn't know nothing about this before. Shut your fucking mouth. You didn't know nothing about this before, asshole. Nothing.
You are not needed here.
Can you choose which state it is in under pressure?
You didn't know nothing about this. Go Google it and find out, you fucking asshole.
It's between states? Are you fucking serious?
Go and Google it and find out, you dick.
Nobody wants to hear it. Y'all need
to me. Sorry. Listen, all right? I'm going to give you the room of warning, all right? We are going to go into a more respectful conversation, right? We can have vigorous discourse. That is no drama whatsoever. But all these underhanded, condescending type of behavior and name calling, right? We're going to stop it, right? And we're going to go into a conversation. All right, so let's do that.
All right, so helium under pressure is still a gas. And when we measure the weight of that gas, we find out that it's higher than it was before we added more helium. The only logical conclusion is that thing that is still a gas has weight.
Which way does it go when you release the canister, when you open the valve? Which way does it go?
If we remove the helium from the scale, the weight goes down because, as I mentioned, the weight of the helium is what we're trying to determine
When
here.
did I say no? No. It was the direction. You're not going to get away with it. The original thing was the direction, the downward force, and you, sir, changed it into weight.
Downward force. Weight is a downward force.
Who do you think you're talking to?
Right, weight is a downward force, SE.
That is not the issue. You said...
Oh, don't you dare.
You said that helium has a downward force, and we told you and we showed you that it goes up always. And the only way to measure it is to put it in a canister. That's the issue.
Right, if we add helium to that canister, the weight continues to increase. You're saying because it's in a container, the container makes it weigh something, which is silly.
No.
The thing that I added, this helium, and the weight went up.
What if your container is a balloon? Put a air-filled balloon on a scale and then fill it with oh my God. Maybe say Jesus one more time in vain. It's because you have it in a real heavy container, doofus.
Okay, right. Anyway, as we went through this conversation just a half hour ago, the more variables we change, we expect other things to happen. So if we keep changing the other variables, we can expect not to be able to measure the thing we're trying to measure.
You said helium has a downward force. And we tell you, no, it doesn't. Whenever we see helium, it always goes up. So that is the question here. Now, there's no way around that, dude. Okay?
Yeah. Yes,
there's nothing you
a way
can say
around
that can
that.
change
Because
that.
if I take helium and I put it into a balloon and put that balloon in a vacuum chamber, the balloon sinks.
You're so full of shit.
In a vacuum chamber. Yeah, why? Yeah. Because you're removing everything else, and that balloon is more denser than anything else around it. It's heavier. Of course it's going to go down. Hello?
I'll
So
give you an
it's
example.
not a surprise then that helium in something that is heavier by volume will go up.
No, it makes the container heavier.
Then if we put it into a container and we keep adding more of it and the weight continues to go up, that helium has weight.
Yeah, you increase the volume, you increase the contents of the container that can't be lifted by the helium as it's trying to do. Take a lighter container, like a balloon. It will register on a scale, right? The rubber. And then add helium to it and watch that weight disappear. Jesus, man. What are you trying to say here?
Yeah, as the volume of the container increases, increasing displacement of the air, which causes it to go up. Thanks. However,
because you're
if we
using
have helium inside of a container, as you just mentioned a moment ago, you're saying the helium is trying to lift that container. Even if I add more helium, though, the weight goes down, so clearly the helium is not trying to lift the container, as you stated, Rakia.
But you can get a container that it can lift. The volume of the container can be filled with enough helium that it will lift the container, and that weight will disappear.
Right. If you get a container that increases in volume, such that it displaces more heavier air, then it will lift.
Dude. If you can't get this, you don't belong in this conversation.
Which we already know that displacing something heavier and replacing it with something lighter will cause an upward force.
You're
this is
now
not
wasting
news,
time.
Rakia.
You're now wasting time because you can attach a balloon to a scale where it won't lift off and fill it with more and more helium, and the scale will read higher and higher. It doesn't mean anything. if you take those things that are holding the balloon down, the balloon will go up. The only way that the scale is reading higher when you pressurize helium into a container that's really heavy is because it can't lift the container yet because it's not a big enough volume.
So for anyone else that's here listening, besides Rocky and SE, is it safe to say that increasing the volume of the container and displacing more heavier air and replacing it with lighter helium would cause it to go up?
Yep.
At some point it would, depending on how heavy the container is. Dictates how much helium you would need. And until that point, hang on, I'm almost done.
Okay.
And
I was addressing the rest of the room.
Yeah, and I'm answering and I'm part of the room. And until that amount of helium is added to where it's going to lift that container off the scale, then the scale is going to go up. I agree. But as soon as it reaches that tipping point and starts to go up, lifting all that weight, guess what's going to happen to that weight? It's going to disappear into the sky. Bye-bye.
Here we go, Rekia. Check this out. If you take a balloon, right, a rubber balloon, put it on a scale, and let's just say it weighs 5 grams. I'm just arbitrary number.
Yep.
Now I make a carbon fiber ping pong ball, super thin, and it weighs 5 grams. I put 2 cubic feet of helium and compress it into the ping pong ball. It's not going anywhere. Now I put 2 cubic feet of helium into that balloon. The balloon now expands in volume. And now the buoyant force causes it to rise. So it's not just the weight.
Well, if you use the same variables, if you use the same you're talking about expansion now.
Exactly.
So
yes.
As you have been, Rakia.
Yes.
Well, there's many different factors, but none of them have to do with. None of them they have to do with the container, with its elasticity. Yeah, I agree. But that weight will disappear.
And what you're doing is you're describing the physical properties of a helium balloon, which we all know floats, and we all know why. It's because its volume increases, it's lighter, and the buoyant.
So you don't think
causes it to rise?
You don't think helium can lift up a tank?
I know it can.
Yeah, there you go.
But not just by compressing a tank full.
No, you're taking away its properties of lift when you do that.
And that property is its container's volume.
Yeah, it's limited.
The property is its expanding force.
Yeah.
When you confine it, when you liquefy it, right? It probably no longer has that expanding force as a gas, right? Because you're
not going to
confining
liquefy
it.
helium. You're not going to liquefy helium, SE. It's not going to happen.
So if I had a small aluminum tank and I fill it with, I don't know what, I think it's called 5 pounds of helium, 5 pounds of, let's say, helium, and then I take that same weight of aluminum and turn it into foil, therefore increasing its volume, and put the exact same amount of gas into the foil container, it will float. The only difference is the volume of the container, not the weight of the container.
Volume does play a role, yes. I will agree with that.
I said volume also.
I know.
You get a very, very dense container that has the same volume of a container that's not as dense, then it's going to take less helium to lift it or have a lifting effect on that container.
I hear you, but notice that I said an aluminum tank that weighs X amount, let's say, I don't know, whatever, like let's say it's 10 pounds. And then I turn that same 10 pounds of aluminum into foil. You see what I'm saying? Making a giant foil balloon of the same amount of material, the same weight of aluminum, same exact stuff. It's just a larger volume. Even the same amount of gas that was in the tank, put it in the balloon, we know it's going to float. And you're just describing the physical properties of a helium balloon.
And he's just describing a very heavy tank put on a scale weighing X and being filled with another product that I don't think anyone disagrees has weight or would affect the weight of it when you add more matter to a container.
Yeah, it's the property of the helium, because if you put just air in the balloon, what's going to happen to it?
Well, sit right there.
You see? There's the difference right there. It's the helium itself.
Right, the helium has less weight per unit volume.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's trying to go up.
It's trying to go up.
The helium has less weight per unit volume, but that weight is not zero, is it?
Nobody said it's zero.
No one said
Okay,
ever
so it's
it was
downward.
zero. Oh my
So why are
god.
we arguing?
Whatever.
Good luck.
Well,
Good luck with you if you don't understand it.
Bro,
Right.
physics is
Helium
physics. You can't
obviously has
change it.
less weight per unit volume.
Maybe we should get back to the original preface that of this attractive force, right? Because this is kind of where it all started, wasn't it? Right? Demonstrating this attractive force
And somebody said they could debunk it with a helium balloon.
and well, no, hold on. I don't think the words debunked come out of anyone's mouth, especially mine. I'm not going to talk for other people, but it didn't come out of mine. The word debunk, all right? But then we went down all this solar container balloon type of thing, which at the end of the day isn't getting us any closer to this attractive force that that you're claiming, which is gravity, which is a figure of 9.81 meters per second in a downward vector.
And that's only in a vacuum. Nowhere else can you demonstrate that. Yeah.
Exactly. Like depending on the medium SC, we know this figure does change. But this figure SC, you would agree, generally we can use as a general rule of thumb to work out a lot of things. So
absolutely, from caveman days. Yeah, of course. You throw a rock up, it falls down in a predictable manner. You don't need Newton to tell you that. Yeah.
No. So we're still trying to see where this attractive force is, and also to the mechanism, like these little spider webs grabbing out onto something and pulling them in, right? Which is what an attractive force is, apparently. Right?
Yeah, and if it's an attractive force to begin with, because it hasn't been demonstrated, buoyancy is like weight higher and less is the most logical thing. There's never been no force like shown. Let's be clear on that.
That's right. So have you got something else, Doofus?
Oh yeah, I've got a very good demonstration of, if you want to talk about buoyancy, we can talk about buoyancy.
No.
So,
We're talking about mass, the attractive forces of mass. Let's not
right,
get away from.
But as he brought up a very interesting thing, which is if we've got stuff that has that buoyant force, that's an easy to demonstrate upward thing, right? If we have something heavier in a medium and it still goes down, even though we know there's an upward force involved, in order for it to move downward, it has to have some sort of downward force involved.
How did it get up to begin with?
Doesn't matter. It's moving down.
What do you mean it doesn't matter?
Potential energy, if you want to talk about potential energy, that's a fine topic we can divert into. However,
did you use kinetic energy to? Did you use kinetic energy
when the object is released, it is going downward. Whether it got there by an animal or a rock put it there doesn't change the fact that it's there. And when I release it, it accelerates in a direction, and that direction is downward.
How about if you throw it? What direction does it go then?
As soon as it leaves my hand, it's accelerating downward.
Yeah, but it goes in the direction that you throw it, right?
And it's accelerating downward.
You threw it there. Hello.
Right.
Before the rock, before you touched the rock, what was the rock doing?
Is always downward, SC.
No matter because the rock is heavier than the air. Doofus.
Right. And the buoyant force we know is upward. So there's obviously a downward force involved.
No, negative. The rock is heavier than the air. You picked up the rock, you used kinetic energy to lift it to a certain point. Then you dropped it and it fell right back down. No force, no magic involved here.
Okay, if I pick up a rock then, and I let go of it, I don't throw it, I just let it go. Now it's at rest for the first instant. It begins to accelerate downward, which we know requires a force.
No, it just falls. Just falls.
Yeah, falling is acceleration from rest to falling.
It just falls. You picked it up, you used kinetic energy, you lifted it to a certain height, and then it just falls. The higher you lift it, maybe the faster it's going to fall for a little bit, and then it stays at a certain speed, right? You call that, what's that thing called?
Terminal velocity is balancing drag and weight.
Terminal velocity, exactly. So what's your point?
What's my point is when you released it from your hand without throwing it, it started at rest and it started moving downward, accelerating, which requires a force.
Yeah,
No,
the energy
if you didn't lift it up, would it fall down?
Movement requires energy. You put the energy, you took it out of its equilibrium where it was at an equilibrium, no energy being given or taken. You put energy in it by picking it up. When you released it, you released that energy. It's using
Kinetic
that energy to go back
Yep.
to where it came from, depending on the medium that it's in. You change
Right.
the medium
Are you
while
saying-
you lift it up, then it's going to go in a different direction.
Are you saying when I pick up a rock, the energy is now inside the rock?
I'm saying you instilled energy into it. I don't know how it works or what's happening, but that's what you
He's describing how it works and why it happens.
Listen,
you
dude,
put
don't
energy-
get that too technical. Kinetic energy. You lifted it up, you moved it, it fell down. Simple. That's all you need to know.
When it's at rest.
If you say, for instance, that you're raising it up puts energy into the rock, then you have to address the fact that this thing that I've pictured here already has that energy somehow. How?
No, nobody said that. Nobody even went close to saying that. Listen up.
Yeah,
The
Rakia
rock
said that.
was happy there, sitting there, doing nothing. Okay? Nothing. There's no forces impacted on it. It's just sitting on the ground. You come along, you pick it up. You inflict kinetic energy on that rock. You lift it up.
The one that I
That's
pictured.
heavier than the air. When you let it go, it falls back down. Very simple.
What about this rock that I've pictured here? If nobody's picking it up, how does it fall when it eventually falls?
It's going to fall because the geological processes that got that rock up there in the first place and put kinetic energy into it. Now that energy is stored into it, okay? And when that breaks, something breaks down there due to rain or whatever, then
The
that
medium
part of it
changes.
is heavier than the air and it's going to fall back to the ground.
It's going to accelerate, right? From rest
Call it
position to a falling
whatever you
velocity
want.
and then impact the
Use
ground.
any
correct?
term you want. It doesn't matter.
That's great. I know that I wasn't done talking. Let's try it again.
Movement needs energy,
If
right?
the rock is at rest and then begins accelerating as it's falling, you're saying that the energy that who knows what put into it is what's being dissipated out of that rock in order to make it fall.
What do you mean? Who knows what? There's
that's
energy
not
all
what I
around.
said.
Yeah, it's exactly what you said.
No, listen up. Listen up. That rock got there because of the earth movements, however it got up there. It was lifted up there. The rock did not go there by itself. Okay? There was some energy and put it in there. So that rock now is higher than the ground, right? So when that rock breaks off, it's very simple. It's heavier than the air. It's going to fall down. Very simple. It's not going to fall up. The reason why it's not going to fall up, because it's heavier than the air.
Right, so it has some energy that it needs to release somehow, which will then, in your mind, cause an acceleration. How does that happen?
In your mind, your words. Listen to what I said. Heavier, fall. That's it.
Yeah, but see, your explanation is like me driving my truck down the road here, and because I push on the accelerator, my truck moves.
No, you're putting energy.
No. When you push the accelerator, you open the throttle, more gas goes into the pistons, the pistons ignite, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, energy increases left lane. You know that. Come on, man. Jesus.
Energy
get into
increases?
the minutia.
Yeah, energy increases.
You mean
get into
entropy?
He
of
put
why
more
rock
fuel.
fall.
More fuel into the engine.
Yeah, but
Energy
saying a
increase.
rock falls because I dropped it is no different than me saying my truck
Not
moves
because you
I-
dropped it, because you picked it up. If you
Yeah,
don't
same
drop it, it won't fall. Jeez.
My God, man.
Yeah, but before
My
you
God.
pick
And
it
if
up,
nobody picks it up and it still falls, what then?
Well, it won't fall until the medium changes there, genius.
Did you
Alright,
hear
so
what
it's
you
nothing
just
to
said?
do
If
with the
nobody
energy
picks it up
imparted
and it
upon
still
the
falls,
object.
are
It
you
has
in La
nothing
La
to do with
Land?
that energy, correct?
That is what you call La La Land. That's another meme for you.
All right, thanks,
If you
Essie.
don't pick it up and it still falls, what then? Doofus 2022.
Right. So now if nobody picks it up, right, and then it falls, what happens? Say I were to...
Man. He repeated it. He
Yeah,
repeated it again.
Say I were to have a rock on a right. Say I were to have a rock on a beach, and I moved it laterally towards the ocean, and then it fell. Obviously, I didn't pick it up to impart more energy upward into it, but it still went down.
Did you
So it's not
change the
energy.
medium? Is it over a cliff where the medium changes?
Right, so that means it's not the energy put into the rock or the object.
You had to put energy in it to get it to the cliff. It already has energy in it. There's energy all around, I think. Wouldn't you agree? There's energy everywhere. But you push the rock towards the medium change.
Right, so it's not about
you don't
the energy.
see that, man. You don't see that you did everything. You were the cause of everything. In every instance, you really don't see that, doofus.
It's not me in the one that I pictured, the one that I posted. That's obviously not a cause by me.
I don't know about you guys, man. I don't know.
Well, then what changed? Fair enough. It wasn't you. You didn't even take the picture. What changed? Because the rock was just sitting there, right? What changed
Exerting
to
a
make
force
the rock
on the thing that it's sitting on?
Okay, what changed?
Right. So in its resting state and before it falls, it's exerting a force on the thing that it's sitting on. When the thing is removed, that force turns into an acceleration.
So something was removed. What was holding it from trying to go to its equilibrium, right?
Yeah, the trying to go is what force is.
Yeah,
no,
it's
that's
already
what you
there.
call a force.
Yes, that's what force is defined to be. It's what a force is defined to be. It's a tendency for acceleration. It's exactly what you're referring to. That's the definition of a force.
The energy that was put into that rock to put it in that position. What was that? Was it an earthquake? Was it a volcano? Water? What was it?
It doesn't change the fact that there's a force there.
What caused the force, genius?
Energy.
What caused the force?
What caused the force? We could say gravitation on our side, but you don't have such a similar explanation.
Once you say that word, you're finished. Please say it and let me respond.
We have the rock. Thanks, Essie. Thanks for doing that. If you have the rock resting up there and exerting a force downward onto the thing it's resting on, which you know to be true, then when you remove the thing that it's resting on, that same force is going to cause it to accelerate.
Which force?
The one that it had when it was sitting there at equilibrium.
Which one? I want to get technical. Which force are you talking about?
Weight.
Oh, what I was saying. So now you're saying what I'm saying.
No.
You're no longer saying the mythical force of gravity, right?
Entire time. What you're saying is it's caused by energy.
Do you see how they do it, guys? Do you see what he just did?
The movement is energy, requires energy. Pressure is what you're talking about. The rock is putting pressure on what's underneath it.
He said weight.
Pressure is force per unit area. So if you know the area, you have the force. So obviously it's a force.
Yeah, that's under your that's you. I don't need any of that magic.
It's not magic. Force is not a magic.
Well, the force you're talking about is sure magic because no one knows the cause of it.
Well, we have the ability to measure it. Whether or not you know the cause of it doesn't change the fact that it's measurable.
Doesn't make it gravity.
You don't know the cause of it.
Yeah, you don't know the cause.
Yeah, that's right. You don't know.
Right. If you want to say that we don't know the cause of why a microwave oven heats food, we can still measure the fact that it does.
Microwave ovens.
Thank you for doing that. I can obviously not finish the sentence. I'm never allowed to actually finish sentences here when Rocky and Essie are here.
Boring tactics of microwaves.
When we have a microwave and we see it heat up the food, we don't need to know what the cause is in order to measure the fact that it does that.
Yeah, but we know what the cause is.
We know what the cause is, so it's not analogous. What's the cause of this magical force?
The cause, it still does a thing.
So we can measure things like static electricity, electromagnetism, like, different charges in the air. We can measure pressure. We can measure those things. Pressure changes.
And we can also measure weight.
Yeah, I might not be able to finish the sentence. I don't know. Such a dumbass, dude.
Man,
yeah, but we can measure weight, correct?
So you don't mind if I finish, right? So we know about all these things. We can apply them. How pressure changes. If you have a high and low pressure, it can create down and up drafts and down drafts and things like that. So can electrical charges lift things up and make things go down. Why don't we go with that and try and figure that out instead of introducing a magical force we don't know the cause of?
Because wood, lead, and steel all have different electromagnetic interactions, yet they all respond to gravitation in exactly the same way.
So now it's gravity?
They all fall. They all do the
thought it was
same
weight.
thing, even though in response to electromagnetism, they all do different things.
So now it's gravity, not weight. Now you're changing it back to gravity, or going to gravity, which you were afraid to say before.
Gravity.
It's
Weight.
fine if you didn't listen to what I said, so I'll say it again. We all know that wood, lead, and steel responds to electromagnetism differently. So gravitation is not electromagnetism, clearly.
Every time I ask you a question, you change the subject. It's unbelievable.
No, you said it was electromagnetism, and I addressed it, and it's not.
When did I say that, bro? When did I ever say electromagnetism?
Yes, you said gravitation.
You
said
changed
gravitation
gravity
could be
to weight.
electromagnetism.
Doofus, I clearly said, everybody heard me, that you changed gravity to weight again.
Let's go with what you actually said. Let's go with, you said that gravitation, or the reason why things fall, I should say, that you said that could be electromagnetism, which we know about. We don't need gravity. I was
never
explaining
said
to
such a
you.
thing.
I was explaining to you clearly.
You're a liar. You're a
We
liar.
know. I was explaining to you
Now you're
clearly
lying.
how we know that. Thanks, SE. I was explaining to you clearly how we know that that's not possible, because wood, lead, and steel don't behave the same under electromagnetism.
Wood, lead, and steel. Here he goes again. Again, he changed it. This is now the fourth time you're changing the subject. Wood, lead, and steel. You heard him, guys. They're cornered. They run like rats.
No, did you say something about that acceleration could be due to magnetism?
Not a single word of that. Never. Not today. I don't think I've ever said that.
Listen, Adam, they think they got you. It was me, dumbass.
Yeah.
No, man. No, I mean, no. I heard that. I heard that. I heard it with my own ear.
Play it back, and you'll see I never said anything about that.
It was me.
No, that was definitely SE. We said that we don't need gravitation. We don't need gravity. We have electromagnetism.
You're a liar, sir, or you're delusional. One of the two.
Yeah, I don't.
Well,
maybe it was a long time ago. But just a while ago, you're talking about, like a couple minutes ago, that was me.
Okay. Well, let's go past it. Let's continue.
Why would you, like, that was me, and I wasn't even saying it was that. I said we have things like that. Like, we know electrostatics, electromagnetism, different electrical charges are at different altitudes. We know that pressure and low pressure can change things. That's what I said. That was me. I didn't say that was what causes it.
Well, back to what Doofus was talking about, in different materials respond differently to magnetism, but they all respond, they all fall, that's a good point. Maybe we could eliminate magnetism as having anything to do with things falling.
What piece of wood falls out of the sky unless something energy was installed into it, lifted it up? Where's wood come from? The ground. It tries to get back there as soon as you lift it away from the ground.
It's just reality, guys. Don't get triggered, man. It's just reality. Dare to question what you've been taught. Like somebody was saying before, I couldn't respond. When you push on something, it's absolutely a law evident that it pushes back on you. Well, that's absolutely ridiculous.
Well, I've always, you talk about questioning. I've always encouraged. I've always been encouraged, and I've always encouraged. Yes, questioning is good, but refutation requires something a better explanation. If you're going to refute and say something isn't, then you really should. I mean, to support that statement, you need to have some place that this is actually what's happening, and here's how it works.
Sure. Yeah, but you can use logic and reasoning in between there. You don't have to just trust people that have taught you stuff. That when you question it and go, wait a minute, how are you giving me something that is causing it? That is basically the baseline of everything. The direction, why things go up and down, everything is based on gravity, and you don't know the cause of it. That's it.
No, I don't have a problem with not knowing the cause. I think it would be revelation. It would probably change our paradigm if they actually discovered what causes gravity, the cause of it. That then they might be able to manipulate it, and then we might actually have wormholes.
But they say that we
you
do
don't know
the
cause of
it.
electromagnetism.
Hold on, don't go to wormholes. Hold on. They say that we do know the cause of it. That's what's in dispute here, guys. The fabric of space-time, hello? Mass attracting mass?
Yes.
That's what's in dispute here, Left Lane.
What causes mass to attract mass?
It doesn't. It's never been shown.
But it has. You just don't.
You're going to tell me yeah, I know what you're going to say, but it hasn't been shown, bro. The balls are that could be due to any other factor. And if mass attracts mass, why don't we see things attracting to each other? I've never seen only magnets I've seen attract to each other. I've never seen anything attract to each other.
Because you're not using the correct magnitude.
Hold on. That theory has been superseded by the fabric of space-time, guys. You've been sold a bag of goods, man. Come on. You believe they took time and combined it with space and made a fabric?
Well, see, we don't.
You can't believe it. You're too smart for that, Left Lane.
Yeah, that talking about it in that fashion does sound ridiculous, and I think it misrepresents the facts of what it actually is and what it actually means.
No, it's word for word their explanation. Space, time, fabric. I mean, where did I misrepresent it? Please explain it to me. How?
And then well, I mean, I understand that you've got issues with it, and I respect that. And then we talk about dark matter, and we get into areas that are really insignificant to the way that we live on the surface of the planet, and how we explain things that are going on here. You know, and science themselves will tell you they don't. I mean, dark matter is a placeholder for something they don't know what it is, and it's just, you know, they're just doing their best to figure it out.
Yeah, but you haven't figured that part out is also a con, because had gravity, the very thing we're talking about now, had that not been wrong, which it is, there would be no need for this dark matter. You would just look up and say, oh, yep, those things are spinning exactly the way they are intended to spin. You wouldn't have a problem with the spinning. It's because these two guys, Newton and Einstein, which are held in such high esteem, they fucked up, they got their thing wrong, that we have to say that there's dark matter. This is the part that you don't understand, which is elementary to the whole argument.
Well, with saying that, I've often thought I would like to compile a list. I would like to investigate. I don't have time in my life to do this, but I would like to investigate and see what all we have in reality today in our technology that is the direct result of understanding gravity and Einstein, and of course that gets into the quantum scale, and you know, I know we have computers that the processors function based on quantum physics, and satellites to GPS. I mean, all the things that we have that we enjoy as technology that make our lives easier are the direct result of these discoveries.
See, that's another lie you've been sold. That is not the direct result of the fabric of space-time or mass attracting mass. It's the result of very intelligent people doing R&D and researching and making stuff. It's actual technology. It's not pie in the sky bullshit. It has nothing to do with a computer, the fabric of space-time. Zero.
Yeah. No, I wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't say computer has anything to do with space time, but I don't know that I was qualified to say that, but I don't think it has anything to do with that.
Exactly, bro. Some smart, really smart dude, which you should be admiring, instead of Einstein, made us a computer, gave us the ability to talk now. Where are you? You're in Australia, right? I'm in Canada,
No,
bro.
I'm in Texas.
Oh, you're in
Currently.
Texas. Sorry, my bad. So
It's
still,
fine.
we're a long ways away, and we're talking. I can send you a picture. That's technology. That's a genius that invented that. For sure, bro. A lot smarter than me, but Einstein is not that dude. You understand?
Yeah, I guess it depends on who you ask.
Yeah, I guess. Who are you going to hold in more high esteem? The guy that gave us this ability to talk right now, or a guy that says if you travel at a certain speed, you're going to age slower than your twin brother? Who are you going to believe? Who are you going to say, wow, this guy's a real genius?
Yeah, I mean, time dilation is a whole nother subject, and I'm not qualified really to discuss it on a technical level, but
there is no technical level, bro. It's nonsense. It's nonsense. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah.
Well, I heard you a second ago, Left Lane, describe these theories as facts. You must remember they're just theories. They're not facts. They're theories.
There comes a point where you guys, and this is the thing, the trick is to have people fight against each other, right? That's how they do it. There comes a point where you have to use your own brain, use your own intelligence, and
Oh, you
say,
tell me
wait a minute.
when that happens to you.
Sorry?
You tell me when that happens to you.
Nice dig there. But try it sometimes. You might like it.
Do you think I sound like Gummy Bear?
Yep.
Yeah, I always mix you guys up, man. I don't know who's talking, either Bacon or Gummy Bear.
But that doesn't make any sense.
Let me hear you. I want to hear if you sound like Bacon. He's quiet. That's all right.
Now they don't
You
talk.
sound like Gummy Bear.
I do.
You do.
No, Oblivion
We don't
sounds
sound
like a robot.
alike. What do you mean?
It's
You
very
can tell the
similar to
difference
me.
between us easily.
I'm sure, yeah.
Come on.
Brothers from a different mother. You definitely sound alike.
Jeremy was
from
saying
different
yesterday.
countries.
Yeah, Jeremy was saying we have similar accents. Like, we don't fucking have similar accents.
No, I just heard him.
No. Yanks can't distinguish
See,
accent.
I don't know who said that. If it was Gummy Bear, if it was Oblivion.
It was Oblivion. I heard Gummy Bear pipe up, and he doesn't sound like you at all.
No, he doesn't.
Thank you.
And yet people confuse us all the time, like a ridiculous amount of time.
No, they do
That was
actually.
Yeah, like I'll hear someone call me Bacon like at least every other day.
No, that's
Not only do you sound
putting on
similar, you have the same demeanor. You talk the same style. So
No, that was definitely Gummy putting on a Bacon accent.
Maybe I should start speaking with way more of a Swedish accent, and maybe you can tell me apart.
To me, you sound like you have a Norwegian accent.
No, if I was Norwegian, I would sound like, hello everyone, I have a fucking thing in my throat. Yeah, that's Norwegian people. They have a potato down their throat. That's the joke we make here in Sweden. It's just some friendly rivalry, though.
So did you develop your Swedish English accent from the region of Sweden you're in, or did you go to say another country and learn English, and that's how you developed?
No, I've lived in Sweden my whole life in the same region, so it's all right there.
Okay. Yeah.
I did spend, I mean, I spent a lot of my youth on the internet speaking with all kinds of people, like people from New Zealand and all of these areas. So it probably is a bit of a, it's probably a lot of internet and schooling together.
Yep.
It like as an interplay. Yeah.
So your accent in your region, your English accent, is similar or completely different because of that internet?
Yeah, most people don't have my kind of accent when they speak English.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, it's safe for me. I learned English basically on Discord, and whenever I went to a Discord server where there are Brazilians speaking English, I mean I can instantly recognize they're Brazilians, but they hardly ever recognize I'm Brazilian. So yeah, I think there's the average Brazilian accent might be different than mine.
Interesting.
I never would have guessed you for being Brazilian until you
What
said
would you have
you
guessed?
were. Gosh.
I definitely.
Some other Europe. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say I definitely thought you were like Dutch or some Scandinavian or like maybe Turkey. Like
That's
those
what I
would
was
be
going to
my
say.
main.
European.
Turkey?
Yeah. Yeah.
Turkey? No way.
Turkey? Yeah, I was going to say.
Dang,
Yeah.
so you're Brazilian? Did you say that?
Hmm?
Did you say you were Brazilian, Bacon?
Yep.
Well, see, that ruins my mental image of Brazil, because every time I hear Brazil, I think of women in thongs with really nice asses, and from now on, I just think.
Well, who told you I don't have a really nice ass?
Yeah. Now Howard, every time he closes his eyes and thinks of Brazil, he's going to be having nightmares.
Yeah.
That's the last country I would have guessed you were from.
Why?
I don't know. I guess you don't sound Brazilian. From all the Brazilians I heard speak.
Oh yeah,
you
that
sound like
confirms my
Scandinavian
theory.
kind.
Scandinavian. Oh, I said that confirms my theory because I said probably my accent isn't the same as the average Brazilian.
I think it's because of your good pronunciation is what really makes it stand out. You know what I mean?
Oh,
are you being racist right now?
No. I'm complimenting his English.
Joking.
Okay, I'm complimenting your English. You have good pronunciation, and that's probably why there's a difference.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but Gummies Bear's right. There's a stereotypical pronunciation.
Has Bacon heard of Bilu yet, though? Bilu is pretty famous in Brazil.
Yeah, as a joke. He only is taken seriously by you guys.
I don't take Bilu serious. I laughed my ass off when that documentary came out. I thought it was the most comical thing I'd seen yet, and I was glad it was released because it
No, that's a gin.
Why else make a documentary like that and then claim an alien gave you the information? Why would they do that? That's fucking awesome. That's hilarious.
If you don't
So you
believe
speak
in aliens,
Portuguese,
you're
of
a
course.
science denier.
Oh, yeah, I occasionally send that clip along or go back and look at it. I mean, these are hardcore scientists, right? They're hardcore scientists claiming that an alien told them the Earth's flat.
No, those are the guys who created that flat Earth documentary. They're not even actual scientists. If you're not aware of that.
I think one of them are. Yeah, at least one of them are.
No, many of them are. I mean, scientists? No, I think from all of those, there's one. There's an engineer. He's like a electrical engineer. I think.
The guy himself, the guy who says the Bilu, the alien who gave him the information. Apparently, he's a scientist.
No, he's like a. Oh, depending on how you define a science. If whoever makes any experiment can be called a scientist, then yeah, maybe.
I can't wait to see what happens.
He presents credentials that he doesn't have.
I can't wait to see what comes down the pipe next. I mean, they're trying to do everything they can to mock observable objective reality, right? So you don't look into it.
Hmm? I didn't understand what you said.
They're doing everything they can. So, like, for instance, if you were told just to look at your objective reality, which most people aren't told that, it actually is that simple to get people to recognize their objective reality is stationary and it's a plane. So they're just doing everything they can to make sure that nobody looks at their objective reality, right? They don't want people looking at their reality. They want people to deny their reality and think that there's something unseen going on, and that's their reality.
I'm not sure what your point is. Is that like they're trying their best to do something, therefore they can lie about their credentials? Is that what you're saying? I mean, I'm not sure.
No, I'm just saying you got to mock flat Earth as much as you can. It's a real art form to mock flat Earth, right? Because at the end of the day, Bilo, Bilo's here on Earth, right? According to the Globers, there is aliens, right? A lot of Globers believe in aliens before they believe in God.
But none of us think they.
Here's the thing: you've got an alien telling a engineer or a scientist. I'd have to go back and check. Last I checked, he was a scientist, and you got an alien telling this scientist guy that the Earth's, the Earth is I can't remember what they described it as, but they show an inner and an outer part of the Earth, right? Pond Earth or something. I can't.
I'm trying to answer what you said like almost 2 minutes ago. Thank you. So no Glober believes that aliens are guys dressed like aliens that speak Portuguese and go to the TV say look for knowledge. That's not what Globers believe in.
They don't believe in aliens.
The fact that did I say that?
They believe in aliens. Globers believe in aliens. That's why I find it comical.
Isn't it obvious how you're misrepresenting? Isn't it obvious how you're misrepresenting what I just said?
Flat Earthers don't believe in the aliens the way the Globers believe in it, right? So I just find it really comical how they're using a globe concept of an alien to claim that the Earth's flat. It's fucking comical, dude. It's I can't wait to see what comes down the pipe next.
So Data, do you believe that there's a possibility of aliens or no?
Well, what I have pondered is the creation level, for instance, an octopus. If there's an ability for an octopus to change shape and shift, and if I look at folklore and history, and if I'm going to go far out there in imagination land, then it may be possible that there are types of I shouldn't say types of humans. There'd be some anomaly to allow a shapeshifter to exist, and I look at the octopus and the way it changes shape and how it can make it look like a rock or a tree or a bush or whatever it needs to do to hide. And I think that it's possible that there might be an entity that has that ability. Okay. Billy Corgan from Smashing Pumpkins apparently had 2 incidences with a very well-known person who shapeshifted in front of him, he says. And I kind of laugh and I kind of chuckle, and we've got this demonic thing, we've got the fallen angels. There has to be some sort of something hidden that through our folklore that has influenced us. What that is, as far as we describe as aliens, whether it's the gray or how did Aleister Crowley describe it, or L. Ron Hubbard describe it? They described it as a little fucking gray being with like a distorted head and shit. I don't think that stuff exists. I think they can be manifestations due to drugs or apparitions due to some sort of influence of drugs. So I think if you take drugs, you might get influenced into the spirit realm and therefore have maybe manifestations. I don't know. But as far as like alien green man, no, dude, I don't believe any of that shit. Possibly demons, maybe.
Most people that believe
that's a
in
good
aliens,
perspective. Go ahead.
most people that believe in aliens would laugh at you if you said you believed in Sasquatch. Like, because
I know,
they've been
right?
programmed to, that aliens exist and science. Like most of the lead scientists or most of the time you watch scientist program, it's ancient aliens and this, that, and the other. But if you say something about Sasquatch, like a hairy ape or man-like creature living in the deep woods, that's ludicrous, right? I don't get it.
You know, it's more plausible for that than it is for an alien with super space technology that has organs that has organs that can survive the radiation of space, plus whatever oxygen exchange it has to breathe. Like you're looking at something that has different lungs, different heart, different. You know what I mean? Like,
especially when we're being taught that we come from a hairy ape, basically.
Exactly.
Aliens are a real rabbit hole. It's a real rabbit hole, man. Because a lot of, it depends on what you're reading or what you're looking into. A lot of times they say, no, they're not traveling like physically from, in a ship zipping through space. They're actually dematerializing and rematerializing. Some say they're interdimensional. Some people say they're demons. That's a rabbit hole. I just quit. I'm like,
yes, exactly, right? Because it's pseudoscience to some degree, but there are people in the scientific world, if you will, like even Maxwell's demons in the early 1900s. They had a lot of Christians actually helped form this ball model, by the way, too. I don't know if you guys research, but like Euler and Bernard Riemann, and they're all Christians.
Yeah.
And it's kind of funny that all these Christians helped build the heliocentric model. In the heliocentric model is wrong too. Modern science doesn't actually even teach that anymore. As we know, we can hear in the background, or we can hear as we go through that it starts out at the heliocentric, and then we're going to move towards this education that we're all going through. There has to be some fucking end to it to some degree. Like there has to be a pinnacle. Do we get told that there is Nephilim? Do we get told that there's a demonic entity? I mean, the rumor is that the fallen are the ones that are in charge here. They are giants. That's the rumor, right? This is the secrecy behind Antarctica. I don't know. I just think there's definitely a supernatural influence in that. And if the Bible is true, that means they can fuck around with man's seed. And if they can fuck around with man's seed, then maybe they can produce a shapeshifter. They can produce a little fucking gray man. I don't know.
Well, see, that's a good perspective, and I'm trying to draw a contrast from my perspective as a baller, and space is real and the universe is vast. There are many stars and many stars and many planets. That the odds are that there's potentially other life out there. Now, that's the limit of what do I believe in aliens or not? It's possible due to statistics. However, I do not believe aliens are here or nor have been here. If they were here, we would know it. And that's the extent of my alien belief.
Well, it's funny. The Talmud teaches of people being exiled to another planet. So even in ancient writings, apparently there are people that can leave Earth and go to other planets. I can't recall the actual scripture in the Talmud, but you do have people in religious organizations, particularly like the Kabbalah and the Talmud. And I don't know if the Quran teaches it, because they did change some writings in around the 1300. They got some, let's say it went from Platonic teachings to Hellenistic teachings in and around. It was starting to change, right? You had the Platonic teachings switched to the Hellenistic teachings, which took on more Pythagorean cosmology. That's just what history says. So, I don't know, man. I think that the Bible has to be somewhat true when it comes to the giants because of the monolithic statues. And if we have these men of renown and they're supposedly bred with, fallen angels, that is probably about as alien as I think you can get, because then that kind of encompasses the ability to travel interdimensionally as you speak. In other words, from this dimension to whatever dimension they reside in. Or maybe they're trapped here in this dimension and they can't leave once they procreate with women, or once they have procreated with women, they can't leave, right? So I don't know. I think we're all. What's that?
That's the story from the Bible. Why the flood happened? It's because the fallen angels, had sex with women here, and the population got so tainted that he destroyed all of it except for a few chosen that were more pure than others, and started over again. And now we're reaching that tainted, part again. So that's why you see all the evil going on. But the baseline is evil and good, good and evil spirit. Then of course the evil is going to infiltrate the churches and the Bible and all that and try and split it up. And what better way to hide the creator than to turn the creation itself upside down? So instead of worshiping and giving all glory to his son, Jesus, you give all glory to son, right? Being the center, being life giver and all that, the sun up in the sky. Worshiping a false idol is one of the worst things you can do, the Bible says. So don't bring up graven images. And what does everybody do? They look up at the sun and just worship it. There's a lot of sun worship going on, even in the churches these days, and they kind of equate it to the son of Jesus being the sun up in the sky. It's terrible. And I think that's what's that's why we have so much division. So division is the key.
I through this journey of flat Earth and so forth, and what I've been exposed to, what I'm allowed to read, let's say, you can see the slow subversion of Christianity. And here's the thing: in the beginning, in the 1800s, let's say, when this new industrial revolution, science, modern science was birthing itself, let's say, I don't think there was any malice. Because when I read about Bernard Riemann, and I've stated this before, that Bernard Riemann says that the Earth was terrestrial Euclidean, right? In other words, it's horizontal, it's straight lines and angles. You know what I mean? That's Euclidean, terrestrially. And he says that they were limited on tools. So I'm looking at these people, trying to figure out where they live, not based in malice, right? Not based in trying to hide God's creation or manipulate, right? It's an honest discovery of where we are. And this is what I read in the literature. I don't read any malice, but I do read a lot of presupposition of what reality is. So for instance, a lot of these scientists were presuming where they lived, and they assumed that they lived on a ball, and they were trying to prove it, right? So it's like if you had a saddle, like I use this as an analogy, you have a saddle and you're trying to grow a horse to fit the saddle. I know that's kind of maybe a weak analogy, but I think a lot of these scientists had a pre-concluded idea of what the Earth was. They were just trying to prove it. In other words, I know the Earth's a ball, right? This is what I'm implying that they're thinking, and here's how I'm going to prove it. And in the early writings, they show the debates, the conversations, the obstacles, and how to get the information. Like measuring the Earth, right? Measuring the Earth, how do you tell the shape of the Earth by measuring it when everything's Euclidean? It's like next to impossible, right? So
what do you mean everything's Euclidean? What do you mean everything's Euclidean?
So terrestrially, it's Euclidean based. Straight lines and angles here, everything on Earth is done with straight lines and angles. Celestially, Euclidean is limited. This is from Bernard Riemann, who is the creator, let's say, of Riemannian geometry, which helped Einstein's general theory of relativity, right? Or general relativity. So
Euclidean doesn't mean straight lines and planes. Euclidean is just
terrestrially, our world is Euclidean, okay, which is straight lines and angles.
That's not what Euclidean means. That's not what Euclidean means.
It's a reference. It's a reference to understanding that it's no curve. It's a plane. It's plane trigonometry.
Curves exist.
So listen. I'm telling you with Bernard. I'm paraphrasing what Bernard Riemann said. Okay. So take it up with Bernard Riemann. He's a you just go research Bernard Riemann. He's a mathematician. Okay. He's a mathematician who devised a system for spherical geometry, because Euclidean was limited. This is out of his own mouth, okay? So why was it limited? It was limited to celestial. You can do it perfectly fine on terrestrial environment, but celestial, it was limited. This is out of Bernard Riemann's mouth. They had to create models and they had to create other tools and other ways to understand things. Exactly how special relativity became general relativity is because one was no gravity, flat space. The other one was gravity, curved space. They're concepts. Through concepts, you have to have mathematical descriptions. They're not reality. They're just fucking concepts. So Bernard Riemann
exist in reality. If spheres exist in reality, if you want to describe, if you want to describe, I wasn't finished. There's no. Don't
hold on, Data. I got
don't just say stop.
Stop.
Yeah, don't just say stop and then speak over me. You don't have that right.
Yeah, no, I do have the right. I'm telling you to stop.
No, not you.
Data.
Data. I was referring to Data. He was saying stop and then speaking over me.
Better respect my conglomerate.
Right.
I just like to ask Dad to look at.
Oh, did he cut in?
Yeah, Data was long-winded, but he actually cut Data off. So
No.
Yeah,
I started to respond to Data. And after my first sentence, you're doing the same thing he just did. Can you wait until I finish? You can always say he was still talking because he's always talking, but he wasn't talking when I started answering. Not when I started answering him. Not when I started answering. I think you have memory issues. Yeah, I think you have memory issues because can you stop screaming over me? Can you stop screaming over me?
All right. Now, hold on. Data, had you finished your point? And if you hadn't finished your point, can you round it up really quickly so then Bacon?
It's lost in translation. But if I was to sum it up, I suppose that the Earth is observably and objectively Euclidean. Can you use other ways to use math on the Euclidean surface? For sure. But I'm just going based on what a mathematician said, and not just him. There's other ones as well. That the Earth is obviously stationary. Now, if it is stationary and Euclidean, what else could it possibly be? And that's how you have the invention of spherical geometry. Riemannian geometry is because there was a desire for it. Why was there a desire for it? It's because Euclidean was apparently limited to terrestrial. There you go.
Yeah, if you want to describe the distance between 2 points on the surface of a sphere, that doesn't mean the sphere doesn't exist or that this geometry is made up and doesn't apply to reality. It still works. If I give you the coordinates of 2 points on the surface of a basketball, you can know what the distance is over that surface. That's all it is. It doesn't mean it's not real. It's very real. The spheres exist in spherical geometry.
What came first, spherical geometry or Euclidean?
Euclidean.
Yeah, exactly. Now, why did they have to create? Why did they have to create? They had spherical trigonometry, but why did they have to invent spherical geometry? Why? If Euclidean was enough, why did they have to invent spherical geometry?
Oh, who said Euclidean was enough? Euclidean is, if you want to solve, for example,
Bacon,
for the distance.
You need to work on being genuine.
I'm trying to answer a question.
You need to work on being a genuine person.
I'm trying to answer a question.
All you're trying to do.
I'm not gonna stop. I'm not gonna stop.
Let Bacon finish, Data. Come on, let him finish. Come on. Where you go, Bacon?
Yeah, so I kind of lost track. So the question was, why did they need spherical, right? So if you want to, for example, get the angles or the azimuth or the distance over the surface of a sphere, you can do that using Euclidean, but it takes a lot more effort, right? So spherical geometry simplifies that because it gives you direct formulas to work on the surface of a sphere, and Euclidean doesn't. Euclidean has to do that through other means, and those are ways.
That is true.
Those require.
Data, he hadn't finished. I unmuted you, and you jumped in when he hadn't finished. So just wait till Bacon finishes. Bacon, when you finish, at least say that you finished.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
And if you want to do that using Euclidean, that takes a lot more computational power. You have to do more math. You have to do more calculations to do using just Euclidean. That's why spherical is so much more useful when you're dealing with spheres. Go on.
Yeah, Euclidean is used because it's more accurate than at shorter distance than it is spherical. So that's why if you look at any navigation, there's no spherical geometry used. in navigation. So can you show me where? And I mean, let me rephrase that. Before the 1840s, 1850s, show me where there was spherical geometry or spherical navigation using spherical triangle, sure, or spherical trigonometry, sure. But show me spherical geometry and navigating before the 1850s.
Yeah, the navigation I'm familiar with is the one in which you use a sextant, a clock, and an almanac, which can pinpoint your position within 20
that's
miles.
not spherical geometry.
That does use the spherical geometry.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Hold on.
So, for example, yeah, one example.
Wait,
if you
the spherical geometry wasn't invented till the mid 1800s. Okay, so tell me how it was spherical geometry before the 1800s.
And this is 2022.
Yeah, they didn't use sextant
Again,
before. They didn't use the sextant to navigate before 1800.
The sextant was invented in 1700, so yes, they did.
No, they didn't use that to navigate the way they started at 1800s.
Yes, they did.
The method that we refer to as selection. The method that we refer to as selection navigation started in the mid 1800s. Before that, sextant wasn't that useful for navigation because you didn't have portable clocks, so you couldn't keep the time precisely to stars. And the modern way to do it emerged in the 1800s.
1834.
Data, can you control yourself? I've had to mute you 4 times in the past less than 2 minutes, dude. This is getting obnoxious. I got stuff to do. Did you hear what I said?
I did.
Me to death.
I just said to you. Did you not hear me say
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so
the angle ratio when it comes to navigating, it requires a 90 degree, which Captain Cook, we used Polaris and used a 90 degree, which would be a right angle triangle from the point of the GP of Polaris to the point of the observer to get the angle to the star, which means you can tell the distance you can tell what latitude you're on. So don't lie to me about the sextant not being able to use. The reason why they wanted spherical trigonometry to be used with a sextant is so that they can have a prime meridian located at one place, so you can find out your longitude very easily without too much effort, without any nautical book. Which you need to find your latitude. If you don't have access to Polaris, then you need an almanac book.
You said you can easily find your longitude. How do you find your longitude without sextant navigation?
Okay, so if you have your time, if you know what the Greenwich time is, and it's 12 noon to where you are, and you have a time from you can subtract the time from Greenwich time to get the longitude. So whatever hour difference from 12 noon, whatever hour difference from 12 noon in UTC time to where your position is, you can subtract the hours and get your longitude. By timing it by 15 degrees.
One sec. When you bring your clock with you, the clock doesn't adjust its time zone, right? So if I'm British, let's say,
so you have to know what UTC is. You have to know what GMT is and UTC is. Then you subtract your local time. You subtract your local noon time. Times it by 15 degrees to get your longitude.
Okay, say I'm English.
You interrupted him there. To be fair.
Yeah, but he gave space, and then
you want me to mod him for interrupting your interruption? Like, what do you want me to do here?
If he make a pause, I try to answer, and then he goes on. I'm gonna pause.
He didn't make a pause. You went. Wait.
He did.
Pause. You clearly interrupted.
Yeah. No. Okay, there might be a delay, but I tried to answer in the middle with a pause, and because he didn't move on, I got that he giving me space to answer him, which is something that
delay. Hold on, Rocky, I got it. There was no delay. You clearly interrupted him, and you you kind of hinted towards apologizing to interrupting him. It was clear cut interruption. So if you don't want to be interrupted, then don't interrupt him. I don't know what to tell you guys if you're just going to interrupt each other back.
But dude, there's a clear difference in. What do you mean? There's no delay. You don't know about.
You just interrupted Jeremy.
I'm talking to Jeremy. Okay, so when someone makes a pause and I try to get into the conversation, and the person, shut up! I didn't make a pause now, and you're interrupting me, Rocky.
Yeah, I know I'm interrupting you. I'm not lying. I am.
Oh my god.
There is an easy solution. There's an easy solution, guys, right? Seeing as we can't do this the right way. When you've finished your point, say over and out. Give the signal, right? So then,
Yeah, but
so then nothing can be misunderstood. So we don't have to repeatedly keep on making this point, right? So when you finish your point, let people know that you finished your point, then they can go on. Or the other person can.
right. So continuing to where I stopped. Say you're English, so your clock is already UTC time, right? If it's not summertime. And you go on sailing, right? There's no way you can use that clock alone to tell you where you are, because that clock is going to keep being UTC time. So how do you tell your longitude just because you have a clock? Data.
He already answered you. You just didn't hear him because you were too busy interrupting.
Okay, so he's not going to tell the answer.
He probably left because he was tired of your BS.
Okay.
He might be busy. He's here, but he might be tied up. He's in the car or something.
Sure. Oh, apparently Rakia heard the answer. So what's the answer, Rakia? How do you tell your longitude based on your clock?
I have no idea, man. I don't think you can.
Yeah, me neither.
It's a tough one.
He said, you know the time in England, and you know where the position of the sun is then, and you subtract, and you look at where yours is, and you subtract it from there. That's what he said.
Oh, so you have to sight the sun.
I believe that's what he said, yes.
Right, but like depending on your latitude, the angle of the sun is not gonna match the time of that longitude. Like having that alone is not gonna tell your longitude.
You have to take that up with him.
And I'm pretty sure he was talking about how they did it before the 1850s, or I think that's where he was. I'm not sure.
They didn't.
Kind of got. Yeah, go ahead.
They didn't have portable clocks before that.
No, but he did say that you have to know your time zone and you have to subtract this or add that to particular time zones or something, I think.
Yeah, which doesn't make sense because if you know your time zone, like the time zone is basically set by your longitude. And if you go out in the ocean, you don't know the time zone of the place you are. You only have the clock, which has the same time zone from the place you left. So that tells you nothing about your time zone, your current time zone. You only know the time zone that your clock had where you left. It doesn't self-update.
Yeah, but
can't you calculate if you know the difference between your time zone and that time zone? Seriously?
Yeah, but that's not gonna change based on your position.
Yeah, but if I leave Melbourne or Adelaide for argument's sake, right, and then I look at my almanac, I've got to work out what time zone to apply that to, don't I?
No, it's always UTC. You always use UTC. So, for example, if your let's say your clock is in the time zone of Australia, so you're always going to subtract 10 hours from your clock to get the time for the almanac, regardless on where you are.
Here.
But that's regardless. Yeah, but that's regardless on where you are. You're still going to have to subtract 10 hours because your clock is going to keep that same 10 hours plus on it. So that doesn't tell your longitude. You have to cite celestial bodies.
That's not what we said. We told you what he said, and he referred it to the sun, the position of the sun.
Yeah, but he said you can do
We should just
without
wait until he comes back, and and get a clear. Why even talk about it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because if you, sorry, Rakia.
Well, I'm going to change the subject a little bit. I have a real hard time talking to someone like this who is just been proven to be a known liar. I mean, I'm with that on this point.
How? Where am I lying?
How did you even know? How did you even know I was talking about you?
Because you called me a liar like 2 minutes ago.
Okay, so when you say wait, and I'm not just bringing this up, for the interruption part. I'm saying I have a hard time listening to you. That's my whole point. You said wait like 5 times, and then when confronted about it, you said he paused, and that's why you interrupted.
Yeah, if I say wait, if I say wait, and the person waits, then a person is giving me a time to respond. If the person doesn't wait, I wasn't finished. If the person doesn't wait, if the person doesn't wait and goes on, I'm gonna shut up again. That's how I talk to people here.
No, he said
That's
to
how.
interrupt.
Yes, but
You
if the
said the
person
word
keep
wait
moving, if the
to
person
interrupt
moves
him.
on, if the
And
person
then said
moves
you
on,
didn't interrupt him.
why are you
It's a
interrupting me?
lie.
So because you think
guys. Hold on, let's get some order in here, because Jeremy dealt with that, he moderated that, and we should move on from that.
A second, but y'all are going to have to get a grip, man.
Yeah, I'm getting a grip on listening to known liars. If he's going to admit he said
This is
wait to
really
interrupt-
petty. You realize that?
Yeah, I know it, and I'm not really wanting
This
to
is
take a lot of
really,
time with
really
it.
petty. I mean, you sound extremely petty right now.
I'm glad. I'm glad you think that, but it really bothers me because this guy is here all the time lying.
Okay, but Rakia, you voiced that. There's no need to keep on wasting time, like our time, by saying it again and again. If it's too hard to listen to, then you're.
I got you. I'm
you
free to
don't have
leave.
listen.
I understand. Y'all would rather stay here and listen to.
No, I would love to hear you talk
We'd
about
rather have
something else.
conversations than
You
hear
don't need to
petty
beat a
shit
dead
like
horse.
you're being right now.
Let's move forward.
I
please.
agreed. I was being a little petty, and I said, just forgive me, since we're waiting on data to come back where they can finish their conversation. This is what's bothering me. I already proclaimed that, and then y'all jumped all
Absolutely.
over me.
And you've been heard. Like, there's no question about that. But we don't need
So
to
you
keep on.
agree that when someone says wait to cut in, he didn't wait for applause, right?
I honestly, I don't know what happened. I haven't been listening.
He blatantly
From
lied
what I
to the
understood
room.
from Bacon, he said wait, and then Data waited, and then he started going.
No.
If that's
No.
not what happened, I can't speak
You
to it.
can go
In
back
any
to
case-
live stream. You can go back to live stream.
In any case, it's been moderated by
This
Jeremy.
is
Like
just
that's when
extremely
I perked
petty.
up when it became a big.
Yeah, I agree. It is petty.
I would like to
Let's
state
move
for the
forward, please.
that Bacon always is respectful, and,
Oh,
and
my
he
God.
never said anything that indicates to me that he's a liar.
Well, thank you. But yeah, I sometimes try to get in the middle of the other person's point, because if you make like a premise to start an argument based on that, and I disagree with the premise, I think it's more useful if we stop right there. But if the person doesn't allow that, if the person doesn't allow that, I don't keep trying to interrupt. I just let the person go. Like
That's
I try to
another
get-
lie.
No,
You said
that's
wait like 5 times, dude.
yeah, but
He obviously
for
didn't
every time I said it didn't work, I just let it move on.
No, you didn't. You said wait
point,
again.
I started
Do
saying
you
wait.
really want to
Okay,
debate debating styles? That's ridiculous.
Seriously.
Rakia.
He brought it back up. I put myself on mute and wasn't talking about it anymore. Bacon brought it back up. I'm just pointing out how he lied again.
They be
water under the bridge, gents.
They be like, bacon's not healthy, pork isn't healthy. I love bacon.
I love bacon too.
If he's so honest though, why you be posing as gummy bear? Why you got that sock account, Bacon? What's up?
I love bacon.
I just bought 4 packs of bacon: maple, applewood, hickory, and turkey bacon.
You liar,
I hate
Rakia.
you.
You
Hate
liar. You liar.
No, I
you
do.
clearly
I can
don't
prove
love
it.
bacon.
I
We
love
see
it.
how-
I really do.
Okay.
I have the stomach to prove it.
You haven't lived until you had a bacon, tomato, and mayo sandwich
with lettuce.
Rose, that's,
yes.
That's not kosher, man. It's not halal.
Tomato.
I'm not Jewish, man.
And mayo.
Or Muslim, man.
Damn, that's a
Yo,
weird combination.
Even back in the day,
That's
Christianity,
tomato
they
for us
thought it
Aussies,
was,
Bandy.
they banned pork.
Yeah, if you
Who
had
doesn't
said,
love bacon? Come on, guys. Come on.
if you had said cheese, Vegemite, and lettuce, I would have been all over that. But tomato, bacon, and mayo, I don't know. I'd have to try it.
Well, take
I
out the
don't
mayo.
like bacon.
You don't have to put mayo. You can put whatever you like. What's this Vegemite?
The
I
third
keep
one is
hearing that.
lettuce.
What is that?
BLT.
Huh?
It's
That
a
is a
product.
delicacy. It's a delicacy.
It's the
Do yourself-
byproduct of the brewing industry. They take the trub, the dead yeast, and process it and turn it into a thick paste, and it's very rich.
Waste not,
Really?
want. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
it's
you can also grease your axles of your trailer with it too.
yeah. It's like it's like gaffer tape. SC, you should always have a jar of Vegemite on you for any
I gotta
emergency.
try it. It's even in
Yeah.
that song, right? Vegemite sandwich there. Where, yeah.
We come from a land down under and all that sort of stuff.
I learned 2 things today. Nice.
And Marmite is similar.
What was the first thing?
I personally, no, don't you dare put Marmite in the same category as Vegemite.
Yeah, agree, Terry, agree. Don't you dare.
The first thing percentage was Rakia said that they take they can condense gas or some sort of liquefied gas, and they can make it into pellets to transport it. Yeah.
Is that kind of what they use for rocket fuel, like the solid fuel?
I guess, yeah.
Maybe, yeah, possibly. Yeah, definitely was interesting.
I just went back to the live stream, and Rocket was completely misrepresenting what just happened. So when I said let me just defend myself. Well, he was here calling me a liar for 5 minutes. Let me just defend myself here. When I said wait, I said 3 times wait. Data didn't wait, and then I stopped speaking, and I wait for like more 20 seconds, and I said wait a second, and then he stopped speaking, and then I started answering him. That's exactly what happened. You can go back to 4 hours PM UTC in the live stream and check that that's exactly what happened. So no, I wasn't lying, and I wasn't cutting data without giving space to go on. I just went on when he let me went on.
It happens. It happens.
We appreciate you, Bacon.
Thank
you. You are a welcome member of the server.
Thank you.
At times.
Until I ban you. Okay.
Brings flavor to the discussion.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt any other subject. What's going on here?
Yeah, you don't have to be so salty, Bacon.
We could argue about Canadian bacon compared to everyone else's bacon.
That's like comparing Marmite to Vegemite, right?
Yeah, why do they think, why is that a thing that Canadian bacon is better?
I don't know. I've just heard
What
it.
actual reason?
It's just different. Like if you're gonna make a eggs Benedict, yeah, use Canadian bacon for sure.
So do they make it in a different way?
It's more like a really great ham, not so much.
I thought it was a different cut. I thought it was a different cut of the pig compared to other cuts.
It is. Yeah, it is. It's just a little piece of ham, basically.
Well, that's not really specific, because ham is just any part of the pig, isn't it?
Well,
technically, yeah. That's like steak's just like any part of the cow.
Oh damn! You know what's beautiful? A good hock stew in the middle of winter by the open fire. Oh yum! With damper to dip into it.
Have you had your dinner yet, Bandy? Because you're making me hungry.
Oh man, hock stew and damper. Oh, and that damper smothered in lard. Oh yum! Yeah.
Are you having a wank?
Yeah, Canadian bacon comes from the loin, so that's a really good part. And then hams come from literally their hams, their butt, and then bacon comes from the pork belly.
There you go. Pretty soon we'll all be qualified butchers.
why would a religion prohibit eating a certain animal, like a pig, for example? What do you think the logic is behind, besides the unhealthy and that, because that's clearly crap, right? Because everybody else eats them.
I think because it's considered a dirty animal because it's got like trotters, but probably where's Percent? Is Percent here? He's probably the best. No, he's muted and deafened. But I think it's got to do with the feet itself.
The hooves, yeah, you hear the stories, the 2 hooves or 3 hooves or what? That's like that's ridiculous.
I think there are
Is it the
some.
thing with the pig that there's no sweat glands? That it doesn't
The
sweat.
sweat glands. Ah, okay.
That's
Still
what I heard.
ridiculous.
Pigs
I
don't
think
sweat.
it's got more to do. I think it's got more to do with their feet, trotters, hooves, whatever you want to call them. I think that's where it stems from. But
That's definitely one of the things. Yeah, the hooves. Yeah, I've heard that for sure. The sweat part, I haven't heard.
no.
I Googled it real quick, and it says the 5 top reasons because Allah forbids it. Number 2, pig is a filthy beast. 3, pigs are full of diseases. 4, human beings cannot easily digest pig. 5, pigs are useless to human race.
All logical reasons. Yeah.
Exactly.
If
In
you're
the
going to be
Old
stranded in the desert for 40 years, you probably shouldn't eat salty meat. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the Old Testament, it said not to eat crabs and crustaceans like crabs and lobsters because they're the bottom dwellers. But then supposedly the New Testament allows it. I don't know.
Wait
Yep,
a minute,
all
he just
foods are
said
clean.
something. The lack of water, like the lack of a lot of water. Could that be the reason? Like, don't eat pig because then you're gonna drink all the water supply. No, I'm just kidding.
A long time ago, or not too long ago, lobster was considered garbage. Trash food, and now it's a delicacy.
Yeah, they fed
Which
it to
is
the
it,
slaves,
Oblivion? You said a
apparently.
long time ago, and then you said not a long time ago.
Well,
Sounds
no,
like you're
I meant
waffling.
not relative to it, in comparison to the Bible. That's a very long time ago. I mean, relatively not that long ago. I don't remember the year.
I think it was 1800s. They used to feed that to the slaves.
In
believe it or not.
prisoners or something
Yeah.
like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I want the time and date.
You want to go back, right?
I could make a fortune.
Yeah. Apparently, they're considered like the cockroaches of the ocean. That's what like bottom dwellers, bottom feeders. Yeah. Like they eat all the garbage that falls. You know, they call it snow in the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think I heard percentage say that pigs also are bottom feeders, so that's why Islam it's not good to eat them.
That makes sense.
You
Like
say it from the
going
ground.
in the mud, eh? Yeah, they'll eat anything. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think would that also. Well, yeah, it doesn't apply to cows. Yeah, they don't. They just eat the grass.
But I'm trying to find some logic in it, and obviously there isn't, right?
Well, I think there is some sort of logic, but it can be broken. I mean, and I think they think that it's dirty because if it is because of the sweat glands, then I guess they think that it can't sweat away the shit, so it'll be dirty, something like that.
And I'm not picking on just the Jewish and the Muslim, because we have some weird things too, like in Christianity. You can't eat fish on a certain day, and you can't eat meat for a week, and you can't do this. And
yeah, mixed fabrics.
Yeah.
That's a weird one. That's like, why?
Yeah.
I fail to see. I mean, I understand the eating thing for different things, like where it can come from, but the mixed fabrics, that's a weird one to me.
I think it has to do with it coming from technology, you know.
Ah, yeah, could be. But why mixed? Because you can still wear them individually, I guess.
It's all about control, I think.
Yeah, could be. And you can't go to the church if you have crushed testicles.
Yeah, I agree with that, SD. It's all about control.
Yeah, me too.
If you can get somebody to do something like that, then you can get them to do something else, and then something else, and something else after that.
I think religion is a genius way to control people because you can never verify it. So just have to accept it.
Get them to accept it and to believe that if they act a certain way, they're going to burn in fire for the rest of their days.
Yeah, they can,
Eternity.
and they can never ask someone if it is true or not. That's just all they hear is, yeah, well, I mean, what if you're wrong? Then you're fucked. Interesting. I bought a car a couple of years ago, and it cost me 800 euros. Now I took it to scrap. I took the catalytic converter off, took it to scrap. I got 300 euros from the car. I'll get 400 from the cat, and then I have summer tires and the CD player. I get 200 from those, so I get exactly the same amount as I paid for it.
Yeah, they steal them over here, believe it or not.
Yeah,
they
same
come
over
and they
here.
cut them off from the cars.
Yep.
Really?
Yep, they do that over here too. Yeah.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
I bought a Volvo V40, and the converter on that gets me 400 euros. So I mean, there's some that you can sell for 1,500. Some cars.
There's some sort of rare material in there, right?
Yeah, metal.
If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's some rare metal.
Yeah.
Don't know if it's
Have fun
cobalt or
getting one of them catalytic converters off my car.
I
Well, you
guess
got
if
it
there's,
locked?
No, I haven't got one.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Well,
And
it was
they'll get
interesting.
underneath it and go, "Where's the catalytic converter?" No, these don't have with it. They didn't have them.
It was interesting to drive the car to the scrap place. It's like 5 kilometers from our garage, so I just cut the catalytic converter off, and then just drove it there with the exhaust broken. Had an interesting tone to it.
Yeah, well, that's the thing with newer type cars. They're basically just throwaway.
Yep. Yeah, you can. Over now it's 280 euros per kilogram per 1,000 kilograms of scrap metal. That's a good price. So like if there's same kind of Volvo that I had, if you scrap it, like sell the catalytic converter and then sell the shell of the car, you get 700 euros just for doing that. So if someone sells one for 400 euros, you just buy it and then just scrap it and you get them more money.
So Montreal, do you reckon we've worked out what a straight line is yet?
Yeah, we should DM Fight the Flat Earth to come and explain it to us.
It was interesting in the asylum. It was a total shit show.
Yeah.
Hey, question for you guys. Have you guys seen there's a new documentary that just landed last month. It's called The Return of the Nephilim. And you guys remember D. Murphy, a black guy who was flat earther?
Yeah.
Yeah, apparently he just released this document called, I think, allegedly Dave, that's the guy. It's called The Return of the Nephilim.
got some.
Have you got a link, Dana? You got a link to it?
Oh, I just came across it. You probably type in "Return of the Nephilim." It'll probably come up in YouTube.
In YouTube, okay.
Yeah, I just came across it. I haven't watched it yet, but it basically starts out with kind of the concept, the phrase in Genesis where "Let's make man in our image." So it's kind of starting from understanding that, what the implications of that is. I guess that's the kind of origin of the documentary. But then it goes on from there, and supposedly there's a twist ending. So I'm gonna check it out.
Is it a 4-part thing?
I have no idea. I just was told about it yesterday. I was asked this morning if I watched it. I just turned it. I just got it now up on the screen here, and it just begins out with Genesis, and I'm about to play it. It's too bad you couldn't. It's too bad you couldn't do a live stream. We are allowed to do that, like watch a doc on the channel here, right?
Yeah,
and you guys can pause the doc as you discuss, because that would be also a great way to. If there was some mod that would have a video that would come in, you guys could break it, just like anything. Like if it's a music video, like there's a lot of that trend going on right now where, watch a music video and they'll stop the music video, right? Talk about the context, the lyrics and the message. You can do the same thing, right? Except for with the propaganda that's being presented by our government, because our government is trying to convince people the Earth's flat, right? For a reason. The government is behind that.
The government is doing that?
Absolutely, dude. All my stuff that I've come across, there's just no way that you would have all of those polished videos in succession, one after another, for years, months and years, consistently pounded out. That costs money. There's capital behind it. And if you look what United States government did and Canadian government did in 2014 and 15, they passed a law that the media can't be sued. Like I can't remember because for the war purposes, I've been lazy. I should go back and actually get when it actually happened. But Obama did it to the United States, and then the year after that, Trudeau did it to Canada. And then what I noticed is Trump came in and said, I started calling everything fake news. That's when you had the Great Reset stuff come up. You had the Flat Earth already in there about a year and a half, roughly, maybe even 2 years, really. And it was just all lined up, right? And so it's not coincidental. It just cannot be coincidental that our government wants to implement a new digital world. And the concept behind that digital world is stifling free speech. They have to control free speech. So I think for them to demonize Christians eventually, because Christians is going to be the 180 of their plan, they have to find a way to conquer and divide, I suppose. So flat earth divides Christians, the concept, because it's like a disagreement again in the Bible. Now you already have Catholic Church, Mormons, Jehovah's Witnesses, Protestants, Baptists, they all have the Bible. They're all broken apart. They all disagree with each other. So the subversion of the Christianity is evident through the obviously the landscape.
Would you say that aspect of it in religion has nothing to do with the media, because the religion has been around far longer than media, and has gone, butted heads with each other, so to speak, way before any media outlets.
Hey, Sean, you sound really muffled, mate.
No, I'm more. It does. See, the government doesn't care whether either or. That's not the point of the process or the exercise. It's not really about revealing the truth as people come across that knowledge and think that it is the truth. It's the bigger picture is a post-truth new world, which is there's no truth. So if you can take objective reality, which in instructional educational material for little children in science will tell you that the sun will move, but they'll tell you in the conscript, the text, to ignore that. And it's your senses, and your senses can be wrong. It literally teaches kids that their senses are wrong. And I can pull up tons of educational material regarding science and the movement of the sun, and that's what they say. So if you're looking at that principle of psychology, there is different teachings.
In school, you're saying they teach that
they teach you to ignore your senses. Yeah, you right now, anybody right now, just go to grade 4 curriculum, grade 5 curriculum science, and go look at any documentation teaching about the sun. It will clearly tell you to ignore your senses. They will. They'll tell you that you see the sun move, but it's the apparent
okay.
motion. It's
Ignore your.
actually the
Okay, I
Earth
see what you're saying.
rotating.
Well,
Right.
yeah.
So
Well,
that inherent,
well,
that
we can.
inherent,
We
that
can. I can give
inherent, that that
I can give you
inherent,
an
that
example. I can give you an example of how your senses deceive everyone all the time.
you don't get my message. The point is there's no critical thought when you're told to look at something and told to ignore it. It's
There is
it's
critical
coming to the
thought
conclusion.
because if there was no
It's
critical
coming to the
thought, they would say
conclusion.
the sun's
It's
not
coming to
moving.
the
Don't. And that's all there is to it. They wouldn't explain to you
No,
why it's that way.
it's not
Yeah.
the point. The point is that there's two options. There's two options to understand it. And you have to understand the first ontological primitive of that was the observation of it moving. Do you understand? Without that first primitive, you wouldn't be able to devise any of the models after.
Yes, it
That is what
appears it moves.
let me finish.
Yes.
Let me finish. That's what the disingenuousness about it all is that because you have used the first model, which is the movement of the sun, you acknowledge it, you've used it, you've analyzed it, you've measured the size, the arc minutes to it, you've done everything based on its movement to the observer. Then what you do is you reverse that calculation, because that's the only way you do it. You don't do it the other way, because there's no observation that makes that input. You take the base input, which is the ontological primitive of it.
There's
You take
there's
the base,
the logical deducing of the
and they
fact
all
that
move.
a sun
They
that's
all
moving
move.
over our head still wouldn't actually work. There's too many
Yeah,
other
they all
observations
move.
that don't
You
work
you
with
have to
that
understand they
observation.
all move. They all move first, right?
Sean, Sean, please, can you just repeat what you said, because data was just you gotta get a little bit less excited. Data. Can you just repeat what you said, Sean? Because I actually missed that last bit.
Yeah. So, and what he was saying is that it does appear to move, but they're not giving it to you as it's as is. There's other aspects of it that deduce how we know we're moving. There's stars. There's the idea that if the sun was moving over our head, they would match up with other observations that are made in these situations, whether it be locations, time of year, solar noon times, and all that kind of stuff. I mean, all these things that match up with a globe wouldn't match up at all if it was all just bullshit.
Again, it's just the exercise and understanding the origins, the primitive of thought. That's where philosophy and critical thinking comes from.
Well, no, yeah.
And just like
Well,
you
hang
have
on,
claimed
hang on.
your just
Hang
like
on. Don't go long
just
winded
like how
though.
you
Hold on,
just like
Sean,
how you
let him finish. Just let him finish.
just like how you've claimed that it works on your model, I'm still going to see the Earth as an extended stationary plane with elevation profiles, and the orientation is horizontal everywhere I go. And what I can't do that you can do is I can't justify people standing upside down antipodal to me, but you can. So there's a psychological difference to how we perceive the reality of. Let me finish.
If that were the case,
It's a psychological difference between how you perceive
you can't go so
reality
long
versus
winded.
me.
Sir, you're going over
But
different
I'm
things. You
almost
can't go
done.
so long
I'm
winded.
almost done. I literally do 30 second. I literally do 30-second, 40-second things. That's it. For some reason, I don't. It's too much for you guys.
But if you put four things into that 30 seconds, it's impossible to answer.
Yeah, well, the rudiments to this is ontological primitives, which is the first origin of
Doesn't even
information.
acknowledge it.
That's what you look at first. Then from there, you deduce critical thinking. To claim that you live on a ball model, you have to accept people live upside down. For me, because I've flown aircraft, I've flown in short distances. I haven't done long trips, but I've flown short distance. There's no ball to me, zero. And the fact that you emphasize curvature for a 6-foot observer just goes to me that you guys are lying, because that's where I'm at with the evidence objectively. Now, I'll go back and I'll use this as my standing ground, as my point, and it comes from the ex-president of the United States, Ronald Reagan. He's up in front of hundreds. He's up in front of hundreds of thousands of people saying, "Look, if you were, I'm almost done. I'm almost done. I'm almost done. Look."
Yeah, but then how do I respond
Let me finish.
to
Let
any
me
part of that first part of the conversation?
Let me finish.
You'll get your chance to
Okay,
respond.
bandsaw. Hang on, bandsaw. Can you just understand that if I wanted to say something about the first 10 seconds, I can't because I no longer remember 2 minutes later.
Left, I'm done. I have a few sentences left and I'm done. Ronald Reagan's in front of hundreds of thousands of people. He says, if you were to obey your senses, you might end up thinking the earth is flat. Do you
Yeah, he
understand?
left. He left. No, he doesn't understand because he left. If you make a whole bunch of points and shit, it is it's tough for somebody to respond to a bunch of different things.
Point.
Mm-hmm.
Ada, you were saying earlier that there was a law that was repealed or whatnot that made it legal, now lawful for the U.S. to propagandize its citizens. I believe that's the Smith-Mundt Act.
Is
I was
it?
looking it up. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't. I've been lazy towards it, and the reason is because I don't know how you experience propaganda or rabbit hole shit or whatever you want to call it, but sometimes when you come across information and you're like, well, it's impertinent to whatever at the moment, and then you don't bother. You know that you should capture it, but you don't bother, right? You know that you should document it because the thing is that how many other people are doing the same thing? And what ends up happening is that eventually you'll see it from somebody else. Somebody else does it. So it's kind of like this catch-22. It's like you are part of the machine, as in spreading it. For what reason are you going to document it? It's like if you're not going to apply it to anything, how are you like if I'm not making a documentary or putting it together to build it, right? At the point when I'm looking at this information, what are you capturing it for? But yeah, thank you for looking it up, man.
Yeah, I've heard it or people saying it before, like, oh yeah, it used to be unlawful to propagandize, but now they made it legal. And they're like, okay, well, what specifically? And they're like, I really should know that.
I should, but it's like I got so many.
Same here. I had to look it up because I've heard it so many times, and I'm like, I need to know this.
Well, it's called the what act again? The
Smith-Mundt M-U-N-T Act.
Smith-Mundt Act. Yeah, because Trudeau did it in Canada too, and I forgot to take it down in there. So it's funny enough, 2014, 2015, those were the 2 years they did it. And what happened when Trump got elected? 2016, the year later, right? And fake news came out. So it's all like a big setup, man, for their digital tyranny, right? Their new system.
Actually, I think it was during Obama's.
Obama did it in 2014. He came out, he talked about, I think he said flat Earth 3 times, right? Flat Earth came out of his speech around 2014. And then they passed that law, so what did they do? You have the mainstream set up like Thaler, Nye, they're all Democrats, right? They're all on that side. Even Ronald Reagan's a Democrat too, right? Was he a Democrat or was he a Republican? I don't know.
Republican.
Was he Republican? Okay. Well,
Republican.
There you go. So it's just they're all in the same boat up there. And when you piece it together, it's too coincidental, man. To have a great reset. These laws change, the media, they're all putting the flat earth out there because that's how you reset. No, post-truth new world, man. Everybody has their own way to look at shit.
You'd be shocked if you went back in time like 15 years. You would be shocked because the news used to be the news. It was just which channel you'd prefer to watch, the faces you wanted to watch. You were just getting news. Now all of a sudden, everything is just so propagandized. It's retarded. You just can't listen to any of it.
Well, that's also another thing too, right? I mean, if you make people hate it enough, right? That's the intended effect. That you did get it replaced. And I think last I checked, and I know this is funny because it's all written in like Dean Koontz books and Sylvia Brown's psychic books, right? And this is this new dystopian new age world what they want, right? And digital tyranny. And they want AI to be like lawyers. And so like, for instance, the court cases, right? And they were talking about this recently too. If they implement artificial intelligence to handle court cases, they could save hundreds of millions of dollars in the legal system if they just allow a computer to handle judgment on humans. And they're actually thinking about doing this by like 2028, 2029. It's crazy, man.
Yeah, That's no way. That's not transparent. It's nowhere near transparent enough.
Well, that's the thing. They say the system is clogged up, but they were talking about the benefits of these algorithms and AI and how they help society with shipping. Like, for instance, we must know this already, that each shipping lane or traffic lane will have like off and on switches based on supply and demand. So they're claiming they'll have a better efficient way of organizing delivery if it's automated, right? Now, part of the system is automated. I mean, Amazon's an example of it, small scale, even though that's a large scale. We're talking about like international shipping ports and all this stuff. Like they want it all on the grid, man.
Can you back that up? Because that sounds like BS to me.
Yeah, I hear you, man. Just go look at 10 top uses of artificial intelligence by 2030. And just go look at what they claim they want to use it for. Like Elon Musk's on camera claiming that for whatever reason he says it's his own verbiage, but he says we only have a limited time to get this to work. And he's talking about his Neuralink. So I don't know what that means. I don't know why he feels like he has a limited amount of time to get his Neuralink to work.
Oh, hold on. I meant the shipping lane thing, the international shipping that they can just put it on.
Yeah, so just go check it out, man. Just go look at it. It's not hidden information. Just go look at the uses of artificial intelligence in the future, right? And like I said, it's funny because you can read this kind of shit in Dean Koontz books, like I said, and Sylvia Brown books, right? Which is like psychic books. So it's just funny, right?
Psychic books that say
it's just funny. It's just happenstance. They just write about it in the 80s, and all of a sudden,
Yeah, but you're talking about something that doesn't happen.
Not right now. No, it's in the future, right? Right now, there's some automation for sure, yeah, but it's not a large scale like they want, right? They want nationalized. They want it like all government run, right? Sure. And when they can run it government run, they can have it run by a computer.
But you said they're just switching off and on those traffic lanes, and that's not.
Well, how they described it is like running a traffic grid system, and they claim that they can run the supply and demand system. So in other words, for instance, like there's a lot of waste, right? Like a lot of human waste, a lot of product delivery that ends up getting shipped to another location, or you got clearance stores. So there's a lot of waste. Because of the nature of greed, materialism, overconsumption, right? So they're claiming that they can control that better with artificial intelligence.
Okay, that doesn't say anything about opening and closing shipping lanes and ports.
No, the waste is from the planned obsolescence they have in all their products. Yeah, there's no logistical system that's going to make that better. That's always going to be there.
Stakeholder from shareholder to stakeholder, and basically I mean,
we have that in Finland. We have
about the waste. They want more waste.
No,
they don't care.
No. Hold on. In our place over here where I live, we have 4 different trash cans because we put plastics into one, then we put bio waste into one, then just normal waste into one, then we have cardboard, and actually, we have paper waste also. So we put all of those in different things because we can use the plastics and we can use the bio to get fuel. I mean, we do it over here in Finland.
You guys have an amazing system then, right? In North America, the integration isn't like Europe's usually ahead a few years anyway, to some degree, to some things. Like, I mean, you guys are running 2-liter, 2-liter 4-cylinder engines way before anybody else, right? Yeah. In fact, most of your cars were, very small engines. So brilliant, right? I mean, to fit the population, but I mean, you guys were ahead of the game over there. So
also over here, if you buy like soda from the store or alcohol, beer, anything, you can return the bottles and you get money from those. So people don't throw those away.
They used to do that, but they have alternate now. You just go to the bottle depot. You used to be able to go to the liquor store, but they just have a bottle depot here. But yeah, there's improvements to make. But I mean,
if you're going to why isn't anyone doing it over there? Because I mean, over here they collect the plastic and they make good buck. I mean, it's reusable plastic.
So there is a company. There's a company here in Canada called Celio. I think they're sitting at like 17 cents or 29 cents a share on the stock market, and they are that very thing. What they do is they set up these mobile mobile recycle centers where they take all the plastic and they turn it into fuel.
Yeah, I mean
I think it's called.
that's
I think
something
it's
that
called
you should.
Celio. So CIELIO, something like that. Celio.
Yeah, that's something that people should invest in because it might blow up over there because it's huge over here. Like we do a lot of fuel from bio waste and it's
Well, it
good
only
thing.
makes sense, right? And I'm all for that. I mean, I look at, sometimes I look at the packaging, like when I buy something, I'm like, look, I understand consumer, the company's trying to represent a brand and whatever, but I think it's coming anyway. I would rather just have the product and not really the fan. I don't need the box sliding open perfectly. I don't need the fucking, I don't need any of that, right? I don't care. So I know that they've kind of done that with cell phones to some degree, where you just get a charger and you don't get even a charger or a cable, you just get the phone now.
Yeah,
right?
Which is good because I mean, why would you? You don't need a new charger.
Exactly, you have one already from your other phone, right? Or what?
Well,
They're everywhere anyway. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll catch you guys later. I gotta hop off. I just came home. So have a good one.
Yeah, if they're telling you they're streamlining shit with the AI, trying to lower, make things more efficient and lower the waste, fucking lying to you. That's how you know they're lying.
Well, here's the thing.
Everything we buy.
It's the virtue, Jeremy. It's the virtue. It's the concept. It's the idea of being virtuous, right? That's what they're selling, which is usually because they're lying, right?
The way my mind works is that what they want to do is install this huge, giant bureaucracy of AI, right? So big, so huge that, and we all know what happens in social media. The algorithm is manipulated, right? To benefit one narrative or one thing over another. And it's so big, you can't fight it. It's very difficult to fight huge bureaucracies like that.
Yeah, that's the thing. It has to come, like I think somebody said that a the system that's been created, the politician is a result of that system. So if you look at back in the day, I think we had better politicians, more integrity, I suppose, for what a politician can have. And so you can see the symptoms of what they're doing now. You can clearly see politicians are claiming defunding the police, the DA are not arresting pedophiles. So that's where we're at. Right? We got statues being torn down. We got Disney having
Are you
the
saying the
CEO.
politicians are getting better or worse?
What?
Politicians are getting better or worse?
Well, I think to make the politician obsolete, they have done a wonderful job in turning things extreme. And the only way that was possible is through these politicians. And I think because to have a one world order, one world government, you don't need a politician to represent each state. You just need one, if that, right? Because you have TV. So they need to figure out how to get people to start hate even more so where politicians now no longer want the job. And the only people that get the job are the people that are, nepotism or know somebody, and they're what do you call it? Some philanthropist takes them on at university and they raise them up and groom them for the future leadership jobs. I mean, that's what they do, right? So when you do that, and the good is just trying to raise families, pay taxes, and work hard, and maintain, I suppose, liberty and happiness. I don't know, are they plotting to do those types of activities? I don't know, maybe. But I think the other side is more prone to take on strategies, especially if they're not winning, right?
Well, I'm always for smaller control, more independence and freedom and liberty for the individual. I just can't see a huge AI bureaucracy taking over all kinds of stuff. It just sounds like big social media with those in the background controlling it.
Yeah, it's terrifying, right? I think it's terrifying. I think there's people that love that world too, right? The metaverse. I think there's people that just love it. And
I
that
know there's
shit
good
terrifies
AI.
me.
There's great AI. Like, for instance, Google web optimization. They use a certain AI to help optimize people's websites for better business. And yeah, great. We just don't need to be governed by it.
Yeah, so that's the thing too, right? I mean, there's nothing to demonize the technology entirely. That's the that's the hard double-edged sword, because we use it to communicate, to gain knowledge, and then we try to cut it down. And then it's the same thing with freedom of speech, right? I suppose to even convince people to remove freedom of speech, you have to pervert it.
Yeah, that's not the thing you guys are talking about. It's not even real AI though. That's some kind of half-assed version. Real AI is the most dangerous thing we would ever invent.
Well, didn't they
If it's even possible.
Didn't they run an exercise where they let some bots go off on their own, and I think within a short period of time they started creating their own language that couldn't be hacked or understood, and so they shut the system down. So yeah, there's a way that AI will take over its own environment and create its own system, and that's what they can't control, right? That's why they don't want to let her out. It creates its own ecosystem because that's what it's designed to do, as any human being does. Because fundamentally, they're modeling the human being, right?
I always remember, whenever someone says AI, I always think of this. AI is really good at doing a single thing. You know what I mean? And I think what Jeremy was referring to is they haven't created an AI which is like a literal good at everything kind of a thing.
No, the AI I'm talking about is the artificial general or artificial super intelligence. It's one that makes its own decisions. It doesn't do what we say.
Exactly.
It has its own free will. Like you wouldn't program. You can't program an AI like a real AI. It's going to do whatever it wants. That's why it's potentially the most dangerous thing we would ever make.
I recently watched a video where this guy had an AI of some sort, and he made it listen to, I want to say 1,000 hours of Joe Biden speeches, and then he asked it to create a Joe Biden speech, and it just came out gibberish. Nothing but fucking gibberish.
I love that stuff, man. That's hilarious, dude. I'm going to try to do the same thing. That's fucking great. I love that. Now, they want to do Donald Trump, Nancy Pelosi, fucking Justin Trudeau. That'd be great. Do you guys remember that the comic or the splitting image? Sorry, it was or spitting image maybe. It was that they're all dolls, but they look like famous actors and such. It was like on the BBC. Do you know what I'm talking about? The puppets. No, spitting image. I think it's called spitting image. It could be splitting image, but it's like a comedy show with dolls. The dolls are made up to be exaggerated faces of like famous people. Well, they got one where there's Donald Trump, Putin, and Biden. It's hilarious, man.
Oh, I see. They're like gross caricatures.
Did it come up? Did you? Was it spitting image or spitting image or
splitting image?
Yeah, splitting. Yeah.
It was cutting edge comedy at the time. It was brilliant.
I loved it when I was a kid, man. Yeah. And then when it came back again, and there was the one where Putin was in the shower, and Donald Trump's in there too. I was like, thank goodness, because that's what we needed, right? We needed humor to. Well, I think we need more humor now because it's just too absurd.
Well, humor's got a knack too, Data, of being able to get truth out there in a way too where it's not censored. Like it's like it's a back door. Like you can say things under the guise of humor or a comedian, and get away with it. It's kind of changing, a little bit, especially when it comes to the racial jokes, I suppose. But when you're talking about a message itself, you can definitely get away with things under the guise of humour instead of just getting up on a pedestal and spruiking your message.
It's Norm Macdonald. He was the funniest guy. He was one of the funniest dudes in the world.
Oh, McDonald's awesome, buddy. Oh, he's got a joke. I love it to this day. He talks about a moth flying into a podiatrist office, right? And podiatrist goes, "What are you doing here?" He's like, "Oh, I don't know, doc. I'm not feeling so good." He's like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "Oh, I don't know. I think about shooting myself in the head every day. Not getting along with my wife, not getting along with my kid." And he's like, "Well, this is a podiatrist office, right?" He's like, "Yeah, I know." He says, "Well, why did you come in here?" And the boss says, "Well, the light was on." Come on, that's a fucking awesome joke. That's an awesome joke. The light's on. Why'd you come in here?
Yeah, well, I get it.
Terrible, dude. Terrible.
Yeah, but when you hear
Well, then
Norm
if I didn't do justice to it, watch Norm deliver it. It's freaking awesome. Because he's on. I think he's on. The way he tells it, of course, is way longer. Like I told that joke super short compared to the way he told it, and he's just hilarious. Yeah.
I loved it when he went on The View and he was just tearing that show apart, talking about Bill Clinton. He's like, he killed a guy. They're like, no, shut up, stop. He just wrecked that show.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one, but definitely worth watching again too, for sure.
Dude,
yeah.
YouTube that Norm Macdonald, The View. Oh my God, it's hilarious.
Good old Canadians. Look at that. Canadians entertaining the world.
Yeah, they absolutely destroyed The Office.
Which Office? Which one? You mean the movie, or the TV series, The Office, or
the TV series? Yeah, the TV series.
which one? The UK one or the North American one?
They destroyed the premise of The Office, which was the UK version, and then they bought the rights for it and then destroyed it.
Yeah, the other version was interesting.
Yeah, it just didn't have the same. The UK version was very dry, I thought, and witty.
Yeah, I prefer that humor sometimes than the slapstick.
There's nothing worse than canned laughter. Like, this is where you should laugh. Like, laugh now.
kind of like Benny Hill, though. Benny Hill was, it's a difference between Benny Hill and Monty Python, right? And then you get into The Office. It's all of that humor is great, right? The Monty Python is some of the best humor ever. That there's nothing what has even compared to it since it was released. I couldn't even think. Exactly, and that's a little odd, don't you think? 8 billion people in this world, and the only thing, like, I can't even think of anything close to Monty Python. Like anything, I'm like blank.
I can't stand watching most comedy TV today. I just refuse to watch it. Anything with a laugh track just makes me sick. It's just such, like you said, slapstick, just garbage comedy.
Yeah, it's just like the horror movies too, right? Everything is so money shot that there's no reason to even have any content or any storyline or structure. It's just gratuity or gratuitous. I don't know if that's the right word. What am I looking for? It's it's just overdone to the point where it's not even worth watching because every scene's the same.
Well, horror now to me is more like comedy, really. Horror, the psychological stuff, like, and I suppose the
the example I'll give is the original Saw, the very first Saw in the Saw franchise. I thought that was a brilliant film. It was all in your head, like just two guys trapped in a room, just going through what they had to go through, and then all of a sudden it changed from that psychological aspect, and there was a psychological aspect to the other ones, but then it just became in your face. Like now we have to show you someone's head getting ripped off, or being cut to shreds with guitar wire or whatever the case may be. It was, like you said, Dana, like the money shot to try and scare you.
Everything was more extreme, over the top, and ADD. Just
yeah.
I can't watch horror movies to this day, dude. I used to watch them when I was younger, but I can't. I just can't watch them. I just can't do it.
Can't either. I just can't. I mean, I've seen some good ones that I could actually watch, but in general, I just can't.
I tried the Ring. Can't watch it. I tried the I think it's called Mary or something. It terrified me. I can't do it. I can maybe get like 20 minutes in, and then I'm like, I'm done. Meanwhile, everybody around me is like eating popcorn and chocolate bars, and my eyes are glued to that shit. And what I still like is sci-fi movies.
I was just gonna say that. I was just gonna say it. Like, I am all about science fiction, though. I can't get enough of good, decent ones.
What it reminds me of is cartoon. When I collected cartoon, like comics, right? When you were a kid, and you had Excalibur, you had obviously Spider-Man and Wolverine, all that shit. But you had Marvel, right? And the heroes. So Guardians of the Galaxy is still one of my favorite because it's just that camaraderie, that being a child, the drawing and the storytelling, right? It's just too bad that it's considered almost like reality for some people. But I guess that's the allure, right? That is the reality, just on another planet.
Have you seen the new movie Dune?
Yeah, I watched it. I mean, cinematography, the cinematography is fantastic. It's really dark. It's very demonic. I didn't find the original so demonic, even though it's definitely, it's got elements to it. But the way it's shot, it reminded me of that Jennifer Lopez movie back in the 90s. You remember that one where that guy's like in her head or something? I don't know. She's having a dream.
Cell.
Yeah,
or something like that.
Kind of the same artwork in a sense. The symmetry, the geometry. Perhaps, I mean, this is long term. I haven't seen it a long time ago, but I think I did watch all of it, but it never stuck out as anything. It was shot well. I could say that it was shot well. It's acted well. I like that actually young actor. He did a series called Henry, I think, or something. Dangerous Henry or something. I can't remember what it is. But anyway, he's the good actor. I enjoyed it.
Now, if you compare the notorious scenes in that movie, like where he put his hand in that box and it was all psychological, cooking his hand. Do you remember that scene?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now, the original scene, the woman, the witch, so to speak, stopped, terminated that exercise, and then said, because no woman could ever tolerate that amount of pain. That was what came out of her mouth. Now, you compare it with the modern movie, they say, why did you have to have a boy? And it was a waste of this. We needed a woman. And it was a total feminist destruction of the original movie.
That's what it's all about, right? It's that Cleopatra. We're the fucking what do you call it? The Sodom and Gomorrah days, dude. It wasn't Cleopatra. Anyway, it's just to be women in power, right? That's when we know that
tear down the patriarchy.
Yeah, they're just inverting everything. But I don't care. I mean, I that at the end of the day, it's so bad. Like I stopped watching movies when you had women leads trying to fight big masculine men. I was just like, next, I can't do it. It's a difference if there's a realistic scene in there where there's some she's lucky and she gets away, like True Romance. I don't know if you've seen that fight scene with Patricia Arquette where she stabs him in the toe with the corkscrew. She got beat the fuck up, but she managed. So that was a realistic scene. So they kind of took that from movies and really amped up this 90-pound chick being able to fight a 300-pound dude. So it's just like, lame. Next.
Yep, that shit sticks out to me, and as soon as I watched Dune, I'm like, I told my wife to remember this scene, and then at the end of the movie, I pulled it up and I played her the original scene. She was just like, oh, I'm like, yep, I can't stand it when they just subvert and destroy, the original story.
Well, it's just let's destroy the masculine figure as much as possible. Let's mock it, make fun of it, and even make your own women tougher than you. Right?
And if you do
that. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say I gotta disagree with you on one thing when you said you liked how that guy played the scene. He was a weenie little boy, and they made him out to look like a weenie little boy.
In Dune, you mean? Yeah,
yes,
yeah. Well, yeah. He was weak. Yeah, yeah. You could see that. But then again, he had to overcome that, right? He had to come over as. I don't know. I wasn't really deep into it. Right. I didn't analyze it. I didn't analyze it that much. I thought the cinematography was nice. It reminded me a little bit of Cell, hints of demonic things in it, and I was like, whatever, fuck. I'll go back and watch the original one, and I enjoy the original one better because of the, I suppose the artwork, the intended artwork, and the result of their artwork. Sorry, the intention and the result of their artwork produced a really cool concept film that was, so unique for its time that it just, it spurred on a whole other. For me as a kid, I mean, I thought of space and other things, and so it was really good that way as far as expanding the imagination. And when you watch this one as you're older, I suppose as a kid, how do you relive that? I don't know. I didn't get the same effect. Didn't bring back memories. I'd rather watch the old one.
That's why I was really looking forward to the new one, because I look back at and watch the old one, and it's kind of hokey and cheesy, and it was, from what I recall, it was a flop at a box office, but had more like a cult following.
Yeah, it was more. That's maybe why I was attracted to it more. But I also like making films, right? And so as a filmmaker, or wanting to be a filmmaker, I studied the cinematography, the editing and things like that. So for me, it allowed me to, at the skills that I had, allowed me to make films and use cheesy special effects, right? So depends how it is, right? Like, if you're into making films and things like that, sometimes it's there's an eclectic taste that filmmakers have, or people who deal with film that the average person doesn't like. Like, I don't like a lot of those, the movie 43 and how they mock, Scream, right? I think they mock Scream somehow. They've done all these mockeries of these films. Like, I hate making those kind of films.
Oh, the 300 mockery one. What was it? Meet the Spartans. Oh my God, that's hilarious.
Yeah, I get what the traction is, but I think my humor ends with Ryan Reynolds in National Lampoons. Ryan Reynolds, he does the National Lampoons. There's it's the movie he does. It's a National Lampoon movie, but it's that slapstick kind of comedy that's kind of stupid. I don't know the name of it, but the one where what's his name? That Wolverine dude, he's got testicles on his chin. What's that one? I can't stand those kind of movies, man. But they actually go and make them. It makes me think that they have to make these movies for some reason, because they're owed somebody a favor. Because why are all these big famous stars in these movies? Like, I think Halle Berry had her tits out with something. She was squeezing cream cheese out of her tits or something weird. I can't remember. It's one of those movies, man.
There's kind of a demand for stuff like that. Like when Hunger Games was hot, they made Starving Games. It was hilarious. So they just kind of do it because they know a lot of people are going to watch it.
Yeah, did you see the one with the fucking sharks? I haven't seen that, but I've seen the advertisement, the one with the flying sharks everywhere. Sharknado?
Sharknado? No, I won't watch that ever.
See, that's what I mean. I can't do that. I'm like, but there's like Sharknado 1, Sharknado 2. I think there's like 7 franchise films of Sharknado or something.
People love them. I don't. I just won't do it because I know it's stupid.
You know what I'm talking about? The buddy's got his testicles hanging off his chin. They're out for dinner. He comes out and his testicles are jiggling there.
The boob tube? Was it the boob tube?
What's the guy who played Wolverine? What's the guy who played Wolverine? What's his name?
Hey, boob tube? Was it the boob tube?
Hugh Jackman.
Yeah, Hugh Jackman's got testicles on his fucking chin. You ever see that
That's one too.
The animated testicles, big, large fucking testicles right on his chin. And he's sitting at dinner with Halle Berry. You seen that one?
No.
Oh, it's fucking. You got to be. You saw. I think when I watched it, I'm like, you got to be humiliated. Somebody you owed somebody something because there's a whole bunch of famous actors in this movie. I think it's movie 43. That could be the one. And it's just like, if I was an actor and somebody asked me to read the script and it was my part, and then I saw the result, I could see how it may be funny on paper, but it was not funny to watch. It's like I was embarrassed for a lot of these actors when I watched it.
I'll have to look that up. I can't even picture it.
We'll just type in Hugh Jackman and testicles on his chin.
Oh,
I'm sure you'll get a picture. You'll get a picture of it. Reminds me of Dave Chappelle and how he said that, why is it that every black man has to wear a dress? It's like an initiation.
Oh.
I think more importantly, it goes to show you that money can buy pretty much anything. You could take a talented actor like Hugh Jackman and slap some digital testicles on his chin and make him act. Hey, you go. They're about 4 inches from your chin. Just be conscious that they're dangling, they're jiggling, moving back and forth.
Test 1 2.
Is that Zanuck? Hey, Zanuck, you geared up for the web 3.0?
What's Web 3.0?
So apparently there's this Web 3.0. It's called Luna 1. And it's like Metaverse. It's basically the same understanding as Metaverse, but it'll be a platform for education, video games, social networking, all in one hub. And apparently there's another one called Zelda Token. So this online Web 3.0 will have these multilateral platforms, apparently, that you can bring in your 3D goggles and go between all the realms.
My son probably got that all dialed in. He's into that world. Not me. I am not part of that.
No thanks.
I don't put on.
I tried the check it out. I don't know if you've tried the Oculus. I've tried the Oculus Quest, and I did the Star Wars game.
Make you
and
sick to your stomach.
Eventually like 20 well, yeah, a little half an hour later you don't feel so good. But I played that Star Wars one that comes with it as a demo, the whole game, and there's 2 events in it. One event, they mention a Lucifer Morning Star, and then it's just I was playing this game. I'm like, why is Lucifer in it now? Why am I battling for the Lucifer Star? What the fuck? So I thought that was pretty funny. And when you battle Darth Vader, the fucker's like 6-7 feet tall almost, and it's pretty good, man, with the laser, like with the what they've done with the controls.
Yeah, the everything, the optics, the controls, the
Yeah, it's pretty fun, but it makes you feel like, it makes you feel sick, but I just couldn't believe it. My first introduction into the Oculus, the first fucking game I'm going to play, and it has a major demonic overtone to it. And I'm like, holy, what the?
That has a huge
I'm out.
impact on your first impression too.
Yeah. Oh, it freaked me out. I went to go lean on a corner thinking it was real, and I fucking fell over. Right? Because it gives you that impression, right? And I mean, I tried it for a day or two, and then I read the safety manual in it because I tried it from Best Buy, and it says that you can't for 13-year-olds and under, you're not supposed to use it, right? So I was like, I'm not going to keep this around. I've got a 10-year-old. I'm not going to put this around my 10-year-old. You have to be 13 year older to use it because it's bad for the brain. I'm like, oh. So I returned it. And the guy's, why are you returning it? And then I showed him the safety instructions. Lucifer Morningstar. That's what I got to go save. I got to be the Jedi who saves the Lucifer Morningstar. Now, a good question would be: is how many Christians played that game and thought it was a good game?
Played that. You probably had the Oculus 2, maybe. I had the Oculus 1.
Well, it was just recent. It was just last year I tried it. So whatever model was available last year.
Yeah, the 2.
I mean, I tried other games. Like I tried the one where they wrap the laser around your arm, the laser gun. That was pretty fun. You had all those targets coming at you. The boxing was pretty fun as far as the as far as what you can do. It is fun, but yeah, I didn't feel good after using it. Like my brain felt weird, and I just kind of felt nauseous slightly. The other people that I exposed it to, they got vertigo. One of them got vertigo and almost puked.
There's a adjustment period. You get used to it and everything. Like I downloaded Quake, the original Quake game with the 9 Inch Nails soundtrack, and upgraded to the HD version of it, and it was just absolutely amazing. And when you run forward, man, you're running forward, and you'll fall down if you're not accustomed to it. Then you get used to it real quick.
Yeah, I tried the one where you went in the Antarctic tour on the canoe or the kayak. That was the first. That was besides the Star Wars one. That was one of the National Geographic was one of the ones they gave you, and it was pretty interesting to see how the elderly responded to it. So I hooked up a few people I know up. One lady loved it. She was just blown away. She always wanted to see penguins and whales and just awesome. And the best part about it is that when she was wearing the goggles, one of the whales came up close to her and she like tipped like she tipped over. It was just really funny. She loved it. It was good to see. So it can bring a lot of smiles for people who have never seen anything like that, because it can have a really good impression if it doesn't make you sick and doesn't, fuck your eyeballs up. I've seen the videos of the plank one. Have you done any party ones with the plank, like getting people to walk out on the plank at a party or something?
I'm not sure what that is.
Well, what you could do, right, with the Quest, I think the Oculus Quest or whatever, you can transmit. So whatever the person's looking at, you can transfer to your TV. So while you're at a party, everybody at the party can see on the TV what the person in the goggles are seeing, right? So what you do is you have the person looking at the plank coming out, right? We did it with the laser fighting, like the alien fighting, like the little drones. Drone one. The drone one's pretty fun, man. All the drones coming out. It's pretty fun.
The drones, is that Space Pirate?
I think so, something like that. It's like it's pretty good. The graphics are pretty good. I mean, it's cartoonish, but it's still
awesome. That was one of my
it's still
favorites, man. You get sweaty. It's a workout. It gets your heart pumping, man.
Yeah. No,
Once you
for
get
sure,
invested into it, you're immersed, and it's like, oh my god, I'm gonna get shot.
Yeah. The other one's sort of bunk though. The one that's it's really really poor graphics intentionally, I'm sure, but you're basically dodging in and out of walls, shooting at people, and it's like white and black.
Super hot.
Yeah, it's pretty terrible. But I understand the it's the beginning stages of what they want, but
like you said, they did that deliberately. It was just to keep it like unique.
Yeah. So you're a big fan of VR then?
I got one for my kid, and I would play with it when he wasn't using it and stuff, and I played with it a lot. And then he kind of quit using it, and then he switched more to PC gaming, and it's just been sitting in a box for like a year. I would get into like first-person shooter. Like I'd go into what's called the Rec Room, and I would play those first-person shooter games. When you get
in the
killed.
VR?
Yeah. There's dude.
Okay.
If you go into the Rec Room, there's a whole world of hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of games just in that one little app, so to speak.
Oh no way.
Oh yeah, and like I said, I go into the first-person shooters, and if you die, you respawn. It's crazy. Everyone's just talking trash.
I try out Call of Duty, but that's nothing like VR. I mean, I imagine you can do Call of Duty in VR now.
I have no idea.
That's it for me. Once in a while, Call of Duty, just old PS3, Call of Duty.
You ever play? You ever play SOCOM Navy SEALs?
I did years ago. That was the only game I actually. That was the only game that I enjoyed to play. Was when I could control 4 soldiers and set them up on the map, and then change looks between them and give them orders to move to locations. That was the only game I played with PS3. And that's the only game I liked.
That's my favorite game, and I won't buy. I won't buy another PlayStation until they come out with that game.
Yeah, I think the SOCOM. You're talking about commanding the soldiers, right? And then changing between lenses, like changing between optics between them, and then moving them to engage, and then you're talking about having the actual controls of them, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So that was in like single player mode, but multiplayer mode was even awesome. Like they nailed the realism in that game for me, at least for the time period.
SOCOM?
SOCOM, baby.
I used to fucking kill it at that, dude.
Fuck yeah, dude. My favorite game of all time, bro. I don't know, man.
Yeah, I don't. There's nothing like it anymore that I am aware of, anyway. But I did try some Rainbow Six stuff in around the time that SOCOM was out. They had a couple of good Rainbow Six games. Tom Clancy, whatever. I like that shit.
Yeah, Rainbow Six was fun.
Very sensitive to controls. You had to like relearn how to play.
Hmm. Well, I'm gonna check out this documentary. I don't know if you guys heard, but apparently, allegedly, Dave released a documentary in April, just the end of April here. It's called "The Return of the Nephilim." I'm gonna check it out later.
Have a good one.
All right, Dada. What up, people? Hope everyone's having a good day.
I think it's funny. We start talking about movies and video games, and everyone's got more in common than they have not in common. You start talking about flat Earth versus the globe, and everyone's ripping each other's throats out.
Yeah, man. SOCOM was dope, for real. It was a good game. I was big in all those shooter games.
I don't know if I had played that before, but I was playing the Rainbow Six, and I could have sworn they had an element of what you guys were describing, like you could command the other teammates.
I was in this single player mode for noobs. The big boys played it online in the multiplayer mode where you're going against real people.
Oh, I've never done that. Yeah, I'm way before that.
Yeah, that's the noob mode when you're on the one player thing. Yeah, it gets tough when you start playing with real people online because then you bump into people like me, and it's not going to be pretty for you. Well, not me anymore. I don't even play them shits anymore, but I used to a lot. But the people on there are just insane.
I always played Siphon Filter. I love that one. Metal Gear Solid, Rainbow Six, those first-person shooter games. I even goofed
Yeah, I
with
used to love
Spyro.
them. I used to love them all, but I never liked to. I always liked to play other people. Like even with GoldenEye on the 64, like I almost never played the single player mode.
Oh, that was my jam. I had to beat the game. And not only did I have to beat it, I had to learn the cheats and then beat it again with the cheats and then unlock other shit. That's all I did it for. Just to beat the game. Nowadays, video games are so different.